Today's story is one you won't want to pause, and if stories like this are how you unwind, you can request the next one I narrate. Your pick, your novel, your audiobook. Try Patreon free for 7 days, then just $3 a month. Links in the description. Now, let's begin.
Wang Xianzhou pondered slightly, thoroughly grasping Yulo's arrangements. He glared at Yulo and spoke with slight dissatisfaction. Are you going to advise me next to spend fewer spirit stones on you? In the ancestor's eyes, this child Wang Yulo was truly peculiar. If a person didn't look out for themselves, heaven and earth would destroy them. Yet here he was, unwilling to consume spiritual pills for free, insisting instead that the ancestor contribute more to the clan. Had he, Wang Xianzhou, contributed too little to the clan over his lifetime? Now that he was old, he simply wanted to make this boy run a little faster, yet the boy had objections instead. It was simply preposterous. Ancestor, it isn't about spending fewer spirit stones. Little by will fill old Chui's vacancy, and I will discuss matters further with fellow Daoist Ji Yuan or fellow Daoist Lin Ying to let one of their close acquaintances fill brother Shuowu's vacancy. This way, I will acquire absolute control over this river bend fishing village, and the portion of spirit fish I receive daily can increase further. With more spirit fish for nourishment, the expenditure on spiritual pills will naturally decrease significantly. Why are you inviting outsiders in? Wang Xianzhou naturally didn't wish for outsiders to compete with Yulo for resources. My dear ancestor, Yulo cannot possibly establish a total monopoly for the Wang clan within Drip Drop Cave, can he? It simply isn't appropriate. Wang Yulo naturally wished to claim all the benefits for himself, but navigating the cultivation world required one to possess methods of forming alliances and maneuvering diplomatically, no matter how high their cultivation level was, so long as they hadn't transited entirely. This domain was far too competitive, and Drip Drop Cave was ultimately someone else's territory, so his conduct couldn't appear too greedy. In my view, you should marry Lin Ying first, then dump her after you reach foundation establishment. Wang Xianzhou completely treated Yulo as his own, speaking with absolute lack of restraint. The old man treated him exceptionally well, and although the advice offered by the ancestor was somewhat discourteous, it was indeed the method that maximized their interests. Faced with such a fierce ancestor, what could Yulo do? He could only humor him. Even if I wished to marry her, she might not necessarily be willing. Ancestor, you are looking far too ahead. Wang Xianzhou gazed gently at the jade piece he was polishing, a hint of pride and reminiscence reflecting in his eyes. As if recalling something, the ancestor let out a soft chuckle and said triumphantly, once you break through to Qi refining level 4 in a few years, it won't be a question of whom you wish to marry, but rather a question of whom you choose to pick. The death of old Chui, who served the stone ancestor, at the hands of ancestor Xianzhou did not cause even a single ripple. The most significant consequence was probably a massive reduction in the number of demon beasts attacking River Bend Fishing Port. Over the past 2 years, River Bend Fishing Port had only encountered a single attack by a minor demon, which Zhang Xuewu led his men to resolve. Wang Yulo did not even have to lift a finger. He was now pouring nearly all of his energy into his cultivation. The scale of time was illusory to cultivators. Once Wang Yulo had navigated through numerous troubles and thoroughly established his footing in Drip Drop Cave, his cultivation felt as though an acceleration button had been pressed. However, from the perspective of acceleration, the spiritual pills Yulo consumed daily provided more than a 6-fold boost to his cultivation speed. Layering that with his lack of sleep and complete freedom from mundane distractions, the ultimate result gave him an 11-fold cultivation speed. He spent his time cultivating the Gui water qi, tracing his spiritual meridians while tempering his divine sense, practicing magical combat, and, continuously healing and recovering. Extreme speed came with a price. Adding up the consumption of various spiritual pills, Yulo had utilized resources worth approximately 20,000 spirit stones over the past 2 years. Ancestor Xianzhou's alchemy furnace was practically throwing off sparks from constant refinement. Yet the results were highly prominent. With the aptitude of a dual spirit root, Wang Yulo reached the perfection of the 3rd layer of qi refining on the exact day of his 25th birthday. Just as he was about to break through to the 4th layer of qi refining, the first bottleneck of his qi refining stage finally manifested. A minor bottleneck, arguably not even a real bottleneck. Most dual spirit root cultivators wouldn't even encounter a bottleneck like this. You've encountered it purely because you cultivated too quickly. Even though I've accompanied you in a spiritual duel once a week to temper your spiritual qi, reaching the perfection of the 3rd layer of qi refining in 3 years is still too fast, Wang Xianzhou analyzed. Facing the legendary bottleneck, Yulo had initially felt a sliver of worry, but hearing Ancestor Xianzhou put it that way, he felt there was nothing left to worry about. Indeed, 3 layers in 3 years. This speed had already seized a massive temporal advantage. Even if the bottleneck trapped him for a period, it would not truly hinder his overall cultivation velocity. Normally, a dual spirit root cultivator could cultivate at 3 to 5 times the standard speed, requiring 5 to 7 years just to touch the bottleneck of the mid-qi refining stage. Yulo's cultivation speed was 11 times that of standard cultivation. Reaching the bottleneck in 3 years gave him at least a 3-year head start. Here, his points of comparison were the children of great clans, such as Zhou Yingxi, Lin Ying, and even the descendants of the great clans within the Immortal Alliance. Why was Ancestor Xianzhou so deeply invested in pushing Yulo to cultivate at such a breakneck pace? It was because the ancestor understood exactly how vital this temporal advantage was. Drip drop cave to the Red Lantern Illumination sect, and finally to the Immortal Alliance. This was the future path of development he envisioned for Yulo. Ancestor Xianzhou believed that with Yulo's aptitude and inherent talents, paired with a temperament as deep and steady as a profound abyss, he possessed the chance to reach for that elusive possibility the Wang clan had eagerly sought for 1,200 years but could never grasp. The time snatched away now would serve as Yulo's safety margin for opening his purple palace in the future. Ancestor, how should Yulo handle this bottleneck now? Consuming pills? Or perhaps trying the nourishment of spiritual materials? Or maybe using the legendary method of breaking through via magical combat? Yulo inquired. When cultivators faced a bottleneck, the strategies available were numerous. Consuming pills was the simplest method. Various grand realm-breaking pills and precious breakthrough pills were designed specifically for a cultivator's bottlenecks. Nourishment from spiritual materials meant stuffing oneself with an abundance of resources, piling on overflowing wealth alongside certain auxiliary spiritual pills to force a breakthrough. Compared to breaking through via pill consumption, relying on spiritual materials left the cultivator with a better foundation for the future. It followed the same logic. Breaking through with spiritual pills was easy, but doing it too often would cause massive trouble when facing a truly monumental bottleneck later in life. Pills for the chi refining stage were easy to obtain, any foundation establishment family could provide them for their younger generation. But spiritual pills for the post-foundation establishment stages were incredibly difficult to acquire. If a cultivator developed a reliance on spiritual pills to smash through bottlenecks, they would severely compress their strategic options when facing future bottlenecks. As for breaking through via magical combat, that was practically the exclusive domain of rogue cultivators. Without resources, without backing from a powerful organization, and without useful spiritual pills to assist them, yet still wishing to break through as quickly as possible, what could they do? They went to engage in magical combat. Between life and death lay not only immense terror but also immense latent potential. Using the peril of life and death to stimulate one's potential, breaking through while fighting, just thinking about it felt rather exhilarating. However, upon hearing Yulo's words, Wang Xianzhou's expression grew incredibly stern as he spoke with solemn weight, instructing him carefully. Breaking through via magical combat. Yulo, remember this well, do not ever attempt such a ridiculous method in your entire life. Hardly anyone ever succeeds. Most of them die in the middle of combat. When the ancestor attained golden core, they plundered all the liquid wealth of every major and minor power under the Red Lantern Illumination sect. That is the proper path of cultivation. I teach you magical combat not so you can go looking for trouble with people or demon beasts whenever you feel like it, but so you can protect yourself and walk further. Yulo naturally nodded in quick succession. The ancestor was absolutely correct, the lucky ones were a tiny minority after all. Breaking through via combat was simply too dangerous. Then which breakthrough method should I choose? Which breakthrough method to choose was a question that actually stumped Wang Xianzhou for a brief moment. Ancestor Xianzhou pondered for a long time before finally shaking his head and speaking. Yulo, if you want to walk further on the path of cultivation, you must look several steps ahead with every single step you take. Your current bottleneck is far too small. My recommendation is to avoid pills and skip spiritual material nourishment. Rely purely on your own efforts to slowly grind it down. This applies to every single bottleneck you face during the chi refining stage in the future. I do not recommend breaking through via pills. The same goes for when you reach foundation establishment. You must preserve the strategy of breaking through via pills until after you have established your foundation. Only in this manner can you maintain the advantage snatched during the chi refining stage all the way into the foundation establishment stage. Seeing Yulo nod in agreement, Wang Xianzhou continued to supplement his explanation. Of course, grinding it down slowly doesn't mean waiting around like a fool for a breakthrough. You still need a strategy. Oh. What strategy? Yulo eagerly anticipated Ancestor Xianzhou's strategy. To put it plainly, the ancestor had simply been held back by circumstances, otherwise, he would already be a highly accomplished foundation establishment figure by now. Given his decades of immersion in the cultivation world and his experience traveling the realm within the Immortal Alliance, any strategy he provided would surely be highly valuable. We will approach this from 3 distinct angles to maximize your chances of a breakthrough. First, I will concoct a batch of auxiliary breakthrough pills for you once every 2 weeks. The potency of these auxiliary pills will increase sequentially with each batch, starting from the first, until you successfully break through. This way, you can enjoy the wonderful benefits of auxiliary pills without causing future trouble for your cultivation by relying on breakthrough-forcing pills. Second, since you've snatched a head start of several years, we don't need to be in such a rush. Next, before you break through, you will begin body tempering. The methods of body tempering usually conflict with regular cultivation. Often, only those foundation establishment cultivators who have no hope of reaching the Purple Palace will engage in body tempering, using the body to nourish the soul in hopes of living a few years longer. But for you, since you cannot break through in the short term, you can utilize this time for body tempering, which is a vital component in enhancing your underlying foundation. Even if you only achieve a minor effect, it will yield massive benefits in magical combat, cultivation, and even your future lifespan extension. Third, change your cultivation environment. Movement breeds inspiration when stillness reaches its limit. Cultivation cannot be sustained by nesting in a single location for long periods, especially since you are still a young man. You've been cultivating on this stupidly tall platform for over 2 years now. It's time to change locations and see if a change in environment can trigger the spark needed for your breakthrough. Silently digesting Ancestor Xianzhou's 3 measures, Yulo thought of a few complications. Ancestor, 2 matters are somewhat troublesome. The sect master is still conducting a strict crackdown. If I rashly leave River Bend Fishing Village, even if the Grotto Heaven Patrol Team and the Azure Water Palace inspectors leave me alone due to our Wong clan's unique status outside Drip Drop Cave, it still carries an inherent risk. In addition, River Bend Fishing Village is supposed to be allocated 3 town guardian cultivators. Right now, a spot is being held vacant for Little Fish. If I leave, only Zhang Xuewu will remain. This is also not entirely proper. Wang Yulo had utilized his position as a town guardian cultivator to claim so many spirit fish from Droplet Cave Heaven, so he naturally had to shoulder the corresponding responsibilities. Simply patting his thighs and walking away, leaving his post for an extended duration, the sect master certainly wouldn't execute him for it. After all, the Wang clan was a family outside Drip Drop Cave, and as long as Wang Yulo didn't cross the line, no one would want to form a grudge with him. However, one's methods and appearances when conducting business remained highly crucial. This concerned how Wang Yulo would establish his standing within Drip Drop Cave and how he would establish himself under the banner of the Red Lantern Illumination sect. Only those who understood how to respect the rules and could perceive the greater picture would have the opportunity to grasp the rules and become the greater picture themselves. The realm was filled with far too many geniuses. Wang Yulo possessed no right to grow arrogant. Constructing the golden platform to consolidate power might look flashy, but his fellow disciples would only view it as an elegant pastime upon seeing it. But if he treated a rash abandonment of his post as a minor matter, then Wang Yulo was destined not to walk far. Wang Xianzhou chuckled softly and said, "That is not difficult. Wouldn't everything be resolved if we simply have Little Fish break through to the Qi refining stage as quickly as possible?" Yulo blanked for a moment. True, if they had Bai Xiaoyu break through to the Qi refining stage as soon as possible, both dilemmas would resolve themselves. Wang Yulo leaving his post didn't mean he was fleeing outside Droplet Cave Heaven, he would ultimately remain in the vicinity of River Bend Fishing Village anyway, which would merely amount to changing his cultivation site. Having 2 Qi refining stage town guardian cultivators overseeing the fishing port was actually quite sufficient. However, Yulo reminded him in a low voice, "Ancestor, regarding the matter of breaking through from the spirit induction realm to the Qi refining stage, you understand it well yourself. There are no shortcuts to be taken. It was common knowledge that the laws of heaven and earth had been jointly altered by grand cultivators long ago. The modified rules restricted every single method used by spirit induction realm cultivators to accelerate their cultivation speed. The cruelty of this artificial screening mechanism's restrictions had choked away the entire lives of countless 4 spirit root and 5 spirit root cultivators. Droplet Cave Heaven was semi-connected to the outside world, so the spirit induction cultivators within the Grotto Heaven were equally bound by this rule. No, Yulo. You know that there is actually one shortcut. The Grotto Heaven. Wang Yulo slightly suspected if the ancestor had lost his mind. A Ning small Grotto Heaven was the Wang clan's greatest secret, how could they possibly allow an outsider to use it? The ancestor chuckled softly and said in a profound tone, "No, dual cultivation." Dual cultivation. Wang Yulo froze for a moment, and then he instantly caught the ancestor's meaning. With reservations in his heart, he spoke slowly, saying, "Ancestor, while dual cultivating with Bai Xiaoyu can help her break through, my primal yang is currently intact. Wouldn't it be better to save it to help smash through bottlenecks after I achieve foundation establishment?" How should he put it? Sometimes, Wang Yulo felt as though cultivation was alienating his very sense of self. For the sake of cultivation, his principles of conduct were incredibly cautious, to the point of being tedious. For the sake of cultivation, he even had to predetermine what his future companion would look like well in advance. She had to hail from a great clan to provide him with leverage and support. And now, for the sake of cultivation, he was even calculating the utility of his own primal yang. If cultivation was a process of restraining chaotic desires to focus solely on the Tao, then Yulo's choices were not incorrect. Yet no one could truly define what cultivation was supposed to be. The 10 sects alone possessed 10 entirely distinct methods. Qi refining cultivators all cultivated a single spiritual qi, yet the variations among them could be infinite. Therefore, Yulo had felt reservations just now. He was not merely worried that dual cultivating with Bai Xiaoyu now might cause him to lose his primal yang, which felt a bit like wastefully deploying a grand tool for a minor task. He was also worried about his own current mindset and state. To be entirely frank, Yulo did not particularly like this version of himself. Living a cramped, plodding life just for the sake of cultivation, was it truly worth it? In the past, he might not have had the spare luxury of time to ponder these entirely useless matters. It was likely because he had hit a bottleneck stage, where the advancement of his cultivation base was no longer yielding immediate results, allowing these thoughts to surface amidst his restless emotions. The effect of primal yang isn't as massive as you think, it's not even comparable to a single realm-breaking spiritual pill. Your cultivation base is much higher than Bai Xiaoyu's. Dual cultivating with her, supplemented by a corresponding dual cultivation manual, will allow you to help her shatter the barrier into the qi refining stage. After all, she has already lingered at the peak of spirit induction for well over a year. Her accumulation itself is already entirely sufficient. Wang Xianzhou possessed a more stalwart frame than Yulo. As he reached this point in his speech, he stretched out his hand to rub Yulo's head. Furthermore, Yulo, you lost your parents at a young age, and you left the family after growing up, moving first to Clear Stream Market and then coming here to River Bend Fishing Port. You are grown now, and you need someone by your side who knows your needs to accompany you. My thought is that Little Chin and Little Fish are both quite excellent. These two can become your genuine companions on the path. As for who your nominal companion will be in the future, we can leave that for later without any delay. The ancestor was essentially pressuring him to get married. Yulo still wanted to struggle against it, he felt it was entirely unnecessary. Leaving River Bend Fishing Village to change his cultivation environment wasn't guaranteed to work anyway, and rushing to engage with these two female cultivators, well, it didn't seem all that necessary either. Could it be that the ancestor had intentionally guided the conversation step by step just to arrive at this point? This ancestor, Yulo, is naturally willing to obey your arrangements. It is just that matters between a man and a woman involve two people. Ultimately, we must still see what Little Chin and Little Fish think. Yulo is willing. Wang Xianzhou only registered this single phrase. As for the rest, he indicated that he hadn't heard clearly. Deeply comforted, Ancestor Xianzhou clapped his palms together and said, "Ha ha ha. Little Chin has already agreed, and you can go speak with Little Fish yourself. You are her great benefactor after all. Moreover, taking advantage of the time before your breakthrough to hold a concubine-taking ceremony will allow you to naturally invite the fellow disciples you've come to know over the years to attend. When the time comes, once they observe your cultivation base and see that you are taking a concubine rather than marrying a primary companion, they will naturally understand that you are preserving the position of your formal companion to await a lady of high status. In this manner, those who wish to place their bets early will naturally get in touch with you. How could the true Kirin of the Wang clan ever lack a companion? It is nothing short of treating a rare commodity as investment capital." Seeing how delighted the ancestor was, Yulo, whose heart had been thrown into a bit of disarray by this sudden ambush from the ancestor, could only agree. The ancestor would never harm him, and the suggestions offered were all excellent pieces of advice. It was just that Yulo still felt everything was moving a bit too fast. "Ancestor, I agree to this matter. I will find an opportunity to speak with Little Fish later. As for the specific details, we will certainly not use our influence to oppress others, it will depend entirely on her wishes. What do you think?" Wang Xianzhou understood Yulo's thoughts, it was nothing more than feeling things were too hurried. But he did not care. Cultivation was a matter of fighting for every single second. A cultivator's lifespan seemed vast, but without forming a purple palace, even a foundation establishment cultivator possessing divine abilities would ultimately see their path end in death. The purple palace could easily grant 10,000 years of life, and hiding inside a grotto heaven rendered one's lifespan virtually infinite. That alone was true freedom. Urging Yulo to be faster now, to be a bit faster in everything, faster in cultivation, faster in taking concubines, was all done to ensure he could establish his foundation early, thereby granting him a chance to charge at that purple palace barrier that over a dozen generations of the Wang family had been unable to touch. Excellent. Regardless of whether she agrees or not, you will hold the concubine-taking ceremony 1 month from now. It will allow you to showcase your cultivation base to those fellow disciples while gathering some congratulatory gifts. Go find Little Fish now. I will go study how to refine the spiritual medicines for your body tempering." Wang Yulo departed with a heart weighed down by heavy thoughts. He still had no idea how to face Bai Xiaoyu. If the young lady didn't agree, wouldn't he, Wang Yulo, turn into an absolute clown? However, Wang Xianzhou's good mood was visibly apparent. He summoned the Crimson Sparrow over and immediately began writing letters. Wang Xianmao, Wang Jingyi, Wang Rongjiang, and Tai Qinhua, the 4 foundation establishment cultivators of the Wang clan. Surely at least 2 of them would show up for Yulo's concubine-taking ceremony, right? Taking a concubine wouldn't normally warrant such grand treatment. The underlying issue was that Yulo's ceremony this time also carried implications for the selection of his future formal companion. Whether Yulo would ultimately return to the family or continue his development within Drip Drop Cave or the Red Lantern Illumination sect needed to be given an answer now. The patriarch wished to wait until after Yulo achieved foundation establishment before discussing these matters, which was essentially delaying the problem rather than resolving it. Wang Xianzhou harbored no such reservations. In his eyes, Yulo was the finest child. Regardless of whether Yulo chose to remain in the sect or return to the family, the clan ought to provide him with greater support. Even if the Wang clan was currently in a transitional phase and resources were incredibly tight, surely having 2 foundation establishment cultivators show up to bolster the scene wasn't asking too much. Inside the quiet room, Wang Yulo was tracing his spiritual meridians. His cultivation of the Gui water spiritual chi had already reached the limit of the 3rd layer of chi refining and could not proceed further, but tracing his meridians could be done at any time and could not be neglected. Receiving Yulo's summons, Qin Churen silently arrived at the entrance of the quiet room. She stood there obediently, watching Wang Yulo as he focused entirely on tracing his spiritual meridians, her eyes filled completely with reverence. 3 layers in 3 years. Even if Qin Churen didn't understand the cultivation of chi refining practitioners, she understood just how extraordinary Wang Yulo's breakneck cultivation speed truly was. After all, with Zhang Xuewu standing as a reference point, old Zhang had practiced chi refining for 30 years and was still merely at the 5th layer, with a long grind still ahead before he could reach the 6th layer. After a long time, Yulo finally recovered from his full-body stiffened state. He consumed a pill meant to nourish his meridians and spoke. "Come in, Churen. Has Clan Uncle Rongzhou spoken with you about our matter?" The ancestor had claimed that Little Chin had agreed, but Yulo still needed to confirm it himself. "Senior Wang, Churen is willing. Qin Churen's statement caused Yulo to feel a trace of anxiety. A companion, a partner, or even a concubine carried a share of responsibility. He knew he could not bring himself to be entirely cold and ruthless. The unity of opposites was prominent at all times. Entering into a contractual relationship was a good thing, but it was also a complex matter. With one more person following him, Yulo gained a reliable assistant, but correspondingly, he also gained another thread of karmic cause and effect. However, little Qin had always been incredibly clever, making her a talent well worth cultivating. Leaving aside her cultivation base and background, purely based on her improvable talents, she might be slightly inferior to Lin Ying, but she was at least on par with Zhou Yingxi. Under circumstances where Yulo's cultivation base was insufficient to expand his influence by taking on disciples, appropriately gathering people's loyalty through marital ties could help him effectively expand his personal influence. The family support could be highly abundant, but if Yulo wished to walk far, he could not rely solely on his family. The beautiful life of closed-door cultivation where years passed unheeded in the mountains existed purely in fantasy. Cultivators of Wunan ultimately had to operate within the system of the Immortal Alliance. Qin Churen and Bai Xiaoyu were both parts of Yulo's future fundamental base. The concubine-taking ceremony will be held 1 month from now. If you feel wronged, you can refuse right now. Churen does not feel wronged. I am willing even without an official title. Qin Churen understood perfectly in her heart that an extraordinary talent like Wang Yulo, backed by a flourishing and prominent family, was not someone she could normally aspire to touch. It was only because Wang Yulo required the position of a town guardian cultivator, and needed a reliable executor within that position, that she was granted such an opportunity. Seeing this young lady hold herself in such low esteem, Wang Yulo rose to his feet, turned around, and said with solemn gravity. Titles are not important, Churen. You are a clever person, which is the exact reason I selected you out of so many spirit induction cultivators to remain by my side. There is no need to overthink things. Simply cultivate well. In doing so, you can assist me further, and the returns I grant you will also be greater. In the future, if your cultivation base rises and your capabilities increase accordingly, I can elevate you to become my formal companion. Wang Yulo saw through everything clearly. A companion was simply a basket into which anything could be thrown, it was nothing more than a form of alliance, merely borrowing the structure of marriage. The ancestor had arranged for both Qin Churen and Bai Xiaoyu to become his concubines because he favored Qin Churen's efficiency and sense of propriety, and Bai Xiaoyu's aptitude paired with her unique relationship to Yulo. The former could become an assistant in Yulo's management, while the latter could help Yulo leave behind offspring of extraordinary aptitude. In the ancestor's eyes, both of them could become his genuine emotional companions. Therefore, while Yulo's words just now carried a heavy suspicion of dangling an illusory promise, it wasn't entirely a hollow promise. Qin Churen's eyes began to redden once more. Yulo turned back around and said, "Go on. Call little fish over." "Yes." The weeping little Qin spoke in a low voice. Senior Wang did not possess much tenderness, but Qin Churen did not care in the slightest because she did not demand much to begin with. Looking at the statue of the immortal venerable shrouded in drifting smoke, Yulo pondered how he should explain things clearly to Bai Xiaoyu in a moment. "Hello, let's get married, but you can only be a concubine. Is that alright?" "Inappropriate. Little fish, if you truly understand gratitude, then become my concubine. I won't treat you poorly." "Stupid. Fellow Taoist Bai. Forget it." No matter how he thought about it, nothing felt appropriate. Yulo discovered that his long years of cultivation had already stripped him of the ability to communicate normally with young women. It was either a complete lack of communication, or interacting via the mode of fellow disciples and Taoist friends. Anything else had been mostly forgotten. But this was by no means a negative thing. It was precisely because he possessed such a mindset that Yulo could endure the loneliness, using extreme self-discipline to achieve the incredible speed of reaching the third layer of qi refining in 3 years. Cultivation was not something that could succeed through the simple accumulation of spiritual pills and spiritual food. Yulo had indeed consumed many spiritual pills and spirit fish. But his achievements today relied on far more than just spiritual pills and spirit fish. Where did the spiritual pills come from? Ancestor Xianzhou provided them for free. Why did Ancestor Xianzhou provide them? Where did the spirit fish come from? River Bend Fishing Port contributed them to him. Why did River Bend Fishing Port give him the spirit fish? It relied entirely on Yulo's own efforts. If it were purely a matter of relying on one's background, there were plenty of people whose backgrounds far exceeded Yulo's. If one claimed it was due to the jade rui in his mind, the meager amount of spirit stones Yulo earned through artifact refining wasn't even enough to sustain his spiritual pill consumption for half a year. Talent, background, and luck were ultimately ethereal things. Only tangible effort and struggle could allow the path of cultivation to extend further. A heavy-hearted Qin Churen emerged from Yulo's estate, nodding to the 2 martial artists standing guard outside the doors. The martial artists felt deeply overwhelmed by the favor and hurriedly returned the gesture. Little Qin smiled slightly and said, "Stay alert. You two are doing well." The martial artists grew even more terrified. What sort of illness had this person contracted today? For lower-level executors within a closed system, things like a superior inspecting their work to grant rewards were entirely beyond their wildest dreams. Having their superiors leave them alone was already the greatest reward possible. If a superior suddenly showed an uncharacteristically pleasant countenance one day, there was no need to overthink it, there was a high probability that nothing good was coming, and they might even ask you to sacrifice for the sake of the greater picture. However, little Qin truly just smiled and walked away. She was deeply aware that she lacked a prominent family background, her talent was thoroughly ordinary, and her looks were not the most beautiful among her peers. At the very least, she was a fair bit behind Lin Ying. Her sole competitive edge was being sufficiently hardworking and highly useful. Then she would simply focus on being a dedicated worker. Sigh. Walking to the front of the stone steps with a heavy heart, Qin Churen spotted that familiar senior sister once more. Whenever this senior sister had no tasks, she enjoyed sitting on the steps halfway up the golden platform, resting her chin in her hands as she gazed out toward beautiful water lake, sometimes watching it for an entire day without anyone knowing what she was looking at. Senior sister Bai, Senior Wang is looking for you. Qin Churen did not specify the reason, and Bai Xiaoyu did not ask either. The two of them were actually not very well acquainted. Thinking about how she would have to rank behind this senior sister in the future, the pressure in little Qin's heart grew even heavier. Difficult. Since that was the case, she might as well go conduct another round of inspections on the work of the various spirit induction cultivators throughout River Bend Fishing Village. Being a dedicated worker was Qin Churen's core competitive edge. That Senior Wang she constantly thought about stayed cooped up like a sheltered young bride every single day, never leaving his estate except for a mysterious weekly disappearance. Since her own daily cultivation time was quite limited now, she naturally possessed the spare time to properly handle matters on Wang Yulo's behalf. Bai Xiaoyu was entirely different from Qin Churen. Likely due to being severely bullied by the Chui family father and son since childhood, she maintained a distant attitude toward most male cultivators. For instance, she would never greet the martial artists guarding the gates. Ha, you've grown fat again, little crane. The moment she entered the front courtyard, Bai Xiaoyu spotted He Lao San lying on the ground, pretending to be dead. This bird was both annoying and lazy. Ever since someone was specifically assigned to groom its feathers, it lived an entirely undisciplined life. Seeing a mere spirit induction female cultivator dare to provoke it so boldly, He Lao San instantly wanted to stand up and deliver a vicious peck to Bai Xiaoyu. However, its efforts were destined to be futile, and it ended up having the nape of its faithful neck pinned down by Bai Xiaoyu instead. Alright, I have business to attend to, so I won't play with you today, Bai Xiaoyu said with a smile, releasing the troublesome He Lao San. To speak of it, while little Qin maintained a great relationship with Wang Xianzhou, Bai Xiaoyu was different, she got along far better with He Lao San. Entering the quiet room, her gaze immediately landed on the massive stone trough placed to one side. Inside the stone trough rested the egg of the stone ancestor. The egg itself was not particularly massive, but the sheer quantity of various spiritual materials and spirit stones nurturing it within the trough was staggering. This was the egg of a Foundation Establishment Great Demon, and both Wang Xianzhou and Wang Yulo attached immense importance to it. Although its inherent talent would be extraordinary even without specialized nurturing, the two had still constructed a specialized cultivation trough specifically for it. Wang Yulo was currently studying an artificing path manual exchanged from the sect. Perhaps he was deeply engrossed in his reading, or perhaps he simply didn't know how to broach the subject. In short, he did not speak. Seeing that he remained silent, Bai Xiaoyu blinked her eyes, walked over to the side of the stone trough, and extended a finger to poke the turtle egg inside, seemingly wanting to test its texture. However, with just that gentle touch, the turtle egg suddenly cracked open. Yulo rose to his feet in surprise. Conducting a swift calculation in his mind, he smiled and said, "The timing is indeed just about right. Senior Wang, what kind of spirit beast's egg is this?" Bai Xiaoyu turned to look at Yulo. "A turtle, right? It should be." Uncle Rongzhou picked it up. Wang Yulo spoke without his heart skipping a beat or his face flushing. A turtle was excellent, a turtle's appearance served to greatly alleviate Yulo's awkwardness. The two of them stood quietly before the stone trough, watching the little turtle go through the process of breaking from its shell. It seemed the eggshell was incredibly tough, as that little turtle dawdled and struggled inside for a long time without managing to crawl out. "Senior Wang, this little turtle's talent seems rather poor. Why don't we just treat it like a spirit fish and eat it?" Bai Xiaoyu suddenly suggested. Just as Wang Yulo was staring in bewilderment, the little turtle inside the eggshell scrambled out with incredible speed, as though Bai Xiaoyu's words had produced an immediate effect. "Ha! Scaring it actually works." Bai Xiaoyu clapped her hands in excitement. The little turtle was entirely grayish-white, its head protruding from the shell still covered in a trace of fluid, and its entire body looked to be roughly the size of 2 palms. Upon spotting the two people outside its shell, the little turtle's neck shrank back slightly, as though it wished to hide away inside once more. Initial stage of the mixed demon realm. Though its aura is weak, it is indeed at the initial stage of the mixed demon realm. Born with a cultivation base, it truly is extraordinary, Yulo sighed softly. "Yes, it's very adorable. Senior Wang, would it be alright to let little fish feed it every day?" Bai Xiaoyu asked Yulo beside her, using her finger to gently tap the little turtle's head. Little fish, do you wish to break through to the chi refining stage early?" This was incredibly difficult. Wang Yulo would honestly prefer to go battle rogue cultivators right now. Bai Xiaoyu had been severely bullied by the Chui family father and son. Although her age was a few years greater than Yulo's, her maturity was actually far lower, which was why she enjoyed playing with He Lao San. Speaking of these matters to little fish now gave Yulo an uncomfortable sensation that he was leading a young lady astray. I do. Senior Wang, is there any method to quickly break through to the qi refining stage? Bai Xiaoyu asked with a trace of melancholy. This bottleneck has trapped me for an entire year. I want to cultivate but I simply cannot, sigh. Excellent, young lady. You were the one who asked. There is, but it requires you to marry me. Afterward, I can utilize a dual cultivation method to assist you in breaking through your barrier early. Once you reach the qi refining stage, you can naturally enter Splendid Pool Palace and take over the position of town guardian cultivator left behind by old Shui. Marry? Bai Xiaoyu seemed somewhat surprised, but it was the kind of surprise laced with joy. Qin Churen enjoyed putting on an act, and her performance was usually mediocre, though Yulo didn't care either way. Little Fish disliked acting, which made her appear incredibly genuine at this moment. Yes, though for the time being, you can only be a concubine. Little Fish, I have no intention of using my past favors to coerce you. The position of town guardian cultivator in River Bend Fishing Village cannot remain vacant for a long period, complications will arise over time. Of course, it still depends on your thoughts. If you find it acceptable, I will naturally not treat you poorly in the future. Concubines, companions, disciples, and subordinates were essentially all methods to expand the reach of one's own authority, this was their utility in terms of shifting interests. Naturally, aside from interests, emotion was also a significant factor. But for Yulo, speaking of romance with either Qin Churen or Bai Xiaoyu was highly improbable. His long periods of isolated cultivation had thoroughly altered his way of thinking. Wang Xianzhou turning his incarnation into fuel to aid his path, and the family's dedicated nurturing, these were sources of support, but they were also sources of immense pressure. Right now, Yulo's yearning to achieve the Tao far eclipsed his desire for romance between a man and a woman. Little Fish wants to marry Senior Wang tomorrow. What an incredibly passionate and earnest statement. If it was genuine, then it represented a pure thread of love and admiration. Yulo felt a wave of emotion. Bai Xiaoyu kept her head lowered, preventing Yulo from seeing her expression, but he understood that the young lady had grown shy. At this moment, under Bai Xiaoyu's emotional response, Yulo's prior hesitation transformed into a deep sense of tenderness. He reached out his hand, gently lifting Little Fish's chin to gaze upon that countenance which resembled clear autumn waters, causing Yulo to daze for a brief moment. He wanted to retract his prior thoughts. Certain young ladies might not be the most stunningly beautiful, nor the most strategically appropriate, and might lack any foundational emotional connection, yet they somehow manage to strike a deep chord within your heart. He shook his head to banish his stray thoughts and spoke, "Let me gift you a magical artifact. Tell me what you desire." He would need to provide a matching gift for little Qin as well. Bai Xiaoyu pondered for a moment, her face filled with anticipation, yet her tone carried a trace of timidity as she spoke, "I want a water jade Dharma sword." Senior Wang, would that be all right? Looking at the young lady's picturesque features, Yulo smiled gently. It is all right. He understood that Bai Xiaoyu simply wished to know whether he cared for her as his bride, so he chose to display a bit of extravagant generosity. Using a single water jade Dharma sword to secure a beautiful, reliable, and exceptionally talented companion was a bargain no matter how one calculated it. However, Yulo was also fully aware that this was merely an excuse he had fabricated for himself. When he uttered that it was all right just now, he hadn't even had the time to calculate things so clearly. Forget it, I don't need it anymore. Even if I break through to the qi refining stage, I won't be able to handle a flying sword well anyway. Senior Wang, I don't want the water jade Dharma sword anymore. Yulo's hand could feel the heat radiating from the young lady's face. In truth, it hadn't been hot at the beginning, it was merely a gentle warmth. For the first time, he truly comprehended the underlying meaning behind the phrase, "What I look at is the attitude." So that was how it was. So that was truly how it was. You will find a use for it eventually, little fish. I do not wish to wrong you. Water jade was primarily of the water attribute while possessing a secondary earth attribute, matching Bai Xiaoyu's spirit roots perfectly. Although it was somewhat expensive, to a Wang Yulo who held absolute control over River Bend Fishing Port, it wasn't prohibitively expensive either. It amounted to nothing more than a few months of revenue. Once Bai Xiaoyu became a town guardian cultivator in the future, the fishing port would yield 24 spirit fish a day. Drip Drop Cave would claim 8, other parties would take 6, and the remaining 10 would belong entirely to the 2 of them. That amounted to 15 spirit stones a day. In just a few months, the cost of a single piece of water jade would be fully recovered. Back when he fought to secure total control over River Bend Fishing Port, Yulo had poured an immense amount of effort into the endeavor, and now the time had arrived for those efforts to bear fruit. Furthermore, this stream of revenue was by no means stagnant. 2 years ago, the daily catch of spirit fish at River Bend Fishing Port stood at merely 17, it had now risen to 24, with the potential to keep increasing in the future. Hearing Senior Wang speak in such a manner, Bai Xiaoyu's heart was flooded entirely with moving emotions, and her eyes brightened immensely. When Wang Yulo had first appeared in her life, he was a grand hero riding upon iridescent clouds, no, a grand hero riding upon a troublesome spiritual crane, who had delivered her from her plight. At that time, she wished to repay his kindness, but she always felt that a forced repayment of favor felt far too deliberate. Now, being able to marry Yulo, how could she possibly refuse? Senior Wang, the fact that you are willing to grant me the water jade Dharma sword is already enough to satisfy little fish. There is no need to actually give it to me, it is simply too expensive. Feeling the rapid, trembling throb of the young lady's heart pressed against him, Yulo found himself at a slight loss for words for a moment. Qin Churen's merit lay in her perfect sense of propriety, while Bai Xiaoyu's merit lay in her total disregard for propriety. The differences between individuals could be vast, yet Yulo, who had always favored strict boundaries and propriety, actually reaped an infinite bounty of moving warmth from Bai Xiaoyu's boundary-breaking behavior at this moment. There is no need to think so much. I am a son of the Anbei Kingdom's Wang clan. Our family does not lack a single piece of water jade, nor am I lacking in that piece of water jade, little fish. What if the refinement fails and it explodes? Then we will simply refine another piece. What if it explodes again? Ha ha ha. I am a highly formidable artificer. Rest assured, it will explode once at the absolute worst. In truth, Yulo lacked full confidence in his heart. He was thinking that when the time came, he could seek out Fan Zhugao or Wu Faxian, using their connections to get in touch with an artificer who specialized in the water method cleansing techniques of the artificing path. Bai Xiaoyu lifted her head from Yulo's shoulder, looking into his eyes as she spoke with a firm tone, Senior Wang, little fish believes in you. Wang Yulo realized he could not let this continue, his Dao heart didn't seem quite as unshakable as he had believed. Then again, he had only cultivated for a dozen or so years after all, rather than being some ancient monster. His physical body was still at its peak of youth, and it would be far stranger if he harbored absolutely no desires whatsoever. Alright, go back first and take your measurements. I will contact someone later to tailor-make a beautiful Dharma dress for you to wear when the time comes. Ah. That is far too precious, Bai Xiaoyu still wished to decline. First the water jade Dharma sword, and now a gifted Dharma dress. This sort of treatment felt far too extravagant. Say no more. My mind is made up. Wang Yulo waved his hand, adopting a stern expression, causing Bai Xiaoyu to instantly swallow her remaining words. After sending little fish off, Yulo exhaled a long, heavy sigh. What an absolute mess. When Ancestor Xianzhou had discussed taking concubines first to help little fish smash through her qi refining barrier, he had maintained a thoroughly unshakable Dao heart. Yet with just a few interactions, little fish had already rendered him somewhat unable to hold his ground. Churen was still easier to handle. Of course, that didn't mean little fish was flawed, it was simply that the differences between the two young ladies were far too vast. Little fish constantly carried a sharp edge of raw honesty. It was likely this exact sharp honesty that had shielded her from the molestations of the Chui family father and son. Yet it was also this sharp honesty that slightly pricked at Yulo's heart. Cultivation was an exhausting endeavor. Wishing to shatter one's shackles to attain true freedom was a long and arduous path that was equally draining. At this exact moment, Yulo seemed to grasp Ancestor Xianzhou's underlying meaning. Indeed, having someone to keep you company wasn't a bad thing after all. Whether it was Churen or Little Fish, both were exceptionally fine young ladies who treated him with utmost sincerity. What was genuine, how many parts were true, did any of that truly matter? When Zhang Xuewu met with Wang Yulo, several days had already elapsed. He was conducting his standard work briefing, which occurred once every 10 days. Yulo currently occupied a position akin to a supreme immortal monarch who sat high above, while Little Qin served as his chief palace administrator and Old Zhang acted as his prime minister. There were no useless officials who shirked labor to engage in empty political squabbling under his rule. He only needed to focus on his own cultivation. Every minor detail was handled entirely by Qin Churen, while major matters were coordinated by Old Zhang, leaving him with absolutely no need to worry. The total population stands at 12,900 individuals. Within the last 10 days, 78 new external residents have been added, all of whom are able-bodied youths. 19 among them possess the latent potential to become martial artists. Regarding the placement of these new villagers, I have implemented the mentorship model according to your instructions, fellow Daoist Yulo. Every household has been paired with a corresponding martial artist to offer assistance. Those possessing martial potential have been placed under the direct guidance of martial artists at the late stage of the postnatal realm. Initially, they suspected it was some sort of trap, but once they learned this was your explicit directive, Senior Yulo, their fears dissolved, and their integration into River Bend fishing port naturally accelerated significantly. Wang Yulo smiled and nodded, sighing with emotion. Over 200 people every month, the growth rate has accelerated considerably. The reputation of River Bend fishing port can be considered thoroughly established by now. However, next you must begin compiling statistics on the original origins of the people who have arrived over the past 2 years. Particularly regarding those martial artists who are occasionally mixed in among them. Zhang Xuewu naturally caught Yulo's meaning. Wearing a knowing smile, he replied with immense eagerness. Rest assured. Let alone actual martial artists, even for those who merely possess martial potential, I have fabricated distinct places of origin for every single one of them. Even if other town guardian cultivators come knocking on our doors, they will find themselves entirely without a leg to stand on. The fact that River Bend fishing port can attract residents from the surrounding areas to settle here is a testament to our port's strength. If they refuse to manage their own territories properly, does that mean they can forbid us, or rather, forbid you, Senior, from managing yours properly? Yulo tapped a finger toward Old Zhang and sighed, you. Here, take this and cultivate well. Break through to the 6th layer of qi refining as soon as possible. Receiving the spiritual powder Yulo tossed over, Zhang Xuewu's face instantly split into a wide grin. Wang Yulo consumed refined spiritual pills, while he happily consumed the spiritual powder leftovers Wang Yulo didn't need. He actually felt highly satisfied with the arrangement. Old Chui, you truly died a wonderful death. The sole regret remaining between us is that you never got to witness the absolute devotion with which I serve fellow Taoist Yulo. The clear, transparent stream flowed quietly through the lush, dense forest. Beneath the water's surface, two small fish swam together side by side. Suddenly, a gray stone on the riverbed jerked violently, instantly swallowing both fish into its belly. As it turned out, that gray stone at the bottom of the water was actually a little turtle in disguise. Despite lacking any guidance from its parents, this little turtle possessed formidable hunting instincts, likely a product of its innate talent and bloodline. Wang Xianzhou had certainly made a huge profit. Exchanging a mid-stage mixed demon realm turtle for this naturally gifted spiritual beast born with demonic heritage was an incredible bargain. Why did you sneak out here? Bai Xiaoyu, who was leading Wu Faxian to visit Wang Yulo's secluded cultivation residence, noticed the little turtle nearby and stepped forward in surprise. Seeing her approach, the little turtle twisted its body and tried to scramble back toward Yulo's courtyard. However, its four stubby legs were rather slow compared to the speed of a qi induction cultivator. Bai Xiaoyu pinched its tail, scooped it out of the water, and cradled it in her hands. Oh. Is this a spiritual beast you're raising? Wu Faxian's interest was piqued when he saw the highly intelligent-looking turtle. It seemed quite energetic. Perhaps he could buy it and flip it for a profit. No, I just help Senior Wang feed it sometimes. I didn't expect it to wander out on its own today. Feeling a bit disappointed, Wu Faxian smiled and said, "Are we almost there?" In truth, with his divine sense, he could have easily located Yulo's courtyard with a quick scan, but doing so was incredibly rude. There were rules cultivators had to follow. If you bumped into someone while flying, you revealed your presence, and when visiting someone, you never swept their home with divine sense. Of course, one could choose to ignore these rules, but the consequences were unpredictable. Yes, it's just up ahead. Carrying the little turtle by the scruff of its neck, Bai Xiaoyu led Wu Faxian all the way to Yulo's courtyard. Inside the courtyard, three postnatal realm martial artists were unleashing a barrage of attacks on Wang Yulo, whose skin had turned a dull gray. Don't misunderstand, he was practicing the stone armor art. His ancestor had prepared 20 mandatory spells for him, covering 5 different attributes, to ensure he had a comprehensive system of offensive and defensive magic for magical combat. However, due to the nature of his spirit root, Yulo had to expend far more effort practicing the 3 non-water and non-fire spells. Sensing Wu Faxian's arrival, Yulo, who had been taking the beating with his eyes closed, finally opened them. Alright, that's enough for today. You may leave. The 3 martial artists quickly stopped their attacks and scurried away. Outside the courtyard, Wu Faxian was grumbling inwardly as he climbed the stone steps. Little Wang, you certainly have a taste for the extravagant. First, you built a golden mountain, and now you've moved straight out of Riverbend Fishing Village. When it came to making a fuss, all the town guardian cultivators of the Drip Drop Cave combined couldn't hold a candle to him. But what did Wu Faxian know? His short-sightedness prevented him from understanding the deeper intricacies of cultivation. High-level cultivators considered the relationship between their natural talents and their environment in everything from their daily cultivation to major breakthroughs and even their choice of residence. These factors had a tangible impact, not only on the cultivator's physical condition but also on the location chosen for artifact refining or concocting high-grade spiritual pills. Although Yulo was only at the qi refining stage, paying a little attention to the compatibility between his cultivation environment and himself would naturally bring some benefits. Especially now, as he faced a bottleneck. Sometimes, moving around was better than sitting still, a change of scenery might just trigger an opportunity for a breakthrough. Senior Brother Wu, it's been a while. Come quickly, I just acquired a pot of rank 8 monkey spiritual wine today and was just waiting for an honored guest to share it with. Hearing Yulo's voice, Wu Faxian sped up and leaped to the edge of the cliff where the courtyard was located in just 2 bounds. I'll pass on the wine. We have important business to discuss today. Though I must say, Yulo, you even set up a formation array for this courtyard. This foolish brother also wants to set up a formation array at home. I wonder if you could spare some time to help me. Of course, I won't shortchange you on the payment. The formation array around the courtyard had been temporarily set up by Ancestor Xianzhou. It was barely passable. At best, it could block a qi refining attack if someone was controlling it, but stopping a foundation establishment attack was absolutely impossible. Coincidentally, that was exactly what Wu Faxian was looking for. As a solitary cultivator without any major faction backing him, how could he afford a formation array that burned 9 spirit stones a week? He couldn't afford the expensive ones, so he needed cost-effectiveness. Haha, you might not know this, Senior Brother Wu, but this was set up by my clan uncle. It uses our family's special formation discs, so it's not for sale. My apologies. Yulo took the little stone turtle from Xiaoyu and invited the two into the courtyard. His courtyard was built on the edge of a cliff halfway up the mountain, a place Ancestor Xianzhou had discovered while exploring. It gathered various types of spiritual vitality, making it a nexus of natural energy. By cultivating here, Yulo might just stumble upon a breakthrough. Of course, Riverbend Fishing Village, situated right next to beautiful water lake and officially selected by the sect, also boasted excellent spiritual energy conditions. It simply came down to choice. Yulo needed a breakthrough, he needed a change of pace, which was why this courtyard existed. It's fine, it's fine. If all else fails, I'll just hire 2 junior brothers from the sect to set it up. The 3 of them sat by the stream, which had been converted into a simple tea table. Though rough and unrefined, it carried a strong sense of rustic charm. It's just that you don't know, junior brother Yulo. Everything about the sect is great, except for how well they scheme against their own disciples. Asking fellow disciples to set up a formation array requires merit points for every little thing. Sigh, I'm not afraid of you laughing at me, but even though I oversee the merit hall, I can't afford to spend merit points myself. Before his seat was even warm, Wu Faxian dove straight into the main topic of his visit. I'm saying the sect schemes against its disciples and everyone is struggling. Fellow Taoist Yulo, what are your thoughts? Bai Xiaoyu couldn't understand their conversation. She merely dipped her finger in the monkey spiritual wine to feed the little stone turtle. But whenever the turtle stretched its neck out to drink, she would pull her finger away. Once the turtle retracted its head, she would hold her finger out again. In short, she was teasing the poor creature to the point of depression. Indeed, everyone is struggling. Yulo smiled faintly and began to scheme alongside Wu Faxian. As a member of the Wang clan, fully backed by ancestor Xianzhou and wielding absolute control over Riverbend Fishing Village, his cultivation speed of 3 layers in 3 years was nothing short of miraculous. No matter how you looked at it, Wang Yulo's situation had absolutely nothing to do with struggling. However, those comparisons were only based on looking downward. Yulo was looking higher and further ahead. A man without distant vision would face imminent sorrow. His life might be comfortable now, but he had to prepare for the future. I've discussed your previous idea with a few close Taoist friends, and everyone was highly in favor of it. However, Yulo, there's a massive problem, and none of us could figure out a solution. The Azure Water Palace has 1,079 disciples. If we exclude the 200 older ones, there are 800 disciples holding official positions. Among those 800, the descendants of major clans can easily go out and trade. Before Wu Faxian could finish, Yulo softly interrupted. I doubt it. The sect master has already executed several major clan disciples, and even one of the Yuan clan's foundation establishment disciples died. The atmosphere in the sect is incredibly tense right now, and no one is showing signs of stopping. When Senior Marshal Sister Lin spoke with me recently, she mentioned the difficult situation they're currently facing. Old Wu gave Yulo a deep look and continued his analysis. Let's count all 800 then. Out of those 800, 70 are constantly away on long-term missions, so we can ignore them. Over 300 work within the 3 palaces. Although their tasks aren't demanding, they are required to stay at their posts long-term and cannot easily leave. Well, of course, I am an exception, hahaha. Then there are the 200 town guardian cultivators. Actually, junior brother Yulo, you're even more of an exception than I am. Most town guardian cultivators aren't allowed to wander around either. Wu Faxian awkwardly realized that after all his analysis, the 2 of them were the only exceptions. Yulo chuckled, watching the servant silently set out the dishes. Once the servant retreated, he spoke. Senior brother Wu, Xiaoyu isn't an outsider, we'll be getting married soon, so I'll speak frankly. Excluding those senior brothers and sisters who no longer hold posts, out of the 1,000 disciples in the Azure Water Palace, 700 of them are just like us. The major clans can only support so many members. Senior brothers like Ji Yuan and Wang Yaohai, who can secure a master and achieve foundation establishment, are exceedingly rare. The 2 of us might be special cases, but it's exactly because of your broad connections and my suitable background that we can actually pull off this exchange gathering. The exchange gathering was merely a front. Wang Yulo intended to establish his own market to earn an extra portion of resources. Previously, he and ancestor Xianzhou hadn't known that Old Chui had the stone ancestor backing him. They assumed Old Chui had reached the qi refining stage by controlling Riverbend Fishing Village and Drip Drop Cave's underground trade network. It wasn't until Yulo's people came into contact with fellow disciples involved in the underground trade that he realized just how formidable Drip Drop Cave's 3-palace system truly was. Most cultivators were chained to their posts. The sect rules and the Grotto Heaven Patrol team hung over their heads like a guillotine, waiting for anyone who dared to break the rules. Smuggling existed, but not much. The resources that slipped through the cracks of the Drip Drop Cave system were largely monopolized by the retainers, disciples, and direct lineages of the major clans. It was a double-layered exploitation. The 3-palace merit point system took a cut, and the major clans flagrantly breaking rules to smuggle took another. After these 2 cuts, there was barely any room left for cultivators without power or backing. That was why Yulo disregarded differences in position and status, plainly stating, 700 of them are just like us. Identifying who were friends and who were enemies was a critical question. Of course, Lin Ying, Ji Yuan, and Fan Zhugao were also Yulo's friends, but there were different kinds of friends. But Yulo, if we host the exchange gathering on a small scale, it'll be safe, but we won't earn much. If we scale it up, we'll earn more, but it won't be safe. Wu Faxian represented the type of person whose courage shrank as they gained worldly experience. However, Yulo understood him. Fully considering the risks was an essential step in achieving any great endeavor. What grounds would the sect have to object to fellow disciples gathering to share cultivation experiences? Yulo was certain that discussing cultivation experiences didn't violate sect rules. Would the Drip Drop Cave Heaven actually stop its disciples from cultivating? Everyone is tied to their posts and can't easily leave, Yulo. Wu Faxian raised another difficulty. We'll hold it on a touring basis. Senior Brother Wu, are you familiar with mortal markets? In mortal settlements, due to a lack of purchasing power, many villages couldn't sustain permanent shops. Thus, traveling markets were born. Under the drip-drop cave heaven's double-layered exploitation, cultivators without backing also faced a severe lack of purchasing power. They might have some resources and spirit stones, but a large portion was consumed by their cultivation, leaving them with severely limited surplus wealth. Therefore, combining this with drip-drop cave's restrictive positional arrangements, Yulo's proposed exchange gathering was naturally best suited to a touring format. If it's touring, who will host it? Wu Faxian asked, his eyes gleaming. Wang Yulo's idea was solid, but if outsiders were going to swoop in and steal the profits, why should he take the risk? Junior Brother Yulo. Without a shared profit, he didn't know anyone named Wang Yulo. Yulo shook his head and replied. The retainers of major clans, their disciples, you, or me, anyone can host it. Senior Brother, we can't hog all the profits. Setting everything else aside, the exchange gathering will stimulate the resources held by our fellow disciples. Once those resources are circulating, they'll inevitably return to the Azure Water Palace's Merit Hall to exchange for cultivation methods. When that time comes, you'll be able to earn an extra fee from the merit point to spirit stone conversions. Wu Faxian pondered for a long time before asking, how much can we make each year? The risk was just too high. Exchange gathering, exchange gathering. Yulo had chosen an excellent name for his mobile market, but Wu Faxian was still terrified. If each person attends once, that's 1 spirit stone. Twice a year makes 2 spirit stones. For 700 people, that's 1,400 stones. But in reality, Splendid Pool Palace disciples will participate too, adding thousands more. Even if we have to give a cut to the local hosts on the touring circuit, we won't earn any less. What do you think, Senior Brother Wu? Yulo's expectation for this business was to earn 1,000 spirit stones a year for himself. It didn't seem like much, just a month's worth of his cultivation resources. But 2,000 spirit stones was the lifetime savings of many chi refining cultivators. The achievements Yulo had previously attained in Clear Stream Market, utilizing the Red Lantern Illumination Sex platform and the Wang clan's resources, belonged to the Wang clan, not to him. Now, he was choosing to reach out and snatch the scraps left behind by Drip-Drop Cave's double-layered exploitation system. Whatever he grasped would be entirely his own. Furthermore, Senior Brother Wu, my mastery of the artificing path is profound, and your talisman crafting skills are exceptional. We have other ways to earn spirit stones, don't we? Wu Faxian smiled bitterly. Sigh, how can talisman crafting compare to artifact refining? The problem with the Grotto Heaven is that it's too safe. The last time I went out, Wondrous Peak Mountain and Valley Spirit Sect were fighting intensely. When I passed by Maoyuan Market, the price of talismans was a full third higher than inside the sect. Zhuo Qi believed that maintaining a certain number of demonic beasts was necessary, while Wu Faxian lamented that the Grotto Heaven was too safe. The atmosphere in Drip-Drop Cave was truly unique, though Yulo naturally had no objections. Everyone had their own path. There was no need to cause trouble. Showing respect, making friends, and earning cultivation resources together was the right way. Senior Brother Wu, rest easy. Once the exchange gathering is on track, your chance for foundation establishment will be just around the corner. Come, Xiaoyu, let's drain our cups and wish Senior Brother Wu an early foundation establishment, so I can start calling him Martial Uncle. Ha ha ha. Only then did Wu Faxian recall what Yulo had just said. He had been so focused on spirit stones and resources that he had completely forgotten about Yulo's upcoming wedding. Yulo was no ordinary person. A terrifying monster who had advanced 3 layers in 3 years, barring any accidents, his future was bound to be limitless. This was exactly why Wu Faxian had always actively courted his friendship. Thinking of this, Wu Faxian hastily replied, look at me. Yulo, I should be the one apologizing to you. I had so much on my mind just now that my chest felt tight. What's the exact date? I'll definitely come and present you with a truly respectable gift. In 17 days, Senior Wu. 17 days. Before Yulo could answer, Xiaoyu chimed in eagerly, her eyes sparkling with boundless anticipation. The exchange gathering, the sect rules, the worries and concerns of these 2 men, none of it mattered to her. If the sect rules were of any use, why would the Chui father and son have been able to bully her so relentlessly? All she cared about was... Oh. Wu Faxian paused for a moment. He then looked at Yulo and laughed. Yulo, Xiaoyu is a good girl. Ha ha ha, I'll definitely be there. But this older brother can't stay much longer today. I still need to discuss the gathering with the others. I'm planning to hold the first session on the first day of next month. You should invite as many friends as possible so we can launch this with a bang. Yulo did the math, the first of next month was 14 days away. Let's wait until after my wedding. Although this is just a ceremony for taking a concubine, my elders will be attending. By then, many things will be different. Wu Faxian's eyes lit up. He wasn't very familiar with the Wang clan of Anbei Kingdom before, as they were merely a foundation establishment family. On the grand stage of the Red Lantern Illumination sect, such foundation establishment families were marginal players, mere workhorses. But after learning about the Wang clan's true situation, Wu Faxian didn't dare underestimate them anymore. This family was a long-term vassal of the Manxiang lineage, and at least 2 of their foundation establishment cultivators had studied under true persons from that lineage. Currently, they had 2 seasoned foundation establishment cultivators, each capable of supporting a small faction within Drip Drop Cave. Take the Lin clan, for example. They had 2 foundation establishment cultivators, but neither possessed a divine ability. If a clan like the Wang sent someone to attend Wang Yulo's wedding, it would naturally serve as a significant endorsement. Understood, Yulo. This older brother understands exactly what you mean. Come, let's have one more cup, brothers. Everything is in the wine. Old Wu left, filled with both immense anticipation and deep anxiety. He anticipated building a great enterprise and achieving foundation establishment. He worried that this so-called exchange gathering would end in disaster, and as the frontman, he would be the one to suffer. But, the desire of a cultivator to achieve the Tao was universal. Hongmei, sitting before the flames of the Golden Light Pavilion, was like this, and so was Wu Faxian at this very moment. Yulo was using him, and he knew Yulo was using him, but he couldn't bring himself to refuse. All his doubts and questioning were merely to calm his furiously pounding heart as he prepared to take this gamble. Senior Wang, what exactly is this exchange gathering you two were talking about? After seeing old Wu off, Bai Xiaoyu hugged the little stone turtle as she returned to the quiet room with Yulo. Still calling me Senior Wang? Yulo teased in response. Xiaoyu lowered her head, fiddling with the despairing little stone turtle, and shyly mumbled, husband. Ha ha, good, very good. Come, let me tell you the story behind this exchange gathering. The 2 lovebirds embraced. The little stone turtle, freed from the grasp of fate, wiggled its backside and scrambled away as if its life depended on it. Drip Drop Cave is a sect, and a sect is an organization. The very existence of an organization relies on its basic operational rules. But no matter what, it always comes down to taking from the deficient to serve the excessive, and human hearts are incredibly complex. Therefore, disciples who are trapped by the sect's design systems, like you and me, will fiercely try to find other opportunities. Grand cultivators were not philanthropists. Favors came with a price, even the most generous favor was merely a preamble to taking something in return. However, this exploitation couldn't squeeze cultivators so dry that they lost all hope, otherwise, they would simply run away. Even if the Grotto Heaven restricted the disciples' ability to flee, passive sabotage was a wondrous method of resisting exploitation. Thus, leaving a certain margin of slack was essential. Yulo was earning his keep from this margin. He wasn't desperately scraping for crumbs, but rather building a platform in the circulation phase to charge a toll. Resting her head against Yulo's chest, Bai Xiaoyu playfully tugged at the stubble on his chin and whispered, husband, what if Xiaoyu couldn't find an opportunity? What if you hadn't come? Tightening his embrace, Yulo rested his chin against Xiaoyu's cheek and replied, what are you saying? I did come, didn't I? However, the girl remained stubborn and asked again, but what if you hadn't come? What would I have done? Yulo fell silent for a moment before sighing. You would have had to keep going. The path of seeking the Tao can never be eternally smooth. Sometimes, risks and opportunities don't go hand in hand. Sometimes there are only risks and no opportunities. The unfairness of fate lies in the fact that it rarely favors those who yearn for it, no matter how desperately they long for it. If I hadn't come, you still would have overcome your difficulties. It would have been much harder, but you would have eventually made it out. I believe in you. Bai Xiaoyu didn't speak. She just quietly gazed at her great hero. The young girl's eyes were like a pristine, unpolluted starry sky. No matter how meticulous Yulo's mind was, he found himself unable to read her in that moment. Was it tender affection? Hidden longing? Self-pitying relief? Xiaoyu possessed a unique aura. It seemed that wherever she went, she was always fundamentally out of step with everyone around her, like a solitary, otherworldly beauty walking her own path. Yulo couldn't figure her out. Look, the little turtle really did escape. Bai Xiaoyu pointed at the little stone turtle crawling into the courtyard and said excitedly. Yulo smiled in relief. Indeed, a worldly person couldn't comprehend pure innocence. The 2 of them quietly watched the little stone turtle crawl, until it disappeared from sight. Suddenly, Xiaoyu looked up and asked, husband, can we escape this cage too? What cage? Wang Yulo was utterly confused. He didn't understand why Bai Xiaoyu had suddenly turned so serious. Or perhaps, he had never truly understood this seemingly innocent girl. Here, there, and... Bai Xiaoyu reached out, pointing first at the ground, then at the sky, and finally at Droplet Heaven Palace, the residence of the Immortal Venerable. Good lord, Yulo was so frightened that he immediately clamped a hand over her mouth. Drip Drop Cave is perfectly fine. Xiaoyu, you don't realize, the disciples of Wondrous Peak Mountain are the ones truly living in a prison. They have absolutely no time to cultivate, and the moment they gain a little power, they're thrown straight to the front lines. In comparison, while cultivating in the Grotto Heaven comes with many rules, at least it's safe. Faced with Yulo's earnest lecture, Bai Xiaoyu asked, then why do you and Senior Wu want to break free so badly? Yulo froze. He thought of many excuses, but ultimately chose to be honest. Perhaps, we really do want to escape. It's just an attitude we don't dare show to outsiders. Senior brother Wu and I have known each other for 2 years, and we're close friends now, which is the only reason I dare to speak so freely today. And you, well, you're not an outsider either. After exchanging a few more words, Bai Xiaoyu obediently took her leave. Yulo needed to cultivate. While his cultivation base couldn't advance any further, body refinement still required his energy. However, when she reached the entrance to the courtyard, Bai Xiaoyu spotted the little stone turtle desperately trying to crawl downwards. Using spiritual qi, she scooped the turtle back into her hand. Little turtle, stop running. What's so bad about staying with my husband and me? The little turtle retracted its limbs, head, and tail into its shell, remaining entirely silent, but cursing profusely in its heart. 16 days later, outside the entrance to the drip-drop cave heaven. A green streak of light approached rapidly from the distance, its brilliance dazzling. The cultivators guarding the grotto heaven quickly flew up to intercept it. The one with the highest cultivation base even gripped an alert talisman tightly in his hand. If the newcomer meant harm, he could call for backup immediately. Although very few would dare provoke drip-drop cave within the territory of the Red Lantern Illumination sect, the friction between the Sky Serpent sect and Hongdang's Heo had been escalating in recent years. The sect elders had repeatedly warned them to remain vigilant and treat a state of high alert as the standard. Do not worry, young Taoists. I am Wang Rongjiang of the Anbei Kingdom Wang clan. A junior of my clan is getting married within the grotto heaven, which is why I am here. As the voice arrived, the streak of light gradually slowed to a halt. Surprisingly, the man was flying on a lush, leafy tree. Wang Xianmao rode a fruit pit, while Wang Rongjiang rode a giant tree. The latter looked incredibly cool, but apart from its massive size, it was completely useless. However, to the guarding cultivators, big meant good, and big meant powerful. After asking a few basic questions, they let Wang Rongjiang pass. Foundation establishment cultivators had to abide by the rules of the Immortal Alliance, and Drip-Drop Cave didn't restrict visits from external Foundation establishment experts, especially when Wang Rongjiang was here for a junior's wedding. There was simply no reason to block him. Storing away his massive tree spiritual artifact, Wang Rongjiang stepped onto an iron fan, adopting the demeanor of a transcendent immortal, and flew into the grotto heaven. To support Wang Yulo, he had to put on a grand show. Among his Foundation establishment peers, Wang Rongjiang didn't have a cultivation advantage, but he shined in other areas. After all, he was the most handsome man in the Wang clan, dashing from childhood to adulthood. After Wang Rongjiang entered the grotto heaven, the young guards began to chatter. The Anbei Kingdom Wang clan. Have you guys heard of them? Nope. Anbei Kingdom, is that even a real country? Clearly, the Wang clan still had a lot of work to do to build their reputation. However, 2 hours later, another streak of light approached. This one was far more extraordinary. While the previous green light had been dazzling, this golden light was shrouded in darkness. When it was still a dozen miles away, the guards felt the sky inexplicably dim. As it drew closer, the overwhelming sensation of darkness intensified. By the time it arrived, the aura radiating from the light had literally turned day into dusk in that area. The young guards were scared out of their wits. Was this newcomer really that arrogant? In reality, this was merely a side effect of Ancestor Jinyi attempting to refine a grotto heaven. Her control over her leaking spiritual aura was currently abysmal. Back when Yulo first met her in Clear Stream Market, Ancestor Jinyi had looked like an ordinary mortal woman. Aside from a piercing sharpness in her eyes, she hadn't leaked a single trace of spiritual aura. Now, she appeared far more intimidating, but this wasn't a good thing. Among seasoned Foundation establishment cultivators, this was essentially exposing a weakness. Of course, considering Wang Jinyi could casually one-shot someone like Jiang Baobian, whether she exposed a weakness or not hardly mattered. I'm here to visit a friend. Is your sect master Chu around? Wang Jinyi halted her light. Standing on her flying sword, she was cloaked in shadows, looking like a small patch of darkness suspended in the sky. Senior, may I ask? Never mind, I'll just send him a voice transmission. Wang Jinyi pulled out a spiritual artifact flying sword, ready to send a message to Chu Yunjian, the second uncle of Yuan IV. No, there's no need to trouble yourself. It's just that it's our duty to record the identity of everyone entering the grotto heaven. Wang Jinyi of Hongdang's Heo. A direct descendant of the Wang clan is marrying within the Drip-Drop Cave, so I am here. Oh, and I'm visiting a friend while I'm at it. Chu Yunjian, fellow Daoist Jinyi, what do you mean by that? Are you saying that I, the esteemed sect master of Drip-Drop Cave, am just an, oh, by the way, to you? After Wang Jinyi entered, the terrified young guards huddled together once more. Brothers, this Wang clan is no joke. Obviously. 2 Foundation establishment cultivators showed up. That means the Wang clan definitely has more than just 2. At least 4, right? Hiss. The Yuan clan has 8 Foundation establishment cultivators if you count those married in, and they're already the number 1 clan in the sect. If this Wang clan was in our sect, wouldn't they outshine even the Shui clan? They had actually guessed wrong. The Wang clan currently had 5 Foundation establishment cultivators. Wang Xianmao and Wang Rongjiang were both direct lineage Foundation establishment cultivators. One was a seasoned expert with a divine ability, and the other was destined to awaken one in the future. Wang Jinyi, half direct lineage, was currently preparing to break through to the Purple Palace realm. Tai Qinhua and another recently recruited external guest elder made up the rest, acting as affiliated partners. Of course, 5 was not the limit. When Patriarch Mangxiang had bestowed his favor, the Wang clan had accepted it entirely. Now, they were in a transitional phase, an explosive period of foundation establishment growth. In the future, Wang Rongyuan and Wang Rongwen had a high probability of reaching foundation establishment. Wang Rongsheng also had a chance, as did other young disciples of the clan. Earlier, Wang Xianmao had begun aggressively expanding the Wang clan's financial resources, including opening a new 100 treasures pavilion in Clear Stream Market, precisely to prepare for this upcoming surge of foundation establishment cultivators. River Bend Fishing Port, inside Qin Churen's residence beneath the golden platform. With the help of her maid, Xiao Qin put on the custom-made magic robe Wang Yulo had ordered for her. It was a brilliant crimson red, dyed using powder ground from rank 8 vermilion bloodstones. Riverbend Fishing Village sat adjacent to the Great Crimson Stream, and the stream got its name from a vermilion bloodstone mine upstream that could be harvested once a year. As the local tyrant downstream, surely Wang Yulo taking a piece or two of vermilion bloodstone a year wasn't asking too much. Xiao Qin's robe was a mid-grade magical artifact. Aside from the vermilion bloodstone dye, it was woven from water candle spiritual silk. Water candle spiritual silk was refined from the water candle spiritual grass. It was primarily water attributed but also contained wood properties, making it an exceptional rank 9 spiritual material. Based purely on material quality, this robe had the potential to become a high-grade magical artifact. However, not all artificers were like Yulo. Yulo had his jade rui. Even if the rui golden radiance wasn't fully charged, using just a third or a quarter of its power drastically reduced the chances of an item exploding during refinement. Robe makers were the highest earners among artificers, as they had to forge restrictions into cloth woven from spiritual silk and threads, a highly difficult task. Therefore, during the crafting process, they often gave themselves a larger margin for error based on the materials used, prioritizing stability over maximizing potential. Anyway, it wasn't like normal cultivators wore these robes into magical combat. They were purely social status symbols. The actual grade didn't matter, as long as it was beautiful and comfortable to wear. Sister Ran, you are absolutely beautiful. Qin Churen's maid stared in awe. Even without a phoenix coronet or formal bridal cape, Qin Churen was already naturally beautiful. Now, adorned in this custom crimson robe, her beauty was dazzling. If Zhou Yingxi's beauty lay in the elegant mystery of a half-concealed face behind a pipa, then Lin Ying's beauty was a mix of exceptional charm and radiant energy. Among them, Zhou Yingxi was quiet and restrained, while Lin Ying was bold and passionate. When facing a woman like Zhou Yingxi, one felt a nervous pressure to speak properly. She was a beauty to be admired from afar but never profaned, utterly detached from the mundane world. That was why, even when fellow Daoist Yingxi subtly confessed her feelings, Yulo hadn't given any response. But with Lin Ying, you didn't even need to speak, her eyes did the communicating. She was as passionate as fire, yet not merely fire, she was dangerous. A clever girl like her, if she had even a sliver of malice, could easily trick countless men into dying for her. Because of this, Yulo always maintained a degree of caution whenever he interacted with senior martial sister Lin. Bai Xiaoyu, on the other hand, was entirely unique. To Yulo, she felt like a lotus rising from the water, as delicate as a blooming flower beneath the moon. She seemed like a child who hadn't fully grown up, retaining vast amounts of innocence. But if you looked closer, that innocence seemed to be nothing more than a protective coloration. Beneath it hid a heart that Yulo couldn't quite read. Indeed, how could a girl who had protected herself under the relentless pressure of Cui Dingyi truly be entirely innocent? But the biggest contrast of all was Qin Churen. Ah, Xiao Qin. First and foremost, she was undeniably a good girl. Over the past few years, she had been of immense help to Yulo, always diligent and incredibly detail-oriented in her work. It was safe to say that of Yulo's current success in Riverbend Fishing Village, Xiao Qin deserved half a share of the credit, which was extraordinarily high considering her limited strength and status. However, she was still just Xiao Qin. In terms of background, she was far inferior to Zhou Yingxi. Even a half-dead Purple Palace cultivator was still a Purple Palace cultivator. Perfected man Fujiao wasn't entirely dead yet. In an era where grand cultivators didn't show themselves, a dying perfected man Fujiao was essentially invincible. In terms of intellect, she was far inferior to Lin Ying. Lin Ying could casually insult two people while laughing, and then turn around and enjoy tea and wine with Ji Yuan and Wang Yulo, perfectly balancing cultivation and social networking. In terms of cuteness, she was far inferior to Bai Xiaoyu. Cuteness here didn't just mean physical appearance, Bai Xiaoyu had a way of triggering Yulo's protective instincts. Yulo had previously thought his Dao heart was unshakable, but Xiaoyu throwing herself at him recently had left him completely flustered. Finally, in terms of beauty, well, let's just leave Xiao Qin some dignity. Beautiful? Ha, I'll pretend you mean that, Qin Churen said with a hint of self-mockery. The little maid immediately fell silent. In front of Yulo, Xiao Qin was an obedient little bird. But when Yulo wasn't around, she was the undisputed second-in-command of River Bend Fishing Port. What about Zhang Xuewu, you ask? Temporarily equal, old Zhang was Yulo's subordinate, and Xiao Qin was Yulo's concubine. In truth, Xiao Qin ranked slightly higher. If Xiao Qin had a qi refining cultivation base, even old Zhang would have to call her Sister Qin. Looking at her reflection in the bronze mirror, Qin Churen let out a wistful smile. Growing up without parents and cultivating alone, years had passed, and now she was about to become someone's wife. It felt fast, but looking back, it wasn't. Exchanging nearly 3 years of service to Senior Wang for the status of a quasi-Dao companion was a very worthwhile trade. But her heart still harbored a trace of reluctance. Her aptitude wasn't terrible, having a 3-attribute spirit root was decent. Yet, she was still so far behind. Thinking of this, Xiao Qin sighed softly, her expression gradually turning cold. Here, she didn't need to put on an act. For some reason, there was little joy in her heart, only unwillingness. Turning her head, she gazed through the carved window of her boudoir at the majestic golden platform. She stared at it for a long, long time. Perhaps I am just too greedy. At that exact moment, Yulo, who had been unceremoniously yanked back home by ancestor Xianzhou, was discussing with Uncle Rongjiang how to stage another grand entrance into the harbor. Uncle, life is hard for me out here. You need to. Life is hard, yet you built a golden platform. Uncle, that's completely missing the point. The golden platform belongs to the people of the River Bend fishing port. I merely use it critically in my capacity as the town guardian cultivator. Life is hard, yet you're taking 2 wives at once. Uncle, you have to understand my difficulties. Xiao Yu has extraordinary talent, and ancestor Xianzhou wanted me to marry her to produce a few chubby prodigies for the Wang clan. Xiao Qin is my right-hand woman in business and saves me an immense amount of effort. If I don't marry her, I'm afraid she'll marry someone else, and I wouldn't be able to rest easy. Ha ha ha. Little uncle, I was wondering why Yulo suddenly wanted to take a concubine. So it was you rushing him. Laugh. Go ahead and laugh. It took you 3 tries to achieve foundation establishment, Wang Rongjiang. If you put even a little effort into your cultivation, would breaking through really have been that hard? Uncle, I'm already paying it back. I'm returning everything I took from the clan's resources, plus a 30% interest. Wang Rongjiang smiled bitterly, attempting to excuse his embarrassing performance. A dual spirit root cultivator with a clear Dao heart and a solid foundation had a 30 to 40% chance of achieving foundation establishment on their own. With the help of auxiliary spiritual pills to protect the Dao foundation and primordial spirit, the success rate could be pushed above 90%. However, despite the 90% chance, it still took Wang Rongjiang 3 attempts to succeed. It just went to show that luck was entirely unpredictable. Forget it. The price of foundation establishment resources has gone up again. A complete set costs 100,000 spirit stones now. You used 2.5 sets, 250,000 spirit stones. How are you going to pay that back? Wang Xianzhou was truly frustrated, like someone who hates iron for not becoming steel. Tai Qinhua had attempted foundation establishment twice, only buying life-saving auxiliary pills each time. Both attempts combined only cost him around 70,000 spirit stones. Wang Rongjiang had burned through 2.5 full sets of resources. Based on market prices at the time, he had burned through at least 150,000 spirit stones. Well, actually, it wasn't that much, just the equivalent of 15 years worth of Yulo's cultivation resources. Of course, a heavenly genius racing against time couldn't be compared to a regular cultivator trying to break through. For Yulo, every minute he saved right now was worth 10,000 spirit stones. Uncle Rongjiang, you need to make another grand entrance into the River Bend fishing port. You were far too low-key earlier. Aside from the ancestor, no one even realized you were here. That's not exactly ideal. I need your support for my work. Seeing Wang Xianzhou scolding Rongjiang, Yulo seized the opportunity to speak up. Wang Rongjiang gave him a grateful look, and the two began discussing how he could re-enter River Bend fishing port to maximize his support for the work. Ancestor Xianzhou also chipped in with several suggestions and even offered to lend Wang Rongjiang a high-grade magical artifact robe he didn't like wearing anymore, just for the sake of supporting the work. Is formalism a problem? Yes. But formalism, whether aimed downwards or upwards, has never disappeared throughout the development of human civilization. In fact, it continues to evolve and reach new heights. Why? Because it is genuinely effective. The golden platform was formalism physically manifested, and Wang Rongjiang's second entrance into the village to support Yulo's work was formalism performed live. Thus, just as Qin Churen was staring blankly out the window at the golden platform, she was suddenly blinded by a flash of light. Is this the River Bend fishing port? A majestic, echoing voice rang out, shaking the entirety of the River Bend fishing port. The residents tried to locate the source of the voice, but quickly realized there was no need to look. Uncle Rongjiang, dressed in a pale lotus-pink high-grade magical artifact robe and riding a white high-grade magical artifact flying carriage, was burning his spiritual aura at maximum capacity, appearing in an eye-catchingly dazzling manner. Wang Jingyi's overpowering aura was due to her inability to control her spiritual energy. Wang Rongjiang's overpowering aura was the result of him draining every last drop of his spiritual energy just to look impressive. Yulo was such a perceptive kid, and Uncle Rongjiang liked him immensely, so he was naturally more than willing to support the work. Hearing that his clan uncle had arrived, Yulo obediently flew up to welcome him. However, Wang Rongjiang suddenly retracted his aura and stared at a patch of dark clouds in the distance. Wang Xianzhou quickly flew up as well, staring solemnly at the dark clouds. Soon, however, they all heard Wang Jingyi's familiar voice. What are you three standing around like idiots for? Yulo and Ancestor Xianzhou exchanged glances, shock evident in their eyes. Ancestor Jingyi had actually come in person to support Yulo's wedding. Fellow Daoist Jingyi, is this the little Qilin of your Wang clan? Chu Yunjian, who had flown alongside Wang Jingyi, naturally deduced that Yulo was the protagonist of tomorrow's event upon arriving at the River Bend fishing port. He knew the Wang clan had arranged for a junior to join Drip Drop Cave through the Zhuo clan, but he hadn't expected this junior's cultivation base to be a mere third layer of qi refining. Of course, never mind qi refining level 3, even if Wang Yulo were a dog, Sect Master Chu would still see him as the Wang clan's little Qilin. There was no other reason than the fact that Wang Jingyi was simply too fierce. In just a few years, her divine ability had reached grand completion, and she had already begun cultivating a second one. Chu Yunjian was absolutely certain that within the next 200 years, the Red Lantern Illumination sect would gain an incredibly powerful foundation establishment sword cultivator. Although out of respect for Wang Jingyi, Sect Master Chu Yunjian would have pointed at a dog and called it a Qilin even if Wang Yulo were just a dog. Yulo was no dog after all. Seeing the Sect Master approach, he immediately bowed. Wang clan's Yulo pays respects to the Sect Master. Chu Yunjian laughed heartily and said, Yulo, rise. Speaking of which, we have met before, well, let us not bring that up. Fellow Daoist Jingyi and I are old friends, so I can be considered half an elder to you. Back when you entered Drip Drop Cave, I was the one who signed your document to join Azure Water Palace. But you are getting married tomorrow, and I only found out today. Why did you not invite me? Wang Xianzhou glanced at Chu Yunjian but remained silent. This man surnamed Chu spoke beautifully, calling himself half an elder, but it was nothing but hot air. For 3 years, he had not paid attention to or contacted Wang Yulo even once. What kind of elder was that? Sect Master Martial Uncle might not know, but Yulo is only holding a concubine-taking ceremony tomorrow, so there was no need to trouble you. Wang Yulo provided an explanation, which only made Chu Yunjian more curious. You are taking a concubine, yet you managed to rope in 2 foundation establishment cultivators from the Wang family to support you. What is the meaning of this? However, he did not dwell on it. As the Sect Master of Drip Drop Cave, Chu Yunjian had too many secular matters to worry about and had no interest in paying close attention to the affairs of a low-level cultivator like Wang Yulo. Alright then. Fellow Daoist Jingyi, the sect is tangled up with mundane affairs, so I will escort you only this far today. I shall come over again tomorrow. Once Yulo's wedding concludes, you and I can invite 3 to 5 other fellow Daoists to my place to have a proper Dao discussion and exchange our experiences on cultivation. Ha ha ha. Chu Yunjian only gave Wang Yulo a brief acknowledgement but chatted extensively with Wang Jingyi. To put it bluntly, the only reason he would speak politely with a low-level cultivator at the 3rd layer of qi refining like Wang Yulo was entirely due to Wang Jingyi and the Wang clan's reputation. Words like half an elder seemed like pure hypocrisy to Wang Xianzhou, but countless people never even got the chance to hear such polite pleasantries from a sect master. Wang Jingyi nodded slightly without saying much. Chu Yunjian knew this fellow martial sister's temperament was like this, so he took his leave and headed back. However, on his way back, he reflected for a moment and sent a transmission talisman to the stewards of the sect master's hall, ordering them to deliver Wang Yulo's records to him as quickly as possible. The so-called entanglement of mundane affairs naturally had nothing to do with Chu Yunjian. A sect master's primary responsibility was to serve as a caretaker for the 3 Purple Palace Grand Cultivators, with the added duty of making final decisions. All kinds of miscellaneous chores were handled by the low-level subordinates below. However, a mere hour later, inside Chu Yunjian's grotto estate outside Droplet Heaven, the sect master, who was currently imparting the Dao to a newly recruited female disciple, was shocked by the information transmitted by his subordinates through the sect master's seal. Seeing her master's demeanor suddenly turn solemn and his expression stiffen, the female disciple asked with a hint of fear, acting coy, Master, why have you stopped moving? Did your disciple do something wrong? Patting his favorite disciple's bottom, Chu Yunjian stood up without explaining the reason and directly gave an order. Go quickly and invite Martial Uncle Yuan over. Ah. Which Martial Uncle Yuan? The female disciple was dazed and had not fully grasped the situation. They were just enjoying themselves moments ago, so why was he suddenly asking to invite some martial uncle? Master, you are speaking without any context. Your disciple is a little frightened. Fool, your martial uncle Daoshan. Chu Yunjian's face shifted continuously between dark and clear, and his mood was unusually erratic. Even though she was a disciple he had favored heavily recently, he actually snapped at her. Seeing her master in this state, the female disciple did not dare to delay. Since she had chosen a shortcut, she had to accept the consequences. No matter what Chu Yunjian wanted to do, she could only endure it. The Yuan clan was a massive family with deep foundations, and Yuan Daoshan was one of the few seasoned foundation establishment cultivators in Drip Drop Cave. His strength was extraordinary, and his grotto estate was also located outside Droplet Heaven. Upon receiving the message, he arrived at Chu Yunjian's place within less than 15 minutes. To the female disciple's surprise, she was driven out the door by her master. For a moment, she did not know whether she should feel relieved or regretful. If she could have 2 high-level foundation establishment cultivators serving her, wouldn't her blessings be immense? Yunjian, why did you suddenly? Chu Yunjian's younger sister was married to Yuan Daoshan's 3rd younger brother, so their relationship was that of allies bound together by a family marriage alliance. In the daily friction among the various clans and factions within Drip Drop Cave, the Chu family was usually tied to the Yuan family. Thus, their communication was very intimate, with absolutely nothing to hide. Brother, fellow Daoist Jingyi, who is under the tutelage of true person Xuanzhuan, visited the Grotto Heaven today. I escorted her, but as a result. The situation is roughly like this. That Wang family youth has cultivated from the first layer of qi refining to the third layer of qi refining in just 3 years. Right now, he is merely holding a concubine-taking ceremony, yet the Wang clan sent 2 foundation establishment cultivators, and fellow Taoist Jingyi even came in person. I suspect that the Wang family arranged for this disciple to enter our drip-drop cave, and is now creating such a huge fuss over a non-traditional concubine ceremony because they actually have an underlying motive behind it. Yuan Daoshan naturally understood what 3 layers in 3 years implied. Even a single spirit root cultivator would find it difficult to achieve such a cultivation speed. If a qi refining cultivator wanted to progress quickly, they had to rely either on talent or resources. But 3 layers in 3 years was no longer just a matter of talent and resources. It meant that his talent was extraordinary, and it also indicated that the resources allocated to him far exceeded the norm. The marginal utility of increasing cultivation speed was very low. The 1,000 spirit stones Wang Yulo expended each month on his cultivation yielded an effect only twice as good as a dual spirit root qi refining cultivator spending 100 spirit stones monthly. 10 times the cost for double the returns. Yuan Daoshan understood this all too well. Within this, there lay a type of resolute ruthlessness and overbearing ambition. What kind of ambition? The 2 men stared at each other in silence, both reading the answer from the shock in each other's eyes. Yuan Daoshan remained silent for a long time, thinking of many, many things. Is this the intention of true person Mangxiang? There would always be small factions within a large power. The Wang clan of Anbei Kingdom was considered a vassal of the Mangxiang lineage. Now that they wanted to nurture a purple palace seed within Drip-Drop Cave, there were many possibilities behind it. Old Yuan was most worried that this was a chess move deployed by true person Mangxiang. Placing a piece in advance to secure a position, so that once he successfully achieved his golden core, he could naturally nurture another purple palace cultivator within Drip-Drop Cave. By then, the situation of the Mangxiang lineage would be entirely different. A young purple palace cultivator could accomplish far too many things. Furthermore, the internal situation within Drip-Drop Cave was already incredibly complex. If Wang Yulo truly were a position-securing chess piece for true person Mangxiang, the Yuan family's future purple palace plans would collide directly with that true person who was about to achieve the golden core realm. Brother, regardless of whether it is the true person's intention or not, we must make preparations early. What do you think? This was exactly what Chu Yunjian was worried about, which was why he had notified Yuan Daoshan immediately. Over the past few years, the numerous factions and groups within Drip-Drop Cave had been fighting one another. For what? Was it not precisely for the position of the next purple palace cultivator of Drip-Drop Cave? Wondrous Peak Mountain and Drip-Drop Cave, as the 2 largest affiliate sects of Hongdang's Hail, similarly possessed 3 purple palace cultivators each. However, Wondrous Peak Mountain's former sect Masterly Haiping was already attempting a breakthrough to the purple palace realm. Judging by the current momentum, he had hitched a ride on Patriarch Mangxiang's journey to attaining golden core, so he stood a great chance of succeeding in the future. Drip-Drop Cave naturally had to begin its own purple palace project as well. Because of this, Yuan IV had been killed, and the Yuan clan had joined forces with Chu Yunjian to launch a 3-year crackdown. Right now, they were fighting so intensely that they were practically knocking each other's brains out, yet an outsider had suddenly popped up. Worse, he was an outsider from the Mangxiang lineage, and he had arrived with an aggressive momentum. Sigh. Yuan Daoshan, whose expression shifted continuously, managed to squeeze out a slight smile and replied, no matter. Regardless of which family the sect's next purple palace cultivator comes from, it will be a grand occasion for our sect. Yunjian, we ought to possess such open-mindedness. In reality, both of them were overthinking it. How could Wang Yulo possibly have the support of Mangxiang? He had come to Drip-Drop Cave solely to cultivate the source vein Gui water qi. River Bend Fishing Port, Demon Warding Terrace. Inside Yulo's residence, Wang Yulo was currently conversing with his 3 elders. It was primarily Ancestor Jingyi asking questions while Yulo provided answers. Have you made any enemies? Wang Jingyi sat at the head seat, Wang Rongjiang sat on the right side, Wang Xianzhou sat on the left side, and Yulo sat opposite Ancestor Jingyi. The ancestor must have cultivated some sort of divine ability, as she was vastly different from the last time he saw her. In the past, her divine abilities and spiritual rhythm could be released and retracted at will, but now they had become difficult to control. Just by sitting there, the entire room fell into dimness. Even though the artificial sun outside was shining brightly, the interior was incredibly dark. Hearing the ancestor's question, Yulo hurriedly replied, no. I have basically never moved around recklessly over these 3 years, remaining inside the residence to cultivate. Naturally, there is no possibility of having formed enmities with anyone. On this point, Ancestor Xianzhou can bear witness. Ancestor, I have been incredibly well behaved. Xianzhou, from your observations, is there anyone who could potentially pose a danger to Yulo? Since I have come over this time, I can just kill them along the way to prevent any accidents. Yulo was somewhat shocked. As expected of Ancestor Jingyi. Back then, Ancestor Jingyi had used her sword to slice away Hongmei's weight bit by bit. Now, the first thing she wanted to do upon arriving to support him was to draw up a hit list. The rules of the Immortal Alliance. Apologies, but Ancestor Jingyi had already reached a tier where she could act from a position of absolute strength, ignoring the Immortal Alliance's restrictions on Foundation establishment cultivators. Moreover, Drip Drop Grotto Heaven was only semi-connected to the outside world, so the Immortal Alliance within the Grotto Heaven. Wang Xianzhou was about to say there was no one, but he suddenly remembered that demon beast named Stone Ancestor. He hesitated for a moment, stood up, walked to Wang Jingyi's side, and placed his hand on her shoulder. Wang Jingyi's eyes narrowed, and she directly released her newly mastered Formless World divine ability, to be precise, the Lesser Formless World. Of course, calling it the Lesser Formless World didn't sound grand enough. Just like the first true person law, it was better to call it the Formless World to sound dominating and awe-inspiring. The effect of the Formless World divine ability was extremely domineering. Once it unfolded, everything within a radius of dozens of meters around Wang Jingyi was temporarily severed from Drip Drop Grotto Heaven. This severance was a distancing, in terms of existence, and an isolation, in a conceptual sense. Distancing did not mean physically moving away, rather, because of the obstruction from the formless world, its very existence became more distant from the original Drip Drop Grotto Heaven, thereby achieving isolation. Any attempt to spy on the area shielded by the formless world from within Drip Drop Grotto Heaven would have to pass through the formless world under Ancestor Jingyi's methods. However, this distancing and isolation did not mean that the space within dozens of meters had truly vanished. They had merely become formless under the effects of the divine ability, and would still return to a normal state once the divine ability ceased. It was precisely with such a divine ability at her disposal that Wang Jingyi dared to help Yulo eliminate enemies from a hit list. Unless a grand cultivator interfered, those Foundation establishment cultivators of the Immortal Alliance would never be able to trace it back to her. Speak directly. My divine ability has the capacity to shield us, no one can eavesdrop, Wang Jingyi said. Second sister, right after Yulo took up his post at River Bend Fishing Port, he discovered that the frequency of demon beast attacks over the past 70 years, as it turns out, he is actually the demon slave of a great demon. That great demon possesses a divine ability, as such, I can be considered to have won the gamble. However, I am not entirely certain whether that demon beast can be killed. How do you view this, second sister? Drip Drop Grotto Heaven was the legacy of Drip Drop, and its control lay in the hands of the Immortal Venerable's 3 disciples. Considering what Chua Qi had mentioned about demon beasts being necessary, Wang Jingyi fell into deep thought, weighing the matter for a moment before saying, go right now and contact Wu Jinyan. Invoke your status as an Immortal Alliance walking envoy to invite him here, and tell him that I wish to see him. Wang Xianzhou's eyes lit up, and he nodded repeatedly to show his understanding. Thus, Yulo saw Ancestor Jingyi withdraw her divine ability, while Ancestor Xianzhou straight up walked out the door, mounted his spirit crane, and flew away. This. Wang Rongjiang was somewhat perplexed. Yulo, do you have any other questions? Wang Jingyi, on the other hand, smiled and continued helping Yulo resolve his issues. Considering his own ancestor's strength and her background of long-term cultivation within Hongdeng's Heo, Yulo thought that perhaps Ancestor Jingyi could provide some guidance on how he should break through his bottleneck once he reached the 6th layer of qi refining in the future. This matter was something even Wang Xianzhou had failed to devise a foolproof method for. The strategy of consuming pills to break through could not be used, because this precious strategy, which could affect future breakthroughs, would be much more appropriate to save for after achieving foundation establishment. Ancestor, regarding my cultivation, I will face, in short, Ancestor Xianzhou's opinion is that I cannot consume pills to break through during the qi refining stage. However, the bottleneck of the 6th layer will definitely be more difficult than the current bottleneck of the 3rd layer. I wonder if you have any excellent solutions. Wang Rongjiang felt a faint trace of envy. When he was at the 3rd layer of qi refining, no one had told him that he could not consume pills to break through. Wang Yulo had truly encountered a good time, and he even enjoyed the affection of Ancestor Xianzhou. In the future, foundation establishment would merely be the beginning, he might even be able to. Spiritual material stimulation. Ancestor Jingyi stated immediately. Spiritual material nourishment can serve to break through bottlenecks for those cultivators whose foundations are not deep enough, but it will not work for you, Yulo. You require spiritual material stimulation. Spiritual material nourishment repairs a deficient foundation, while spiritual material stimulation uses the spiritual energy and spiritual rhythm contained within the material to trigger your body's latent potential, thereby achieving a rapid breakthrough. Drip Drop Cave possesses the rank 7 spiritual material Wondrous Spiritual Green Water, and Hongdeng's Heo possesses the rank 7 spiritual material Volcanic Lava Liquid. When you reach the 6th layer of qi refining, contact me, and I will arrange for someone to assist you in breaking through using these 2 types of spiritual materials. You originally possess a Water-Fire Spirit root, so stimulating it with Water-Fire spiritual items will allow you to break through easily, provided a medical master and I are watching over you from the side. Excellent, excellent. Yulo had never expected that as a mere low-level qi refining cultivator, he would actually be able to enjoy such treatment. If the bottleneck of the 6th layer could be passed through quickly, reaching peak qi refining by the age of 50 would be absolutely no problem. Moreover, listening to Ancestor Jingyi's words, she had not even intended for Wang Yulo to provide the spirit stones, she did not even mention the cost of the spiritual material stimulation. The Wang family's little Qilin was treated in such a manner. Wang Yulo only needed to display his talent, and the elders within the clan would take turns lifting him up. No matter how his future path went, it would be an easy one to walk. The group chatted for a while longer before Wu Jinyan arrived at Yulo's residence under Wang Jingyi's summons. Ancestor Xianzhou was also an interesting character. He had explicitly instructed Wu Jinyan to fully unleash his spiritual rhythm when arriving at River Bend Fishing Village to support Yulo's work. How should one put it? The display of an Immortal Alliance supervisory steward was actually just mediocre. Compared to the previous waves of visitors like Wang Rongjiang, Wang Jingyi, and Chu Yunjian, Wu Jinyan, who came to support the work in this third wave, looked somewhat, well, let us leave Senior Jinyan with some dignity. After all, he had also come to support Yulo's work. Are you Wu Jinyan? Wang Jingyi sat there, the nearby space completely blackened. Looking at this core disciple of Hongdang's Heo who carried a rather indescribable aura, Wu Jinyan tremblingly bowed and replied, yes, Senior. Senior. As soon as these words were uttered, Wang Rong and Wang Xianzhou remained expressionless, while Wang Yulo forced himself to maintain a solemn demeanor. On the contrary, Wang Jingyi smiled slightly. You may call me Senior Martial Sister. The reason I summoned you this time. As she spoke, she manifested the formless world divine ability. The black world surged toward Wu Jinyan, scaring little Wu so badly that he thought he was about to be executed on the spot. Seeing Wu Jinyan conjure up a laughable high-grade Dharma weapon in an attempt to defend himself, Wang Rongjiang nearly failed to contain his laughter. However, Yulo and Wang Xianzhou held it in perfectly. Ancestor Xianzhou was well-traveled and knowledgeable, while Yulo was filled entirely with respect for Senior Wu. Senior Wu would be of great use in the future. Little Wu, relax. Inside my divine ability, our conversation will not be overheard by any grand cultivator. Wang Jingyi had no intention of attacking little Wu. Wu Jinyan, who had just made a fool of himself, comically put away his tool and thought with lingering fear that a foundation establishment cultivator from a major clan was indeed different. Even a conversation had to be shielded from grand cultivators. Senior Martial Sister Wang, this junior. Alright, I shall speak plainly. A great demon has appeared inside Drip Drop Grotto Heaven. As the Immortal Alliance's supervisory steward within Drip Drop Grotto Heaven, you are required to perform your duty and slay the demon. Ah, me? Little Wu was slightly dumbfounded. He pointed at himself, his face filled with disbelief. Asking him to slay a demon, and a great demon at that. That wasn't slaying a demon, that was offering himself as a snack to the great demon. It was the Immortal Alliance walking envoy Wang Xianzhou who discovered its tracks and reported it to you. Since you happen to know me, you invited me to assist you in slaying the demon. In short, we are merely borrowing your name. After killing the great demon, I shall allocate 10% of the spoils to you. What do you think? Once Ancestor Jinyi explained it this way, little Wu's, no, Wu Jinyan's suspended heart finally settled down. This clever little fellow rolled his eyes and opened his mouth to say, no need for 10%, 5% will do, 5% will do. I am merely lending my name. Wang Jingyi gave him a deep look without saying much, only nodding slightly. We shall leave immediately. Delays breed complications. In truth, whether that great demon is still at its original location remains unknown. Ancestor Jinyi departed to look for Stone Ancestor with the anxious Wu Jinyan in tow. The remaining two elders stayed behind and conversed with Yulo for a long time. Yulo had been away from home for 3 years and was highly concerned about the clan's situation, so Wang Rongjiang naturally told him everything without reservation. On the other side, the gatekeeping cultivators at the entrance and exit of the Grotto Heaven changed shifts and returned to their respective homes. They immediately reported the news of encountering the two visiting foundation establishment cultivators of the Wang family today to the elders within their clans. Indeed, the gatekeeping cultivators were all descendants of the foundation establishment families within Drip Drop Cave. The reasoning was not complicated. Under Drip Drop Cave's closed-off exploitative system, the positions guarding the internal and external entrances of the Grotto Heaven naturally yielded immense profits. Among these gatekeeping cultivators, one happened to be Lin Ying's second uncle, a member of the Lin family. Inside the residence of the Lin family's ancestor, Lin Hengtai, located outside Droplet Heaven, he reported the visit of the two Wang family foundation establishment cultivators to Lin Hengtai. The reason for the report was simple: anyone with half a brain knew that a foundation establishment cultivator like Wang Jingyi must possess incredibly formidable strength. Furthermore, the fact that Wang Jingyi and Wang Rongjiang had entered the Grotto Heaven one after another solely to attend a young clan member's wedding indicated that the Anbei Kingdom Wang family, which appeared to be an extremely powerful cultivation clan, was heavily investing in supporting a certain clan member's development within Drip Drop Cave. As such, to the numerous factions within Drip Drop Cave, an outsider family like the Wang clan that was currently doubling down represented an asset that could be wooed as an assistant. In the future, as the Wang clan established a firm foothold within Drip Drop Cave, the value of roping them in would increase even further. Those who came from cultivation families, had achieved chi refining, and were dispatched to lucrative positions like the Grotto Heaven's entrances were rarely foolish playboys, they could naturally perceive this layer of possibility. Good, I understand. What a pity. After listening to the report from the second Lin brother, Lin Hengtai shook his head with a peculiar expression. He had actually known for a long time that a young male cultivator from the Wang clan of Anbei Kingdom was cultivating within the Grotto Heaven. Back then, Lin Ying, along with Ji Yuan and Wang Yulo, had fought the Iron Crocodile Dragon. However, Ji Yuan had released the Iron Crocodile Dragon, which was followed by Lin Ying reporting to Lin Hengtai and Wang Yulo reporting to Elder Shuiqi. Using this incident as a starting point, the numerous foundation establishment cultivators within Drip Drop Cave began a covert spiritual duel, which ultimately culminated in Yuan IV's blood staining the front of Azure Water Palace and the Yuan family initiating a retaliatory purge. Regarding Wang Yulo, the observant people within Drip Drop Cave were well aware of him, but no one could have anticipated that the Wang clan valued this disciple so highly. If he had known this earlier, Lin Ying could have actually married into the Wang clan. Lin Ying cultivated wood methods, and the Wang clan also cultivated wood methods. Marrying into the Wang clan would not only cause Lin Ying no grievances, but it would instead serve as a form of mutual benefit. However, hindsight is a luxury that cannot be bought. Since matters had reached this point and Wang Yulo's wedding day was right around the corner, Lin Hengtai stopped thinking about it. Meanwhile, within the Zhuo family, elders Zhuo Qi and Zhuo Yinxing were in the middle of a discussion. So, you are saying that this Wang Yulo was already highly favored by the Wang clan's patriarch? Zhuo Yinxing was over 300 years old. His stature was similar to elder Zhuo Qi's, not very tall, but he was a seasoned foundation establishment cultivator who possessed divine abilities. Precisely because of this, he was capable of leading the Zhuo family to compete against the Yuan family. He was dressed in a Dharma robe fashioned from unknown feathers, looking much like a witch doctor performing a ritual dance in a primitive tribe. However, a spiritual rhythm actually rippled across that Dharma robe. This item was a spiritual artifact. A cultivator's Dharma robe was often an expression of their wealth. These items usually prioritized appearance over practicality. However, Zhuo Yinxing's feathered Dharma robe could actually reach the level of a spiritual artifact. Under such circumstances, its slightly shriveled appearance was no longer a major issue. Yes. Back then, he secretly gave me a residence constructed from spiritual wood and used my hand to present it to Wang Yulo. The reason he gave was that he feared Wang Yulo would become overly arrogant due to being spoiled, which was why he had me, an outsider, deliver it. But as for becoming arrogant due to being spoiled, I see it as nothing more than an excuse. Thinking about it now, Wang Xianmao's behavior was actually an expression of his anxious state of mind. Wang Xianmao regards Wang Yulo with extreme importance. Now, there are even 2 Wang family foundation establishment cultivators arriving for his wedding. Ancestor, I believe our Zhuo family can rope this lad in. In the future, he stands a high probability of successfully achieving foundation establishment. Elder Zhuo Qi offered his analysis and proposed a plan. However, Zhuo Yinxing's murky eyes stared straight at Elder Zhuo Qi under the ancestor's gaze. Elder Zhuo Qi nervously pressed his lips together. Is this all you managed to see? The Zhuo family ancestor's voice was very coarse, even stirring up faint echoes inside the spacious room. Facing the ancestor's disappointed gaze, the pressure in Elder Zhuo Qi's heart grew even heavier. Forget it. Tomorrow you shall pay a visit and present a congratulatory gift to that lad. Remember, it must be delivered after the Yuan family's gift. No matter how much the Yuan family sends, we shall send a little more. Elder Zhuo Qi received his orders and withdrew, while Zhuo Yinxing removed that feathered Dharma robe. The body beneath the robe had already suppurated and decayed to an unrecognizable state. While using a knife to scrape away the newly formed putrid flesh, he sighed inwardly. They were both foundation establishment cultivators and both hailed from clans, but the gap between individuals was simply too vast. Zhuo Yinxing believed that Yuan Daoshan and Chu Yunjian had definitely arrived at the same conclusion as he had, yet Elder Zhuo Qi completely failed to see through it. How could a dull-witted mediocrity preserve a family while surrounded by a pack of wolves? But once one set foot on this path, no one could easily extricate themselves and leave. You might want to leave, but others wanted to scrape your flesh clean, even if it was putrid flesh. They would even extract your bones to use as spiritual materials. Zhuo Yinxing stuffed the putrid flesh scraped from his body into his mouth, enduring the foul stench as he swallowed it into his stomach. No matter how difficult, he had to keep walking. Not merely for himself, but also for the Zhuo family. The wedding was tomorrow, but unlike Qin Chuan, who was anxious and hesitant, Bai Xiaoyu did not feel the slightest nervousness about becoming a wife. Stepping onto the demon-warding terrace with light footsteps, Bai Xiaoyu's Dharma robe crafted from snow wool grass fluttered around her as she moved, carrying a kind of ethereal and carefree beauty. Even though she had not yet begun qi refining, under the influence of her pure heart, Xiaoyu had already developed a certain unique demeanor. Entering Yulo's residence, Xiaoyu first flicked He Laosan's shiny red crown, waking up this dozing, lazy bird before laughing and running away. She ran and He Laosan pursued, she stopped and He Laosan stopped as well. It turned out this bird also knew it could not peck Bai Xiaoyu too harshly, and the pursuit just now was merely for show. Xiaoyu's eyes darted around, and she instantly accelerated. This time, she became the pursuer instead, chasing He Laosan all over the courtyard. He Laosan was also foolish. Perhaps because it had just woken up, it actually forgot it could fly. After running 2 laps, it finally hopped and fluttered up into the air. Looking at the female cultivator in white pointing and laughing at it from the ground, He Laosan felt a surge of malice and flew right over Bai Xiaoyu's head. It adjusted its trajectory and was about to exert some force when it was struck on the rump by a pebble thrown by Wang Xianzhou, dropping straight down. Ha ha ha, foolish bird. Looking at He Laosan rubbing its rump with its wing while squawking miserably, Bai Xiaoyu laughed with absolute delight. Alright, Xiaoyu, stop bickering with it. Did you come to look for Yulo? Yes, ancestor, Bai Xiaoyu obediently greeted Wang Xianzhou, who was dozing on a reclining chair. Huh, go on then. He is always in the quiet room, as you know. Go ahead. Ancestor Xianzhou looked at Bai Xiaoyu's retreating back and nodded with satisfaction. This girl possessed a certain spiritual energy. It was not the spiritual energy of cultivation, but rather that special aura. Even Ancestor Xianzhou could not help but marvel at Wang Yulo's excellent luck upon seeing her. In truth, Yulo did not think his luck was excellent, he believed his achievements today were entirely due to his own hard work. The family's favoritism was indeed abundant, and the platform's assistance was also immense, but Yulo always believed that the one who truly helped him reach this point was himself. Therefore, even though the concubine-taking ceremony was to be held tomorrow, Yulo was still seizing every moment to cultivate. As soon as Xiaoyu entered the quiet room, she saw Yulo sitting completely naked in a bathtub, soaking in a medicinal bath. The medicine was formulated primarily from great blood-generating herb, demon beast flesh essence, and crimson spiritual ginseng, with the addition of many different auxiliary materials, among which there were even metallic and stone ingredients. Great blood-generating herb, demon beast flesh essence, and crimson spiritual ginseng were the ingredients for the 3 crimson marrow-generating paste. The Wang clan originally possessed this body-refining prescription, and Wang Xianzhou had even made numerous improvements based on Yulo's spirit root and bodily characteristics. The ultimate effect was exactly what was happening now. Yulo sat cross-legged in the bathtub drenched in sweat, and beneath that bathtub crafted from fire-repelling wood, the red lantern fire raged furiously. Wang Rongjiang was also covered in sweat, but his sweat was due to the exertion of manipulating the red lantern fire to heat Yulo up. This kind of chore used to be performed by ancestor Xianzhou, but now that the young worker Wang Rongjiang had arrived, the ancestor could naturally enjoy some leisure. Having consumed 2.5 portions of Foundation establishment resources before successfully breaking through, Wang Rongjiang owed the clan far too much. He now understood his own aptitude as well, which likely had nothing to do with the Purple Palace. Thus, the only thing he needed to do in the future was to slowly repay the clan, 2.5 portions, after all. Xiaoyu, wait outside for a moment first. Yulo spoke through gritted teeth. Spiritual fire was meant for combat, artifact refining, and pill concoction. Now that it was being used to refine a human, it naturally would not feel pleasant. However, under the stimulation of the spiritual fire, the efficacy of the 3 crimson body-refining soup could be better absorbed by him. In comparison, this kind of agony did not feel as excruciating. Wang Xianzhou had originally wanted to feed Yulo pain-relieving spiritual pills during the process of his body refinement. Of course, this type of spiritual pill did not need to be as high-end as the source vein pain-relieving spiritual pill, so the price was relatively much lower. However, after Yulo expressed his refusal several times, Ancestor Xianzhou finally set down his pill furnace, albeit only temporarily. Driven out the door by her husband, Xiaoyu puckered her lips and began searching for the little stone turtle. This stone turtle seemed to have been frightened by the several visitors today, as it had actually dug a hole for itself and crawled underground in a corner of the courtyard to hide. However, under Xiaoyu's pursuit, its little hiding trick was nothing more than burying its head in the sand. Hauled up by its tail, the little stone turtle let out a sound akin to a purr. What is the use of hiding? From now on, I will be considered half your master. If you hide again, I will beat you. While Bai Xiaoyu was interacting with the little stone turtle, Wang Jingyi, who had gone ahead to search for Stone Ancestor's location, returned to River Bend fishing port alone. As she passed by Xiaoyu crouching in the corner, she noticed the little stone turtle in Xiaoyu's hands. Are you Bai Xiaoyu? Yes, Ancestor. Water Earth Spirit Root? Correct. Wang Jingyi's aura was not particularly overbearing, but she had only mastered the Formless World Divine ability not long ago, so the divine ability manifested externally to a severe degree, making her look exceptionally terrifying. Under the ancestor's genial questioning, Bai Xiaoyu's little face grew stiff with fear. Wang Jingyi knew the child was afraid of her, so she did not ask further questions. Here, take this corundum sword pendant. This is a Dharma weapon I used a very long time ago. Well, although it only has 10 layers of restrictions, it can still be considered useful. Xiaoyu accepted the jade pendant, but Ancestor Jingyi did not leave, instead saying, give me that little turtle in your hand. Bai Xiaoyu extended both hands, and resting upon them was that trembling, miscellaneous demon realm initial stage little stone turtle. It possessed intelligence, so facing Ancestor Jingyi, who resembled a terrifying archdemon, it was naturally frightened out of its wits. I shall merely take 2 drops of its blood, all right. Ancestor Jingyi collected 2 drops of the little turtle's blood, nodded to Bai Xiaoyu, and departed. Little turtle, don't be afraid. The ancestor is still very nice. Fiddling with the corundum sword pendant in her hand, Bai Xiaoyu was in a great mood. In her eyes, this was not merely a mid-grade Dharma weapon, but more importantly, a token of recognition from her husband's clan elders. The little stone turtle thought, you are truly noble and pure. She took my blood but gave you a Dharma weapon, yet you have the cheek to tell me she is a nice person. Wang Jingyi had taken the little stone turtle's blood for the purpose of locating Stone Ancestor. The matter the group was worried about had indeed occurred. Inside that small island lake where Stone Ancestor used to reside, there was no longer any trace of it. Wang Jingyi, who had brought Wu Jinyan along, ended up making a completely empty trip, failing to discover even a single piece of turtle shell. This great demon seemed to have completely fled to parts unknown after being extorted by Wang Xianzhou, concealing itself thoroughly. Perhaps it was precisely because of this caution that it had been able to cultivate step by step into a great demon. Wang Jingyi utilized a secret method fueled by the little stone turtle's blood, attempting to seek out Stone Ancestor's tracks, but even after the 2 drops of blood were completely exhausted, there was still no clue whatsoever. She let out a sigh and shook her head helplessly. The grotto heaven was not large, spanning a radius of only 1,000 kilometers, but 1,000 kilometers was indeed vast. attempting to find a great demon that was intentionally hiding was still extremely difficult. Late at night, inside the quiet room, Wang Yulo was still cultivating, though he was currently tracing his veins. Wang Jingyi personally guarded him. Under the ancestors' watchful eye, Yulo's vein tracing proceeded very smoothly. As the effects of the silkworm spirit pill gradually faded, Yulo moved his eyes and let out a long sigh of relief. The black formless world unfolded, allowing the ancestor and Yulo to finally converse in private. You wrote a secret letter to Xianmao, and Xianmao then sent a secret letter to me, requesting my presence here. Is there some anxiety in your heart? For Yulo's wedding this time, Wang Rongjiang had been summoned by ancestor Xianzhou, whereas Wang Jingyi had been invited by Yulo actively contacting the patriarch under the pretext of his wedding. Ancestor, drip-drop grotto heaven is highly unusual. I have cultivated here for 3 years and have discovered multiple bizarre occurrences. Yulo's very first sentence caused ancestor Jingyi's heart to tremble violently. Drip-drop grotto heaven was highly unusual. What bizarre occurrences? She inquired softly. Looking at that smiling Dharma image of the immortal venerable before him, Yulo spoke in a low tone. Based on my interactions with multiple fellow disciples, I discovered that the 3 Purple Palace cultivators of Drip Drop Cave have never once appeared before the public. Although Hongdeng's Heo's Purple Palace Grand Cultivators will also undergo long-term secluded cultivation within the Grotto Heaven, they will still occasionally emerge. However, according to the information I have come into contact with, Drip Drop Cave's Purple Palace Grand Cultivators have never left Droplet Heaven. No matter how significant an event occurs, they only permit their disciples and the Foundation establishment cultivators within the sect to handle it. Wang Jingyi reflected for a moment and analyzed. Among Drip Drop Cave's 3 true persons, one has a lifespan that is nearing its end, and another was originally from the demon race. It is entirely understandable for these 2 not to emerge. As for the third one, Yulo, the information you obtained might not be entirely complete. Standing at different positions, the things you see will naturally differ. Climbing high allowed one to view afar. If one did not stand high, they naturally could not see far. Yulo understood the ancestor's meaning. However, the problems he had discovered were more than just one. The second issue, ancestor, is that I suspect Drip Drop Immortal Venerable did not actually sit into meditation at all. The Immortal Venerable had not sat into meditation. Wang Jingyi also looked toward that smiling Dharma image of the Immortal Venerable, feeling a trace of goosebumps rising in her heart. Your reasoning. Ning's Grotto Heaven began to gradually collapse after Ning sat into meditation, yet Drip Drop Grotto Heaven is actually still expanding right now. The Grotto Heaven was expanding. This point was a clue Yulo had discerned from the changes in the water level of Beautiful Water Lake. The climate of the Grotto Heaven is stable, or rather, it is controlled. Beautiful Water Lake, as the largest body of water within the Grotto Heaven, exists surrounding the landmass within the Grotto Heaven. Standing upon Droplet Heaven, one can see from afar that the end of Beautiful Water Lake is a boundless gray expanse. Under conditions of a stable climate, the water level of Beautiful Water Lake should not decrease. However, over the course of 3 years, the water level of Beautiful Water Lake has dropped by half a foot. If this is still insufficient, then Yulo possesses further testimony. Multiple elderly Qi induction cultivators at River Bend Fishing Port have stated that the current Beautiful Water Lake has receded considerably compared to what they witnessed during their youth. Looking at the solemn Yulo, Wang Jingyi did not know what to say. Drip Drop Immortal Venerable died while defending Wunan against a demon god. On this point, both the 10 sects and the Immortal Alliance are in agreement, and all cultivators throughout the world are aware of it. Yulo, could it be that you are overthinking things? What Ancestor Jingyi considered was that regardless of whether the Immortal Venerable was dead or alive, it did not affect Wang Yulo. If you are worried that cultivating within Drip Drop Grotto Heaven is unsafe, then once your cultivation of the Source Vein Goe Water Qi is mostly complete, you can directly transfer to Hongdeng's Heo and continue serving as an inner disciple there. I can even directly recommend you to True Person Danri or my master. Given your aptitude and innate talent, even if they do not accept you, there will still be opportunities with other true persons. Wang Yulo shook his head and asked in response, Ancestor, can we still separate ourselves from the lineage of the founder? Once kindness was bestowed upon you, you had to repay it. As long as Mengxiang does not cross the line, the Wang clan must remain loyal to the end. Wang Jingyi's brow lowered, her eyes manifesting a type of hatred that seemed almost tangible, before she said, the Patriarch and I can no longer leave, but you and Yuan still have a chance. You two are the future. Therefore, I cannot lightly head to Hongdeng's Heo, Ancestor. The cultivation path Ancestor Xianzhou mapped out for me is to cultivate until peak Qi refining before entering Hongdeng's Heo, timing it precisely to enter and participate in the Immortal Alliance Envoy Combat Selection 34 years from now. Entering the sect, participating in the selection, and becoming an Immortal Alliance Walking Envoy, the entire timeframe is to be controlled within 3 months, preferably achieving the status of an Immortal Alliance Walking Envoy in one fell swoop. Following that, immediately achieve Foundation Establishment after entering the Immortal Alliance. Upon reaching Foundation Establishment, automatically advance to the position of an Immortal Alliance Steward. Wang Yulo's speaking speed was not fast, each word uttered with absolute clarity. As it fell into Wang Jingyi's ears, her heart brimmed with immense emotion. Yulo had caught a good era. The Wang clan now possessed so many Foundation Establishment cultivators that if one were to drift away, the founder or the founder's 2 disciples would not take it to heart. Had it been any other time, when the Wang clan did not possess many Foundation Establishment cultivators in each generation, they would have had to serve the founder with all their might. How could they possibly allow Wang Yulo to escape? After becoming an Immortal Alliance steward, one can enjoy a bit more freedom. Yulo lit 3 incense sticks, renewing the incense offerings for the Immortal Venerable. 34 years from now is still too rushed. You are only 26 years old this year, you can completely afford to wait for the 184 years from now. That one would be a certain success. Hongdeng's Heo did not hold major competitions, and most of the 10 sects did not feature any major or minor competitions. The Immortal Alliance Envoy combat selection was already the sole opportunity open to all chi-refining cultivators within Hongdeng's Heo. However, this also carried a prerequisite: you had to be an inner disciple of Hongdeng's Heo to be eligible to participate. The combat selection was held once every 50 years, and the next occurrence was precisely 34 years from now. At that time, although Yulo would no longer be young, his accumulation would still be far from sufficient. Perhaps his cultivation level could be raised, but could his combat strength also be raised? So many things are always urgent. Ancestor, over these years, from Clear Stream Market to River Bend Fishing Port, Yulo has never suffered any grievances. With the protection of the clan elders, fellow disciples who see the name of my Wang clan will also show a fair degree of deference. But Yulo feels uncomfortable in his heart. I wish to hold my own at an early date, becoming a person who can protect the Wang clan. Having cultivated for 13 years, Yulo had never engaged in a spiritual duel with anyone, had never formed enmities with anyone, and had never participated in any expeditions. He had walked completely smoothly down to this day, yet he instead experienced a sense of unreality. He feared that he would be unable to bear the responsibility and fail the clan's trust. He wished to hold his own at an early date, so he was incredibly rushed. Furthermore, if he could secure the qualification to enter the Immortal Alliance as an envoy during the combat selection 34 years from now, perhaps Ancestor Xianzhou would still be able to witness the day he entered the Immortal Alliance. In this manner, Yulo could be considered not to have failed Ancestor Xianzhou's grace of protecting his path. Wang Jingyi did not speak. This sharpest sword of the Wang clan stepped forward a few paces, arriving before the Dharma image of the Immortal Venerable. Following that, beneath Yulo's astonished gaze, she knelt on the ground and performed a formal grand kowtow to the Immortal Venerable. Yulo, offer more prayers to Drip Drop Immortal Venerable. She performed an immense kindness for Wunan. Yulo pressed his lips together. He understood. Shielded by the protection of the formless world divine ability, Ancestor Jingyi had finally answered his greatest doubt. However, he did not offer a respectful bow to the Immortal Venerable as the Ancestor had done. An Immortal Venerable is merely another grand cultivator with a solemn Dharma appearance. Relying on an Immortal Venerable is better than relying on oneself. Fan Zhugao rowed his flying boat, drifting leisurely through the air as he headed straight for River Bend Fishing Port. Initially, Yulo's concubine-taking ceremony was not meant to be a grand affair. He had mainly invited the fellow disciples he knew within Drip Drop Cave just to make things a bit lively. After all, it was merely taking concubines. Little Qin was strictly a capable subordinate who needed to be bound closer to his side, while Little White was tied to Yulo's further control over River Bend Fishing Port. It was only under these premises that the family ancestors' urging for marriage finally bore fruit. The flying boat traveled slowly, mostly because Fan Zhugao was in no hurry. He was waiting to meet up with old Wu Faxian, so they could proceed together. The reason was simple. Wang Yulo and old Wu had set up a small venture called the Exchange Conference, which was essentially a mobile market. Fan Zhugao had a stake in it, and today he wanted to take the opportunity to discuss with Wu Faxian how to roll out their operations. As a disciple of Elder Zhuoqi of Drip Drop Cave, Fan Zhugao's daily life was naturally far better than the likes of Zhang Xuewu or Cui Dingyi. However, a foundation establishment cultivator never had just one disciple. Elder Zhuoqi had 3, and among them, one was a member of the Zhuo clan, while another was a scion of a different foundation establishment family. As the only one from a humble, rogue background among the 3 disciples, Fan Zhugao was naturally treated differently on many occasions. Of course, as a filial disciple of Elder Zhuoqi, Fan Zhugao did not dare to voice any complaints. After all, the master only leads the disciple to the door, the cultivation itself depends on the individual. Being able to take Elder Zhuoqi as his master was already a massive blessing in itself. Even so, when it came to cultivation resources, Fan Zhugao had to find ways to fend for himself. Taking on sect missions and heading out was certainly a good method, but the juiciest assignments dispatched by Drip Drop Cave definitely had nothing to do with him, nor did the second best ones. What remained for him were merely leftover scraps. Tasks like demon hunting in the West Sea, managing the black sandstorms of the Eastern Desert, or reinforcing the front line at Wondrous Peak Mountain. Demon hunting in the West Sea carried a 50-50 chance between life and death. He could not go there. Fan Zhugao did not think his life was too long. Going to the Eastern Desert to manage the black sandstorms yielded a higher survival rate, around 70 to 80%, but the Eastern Desert was 20,000 miles away from Drip Drop Cave. Fan Zhugao would have to be insane to accept such a mission. As for reinforcing the front line at Wondrous Peak Mountain, with their status as Drip Drop Cave disciples, they would not actually be sent to the vanguard. However, the fighting there had already reached a fever pitch, even birthing over 50 new Foundation establishment cultivators through the crucible of war. Fan Zhugao wanted to reach Foundation establishment, but he did not want to risk his life. Therefore, he could only take on some internal sect missions to barely scrape together an income. In any case, Drip Drop Cave produced 1 new Foundation establishment cultivator every year, a third of whom were cultivators from humble backgrounds. Fan Zhugao was still young, not even 100 years old yet, and he had confidence in himself. After receiving Yulo's invitation to join forces and start this venture, his confidence grew even stronger. However, the exchange conference involved complex dynamics, and he still needed to deliberate with Old Wu on the specifics of how to execute it. From a great distance, Old Wu noticed Fan Zhugao's figure. He urged his mount to accelerate slightly and quickly caught up, as Fan Zhugao's speed was already slow to begin with. Old Wu, did you buy a new spiritual crane? Fan Zhugao had long noticed the spiritual crane beneath Wu Faxian and asked with a hint of envy. Just as there were disparities among cultivators, there were disparities among mounts. Those down on their luck rode horses every day or traveled on foot, while the more capable could ride birds and fly through the air. Yet even among spiritual birds, there was a hierarchy. Rocks and eagles were the most overbearing, spiritual cranes were the most elegant, and exotic birds provided the greatest assistance in combat. Among them, the elegant spiritual crane was, in a sense, the absolute ceiling for spiritual birds accessible to chi-refining cultivators. Perhaps the direct lineage of some great clans could ride spiritual beasts with extraordinary natural talent for amusement from childhood, but such people were a minority after all. For the majority of chi-refining cultivators, buying a spiritual crane and riding it to fly a few laps in front of their peers was enough to make their lives feel complete. Everyone wanted to achieve immortality, but everyone also understood that their chances of doing so were practically non-existent. Consequently, they needed to find value and a sense of achievement in other areas. I bought it from the Wong clan. Yulo even introduced me. How is it? It doesn't look too shabby, right? Wu Faxian brought his spiritual crane to a halt, flying side by side with Fan Zhugao. Old Wu, there is no point in being modest. It is far from shabby. I estimate it has reached the mid-tier of the mixed demon realm. Yeah, but this crane is just an iron-crowned crane. It is a far cry from Yulo's red dot crane. At most, it can reach the high tier of the mixed demon realm. It will be very difficult to break through to the small demon realm. I recall that iron-crowned cranes can assist in magical combat. Just 3 spells, not worth mentioning. Not worth mentioning at all. How many spirit stones did it cost? Fan Zhugao felt a bit restless watching this. The Tai family, as a vassal to the Wong clan, excelled at raising spiritual cranes. With Yulo's recommendation, if he contacted them to make a purchase, could he get a discount? 1,200. My advice is not to buy one. Aside from looking good, it isn't of much use. Old Wu, you really aren't treating me like a friend now. Next time before you say it isn't of much use, try not to smile so blatantly. Actually, if you do buy one, I recommend getting an iron-crowned crane as well. This spiritual crane is the least picky eater among all cranes. You only need to feed it some specially made food, and it doesn't consume a single spirit stone during its upkeep. Buying a crane was not cheap, and raising one was even less so. An iron-crowned crane not requiring spirit stones to maintain was practically equivalent to a small carriage that did not need fuel. We will see. Funds are tight right now. If that exchange conference we are setting up goes well, it wouldn't hurt to buy one. Fan Zhugao's thoughts were simple. Wang Yulo had a spiritual crane to ride, which he could accept. But now, even a fellow like Wu Faxian was riding a crane. This was just. What is there to fear if funds are tight? You can collateralize a magical artifact. Collateralizing a low-grade magical artifact allows you to enjoy a buy-now-pay-later discount of 120 spirit stones for the crane. Collateralizing a high-grade magical artifact grants a discount of at least 800 spirit stones. Moreover, it doesn't even matter whether you pay back this discounted sum or not. I managed to get this spiritual crane precisely by trading away that high-grade flying boat that went slightly awry during refining. Fan Zhugao rolled his eyes and replied, do not use the words meant to fool outsiders to fool me. Buy now pay later is a routine used in the exchange conference targeted at other fellow disciples. Do you think I don't know what is going on? Wu Faxian, however, carried no psychological burden. In any case, even if Fan Zhugao bought one, he would not earn any spirit stones from it. At most, it would just add a bit of goodwill in the eyes of fellow Daoist Yulo. Old Fan, you are letting your thoughts trap you. The flying speed of your flying boat is just average, and it even consumes spiritual energy to activate. Leveraging your relationship with fellow Daoist Yulo to trade with the Wong clan for a spiritual crane to ride, wouldn't that be wonderful? Fan Zhugao wanted a spiritual crane, but his pockets were empty, and he was unwilling to use the buy now pay later option. He could only say sourly, a spiritual crane is fine, but it is ultimately an external object. To reach Foundation establishment, That is. The two had already arrived outside River Bend fishing port by this time, but Fan Zhugao suddenly noticed that his master, the Grand Elder Zhueqi, seemed to have just landed directly onto that golden platform. Because Fan Zhugao was Zhueqi's disciple, he was able to catch a glimpse of Zhueqi's low-profile escaping light, whereas Wu Faxian had missed it entirely. What is it? It is probably going to be very lively today. Come, let us get over there quickly. Fan Zhugao narrowed his eyes, realizing that fellow Daoist Yulo's grand display would likely exceed his expectations. What is the rush? The concubine-taking ceremony doesn't start until evening. We have arrived just afternoon, so we aren't late by any means. Glancing at Wu Faxian, Fan Zhugao thought to himself, you don't even have a Foundation establishment master, so what could you possibly understand? The two flew down onto the demon-controlling platform, and a chi induction cultivator from River Bend Fishing Port stepped forward to receive them. "Two seniors, this way please. It is still early, you may wait in the side parlor." The side parlor? Wu Faxian felt a bit disgruntled internally. "Yulo, it seems you don't hold this brother of yours in very high regard." Upon reaching the side parlor, a servant immediately stepped forward to offer tea. "Ancestor Wang has explicitly stated that both of you are his closest friends. Please do not offer any congratulatory gifts under any circumstances. Today is simply to invite you two seniors to enjoy the lively atmosphere." After giving this reminder, the young chi induction cultivator who received them quickly took his leave, as he still had other guests to attend to. Wu Faxian shook his head, leaning close to Fan Zhugao. He cleared his throat and asked, "How much are you giving?" "I originally intended to give a few dozen spirit stones or a bottle of chi transformation pills just as a token of my regards," Fan Zhugao muttered thoughtfully. Truth be told, if Old Wu had not asked, he would have asked Old Wu himself. Ah. Old Wu realized something was amiss. Fan Zhugao did not answer. Pulling out several top-tier talismans that he had expended massive effort to refine from his storage bag, he stuffed them into a silver box. Only then did Fan Zhugao let out a long sigh. "My master has also arrived. Fellow Daoist Yulo possesses immense face." Zhuoqi's arrival meant that other figures would likely show up today as well, such as the Yuan clan, who stood in sharp opposition to the Zhuo family. Why did Wu Faxian want to establish good relations with Yulo? It was not because of the exchange conference, that venture was the effect, not the cause. A long time ago, Wu Faxian had realized that Yulo was young and promising. More importantly, the Wang clan was a massive family outside of Drip Drop Cave. Of course, they could not compare to Purple Palace lineages like the Gu clan or the Ning clan. However, as the sole disciple of the Anbei Kingdom Wang clan within Drip Drop Cave, Yulo was still incredibly young. It would be very easy for him to rise within the sect in the future. Looking at it now, this future had arrived far sooner than Wu Faxian had ever anticipated. No one had expected that Zhuoqi would come to attend Yulo's concubine-taking ceremony, and that he would arrive so early. Even Wang Xianzhou, who had deliberately sought to portray Yulo as a prized asset awaiting the highest bidder, had not expected his strategy to yield results so quickly. "Senior Sister Jinyi, you might not be aware, but my relationship with Yulo has always been excellent. In my eyes, his marriage is just as important as my own son's." Old Zhuo certainly knew how to spin a tale. With Wang Jingyi's depth of experience, she was still left somewhat awkward by his words. "Junior brother Zhuo, it is merely a concubine-taking ceremony. There was truly no need for you to come in person. However, over these years, Yulo has been out here on his own. With you looking after him, we elders can put our minds at ease. Whether it is Xian Mao or myself, we will keep this in mind." Wang Jingyi was a disciple of the Red Lantern Illumination sect, and she had trained under a Purple Palace master. Furthermore, she possessed a divine ability within her cultivation, so she was fully entitled to address Zhuoqi as a junior brother. "It is only right, it is only right. It is just. Senior sister, our family's Yulo is taking concubines this time, not holding a grand wedding." "Our family's Yulo." Wang Xianzhou finally could not contain himself any longer, throwing a fierce roll of his eyes. "He belongs to my family, he is a member of our Wang family. What does he have to do with you or the Zhuo family? Furthermore, you talk about our family's Yulo, and claim he is just like your own son, yet you didn't even know Yulo was merely taking concubines. Old man Zhuo, please show some shame, will you?" Of course, Wang Xianzhou could only curse in his mind. One does not strike a smiling face. Elder Zhuoqi's performance was staged for the Wang clan's benefit, so there was nothing fundamentally wrong with it. It was purely because Ancestor Xianzhou doted on and valued Yulo so deeply that he felt a bit uncomfortable in his heart. Yes, Yulo is a foundation establishment seed of the Wang clan. Barring any accidents, he will certainly reach foundation establishment in the future. If he were to have a grand wedding, he would need to find a prominent clan capable of pushing the chosen maiden to foundation establishment as well. However, we do not understand the inner workings of Drip Drop Cave well, so we are temporarily taking 2 concubines for him first. As for who his formal Dao companion will be, we will observe and decide when the opportunity arises in the future. Wang Jingyi smiled as she delivered the true crux of the matter. "Little Zhuo, Wang Yulo is the core figure of our Wang clan's next generation, destined for foundation establishment. If you have intentions to introduce certain female cultivators from Drip Drop Cave to build a favorable relationship, that is fine, as long as that female cultivator's family can also guarantee to push her to foundation establishment." Zhuoqi had come today to stand against the Yuan clan and win over the Wang family, but he had never imagined that Wang Yulo's marriage would be arranged like this. This was evident from the fact that he did not even know whether it was a concubine ceremony or a grand wedding. Upon hearing Wang Jingyi's requirements, Zhuoqi keenly realized that this opportunity was highly unusual. According to what fellow Daoist Ingshi had once said, in the future, even the chickens and dogs of the Mengxiang lineage would ascend along with Mengxiang when he attained the Dao. Possessing this level of insight was a fundamental quality for scions of great clans. Zhuoqi thought to himself that if certain individuals could form a marriage alliance with the next generation's foundation establishment cultivator of the Wang clan, wouldn't they also be able to piggyback on some of the karmic luck from the ancestor attaining the Golden Core realm? To use a sharper analogy, if one viewed Mengxiang as a train bound for the future, this train was currently fully packed. The ancestors' favors had been distributed for multiple rounds, those who were supposed to board and those who were not had all gotten on. However, those who bought their favor tickets later to board the train often did not get good seats. The lucky ones might get a hard seat, while the unlucky could only stand. Those even further on the periphery could only inhale a few breaths of the train's exhaust, serving as the fuel and the price for the train's advancement. Most of the families within Drip Drop Cave belonged to those who had bought a tiny bit of favor tickets but had completely failed to board the train. Because for the families within the sect, their horizons were high and their knowledge was vast, so they knew clearly in their hearts, boarding the train too late was virtually no different from not boarding at all. Yet the Wang clan had been a vassal to the ancestor for many years. On this train, while one could not claim they owned an entire carriage, that was a privilege reserved for Xuanzhuan and Danri, they at least possessed several private compartments. The newly issued favor tickets were illusions, but the Wang clan's compartments were real. Wang Yulo's marriage alliance offered all families with the strength to purchase a ticket a chance to make a late boarding onto the train, an opportunity to truly sit behind Patriarch Mangxiang. Pushing to foundation establishment, what is the meaning of this? Zhuo Qi actually understood, but he wanted to confirm the Wang clan's asking price. Ancestor Jingyi pointed at Wang Rongjiang, who sat to the side listening to their conversation with a smile, and said, "This is Wang Rongjiang. He just achieved foundation establishment last year. Junior brother Zhuo, do you know how many times he attempted it?" Wang Rongjiang's smile vanished. Smile? There was absolutely no way to smile. At this moment, he felt like a joke. Wang Xianzhou smiled. "Twice?" Zhuo Qi asked. "3 times. Our Wang clan provided him with 2.5 portions of foundation establishment resources throughout his 3 attempts. Pushing to foundation establishment refers to exactly this. Over the past 1,000 years, achieving foundation establishment has become simpler and simpler, it is nothing more than either relying on luck or piling up resources." Zhuo Qi sucked in a breath of cold air. The Wang clan was truly ruthless, 2.5 portions. The way he looked at Wang Rongjiang shifted instantly, as if he were looking at a rare giant panda. The family behind Yulo's future marriage alliance partner must also guarantee to provide at least 1.5 portions of foundation establishment resources when he makes his breakthrough. This is our baseline condition for selecting a Dao companion for Yulo. Zhuo Qi did not suck in cold air this time. Instead, he began calculating in his mind whether there were any suitable female cultivators within the Zhuo family. The situation was entirely clear. The Wang clan intended to choose one from among the various foundation establishment families of Drip Drop Cave for a marriage alliance, but the requirements were high, it had to be a union of powers. If the Zhuo family had a suitable candidate, Zhuo Qi would naturally not sit by and watch this opportunity be snatched away by others. Soon, Zhuo Qi formed a plan and spoke with a smile, "Senior Sister Jingyi, the matter of 1.5 portions of foundation establishment resources is not difficult. Our Zhuo family happens to have 2 female cultivators who are both very suitable. Senior Sister Wang, Daoshan has taken the liberty to visit. I hope you will not take offense. Ever since we last met at Lotus Immortal City, old 5th Zhuo." Yuan Daoshan cast a cold glance at Zhuo Qi, giving him absolutely no face. "Old 5th, why didn't Brother Yinxin come? Is your Zhuo family treating young friend Yulo's marriage with such negligence?" As the patriarch of the Yuan clan and the strongest foundation establishment cultivator within Drip Drop Cave, Yuan Daoshan's power allowed him to calmly address Wang Jingyi, a fellow disciple of a Purple Palace master, as senior sister. Facing Zhuo Qi, he felt even less pressure. However, his discourtesy did not mean he was arrogant, it was merely to test the Wang family's attitude. Whether it is negligent or not is probably not for Elder Yuan to decide. Seeing Elder Yuan's posture, Zhuo Qi immediately fired back. Wang Rongjiang, who was unable to smile nearby, was alert and quickly spoke up to smooth things over. The group then continued chatting about Wang Yulo's marriage alliance. As for today's concubine-taking ceremony, aside from ancestor Xianzhou, nobody cared. On the other side, inside Qin Churen's residence, Yulo pushed open the door to the bridal chamber. "Are you nervous?" the groom asked with a smile. The guests were gradually arriving. As the protagonist of the day, Yulo, who was experiencing being a groom for the first time, maintained a good mindset. He was only busy checking in on the 2 brides to confirm their condition. The wedding procedures of the mortal world had nothing to do with cultivators. Wang Yulo's purpose in marrying these 2 maidens was partly to satisfy ancestor Xianzhou's desire to see him wed. The ancestor was advanced in years and wanted to see Yulo sire offspring, so how could Yulo refuse? The other part was that both maidens were highly critical. Little Qin was an asset in his career, while Little Fish fell into the category of a reliable partner. Though the great Tao is walked alone, walking alone inevitably brings loneliness. Finding some beautiful companions to accompany oneself was only natural. Moreover, if Wang Yulo wanted to travel further, he could not restrict himself solely to the Wang clan system. The family could help him a great deal, but what belonged to the family and what belonged to himself were ultimately 2 different matters. Close friends, Dao companions, disciples, and the like were the foundation for a cultivator to construct their own faction. Marrying more reliable companions could vastly solidify Yulo's basic deck. The grand aspiration of standing at the absolute peak required stepping on solid ground to climb. Of course, these companions were not Yulo's stepping stones, rather, they were assets he could rely on while scaling the mountain. "I am not nervous, just a bit too happy." So happy that my heart feels empty, which is very strange, little Qin, who was also marrying for the first time, replied with a wry smile. Wang Yulo sat by the round table in the bridal chamber, directly facing little Qin from an angle. Facing the maiden's distress, Yulo thought for a moment and asked, "Do you know of the legendary most powerful technique of Great Skymount Mountain, the Skymount Solitary Sitting Technique? An ancient method?" Qin Churen did not know much about the Skymount Solitary Sitting Technique, but she knew of Great Skymount Mountain. This sect stood on equal footing with the Sky Serpent sect, belonging to the upper three sects of Wunan. Correct. Although ancient methods have declined nowadays, there are still people practicing them because ancient methods are more profound in their techniques. The inheritance of the Skymount Solitary Sitting Technique was obtained by a Foundation establishment rogue cultivator a dozen years ago. He actually thought he had stumbled upon some incredible opportunity. As it turned out, after practicing it, he discovered that the Skymount Solitary Sitting Technique was a mental art that cultivated the Tao heart. When he was captured by the people of the Immortal Alliance, he was still cursing Great Skymount Mountain for tricking him. Wang Yulo recounted this hidden piece of news, and little Qin listened with wide eyes. The most powerful technique of Great Skymount Mountain, one of the upper three sects, actually cultivated the Tao heart. This was entirely unexpected. Since it cultivates the Tao heart, why could it become the strongest technique? The maiden asked in confusion. The origin of ancient methods lies in communing with heaven and earth. In the process of communing with heaven and earth, whether a cultivator's Tao heart is pure and resolute exerts a massive influence. The Skymount Solitary Sitting Technique can help Great Skymount Mountain cultivators progress faster. Your Tao heart has fallen into chaos, which is why you are easily swayed by your emotions. Companions and cultivation are merely parts of the journey. Viewing them as ordinary allows one to be more composed. Yulo spoke eloquently, and Qin Churen listened intently. Yet, looking at the profile of the young man sitting opposite her, what little Qin thought of was that, in reality, he merely viewed it as ordinary. Water flows downward, but the human heart always wishes to climb higher and higher. Hence, the ancient methods that communed with heaven and earth were abandoned, and the new methods that devoured heaven and earth became the mainstream for cultivators. Cultivators thought, we cultivators practice immortality, do we still need to cater to the whims of heaven and earth? The respect shown to communing with heaven and earth during artifact refining, alchemy, array formation, breakthroughs, and cultivation was among the few traces left behind by the ancient methods. Did you understand? Yulo finished speaking, only to find the maiden sitting opposite him dazed, so he raised his voice slightly. Qin Churen's eyes stirred slightly, and she countered with a question instead, "Senior Wang, after today, what should Churen call you?" She was a clever maiden, well aware that she was different from little fish. Their talents were different, their relationship with Senior Wang was different, and their purposes in striving to approach Wang Yulo were different. One reaps what one sows. Qin Churen knew exactly what she would receive. Therefore, she did not harbor too many extra expectations. If it were her, she would never dare to ask Wang Yulo for a water jade magical artifact. But she also possessed her own tiny, insignificant wish. Do not view it as ordinary, Senior Wang. Churen has given you everything, so please do not view it as ordinary. And that casual question regarding the form of address was the greatest trial Qin Churen had plucked up the courage to make. Yulo did not realize that Qin Churen was testing him, given that she was naturally clever and currently carried a great deal of caution and care. Every single look, shift of posture, strand of hair, and expression was filled with scrutiny. Then I must also ask, how do you want me to call you? He asked teasingly. A casual test received a casual answer. Little Qin felt somewhat relieved but also a bit disappointed. However, she quickly realized that she was being overly sensitive. Thus, she poured a cup of tea for Yulo. After presenting the tea, she spoke, I ask Senior Wang to continue calling me Little Qin. To be a qualified subordinate and a reliable asset was Little Qin's foundation for standing by Wang Yulo's side. She wished to step out, yet ultimately lacked the courage to do so. That was why her behavior showed back-and-forth vacillation and conflict. At this moment, she chose to remain within this comfort zone once more. Then continue calling me Little Qin. Ah, if I call you Little Qin, don't tell me you are going to call me Old Wang. Yulo had actually remembered that Qin Churen was younger than himself, but his current age remained a secret, so he changed his wording to make a joke. Hearing him say this, Qin Churen burst into an elegant laugh. He had become the controller of River Bend Fishing Port at such a young age, and his appearance looked to be barely in his early 20s. No matter what, he had nothing to do with being an Old Wang. Old Wang doesn't sound pleasant. Little Qin will call you Great King, how about that? Little Qin was also a delightful person, directly allowing Yulo to experience the feeling of being a ruling monarch. Absolutely not, I cannot bear it, ha ha ha. This title was too grand, and Yulo waved his hands repeatedly in refusal. Then what should I call you? Big Brother Wang. Big Brother Yulo. Finally, he noticed that Little Qin seemed to be speaking of more than just a mere form of address. At this thought, Yulo quietly gazed at Little Qin. Under his gaze, Little Qin first lowered her head in a bit of shyness. But Yulo remained silent for a long time, and she understood something. Instead, she raised her head again and said, Senior Wang, Little Qin will keep to her station. Yulo pulled her hand, drawing this maiden whose heart had fallen into chaos into his embrace. You, oh you. You always think you are very clever, but in truth, you are occasionally rather foolish. Little Qin merely held the man before her tightly in silence, uttering not a single word further. The best approach is to pretend you know nothing and carry yourself with the status of my wife. What kind of person you are depends not on a title, nor even on me, but solely on yourself. Perhaps you believe your cultivation is insufficient or your talent is lacking, thereby generating various misgivings. But I do not care. Little Qin, it is not that I do not care about you, but rather that beneath me, everyone is the same. This sentence was actually modified by Yulo. In reality, what he had wanted to say was, beneath me, everyone is equal. Yulo possessed the confidence that there was no essential gap between himself and the most formidable heavenly geniuses of heaven and earth. Perhaps their starting points differed, but as they advanced further, those initial advantages would all be leveled out. At that time, he would not yield to anyone. Senior Wang, you are very different right now compared to the past. Oh. In what way? I cannot put it into words, but little Qin feels that the current you is the true you. Qin Chen knew she was losing her composure somewhat, but she simply could not control her heart. Then let me lose composure just this once. Yes, I have lost my composure. Yulo's response left Qin Chen somewhat startled. To genuinely be himself was actually viewed as a manifestation of losing composure by Wang Yulo. Little Qin, there are only two kinds of cultivators in this world, those who know how to disguise themselves, and those who do not. The former rule over everything. For instance, those slightly formidable foundation establishment cultivators will rarely speak much truth. Those great cultivators standing at the apex play with everyone in the palm of their hands, even possessing the capability to alter heaven and earth. If one wishes to travel further, one must conceal their true self well to await the opportune timing. Opportune timing, when is the opportune timing? Qin Chen did not understand Wang Yulo, who hailed from a great family. She failed to comprehend him deeply, yet she wished to learn. Opportune timing is also an illusion, just as fate never favors those who need to be favored. Heavenly mandate treats the boundless living beings equally, from humans to beasts to demons. Opportune timing does not exist, much less can it be awaited. The opportune timing I speak of, the opportune timing our Wang clan speaks of, is our own opportune timing. To you, perhaps the moment I arrived at River Bend fishing port was where your opportune timing lay. Gently caressing the back of the beautiful maiden in his arms, Yulo spoke a great deal. He wanted to make this maiden realize that she was no mere vassal or plaything, but one of his most important allies, an existence he needed to marry to his side to put his mind at ease. But Qin Chen had actually heard nothing at all. For the first time in her 20-plus years of life, she felt the warmth of an embrace. She immersed herself within it, completely forgetting how she ought to disguise herself. Senior Sister Wang, what is Yulo's age? Lin Hengtai's question was very intriguing. Upon hearing him ask this, both Yuan Daoshan and Zhuoqi pricked up their ears as well. Good old Lin, I don't know if you are a blockhead or truly clever to actually ask directly. Wang Jingyi swept her eyes across the room, instantly reading the expressions of all the foundation establishment cultivators present. She replied calmly, under 50. Because Lin Hengtai sat directly opposite, Zhuoqi could even see his stiffened face that looked as if someone had pressed a pause button. Unable to hold it in for a moment, he nearly burst into laughter. Cultivators with immense potential like Wang Yulo would travel very far in the future. Their ages were matters that required confidentiality, as it would affect their safety during future magical combat with others. The ancient methods emphasizing the communion between man and nature had been abandoned, yet the communion itself still affected every cultivator. The higher the cultivation base, the greater the influence. If an opponent's birth date and time were known, one could design ambushes during specific times. Foundation establishment cultivators could already clearly perceive the fluctuations in their strength during different seasons and regions. Therefore, no one thought there was anything amiss with Wang Jingyi's downplaying of Yulo's age. Ha ha ha, yes. Hengtai was presumptuous. Lin Hengtai had brought embarrassment upon himself and did not dare to voice any objection. After all, adding the two foundation establishment cultivators of the Lin family together was still not enough to withstand 3 strikes from Wang Jingyi's sword. If the two foundation establishment cultivators of the Lin family stood in a single row, Ancestor Jingyi could resolve them with a single strike when she unleashed her sword. The further up one advanced in cultivation base, the vaster the gap in strength became between cultivators. This disparity in strength reached its peak during the foundation establishment stage. The disparity in strength among Purple Palace cultivators was also vast, but Purple Palace cultivators could rely on time to smooth out the differences. Purple Palace cultivators with slightly older seniority showed no distinct weakness or strength when fighting. Everyone was backed by the power of a grotto heaven, and all 5 strands of their Dao foundations were fully formed. They were not lacking in the execution of various secret techniques, making it highly difficult to determine a victor. Precisely because of this, the Immortal Alliance came into existence. Stop fighting, let us harvest together. Fellow Taoists, the matter of Yulo's Tao companion involves too many variables and cannot be settled in a short time. Our Wang family's requirements are simple: she must be reasonably beautiful, quite clever, and finally, guarantee 1.5 portions of foundation establishment resources. Only in this manner can they form an immortal couple and walk the immortal path together for a long time. Wang Jingyi set the tone for Yulo's Tao companion matter, then commanded Wang Rongjiang to go ahead and invite the guests into the courtyard to witness the ceremony. Wang Xianzhou belonged to the category of Yulo's Tao protector and needed to remain hidden. After Zhuo Qi arrived, he had concealed himself to the side. Zhuo Qi had arrived far too early. In the side parlor, amid the chattering of numerous fellow disciples, Lin Ying closed her eyes with some irritation, attempting to quiet her mind. However, if a person could easily govern their own heart, why would Great Skymount Mountain still need the Skymount solitary sitting technique? Whenever Lin Ying wished to quiet her mind, Yulo's face would suddenly manifest within her consciousness. Her desire to banish Yulo's face from her mind only intensified the interference of this obsession. Obsession was precisely like that, the more one cared, the fiercer the grip became. In the end, she could only open her eyes in defeat, pretending as though nothing had happened. When she learned that she might enter a marriage alliance with Wang Yulo, Lin Ying had been completely dumbfounded, only for the family ancestor to tell her that this opportunity was one in 1,000 years. But it was not as if Lin Ying did not know Wang Yulo. The Immortal Mushroom Cave and River Bend fishing port were not far apart. Yulo, Lin Ying, and Ji Yuan frequently interacted. Though they were not bosom friends, they were quite familiar with one another. In Lin Ying's eyes, Wang Yulo was just a pretentious little old man, incredibly tedious every single day. What annoyed her most was that every time she thought of Wang Yulo, Lin Ying would recall the awkward scene in front of Azure Water Palace that day. Recalling that awkward scene caused Lin Ying to sink into a state of self-loathing irritation. In psychology, this was known as a traumatic flashback. Clearly, Wang Yulo had granted her an opportunity, enabling her to trade for the water jade, yet she had developed a traumatic flashback instead, even counting this trauma against Wang Yulo's name. How should one put it? It was understandable, yet no one could possibly respect it. Even Lin Ying herself understood that such a reason could not be voiced to anyone, which was why, under Lin Hengtai's forceful dragging, she had still come to the site of Yulo's concubine-taking ceremony. Young fellow Taoists, the time is ripe. Please follow me to the courtyard to witness the ceremony. Wang Rongjiang suddenly appeared, and the numerous qi-refining cultivators in the side parlor rose one after another, following him out the door. Lin Ying walked at the rear, shrinking into the furthest corner of the crowd after stepping outside. Looking at the densely packed crowd in the courtyard, Lin Ying held Wang Yulo in even lower regard in her heart. You hold a concubine-taking ceremony, and the result is calling us here to watch you and your 2 concubines put on a pretentious show. Who knows how many times you have already rolled through the red bed curtains behind closed doors. However, when Wang Yulo emerged leading the 2 maidens, Lin Ying was still startled by the Wang clan's sheer extravagance. Qin Chuan and Bai Xiaoyu, 2 qi induction cultivators, were actually wearing robes that were mid-grade magical artifacts. Lin Ying's own best robe was merely a low-grade magical artifact. The 2 maidens were naturally beautiful to begin with, each striking in her own unique way. Now, with one dressed in brilliant red and the other in moon white, standing together, they appeared as eye-catching as celestial maidens descending upon the mortal realm. Good, good, good. Junior brother Yulo's blessings are truly profound. Fan Zhugao was unfamiliar with both Little Qin and Little Fish, so he felt the greatest sigh of emotion, whereas Wu Faxian had long anticipated this. Little Fish belonged to the kind of maiden whom one could recognize with a single glance in a crowd. Wu Faxian had already experienced this before. Back then, when Bai Xiaoyu brought him to the villa to meet Wang Yulo, she had suddenly leaped to the water's edge halfway through to catch a turtle, leaving a very deep impression on Wu Faxian. What is the procedure for this concubine-taking ceremony? Are we just going to stand here? Wu Faxian transmitted his voice to ask Old Fan. Old Fan glanced at him and transmitted his voice in response. What else do you think? Otherwise, do you want to go up there and accompany the groom to experience it? They had delivered so many congratulatory gifts, yet they did not even have a place to sit, forced to stand to the side and watch. To say Old Fan carried no grievances in his heart would be a lie. The newlyweds pay respects to the elders. Wang Rongjiang called out in a formal tone, then used his spiritual power to throw open the slightly ajar doors of the main hall at the end of the front courtyard. Within the hall sat Wang Yulo's elders. Glancing inside the doors, Fan Zhugao sucked in a breath of cold air, Wu Faxian bent his waist directly, and even Lin Ying in the corner revealed a look of astonishment. Inside the hall, whether sitting or standing, there were a total of 13 Foundation Establishment cultivators present. The figures from the various prominent Foundation Establishment families of Drip Drop Cave had all arrived. Zhuo Qi of the Zhuo family, Yuan Daoshan of the Yuan family, and Sect Master Chu Yunjian, these 3 renowned Foundation Establishment cultivators of Drip Drop Cave, sat in the upper seats. Wu Jinyan, as an alliance envoy and a close friend of the Wang family, sat on the right edge of the 5 primary seats. In the absolute center position sat a female cultivator with a serene expression, who did not appear particularly unusual at a glance. In reality, Ancestor Jingyi was doing her utmost to restrain her outward manifesting divine ability, purely to ensure that the 2 maidens could see her face clearly. Yet what astonished Lin Ying the most was that aside from these 5 sitting Foundation Establishment figures, the other Foundation Establishment cultivators who had come to attend Yulo's concubine ceremony were all standing to one side. This included the Lin family's own ancestor, Lin Hengtai. Seating arrangements reflected power. Wang Jingyi could sit not merely because she was the leading figure of the Wang family, but because she held the highest status among everyone present. Yuan Daoshan and Zhuo Qi respectively represented the first and second largest Foundation Establishment families within Drip Drop Cave, the Sect Master represented the dignity of Drip Drop Cave, and Wu Jinyan represented the extension of the Immortal Alliance's power within Drip Drop Cave. Before these 5 individuals, Lin Hengtai, whose strength was lacking and whose family was still weak, could naturally only stand, could he not? Under Wang Rongjiang's direction, Yulo led the two maidens to bow 3 times toward the 5 seniors. The ceremony was remarkably simple, yet Yulo felt a surge of emotion in his heart. Through the method of marriage alliance, he had for the first time obtained 2 distinct individuals of his own. They would become his feelers, helping him manage his faction. If a cultivator wished to travel further, they could not fight a solitary battle. Under the system of the Immortal Alliance, managing one's basic deck well was of paramount importance. Manxiang's attainment of the Golden Core realm, with 2 purple palace figures running ragged to help issue favor tickets, causing everyone under the Red Lantern Illumination sect to howl equally in pain, fully demonstrated the importance of operating one's own faction. From his initial business trials at Clearstream Market, to his restructuring and seizing of major power at River Bend Fishing Port, to his current marriage to 2 concubines to expand his influence, Yulo was constructing his own faction and stronghold step by step. Although it still appeared very small and insignificant at present, it marked an excellent beginning. The future would arrive very soon. Yulo, if I were to give you other items, you might not necessarily find a use for them. But you are an artificer, and I imagine you require spiritual materials. Accept this piece of 7th grade positive essence stone. I hope you can make daily progress and make use of this spiritual material at an early date. Wang Jingyi looked at Yulo with a smile, presenting him with a massive piece of positive essence stone, causing all the Foundation establishment cultivators of Drip Drop Cave to look askance. However, what truly caused them to look askance was just beginning. Yulo, entering Drip Drop Cave for 3 years, your cultivation base has risen by 3 layers. It is evident that you are exceptionally diligent in your cultivation. As an elder of the sect, seeing you allows me to see the future prosperity of the lineage. Come, this piece of water jade is for you. I also happen to possess a superficial understanding of the artificing path. If you encounter anything you do not understand regarding the path of artifact refining, feel free to come and ask me. Yuan Daoshan presented a piece of water jade, and Yulo naturally accepted it with immense joy. It was rather strange to speak of it. Water jade was clearly the most precious 8th grade spiritual material within the Red Lantern Illumination sect sphere of influence, yet Yulo currently held 3 pieces in his hands. One was traded for, one was dropped by the stone turtle, presented to him by ancestor Xianzhou, and one was given by Yuan Daoshan. Drip Drop Cave Heaven was indeed a fine place, nurturing to both people and jade. Ha, Yulo, although this piece of water jade of mine is slightly larger than Elder Yuan's, you must remember, Elder Yuan regards you with equal importance. Wouldn't you say so, Elder Yuan? Zhuo Qi produced a piece of water jade, holding it in his hand to display it to the surrounding crowd before handing it to Yulo. Thus, Yulo now possessed 4 pieces of water jade. He was considering that Little Fish's water jade magical artifact should be refined at an early date, he could even refine it himself. For no other reason than having 4 pieces of water jade in hand, he could afford the failures. Of course, Yulo also noticed Yuan Daoshan's ash-pale face, but Wang Jingyi spoke up to defuse the situation for him. The gifts from the sect elders carry no hierarchy, they are all expectations and encouragement for you. Yulo, you must cultivate diligently and must not slacken. Fan Zhugao in the courtyard merely wished that his dear master Zhuo would also expect and encourage him in such a manner. Master, I have followed you for so many years, executing your biddings day and night without rest, sigh. Wu Faxian did not harbor so many miscellaneous thoughts, he did not have a Foundation establishment master anyway. Old Fan, the matter of the exchange conference can absolutely succeed. Absolutely succeed. Wu Faxian transmitted his voice. Shut your mouth. With so many Foundation establishment cultivators right in front of us, you are still transmitting your voice. Are you foolish? Old Fan quickly warned. In truth, he was overthinking it. With Wang Jingyi and the others sitting there, even the Foundation establishment cultivators had to stand obediently with accommodating smiles. How could they have the audacity to sweep their divine sense around recklessly? Lin Ying, on the other hand, thought of a certain matter. It seemed, apparently, possibly, perhaps, regarding the matter of the Tao companion, she had been overthinking things. A mere concubine-taking ceremony had 13 Foundation establishment figures backing it, with the 2 major families of the sect vying to win him over. A Wang Yulo like this was someone she currently could not quite match. When Lin Hengtai presented a piece of 9th grade spiritual material, Lin Ying's feeling became even more pronounced. No, ancestor, aren't we being a bit too stingy? Our Lin family also has 2 Foundation establishment figures, would it hurt to give him an 8th grade spiritual material? Even if we don't have water jade, we could give something else. What does giving a piece of 9th grade spiritual material count for? At this thought, Lin Ning lowered her head. The radiance surrounding fellow Taoist Yulo was simply too blinding after all. Sect Master Chu Yunjian was the last to bestow a gift. However, instead of offering any spirit stones, spiritual pills, or spiritual materials from his storage bag, he produced a formal decree. This was the second time Wang Yulo had seen a sect decree. Once, a single decree from the Red Lantern Illumination sect had stripped away the major trading market he operated and given the Wang clan a mountain of random treasures in return. What would the decree from the sect master of Drip Drop Cave bring him? Chu Yunjian scanned the room, cleared his throat, and began reading the contents of the decree aloud. Disciple of the Azure Water Palace, Wang Yulo. However, Cui Yenzong, who had slipped in among the guests to watch the ceremony, seized his chance. Hiding behind the crowd, he channeled his cultivation base and shouted at the top of his lungs. I wish to report a crime. Sect Master, I accuse Wang Yulo. Chu Yunjian frowned, his expression turning ugly. To cause a scene during the Sect Master's speech, this man's intentions were utterly malicious. Wang Jingyi remained silent, merely offering a soft smile. Good, good, good. Fascinating. Truly fascinating, ha ha ha. Wang Rongjiang was the fastest to react. He had been presiding over the event in the courtyard just outside the Grand Hall. The moment Cui Yenzong spoke, this newly ascended foundation establishment cultivator of the Wang clan manifested a massive hand of green gold spiritual energy, lunging directly toward the source of the noise. Who dares utter such reckless nonsense? Zhuo Qi barked furiously. He was the one who had introduced Yulo into Drip Drop Cave. In the shadow war to curry favor with the Wang clan, the Zhuo family had just pulled half a step ahead of the Yuan clan. If someone ruined Wang Yulo's day, it would jeopardize the Zhuo family's standing. Rather than dealing with a mess later, it was better to take a firm stance now to terrify any potential saboteurs. As for what to do if things truly went south, they would cross that bridge when they got there. Ultimately, with Wang Jingyi present, nothing catastrophic could happen to Wang Yulo. By extension, with Ancestor Yinxing backing them, the Zhuo family was perfectly safe. Yuan Daoshan did not express his stance immediately. With a deep furrow in his brow, he stood up and walked toward the door, adopting the righteous guise of someone wanting to uphold justice for Wang Yulo. In truth, he had deeper motives. That fool Zhuo Qi genuinely believed Wang Yulo was some kind of foundation establishment seed. What Yuan Daoshan actually feared was the Mengxian lineage attempting to usurp control, using Drip Drop Cave's future Purple Palace plans to nurture one of their own. Therefore, if the opportunity presented itself, he would strike without hesitation. Chu Yunjian was an ally of the Yuan clan, and as the strongest foundation establishment cultivator within Drip Drop Cave, Yuan Daoshan had no trouble suppressing Wang Jingyi if it came to it. As long as righteousness was on their side, eliminating a pawn of the Mengxian lineage ahead of time was entirely justified. Would it breed enmity? The Wang clan did not fear conflict, and the Yuan clan feared it even less. When the rise or fall of a family hung in the balance, one could not afford to hesitate over mere politics. Yet, faster than Wang Rongjiang's green gold energy hand, and faster than the scheming Yuan Daoshan or anyone else, someone had already subdued Cui Yenzong. It was Lin Ying, who had been standing at the back of the crowd. Having suffered a severe bout of traumatic flashbacks, she had been entirely unenthusiastic about Wang Yulo's concubine-taking ceremony. Lacking Yuan Daoshan's overarching vision, Lin Ying's thought process was far simpler. The moment Cui Yenzong started making a scene, she realized his accusation was utterly futile. Why? Because Wang Jingyi was here. With that powerful core disciple from the Red Lantern Illumination sect present, even if Wang Yulo had bedded a literal demon sow and sired a whole litter, it wouldn't be considered a crisis. Clearly, Lin Ying's trauma was running deep. Without a second thought, she whipped out a mid-grade spiritual artifact, an immortal binding rope, effortlessly binding the chi-gathering realm Cui Yenzong. By the time Wang Rongjiang's massive green gold hand arrived, it grabbed the bound troublemaker out of the air. The massive hand hoisted little Cui up, preparing to crush him to death on the spot. Interrupting a grand ceremony to file a complaint? Who do you think you are? Who do you think Wang Yulo is? Stop. Wang Jingyi ordered with a frown. With so many eyes watching, killing him right now would cause unnecessary trouble. Wang Rongjiang snorted coldly, tossing Cui Yenzong down in front of the main hall. The entire sequence occurred in the blink of an eye. By the time Cui Yenzong crashed to the floor, rolling around and wailing in agony, Wu Faxian, Fan Zhugao, and the others finally realized a massive storm had hit. Yulo remained completely composed, though a cold resolve hardened in his heart. In the future, he needed to be more ruthless. Letting a hit list sit for too long only allowed liabilities to fester. The longer the list, the better. And when he struck, it had to be a total purge. If you don't slaughter an enemy's household down to their chickens and dogs, are you just waiting 30 years for them to come back for revenge? This incident was a lesson. Even so, Yulo did not panic. There was absolutely no evidence regarding the old man Cui's death. No matter how much Cui Yenzong slandered him, it would never alter the reality that the truth had already been digested multiple times over by the beasts in Beautiful Water Lake. Junior brother Chu, senior brother Yuan, how do you intend to handle this? Wang Jingyi leaned back in her chair, resting her head against her left hand on the armrest, looking quite vexed. Yuan Daoshan said nothing, but kicked Cui Yenzong viciously. In that exact instant, a covert divine sense transmission shot into the young man's mind. Accuse Wang Yulo. Bite him to death, and our Yuan clan will ensure you walk out of here alive. Also, do not dare repeat a single word of what I told you previously, or even I won't be able to save you. Turning back into a master actor, Yuan Daoshan roared with righteous fury. You vile creature. What do you take the sex laws for? Disrupting young friend Yulo's wedding day, just what are your malicious intentions? Wang Jingyi failed to notice anything amiss. After all, a seasoned foundation establishment cultivator with deep cultivation and an exalted status like Yuan Daoshan had lived so long they were essentially like monsters of terrifying intellect. Zhuo Qi, Lin Hengtai, and the rest of the crowd quickly chimed in, instantly branding the disruptive Cui Yenzong as a treasonous insurgent. This display left Yuan Daoshan burning with anxiety. The Wang clan had merely dangled the promise of a future official Dao companion, yet it had turned this flock of fools completely brainless. He quickly delivered another hidden kick to Cui Yinzong, transmitting, "Don't be afraid. That Wang family ancestor sitting over there is no match for me. As long as you can firmly accuse Wang Yulo of violating sect laws, I can pull you out of this." Treasonous. Utterly treasonous. After finishing his kick, Yuan Daoshan quickly spat out his verbal rebuke. Cui Yinzong had finally recovered from the shock of receiving a secret transmission from the head of Drip Drop Cave's #1 family. Bound by the immortal binding rope, his cultivation base was sealed, but he lacked any fear. Indeed, if even River Bend fishing port was full of factional warfare, how could the high and mighty ancestors possibly be a united front? With Yuan Daoshan backing him, what did he have to fear? Ever since Wang Yulo arrived at River Bend, Cui Yinzong began to scream, but Wang Jingyi was no longer worried. Because the game was already won. She was entirely certain that with so many Foundation establishment peers giving them face, nothing would happen to Yulo. Whatever Cui Yinzong said would require a formal investigation later, and once investigated, wouldn't the truth be whatever they deemed it to be? How could it be clear? When you stand high, you see far and clear. With the majority of Drip Drop Cave's Foundation establishment cultivators standing together, what power in the sect could possibly override them? When the investigation happened, they could shape the narrative however they pleased. Still, she couldn't just let him spout nonsense unchecked. If he actually blurted out specific details, it would tarnish Yulo's reputation. The ancestor didn't lack faith in Yulo, she simply demanded absolute perfection. Should she drop a hint to senior brother Yuan to make this troublemaker shut up immediately? Just as Ancestor Jingyi was relying on Yuan Daoshan to help, a glimmer of excitement flashed in Yuan Daoshan's eyes. A pawn of the Mangxian lineage was about to be kicked out of the sect this easily. How could he not be thrilled? Those minor Foundation establishment families weren't qualified to gamble for Drip Drop Cave's future Purple Palace position anyway, so they could afford to blindly support the Wang clan just to get a seat at the table. But the Yuan clan had a massive appetite. Merely sharing a pie wouldn't satisfy their hunger, let alone quench their thirst. What the Yuan clan demanded wasn't an alliance through marriage, but the future Purple Palace opportunity of Drip Drop Cave. Therefore, he was sorry, Yulo. That piece of water jade would have to serve as his compensation. However, just as Cui Yinzong reached the critical point of his accusation, a figure suddenly bolted from the crowd of onlookers. It was none other than Zhang Xuewu, the town guardian cultivator of River Bend fishing port. "You miserable dog, how dare you slander fellow Daoist Yulo? I'll beat you to death. I'll destroy you, you wretched bastard." Before Cui Yinzong could even begin his slander, Zhang Xuewu delivered a brutal kick square to his face, launching him several meters across the room. He smashed against the wall before slumping to the floor. In truth, Yuan Daoshan had wanted to stop it, he desperately wanted to intercept him. However, old Zhang didn't give him a fraction of a second. Taking large strides, he pinned Cui Yinzong down, ripped off his own freshly worn sock, and rammed it straight into the man's mouth. "Go on, accuse him. Let's see you say another word." Old Zhang snarled, his tone vibrating with a bizarre surge of euphoria. At this moment, he felt like kneeling down and bowing to the Cui family ancestors. The old man's death had been spectacular, granting him the chance to earn fellow Daoist Yulo's absolute trust. The young one was even better, absolutely magnificent, a godsend. Though he struck viciously, roared righteously, and stuffed the sock with ruthless speed, old Zhang's heart was bursting with profound gratitude and relief. Yulo didn't share his ancestors' hesitation about exposing secret transmissions. He had explicitly ordered Zhang Xuewu to shut the man up to prevent any unforeseen accidents. Human hearts were unpredictable, if Cui Yinzong was being manipulated by someone else, it would turn messy. Having successfully gagged the whistleblower with his sock, Zhang Xuewu stood proud like a conquering general before dropping heavily to his knees before the hall. "Sect Master, Elders. This man is the son of the former town guardian cultivator of River Bend fishing port, Cui Dingyi. Ever since fellow Daoist Cui Dingyi mysteriously vanished, this boy lost his mind to madness. Out of respect for Cui Dingyi's contributions to the fishing port, we chose not to report his insanity, hoping we could treat him first. We never anticipated he would cause such a massive disturbance today. It is entirely my fault for failing to supervise him properly. I begged the sect master for punishment. He wasn't making an accusation, he was just a lunatic. If there was any blame, Zhang Xuewu would shoulder it all. It had absolutely nothing to do with fellow Daoist Yulo, not a single shred, not a single hair." Before Chu Yunjian could even formulate a response, Wang Jingyi spoke up to set the tone. A swift and decisive reaction. "Excellent. Little Zhang, I see the potential in you to become an inner disciple of the Red Lantern Illumination sect." She instantly offered Zhang Xuewu a massive reassurance. "Do not fear, the Wang clan never abandons its loyal hounds." Wang Jingyi wasn't handing out empty titles. This man had clearly been brought under Yulo's wing to display such fanatical loyalty, and since Zhang Xuewu was already a Drip Drop Cave disciple, he fell safely within the broader Red Lantern system. Transferring him laterally to the Red Lantern Illumination sect as an outer disciple would be simple. Later, when his cultivation reached the late stages, they could find an opportunity to elevate him to the inner sect without spending a single spirit stone. At worst, they could just have him join Wang Jingyi's personal lineage. If that happened, old Zhang's reckless charge today had officially rewritten his destiny. He was merely a low-ranking disciple of the Clear Spring Palace anyway. Since Wang Jingyi had defined the narrative, Chu Yunjian naturally wouldn't oppose her. Indeed. Drip Drop Cave possesses strict rules. If there was any genuine grievance, why not report it to the Grotto Heaven Patrol team? To behave in such a manner on Yulo's wedding day can only be explained by madness. Little Zhang, take this rogue down. As for his punishment, hand him over to the Grotto Heaven Patrol. Chu Yunjian's arrangement wasn't intended to spare Cui Yenzong, but to follow formal procedures to execute him legitimately. Everyone present understood this. However, at that exact moment, Yuan Daoshan abruptly acted. The #1 Foundation establishment cultivator of Drip Drop Cave gently channeled his cultivation base, sending a pale blue silk ribbon wrapping entirely around Cui Yenzong's head. The spiritual artifact's power surged, and in an instant, Cui Yenzong's soul shattered, leaving him thoroughly dead. Earlier, he had wanted to save him because Cui Yenzong still possessed utility. But after Zhang Xuewu's decisive gagging, Yuan Daoshan had no choice but to silence him permanently. This madman disrupted Yulo's wedding. He deserved death. There is no need to trouble the law enforcement team. Yuan Daoshan was a disciple of Drip Drop Cave's Purple Palace Master, the patriarch of the largest family, and the most formidable seasoned Foundation establishment cultivator in the sect. Executing a low-tier disciple of his own sect would never cause him any issues. Only. I acted a bit too hastily. Little Ji, drag him away. Quickly, get him out of here. Standing within the crowd, Ji Yuan heard Yuan Daoshan's command and immediately stepped forward to drag Cui Yenzong's corpse away. Though he wasn't Yuan Daoshan's personal apprentice, he was still a member of the Yuan clan, and the clan patriarch's orders had to be obeyed blindly. Yet Yulo immediately sensed something wrong. Yuan Daoshan was rushing. What was he rushing for? What did the handling of Cui Yenzong have to do with him? Or was he simply overthinking things? Was this just Yuan Daoshan's way of currying favor and showing goodwill? Yulo couldn't wrap his head around it. Regardless, with the madman dealt with, the ceremony proceeded smoothly. After surviving the sudden storm, Chu Yunjian looked back at the decree he had drafted and realized it was a bit lacking. Since Wang Yulo might have hidden liabilities, this was precisely the time to increase their favors. After all, the resources belonged to the sect, and since the decree was perfectly lawful and justified, adding a few more rewards would raise no eyebrows. Disciple of the Azure Water Palace, Wang Yulo, since assuming the role of town guardian cultivator of River Bend Fishing Port, has labored tirelessly day and night, raising the spiritual fish harvest from 6 to 8 fish. He has dedicated his utmost to his duties, remaining loyal and honest to the sect, maintaining absolute solidarity with his peers, and cultivating with rigorous discipline. He is a shining beacon of the Azure Water Palace and an exemplary model for all disciples of Drip Drop Cave. He is hereby bestowed 800 merit points from the Azure Water Palace, 500 spirit stones, 1 top-grade spiritual artifact, 5 bottles of chi transformation pills, 2 patches of bone-kitting blood surgeon salve, 2 stalks of drip drop grass, and 2 portions of azure blood toad marrow. Yulo, you must continue to advance with diligence and walk the righteous path. I look forward to the day I read your next decree, ha ha ha. Silence fell, an absolute, crushing silence. Even Wang Jingyi was stunned. All of this just for 2 extra spiritual fish. Junior brother Chu, by giving such incredible face, how is our Wang clan supposed to repay this favor? Wu Faxian's teeth nearly shattered from sheer envy. 800 merit points would take him 20 years of brutal labor to accumulate. 500 spirit stones equated to another 100 merit points. A top-grade spiritual artifact was easily worth 500 merit points minimum. 5 bottles of chi transformation pills were worth 400 spirit stones, prices had surged recently, mirroring artifacts, which added another 80 merit points. 2 patches of bone-kitting blood surgeon salve, at 60 points a patch, added 120 points. Drip drop grass, at 50 points a stalk, added another 100 points. Azure blood toad marrow, at 80 points a portion, added 160 points. The total rewards granted to Wang Yulo approached nearly 2,000 merit points, which translated to 10,000 spirit stones. 10,000 spirit stones. Wu Faxian felt a deep, venomous resentment. He resented his parents for bringing him into this wretched, miserable world. A lifetime of agonizing struggle would barely allow him to crawl to the exact starting line Wang Yulo had been handed today. Ludicrous, tragic, pitiable, Wu Faxian almost pitted himself. Yet he knew that no matter how much he hated it, he had to maintain excellent relations with Wang Yulo. Because a Wang Yulo like this was already the most cultured and graceful noble clan descendant he had ever encountered. Faced with Chu Yunjian's extravagant rewards, Yulo's first instinct was absolute vigilance. Was this a strategy to praise him to his death? Isn't this a bit too excessive, Yunjian? Yulo's achievements are modest, granting such vast rewards might be inappropriate. There is no need to give special treatment for the sake of our Wang clan. Since Yulo has joined Drip Drop Cave, he is a disciple of Drip Drop Cave. Spurred by Yulo's secret transmission warning, Wang Jingyi also realized something was off, quickly intervening to halt Chu Yunjian's inflated rewards. Lin Hengtai found it completely incomprehensible. A reward worth 10,000 spirit stones, and the Wang clan is actually rejecting it because it's too much. Wu Huayan couldn't comprehend it either. Present merely to pass the time, he had learned an immense amount today, but he never expected Wang Jingyi to utter such words. Evidently, vast divides existed between Foundation establishment clans, and the gulf between individual Foundation establishment cultivators was wider still. No, 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 Senior Sister Wan. Yulo has raised the spiritual fish yield of River Bend Fishing Port. Every single day, Drip Drop Cave gains an extra 3 spirit stones in pure profit. That is 1,000 stones a year, and 10,000 stones over a century. If you ask me, this reward is actually a bit meager. Even giving him 10,000 merit points wouldn't be excessive. Chu Yunjian replied with absolute solemnity. He was a master of creative accounting. How much was a single chicken worth? That was a classic trick. By Chu Yunjian's logic, every single living chicken possessed infinite economic value, and not even an immortal venerable could trade for it, pure nonsense. Yet, hearing it phrased that way, it carried a bizarre, warped logic that left the minds of the onlookers completely dazed. Is this how you grand families justify carving up the wealth you squeeze from our bones? You aren't even trying to hide your greed anymore. In that case, we shall decline the spirit stones. I wonder what senior brother Daoshan thinks. Wang Jingyi turned to Yuan Daoshan, asking for his input. The two of them, one a core disciple of the Red Lantern Illumination sect and a core member of the Mangxian lineage, representing the Wang clan's strongest foundation establishment power, the other required no introduction. Their joint consensus would be the final ruling on Yulo's rewards. Hearing this, Lin Ying's racing heart slowed slightly. The Wang clan still possessed some modicum of shame. Indeed, with a reward pushing 2,000 merit points, aren't you afraid of choking to death, Wang Yulo? However, the moment Yuan Daoshan spoke, Lin Ying and the rest of the onlookers lost their minds entirely. It is a bit low. How about this? Since he is declining the spirit stones, we shall allow Yulo to personally select his reward artifact from the Azure Water Palace's Merit Hall catalog. That should serve as proper compensation. To choose freely meant he would undoubtedly pick that crimson flying sword that had hung in the treasury for decades because no one could ever afford it, the ultimate top-grade spiritual artifact flying sword, valued at 2,100 merit points. In essence, the Wang clan ancestor had forfeited 500 spirit stones in exchange for an extra 2,100 merit points. They deserve to burn in hell. These parasites. These absolute parasites. Wang Jingyi glanced at Chu Yunjian, then at Yuan Daoshan, letting out a silent sigh in her heart. Yulo had officially been dragged into the internal strife of Drip Drop Cave. The Zhua and Yuan families were locked in vicious conflict, which explained why Yuan Daoshan was going to such extreme lengths to curry favor with the external Wang clan. Her arrival today might not have been a blessing, she had inadvertently escalated the intensity of their struggle to recruit the Wang clan to their respective sides. Short-term gains appeared brilliant, but cultivation was like a flowing river, what mattered was an endless, unstoppable torrent. With Yulo entangled in this mess, whether his future held fortune or ruin remained to be seen. Whatever. Pushing any further would only offend people. Yulo, hurry and thank Sect Master Chu and Elder Yuan. With Yuan Daoshan showing such immense respect, Yulo finally cast aside his suspicions of the man. The Yuan clan might have friction with the Zhua family, but he wasn't a disciple or puppet of the Zhuas. At the very least, Elder Daoshan was an incredibly generous man. Red silken curtains obscured Yulo's vision. He reached out, parting the fabric. Sitting cross-legged upon the mattress, Little Fish was so nervous that fine beads of sweat coated her brow. Yulo produced a silk cloth, gently wiping them away for her. It was already late into the night, Bai Xiaoyu had been waiting for him for over 4 hours. Leaving a girl to keep watch over an empty room on their first night wasn't due to a lack of tenderness on Yulo's part. It was entirely because that bastard Fan Zhugao had dragged him away to argue about the tedious details of the exchange gathering, dragging out the hours. Facing the monumental first milestone of his life, even someone as stoic as Yulo felt a surge of anticipation. He firmly believed that even a frail, 90-year-old elder would burst with infinite vitality when presented with a maiden as exquisite as Little Fish. Therefore, anticipation itself could hardly be considered a flaw in his Dao heart. It definitely wasn't. Why are you sweating so much? Hearing such a mischievous question, a rare flash of utter embarrassment flitted through Little Fish's eyes. I'm just a bit nervous, the girl stammered, her voice trembling slightly. The agonizing wait for the inevitable was always the most torturous process, a reality that not even cultivators could escape. Would Wang Yulo spend tonight with Qin Churen, or would he come to her? Though the question felt trivial, it had plagued Little Fish's mind for hours, and given her proud nature, she found herself completely unable to ignore it. It's fine, I'm nervous too. Slide back toward the headboard a bit, leave some room for me. At Yulo's words, Bai Xiaoyu instantly sprang up from the mattress. Cultivators truly were built differently, with flawless physical control, she launched herself backward, landing precisely at the foot of the bed. The two of them sat like strangers sharing a tight carriage, first dividing their respective boundaries on the bed before plunging into a thick, awkward silence. If you're truly that anxious, we don't have to rush. We can put it off tonight, what do you think? Bai Xiaoyu was indeed terrified. She nodded instinctively, but another thought immediately flared in her mind. Twirling the golden tassels of the red curtains with her fingers, Little Fish said dutifully. Then tonight, you should. Placing a finger gently against her lips, Yulo cut her off. Tonight, I am staying with you. There is no rush with Little Qin, we will wait until she hits a cultivation bottleneck. Besides, the dual cultivation methods require advanced preparation and familiarity. Tonight would be far too rushed anyway. Little Fish nodded frantically in agreement. The concept of marriage was highly intriguing to her, and she was far from disliking Wang Yulo, but she genuinely required some time to build up her mental resolve. Then I shall rest first. I will sleep for exactly 2 hours before leaving to cultivate. Do not overthink things when I leave. Whenever time permits, I will rotate between the two of you equally. I will never mistreat you, nor will I neglect little Qin. Having arrived in a cultivation world, there was no need to dance around the reality. Both Bai Xiaoyu and Qin Churen were his Dao companions and his vital pillars of support. Leaving either of them unmarried would be a massive mistake, so marrying both was the only logical choice. This strategy allowed Yulo to construct his foundational power base at maximum speed. His personal energy was finite, having 2 reliable, intimate companions would make managing his affairs vastly easier. Seeing Yulo lie down on the outer edge of the bed and instantly prepare to sleep, Bai Xiaoyu let out a massive sigh of relief. Wonderful, he's falling right asleep. Perfect. She crept stealthily to her pillow, lowering herself down softly before turning her head to study the profile of her new husband. Beyond the red curtains, numerous ever-bright lamps burned fiercely, a detail specifically ordered by Ancestor Xianzhou. He had been terrified that Yulo wouldn't be able to see clearly, thereby sabotaging the important business. Honestly, such worries were utterly ridiculous, the Ancestor simply had far too much free time on his hands. Even for little fish, the bright illumination allowed her to count the individual hairs on Yulo's face in the dark. He always looks so stern normally, but he seems incredibly gentle when he's asleep. Is my husband actually a tender-hearted soul deep down? As the thought spun through her mind, she reached out an arm, wanting to touch Yulo's cheek. But just a finger's width away from his skin, her hand froze. Right then, Yulo snapped his eyes open, locking his gaze with hers. Little fish offered a profoundly awkward smile. I didn't touch you. You woke up on your own, I didn't touch you. Yulo blinked, his voice soft and soothing. Our marriage happened far too quickly. Even though mortals rely on parental commands and matchmakers to seal their unions, we are ultimately not mortals. Little fish, if you find this difficult to adjust to, we can take things slow. If it truly doesn't work out. This time, it was little fish who cut Yulo off. I can adjust, the girl declared with fierce conviction, before her gaze drifted shyly away. It's just. I'm not entirely adjusted yet. Adjusted, but not entirely adjusted. Combined with the maiden's darting, starry eyes and her blushing, radiating face, the display was incomparably breathtaking. Yulo said nothing, simply pulling little fish close and tucking her securely beneath his blanket. No matter. You will adjust over time. We will start by simply sleeping side by side. You don't snore, do you? Little Fish's heart had been melting from his tenderness, but Yulo's sudden pivot left her so exasperated she delivered a sharp punch to his chest. You're the one who snores. Even if every single person in the world snores, it's impossible for me to snore. Why is that? Because I am a fairy, humph. If you're a fairy, then by sleeping with a fairy, wouldn't that make me an immortal emperor? Ha ha ha. Enough, go to sleep. You still have to cultivate afterward. Good night. What on earth is a good night? Good night isn't an object, it's a hidden confession. What is a confession? No more good nights. I'm sleeping. Wang Yulo fell silent. Long after, Bai Xiaoyu crawled out from his embrace, sitting up against the inner wall to continue observing her new groom, her eyes brimming with pure affection. How could she not love him? Yulo was her great hero. It was simply that many things required time, she truly hadn't built up her psychological readiness yet. Riding upon He Lao San, Wang Yulo took flight from the golden platform. The crisp morning breeze buffeted his robes. Having just concluded his morning cultivation, Yulo was currently at the absolute peak of his daily condition. The spiritual crane possessed an innate grace and agility, and the cultivator upon its back was strikingly handsome and extraordinarily poised. As the pair glided through the clouds and waters of drip-drop cave heaven, they formed a flawless portrait of an immortal taking a leisurely stroll. However, Yulo harbored plenty of complaints regarding He Lao San. Wu Faxian's iron-crowned crane is a male. Can you stop trying to mount him? The mere mention of this matter filled Wang Yulo with intense irritation. Yesterday, during his conversation with Wu Faxian, old Wu had proudly released his newly purchased spiritual crane for Yulo to inspect. Granted, while a red-crowned crane like He Lao San was vastly superior to an iron-crowned crane, a cultivator's spiritual crane was much like a man's prized carriage. You loved your own, but you couldn't help admiring someone else's occasionally. It didn't conflict. Yet, while Yulo and Wu Faxian were busy comparing and analyzing the two birds, He Lao San had suddenly lost his mind and mounted the iron-crowned crane right then and there. Yulo and Wu Faxian had desperately tried to intervene, but they feared that excessively violent movements would damage the delicate plumage of the spiritual birds. In the end, they were forced to watch He Lao San enthusiastically go to town right before their eyes. The incident had left Yulo burning with rage, prompting him to instantly lock He Lao San away inside his spirit beast bag. You absolute embarrassment. You've completely ruined my reputation. Wang Yulo's curses were exceptionally harsh. Naturally, this fury carried absolutely zero correlation to the fact that He Lao San had successfully found release with a male crane, while he himself had spent the night holding a beauty without doing a single thing. Absolutely none. Honk honk honk, honk honk. He Lao San squawked frantically, seemingly trying to explain himself, but Yulo couldn't understand a word and couldn't be bothered to listen. Mounting a female crane would be one thing, but mounting a male? Utterly preposterous. After leveling a series of severe threats at Lao San, the man and crane finally arrived within the Azure Water Palace. Stepping into the Merit Hall, Yulo immediately spotted Wu Faxian slacking off. Old Wu, I. But the moment he opened his mouth to greet him, Wu Faxian leaped up in terror, bounding backward several paces and instinctively clutching his spirit beast pouch. Wu Faxian glared at Yulo with intense vigilance and fury, his meaning plain as day. Look, pal, your crane just got his fill yesterday, and he's already back for more today. Is that appropriate? That is completely inappropriate. Relax. I already warned him that if he misbehaves again, I'm having him castrated. Yulo took a seat, casually pouring himself a cup of tea without standing on ceremony. The two had grown highly familiar with one another. I came here for two things today. First is to collect the Scarlet Dharma sword. Is that fully settled? Your clan's ancestor is truly terrifying. Since Elder Yuan spoke up and the sect master gave his consent, you can naturally take it, and you get to choose freely, no less. Speaking of which, that Scarlet Dharma sword was actually forged by Elder Yuan several years ago. Given his ability to forge genuine spiritual artifacts, the top-grade spiritual artifact flying swords he refines are naturally extraordinary. From the base materials to the restrictions, you have no idea how many Azure Water Palace disciples drool over that Scarlet Dharma sword, yet none of them could ever bear to exchange for it, Wu Faxian remarked with a sigh. How could they possibly bear it? Any Azure Water Palace disciple possessing over 2,000 merit points was typically preparing for their funeral or focusing entirely on breaking through to Foundation establishment. Why waste those precious points on an absurdly overpriced flying sword? 10,500 spirit stones was enough to purchase half a Foundation establishment pill. This price tag, while perhaps not completely unprecedented among spiritual artifacts, was definitely uniquely exorbitant. Forged by Elder Yuan. Are you referring to Elder Yuan Daoshan? Yulo recalled Yuan Daoshan mentioning his deep expertise in the artificing path, stating that Yulo could seek his guidance whenever necessary. While those words were clearly polite pleasantries, given the depth of the man's artificing attainment, swallowing his pride to seek guidance would be well worth whatever price he had to pay. Furthermore, judging by old Yuan's warm attitude toward him, there was a genuine chance the man might actually teach him. I'll find an opportunity in the future. Naturally, who else could it be? Every year during the 7th month, he fires up his furnace to refine spiritual artifacts, and the Foundation establishment cultivators of the sect practically line up to curry favor with him, all begging for a high-quality tool. The Yuan clan is renowned for its mastery of the artificing path, and Elder Daoshan is the undisputed peak among them. It is precisely under his leadership that the Yuan clan steadily transformed into Drip Drop Cave's premier Foundation establishment clan, seizing control of numerous critical positions within the sect. Yulo nodded in agreement. Achieving a profound level in the artificing path could truly build a massive empire, which would in turn fuel one's own cultivation. However, the economic model of the Wunan cultivation world was highly peculiar. Various insular factions maintained an absolute monopoly over high-grade spiritual resources, and crucially, they also monopolized the market itself. Without an open market, no matter how high his artificing skill climbed, the amount of spirit stones he could generate would always face a hard ceiling. Back then, despite Hongmei's artificing skills being high enough to forge spiritual artifacts with 32 layers of restrictions, hadn't he still been forced to travel to illicit marketplaces like Hidden Dragon Market to secure commissions? The entire reason Yulo wanted to establish the exchange gathering within Drip Drop Cave was to bypass the rigid 3-palace internal distribution network and carve out a market of his own, thereby allowing his artificing talents to generate real liquidity. Of course, the Azure Water Palace's Merit Hall also accepted top-grade spiritual artifacts, but such transactions involved severe discounts. Chu Yinxian's generous rewards to Yulo were precisely the surplus squeezed from internal price suppression and exploitation. Rather than letting the middleman take a massive cut, Yulo preferred to cultivate his own market to avoid being drained by intermediaries. Here is your Scarlet Dharma sword. The two senior martial brothers guarding the treasury already guessed it would be you. You are currently a major celebrity within the Azure Water Palace, no, within all of Drip Drop Cave. Ignoring Wu Faxian's resentful grumbling, Yulo accepted the flying sword and began inspecting it with meticulous care. Grade 9 cold refined iron had been purified via the water element essence refinement method into Grade 8 water purified cold refined iron. This process retained the fundamental characteristics of cold refined iron while elevating it to a Grade 8 spiritual material, simultaneously imbuing it with both metal and water attributes. Hongmei also knew this method of refining raw materials, and Yulo had naturally mastered it, but they rarely utilized it under normal circumstances. Selling raw cold refined iron on its own already brought an excellent price. Purifying it actually resulted in a net loss. It required a massive quantity of Grade 9 cold refined iron to extract a single block of Grade 8 material, which ultimately only produced a single top-grade spiritual artifact. Unless it was meant for vital components, no one would willingly destroy Grade 8 materials. In addition to the purified Grade 8 iron, the Scarlet Dharma sword had undergone imbuing nature utilizing the crown blood of a Grade 8 flame feather rooster. The rooster possessed a fire attribute, meaning the imbuing nature granted the sword a dual water-fire nature, which combined with the base metal nature of the cold refined iron. By all accounts, this appeared to be an experimental piece or a practice project by Yuan Daoshan. The flying sword crafted by a Foundation establishment stage artificing master was exquisitely beautiful, leaving Yulo entirely transfixed. This beauty didn't stem merely from aesthetics, but from the breathtaking artistry of the artificing path woven into its fabric. Stop staring. You've been gawking at it for half an hour. Go back and study it later. Let's talk about the second matter, Wu Faxian urged. Noticing that other disciples were already waiting in line behind him, Yulo recognized why Wu Faxian was rushing him and quickly spoke up. I wish to purchase a superior artifact refining furnace, but the options listed in the catalog are all somewhat lacking. Can you help me contact a highly skilled artificer who specializes in building furnaces? I want to commission a custom one. The furnace Yulo desired most was actually Hongmei's personal furnace. That piece had been custom-built specifically for Hongmei by Ning, the legendary cultivator who had come within a hair's breadth of achieving the Purple Palace realm. However, refining furnaces generally shared similar frameworks, and Hongmei himself was a master of fire-based artificing. That furnace of his, it was truly a masterpiece. Presently, Hongmei, Ningyao, and Yuan had all departed for Hidden Dragon Abbey, but Yulo's yearning for that furnace far eclipsed his longing for the three of them combined. To an artificer, a superior furnace was akin to a spouse. In the eyes of certain artifact refiners with multiple partners, their furnace held vastly more significance than any spouse ever could. Faced with Yulo's request, Wu Faxian sank into deep thought for a moment before offering. If you truly want to commission a custom refining furnace, I actually have a channel. Yulo, have you ever visited the Droplet Heaven Palace's Merit Hall? The Droplet Heaven Palace's Merit Hall, as the name implied, sat high upon Droplet Heaven, serving exclusively the 200-plus Foundation establishment cultivators of Drip Drop Cave. Rumor had it that a single merit point there possessed the purchasing power of 100 spirit stones. I haven't. Are we Chi refining cultivators even permitted to ascend there? Wu Faxian winked, hinting broadly. Oh please, do you honestly think the disciples of the Splendid Pool Palace don't frequent my counter? Yulo nodded in instant comprehension. With deacons running black market merit point exchanges, Splendid Pool Palace disciples could naturally enjoy the goods of the Azure Water Palace. It was simply a question of whether their wallets could survive the transaction. So I should ascend Droplet Heaven to find someone for a custom build. No need. I happen to hold a copy of the Droplet Heaven Palace's Merit Hall exchange catalog. Take a look. If anything catches your eye, I can bridge the connection for you. It's just that the price markup in spirit stones will be brutal. You must understand, not everyone is as forgiving of your spiritual crane as I am. Though Wu Faxian's words were drenched in lingering resentment, his business practices remained highly flexible. Yulo accepted the jade slip, channeling his spiritual perception to browse its contents. Spiritual energy, spiritual charms, spiritual artifacts, spiritual pills, spiritual materials, spiritual resources, grade 9 spiritual resources. Grade 9 spiritual resource, bright yellow mushroom grotto. Price, 1,600 merit points. A single Droplet Heaven merit point equaled 100 spirit stones, meaning 1,600 points equated to a staggering 160,000 spirit stones. Terrifying. Yet, staring at the words, grade 9 spiritual resource, Yulo found himself completely unable to look away. The Wong clan presently possessed a mere 4 grade 9 spiritual resources, and their sole grade 8 resource was Dumb Donkey Plain. Regardless of their exact rank, every single spiritual resource served as the bedrock of a family's survival. Wu Jingyan had relied entirely on the Wu clan's lone grade 9 resource, the Jagged Stone Well, utilizing the wartime inflation generated by Wondrous Peak Mountain and the Valley Spirit Sect to slowly cultivate his way all the way to Foundation establishment. The bright yellow mushroom grotto yielded 40 to 50 stalks of bright yellow mushrooms annually. These mushrooms possess the unique capability to nourish the mind and temper divine sense, serving as core ingredients for refining soul-nurturing pills, such as. Yulo furrowed his brow slightly. This grade 9 resource was actually quite niche, which likely explained why it had been tossed onto the Merit Hall exchange list in the first place. To cultivators, divine sense was undeniably vital, playing a critical role during magical combat. However, the Wunan cultivation world was governed by the Immortal Alliance, ensuring long-term stability. Consequently, rather than squandering precious time and resources on tempering their divine sense, Wunan cultivators preferred to dump everything into raising their core cultivation base. Yulo only trained his divine sense extensively because it was a natural byproduct of his lineage tracing method. After meticulously reviewing the list of available resources within Droplet Heaven, Yulo shook his head. None of them were truly top tier, each carried its own distinct set of liabilities. Some were bound to fixed locations and couldn't be relocated, some offered low practical utility, some suffered from abysmal yields, and others required absurdly harsh conditions just to sustain their output. Ultimately, it was the exact same reality he had always known: anything placed on a public shelf for anyone to buy would never be the finest merchandise. True treasures never entered public circulation. After sifting through various exotic but ultimately unviable resources, Yulo finally arrived at the section dedicated to refining furnaces. Droplet Heaven wasn't filled exclusively with spiritual artifacts, it still contained a vast array of high-grade spiritual tools. Even though Wu Jingyan had achieved Foundation establishment long ago, hadn't he still been forced to make do with spiritual tools? Zhong Ningyao possessed a genuine spiritual artifact only because of a Ning's extreme favoritism toward her daughter, and a Ning had been a renowned Foundation establishment female cultivator whose fame once echoed across Wunan. Yulo possessed a spiritual artifact only due to the deep value Patriarch Wang Xianmao placed on him, and the Wang clan was a veteran family that had birthed over 20 Foundation establishment cultivators throughout its history. Wang Rongjiang had secured a spiritual artifact immediately upon his breakthrough only because he possessed a wood metal spirit root. The Wang clan's dung donkey plain was planted with numerous spiritual artifact trees, allowing him to simply harvest a branch to yield a magnificent wood element spiritual artifact. 36 layers of restrictions, dual polarity pill and artifact furnace. Price, 120 merit points. The dual polarity referred to water and fire. Through the assistance of 36 layers of restrictions, this furnace's compatibility with water-fire dual artificing methods had reached the absolute peak possible for a spiritual tool. Drip Drop Cave was packed with water attribute cultivators, but the limitations of water-based artificing were far too severe. While highly potent when applicable, it proved useless in the vast majority of standard scenarios. The dual polarity furnace perfectly resolved the dilemma faced by water-based artificers. A single furnace, backed by 36 layers of restrictions, could execute both the purifying wash refinement method and the standard fire refinement method with equal ease. The name also indicated its dual functionality. It could refine both spiritual pills and spiritual tools. The materials utilized in its construction were spectacular, packed with various grade 8 spiritual components, making it entirely worthy of its price tag of 13,200 spirit stones. Yulo's heart burned with desire, but he could only force his gaze downward. Just wait. I felt the exact same way when I first saw the Scarlet Dharma sword, and you will eventually fall into my hands as well. Wang Yulo silently comforted himself with the lie. 34 layers of restrictions, Lotus Stone Fire Generating Furnace. Price, 103 merit points. Lotus Stone was a grade 7 spiritual material. Fire generating referred to the unique property of Lotus Stone, which was riddled with countless microscopic pores. During the refining process, these pores accelerated the interaction between the internal spiritual fire and the external environment, boosting the fire's raw intensity and better drawing out the innate spirituality of the raw materials. Can't afford it, skip. Can't afford it, skip. 28 layers of restrictions, Yuan-style gilded refining furnace. Price, 47 merit points. The gilding was purely for aesthetic appeal, the true value lay in the name, Yuan style. This furnace was the signature model produced by the Yuan clan, also capable of handling both water and fire refining methods. It came pre-engraved with 28 common artificing restrictions, making it exceptionally smooth and intuitive for any artificer to operate. Because its price point was modest, it was actually available for purchase within the Azure Water Palace as well, retailing there for an even 1,000 merit points. The profound beauty of an internal exploitation network was laid bare right here. The Yuan clan likely preferred fools who didn't know any better to purchase it within Droplet Heaven, as that allowed them to harvest valuable Droplet Heaven merit points instead. After surveying the vast selection of refining furnaces, Yulo unexpectedly altered his plans, choosing to directly purchase a Yuan-style gilded refining furnace from the Azure Water Palace catalog. Why did you end up choosing a Yuan clan furnace after all that? Wu Faxian asked, having fully expected Yulo to splurge on a luxury item from Droplet Heaven. That way, he could have thoroughly fleeced the wealthy noble to net himself a massive profit. Sadly, his hopes had been dashed. Elder Yuan's artificing skills are profound, and the Yuan clan's refining furnaces enjoy an unblemished reputation. Purchasing one ensures excellent resale value even if I decide to upgrade in the future, hahaha, Yulo offered a casual rationale. After ironing out a few remaining logistics regarding the preparation of the exchange gathering with Wu Faxian, he took his leave. The exchange gathering involved a massive web of interests and represented Wang Yulo's initial experiment to forge his own independent market within Drip Drop Cave. Every step had to be calculated with absolute precision. Following the dramatic events at River Bend Fishing Port yesterday, pushing the initiative forward would undoubtedly prove vastly simpler now. Out of the 200-plus Foundation establishment cultivators within Drip Drop Cave, 10 had personally attended Wang Yulo's wedding, including heavyweights like Yuan Daoshan of the Yuan clan and Zhuo Qi of the Zhuo family. When a Wang Yulo of such standing stepped forward to help his fellow disciples freely exchange their cultivation insights, who would possibly dare to stand in his way? Returning to his estate at River Bend Fishing Port, Yulo immediately noticed the satisfied smile on Ancestor Xianzhou's face. Ancestor, what brings you such joy? Wang Xianzhou sized Yulo up for a moment, praising him with a teasing smile. Yulo, that primordial yang of yours is indeed remarkably effective. Little fish broke through to the qi refining stage in a single night. Ha ha ha. Wang Yulo's expression turned slightly odd, but he did not explain. Matters of the bedchamber were best left unsaid. As for Little Fish's breakthrough, it was actually not difficult to understand. She had already cultivated to the peak of qi induction, merely restricted by the rules of heaven and earth from using spiritual pills to break through the bottleneck, not even supplementary ones. That was why she had been delayed for so long. Those grand cultivators had truly exhausted every calculation just to block the path of those who came after them. However, as long as the right opportunity presented itself, breaking through from peak qi induction to qi refining was a matter of less than an hour. One could break through between life and death during magical combat, through dual cultivation, or, if a cultivator's foundation was insufficient, by consuming massive amounts of spiritual food. If all else failed, there were still the breakthrough pills refined from metals and stones. While it was debatable whether those metal-stone breakthrough pills counted as true spiritual pills, they could indeed help a cultivator break through to the qi refining stage. However, after using such a pill, one's path of cultivation would undoubtedly be completely ruined. Now that Little Fish has successfully reached qi refining, her position as a town guardian cultivator should be arranged. Ancestor, where are Ancestor Jingyi and Ancestor Rongjiang? Yulo asked. Back when Cui Dingy died, the leader of the Splendid Pool Palace cultivators sent to investigate, the Splendid Pool Palace inspector, happened to be Wang Yaohai. This man had once been a squad leader in the Grotto Heaven Patrol team and had interacted with Yulo a few times. By pulling strings through him, Yulo had suppressed the appointment of a new town guardian cultivator, solely to leave the vacant seat for Bai Xiaoyu once she broke through to Qi refining. Now that Little Fish had successfully broken through, this town guardian cultivator position was still not something Yulo could secure with a single word. The personnel appointment process of Splendid Pool Palace had to be followed properly, and all of this required some careful maneuvering. Although it was a bit troublesome, as long as Bai Xiaoyu became the town guardian cultivator of River Bend Fishing Port, the port would remain a foothold completely controlled by Yulo within Dripping Water Cave for many years to come. Since the spirit fish production could increase from 17 a day to over 20 a day, there would naturally be opportunities to continue increasing it in the future. The sect would take 8 fish. With Bai Xiaoyu and Wang Yulo working together, any new Splendid Pool Palace town guardian cultivator from another background who arrived after Zhang Xuewu was transferred would only be able to obediently eat whatever scraps fell from Yulo's hands. By then, Yulo's income solely from his role as the actual power behind the town guardian cultivator would be at least 20 spirit stones a day. His cultivation expenses could then be sustained for a long time. Even with 10,000 spirit stones, spending 1,000 a month meant that, without income, his reserves would bottom out in a little over a year. But if he could earn several hundred spirit stones a month, those 10,000 spirit stones could last for several years, which was at least a twofold difference. And that was only calculating the profits from River Bend Fishing Port. If he could run the exchange gathering well, aside from the basic entry fees, he could sell Dharma artifacts through this market he had carved out to exchange for cultivation resources. With several streams of income combined. Thinking of this, Yulo looked at the ancestor with a trace of pity in his eyes. Live a few more years, ancestor. Only then will you be able to see the moment I achieve foundation establishment. They went to exchange cultivation insights with the foundation establishment cultivators of Dripping Water Cave. However, what is with that look in your eyes, brat? Do I, Wang Xianzhou, need the pity of a greenhorn like you? Come, since you think I'm old, let's have a spiritual duel and see. It just so happens that your progress in magical combat has been quite rapid these past few years. This time, I will only suppress my cultivation base, not my strength or methods, to test the results of your cultivation. Wang Xianzhou immediately stepped forward, preparing to grab Yulo's arm to take him out for a thorough test of his cultivation results. Oh no, I'm going to get beaten up. Terrified, Yulo hastily ran toward Bai Xiaoyu's room. After their marriage, she and little Qin had naturally moved into Yulo's estate. The ancestor was very fond of Bai Xiaoyu. As long as Yulo hid in her room, the ancestor would always leave him some dignity. It wasn't that Yulo was lazy and didn't want to fight, they had just exchanged blows a few days ago. The meaning in Ancestor Xianzhou's words was clearly that he intended to give him a beating. Ancestor, I need to discuss Little Fish's entry into Splendid Pool Palace with her. We will duel another day, another day. Leaving a plea for mercy in the air, Yulo shut the door to Little Fish's room. In truth, if the ancestor really wanted to chase him, let alone Yulo, even if Wu Jinyan were here, it would be a lost cause. Watching Yulo enter Little Fish's room, Ancestor Xianzhou's stern expression softened. He first smiled with satisfaction, but then, as if remembering something, a trace of melancholy appeared between his brows. Husband. Bai Xiaoyu did not seem to possess the typical fanaticism that cultivators usually had upon first entering the qi refining stage. When Yulo walked in, he caught her messing with the small stone turtle. The poor little turtle had been placed on the round table by Bai Xiaoyu. Every time it tried to crawl away, she would pull it back. She was having a grand time, while the turtle was suffering an agonizing ordeal. Fortunately, Yulo's arrival temporarily relieved its difficult predicament. Little fish, can I use your room to hide for a bit? Sitting down right beside the beauty, Yulo requested with mock formality. Initially, Bai Xiaoyu subconsciously shrank away from Yulo, but she quickly placed her small hand over his large one and said, whenever husband wishes to come, you may. Little fish will always wait for you. Little fish will always wait for you. These words were very gentle, but they also seemed like a spark, lighting a fire within Yulo's heart. Yulo realized that the people of this world were not much different from the people of his previous world. Bai Xiaoyu was like this, and so were the thousands of other people he had interacted with. In the past, he always felt a sense of detachment from this world. Sometimes, he even thought to himself that his path of cultivation had been incredibly smooth, and he had been born with a mysterious Rui as an aide. Wasn't this exactly the kind of treatment reserved for the protagonists and children of fortune in legends? Of course, whenever his imagination wandered to that point, Yulo would quickly remind himself of things like Mangxiang's overwhelming kindness, his innate entanglement with Dripping Water Cave, and grand cultivators altering the world to seal all paths, thereby refreshing his mind and keeping his Tao heart humble. But ultimately, Yulo still felt a bit detached from this world in his heart. Perhaps this was also related to the fact that he had lost his parents in this world at a young age. Now, looking at the beauty before him, Yulo thought of many things. Perhaps this was the very meaning behind Ancestor Xianzhou urging him to marry. Suddenly, he discovered to his astonishment that the bottleneck he had been grinding against for so long without success had actually broken through. Using his divine sense to inspect his interior, Yulo quickly confirmed once more, he had reached the fourth layer of chi refining. Looking up, Yulo saw that little fish was also filled with surprise. He laughed heartily, pulling the beauty into his arms and kissing her. Little fish, you broke through to chi refining in one night, and I broke through to the fourth layer in an instant. Ha ha ha. Why don't we divorce and marry again tomorrow? 3 times a week, breaking through 3 layers. In a month, we'll both achieve foundation establishment, in 2 months, we'll both reach purple palace, in 3 months, we'll both achieve golden core. Ha ha ha. Initially, Bai Xiaoyu was surprised and shy from her husband's sudden affection. But hearing Yulo speak of divorce, her heart instantly tightened. Yet, after listening to Wang Yulo's nonsense, she burst out laughing instead. Husband, you really can spin a tale. To spout such outrageous words, aren't you afraid of being laughed at? How is that possible? You were stuck at this bottleneck for 2 months, and I was stuck at the chi induction bottleneck for a year. That is why we had today's breakthrough. What if? What if this world just happens to have some hidden rule, like breaking through once every time you marry? When the time comes and we become golden cores, we can have our own immortal venerable titles too. Don't you agree, immortal venerable little fish? Wang Yulo earnestly held little fish while researching her future immortal venerable title. I don't want to be called immortal venerable little fish. It sounds so easy to bully, like a soft melon. It invites trouble. Little fish shook her head like a rattle, the fine hair at her temples swaying back and forth, making Yulo feel incredibly tickled. Resting his chin against the beauty's head, Yulo teased in response, then how about immortal venerable fish slayer? You just can't get past fish, can you? Besides, I already have a name. Oh. You mean you've already thought of your own immortal venerable title? Good, good, good. My wife actually aspires to become an immortal venerable. Excellent. Full of spirit. Though it was a compliment, no matter how Bai Xiaoyu heard it, she felt that a phrase like, full of spirit was neither suitable for praising a wife nor a cultivator. In short, it just didn't sound right. It felt like it was constantly shifting between nonsense and serious speech, leaving her unsure whether to be happy or bewildered. In truth, poor little fish didn't realize that she was already bewildered. Her husband from another world had given her a small, mind-bending shock. So, my dear little fish, what is the title you thought of for yourself? Well, the shocks were continuing. How could he utter such sappy words so easily? Bai Xiaoyu pinched her flushed cheeks and asked shyly, is my face very, very red right now? The girl's train of thought was truly peculiar. Yulo couldn't fathom how she had pulled off such a sudden conversational sharp turn. Huh. Seeing this foolish man utterly clueless, little fish smiled tenderly. Wang Yulo, sometimes you are incredibly clever, and sometimes you are like a total dummy. What are we going to do with you in the future? Yulo replied confidently, with you around, I won't have to worry about the affairs of River Bend Fishing Port. I can focus on cultivating and achieve foundation establishment as soon as possible. When that time comes, I will lead you and little Chin to foundation establishment as well. When our family has 3 or 4 foundation establishment cultivators, no problem will be a problem anymore. I was just confessing my feelings to you, and yet you tell me about leading Chin Churin to foundation establishment and having 3 or 4 of them in the family. Husband, tell me yourself, is this appropriate? Oh no. Yulo realized that Bai Xiaoyu seemed a lot smarter than she looked. It's inappropriate. I was rash, Yulo replied meekly. Because the breakthrough to the 4th layer had brought him too much joy, he had indeed lost himself a little just now. Bai Xiaoyu caressed Yulo's neck. She found that the texture of his Adam's apple felt rather unique to the touch, a bit like raw beef tendon. Alright, husband, I know I have no right to dictate who you choose as a Tao companion, but I do have a request. Do not mention those things in front of me. When you do, I feel unhappy, and I want to be happy. What a wonderful girl. Yulo felt as though he had been thoroughly captivated. Alright, I promise you. The two lingered in each other's company for a while longer before Yulo rode his crane out the door once more. The gentle embrace of a beauty was wonderful, but Yulo's ambitions extended far beyond that. Only by securing Little Fish's position as the town guardian cultivator of River Bend Fishing Port could he walk further. Old Shui had never thought to place his own hounds into official positions at River Bend Fishing Port, but Yulo did. Not just Little Fish, Yulo was even pondering how to secure an official post for He Lao San and a small stone turtle. On the surface, it seemed Wang Yulo was undermining Dripping Water Cave, but in truth, he was indeed doing exactly that. However, if Wang Yulo didn't take advantage, was he supposed to just watch the Yuan clan, the Zhou clan, and the Lin clan take it all? On a grander scale, wasn't true person Mangxiang, no, the quasi-immortal venerable Mangxiang, also frantically undermining Red Lantern Show and the various forces under its banner? Everyone was digging at the same foundation. Was the scoop Wang Yulo took any more despicable than the scoops taken by others? Absolutely not. One either became the meat on the chopping block, a mere sacrifice, or climbed to the absolute peak where no one could ever toy with their destiny again. As the administrative body governing the outer sect disciples of Dripping Water Cave, Splendid Pool Palace seemed to be a step lower than Azure Water Palace. But in reality, the specifications here were just as high as Azure Water Palace, and the same applied to Clear Spring Palace. Deacon Wu Faxian of Azure Water Palace's Merit Hall was at peak chi refining, and Inspector Wang Yaohai of Splendid Pool Palace was also at peak chi refining. Their ranks were equal, one level higher than Yulo's position as the town guardian cultivator of River Bend Fishing Port. Of course, compared to Lin Ying, who guarded the 8th grade spiritual resource site of Immortal Mushroom Cave, all three of them fell short. There were disparities even among Azure Water Palace disciples. After all, Lin Ying was a direct descendant of a Foundation establishment family, whereas Wang Yaohai had merely apprenticed under a Foundation establishment master, and Wu Faxian had relied purely on slowly grinding out his seniority to climb the ranks. Many people mistakenly believed that promoting based on seniority was a flaw, but the existence of such a system actually protected the interests of those with shallow backgrounds. Age and seniority were the fairest metrics. Compared to other selection criteria, the model within Dripping Water Cave that allowed disciples to climb based on seniority was actually the closest thing to absolute fairness in the sect. After all, Wu Faxian and Wang Yaohai obviously couldn't compete with Lin Ying's background. For cultivators like Lin Ying, once they had a backing, any form of selection would always deem them the most excellent, except for grinding seniority. Of course, there were no real selections in Dripping Water Cave, nor were there any in Red Lantern Show. That was why Yulo and Lin Ying could secure such excellent positions through what seemed like highly unfair means. Why was it only seemingly unfair? Because the Lin family had bled for Dripping Water Cave, and the Wang clan had shed blood for Patriarch Mengxiang. In terms of allocating benefits, taking care of the core ruling demographic to the greatest extent possible was fundamentally logical. There wasn't a single flaw in it. So-called fairness was a joke in front of Foundation establishment cultivators who could shear mountain peaks and fill lakes at a whim. Whether it was for Dripping Water Cave, Red Lantern Show, or even the Wang clan of Anbei Kingdom, it was all the same. Their rulers had to look after the interests of their core base. In Dripping Water Cave, resources tilted toward the Foundation establishment cultivators. In Red Lantern Show, resources tilted toward the Purple Palace experts. Within the Wang clan, resources tilted toward the direct lineage. The structural advantage of a sect manifested here. Under the framework of a sect, even systems that appeared unfair still left a certain degree of space, though not necessarily a large one, for others to catch up later. By casting aside the divide between direct lineages and external surnames found in families, a sect could achieve a more efficient distribution of resources through its institutional design. Something like Wang Rongjiang receiving the clan's support 3 times for Foundation establishment would never happen within a sect. Thus, over a long period, a sect would naturally develop better than a clan. Of course, clans had their own advantages. For instance, if Dripping Water Cave went to war with the Valley Spirit sect, did anyone think Elder Zhuo Qi would help the Yuan clan? Absolutely not. A clan, however, could achieve complete unity. To put it plainly, a clan sought a balance between maximizing profits and emotional solidarity, whereas a sect only cared about maximizing profits. The cultivators within a clan had a high floor but a low ceiling, while those within a sect had a low floor but a high ceiling. Consequently, the Wang clan would keep its most talented children at home to be nurtured, and once they were sufficiently trained, they would be sent into sects to develop under the Immortal Alliance system. On one hand, this allowed them to utilize the high ceiling of the sects to save the resources the clan would otherwise expend on nurturing its youth. Wang Jingyi and the current Wang Yulo were prime examples of this. Wang Jingyi had cultivated in the sect for so many years, the assistance provided by the clan was minimal, yet it didn't stop her from becoming an exceptionally strong, seasoned Foundation establishment cultivator. Wang Yulo had been in Dripping Water Cave for less than 3 years, yet he had directly seized the majority of the profits from River Bend Fishing Port. With spirit stones flowing in daily, he had thousands of spirit stones as a baseline every year, and in the future, tens of thousands were not out of the question. Naturally, this was the result of Yulo's ruthless methods, highly effective business insights, and the clan's backing and support, alongside various other factors working in tandem. But even without so many advantages, as long as Yulo defeated Old Chui, his profits would still be exceptionally high, it would just be a bit slower. The spiritual crane landed on the plaza in front of Splendid Pool Palace, drawing the gazes of a crowd of Splendid Pool Palace disciples. He Laosan's temperament was incredibly absurd, and Yulo had already resolved to replace his spiritual mount. However, in the eyes of other cultivators, Wang Yulo's spiritual crane was like a luxury carriage, exceptionally flashy. Particularly since Wang Yulo looked unnaturally young, yet he wore the Dharma robes of an Azure Water Palace disciple. Young, riding a spiritual crane, an Azure Water Palace disciple. Seeing Yulo's arrival, many Splendid Pool Palace disciples actively went out of their way to avoid him. What if he was an arrogant, overbearing young master? Clearly, their worries were superfluous. If trouble arose, Yulo would not only refrain from being arrogant, but he would also be the first to run away. Wang Yulo walked with a modest demeanor into the small courtyard area reserved for deacons near Splendid Pool Palace, heading straight for Wang Yaohai's residence. He sent out a transmission talisman, and within moments, the door was pushed open. It was Wang Yaohai himself who opened it. This veteran chi refining cultivator of Dripping Water Cave was initially startled by Yulo's 4th layer chi refining cultivation base. Then, with a face full of smiles, he pulled Yulo into the estate. Yulo, today is a coincidence. Junior brother Ji Yuan just arrived, and you followed right after. Perfect, we can have a few good drinks together. However, the wine I have here isn't as good as your crystal ray wine. You mustn't look down on it. Yulo immediately noticed that in the side hall used for receiving guests, the town guardian cultivator of Whitemouth Fishing Port, the Yuan clan disciple Ji Yuan, was standing there. Ji Yuan smiled and nodded at Yulo, but upon noticing Yulo's fourth layer Qi refining cultivation base, his expression management slipped entirely, and he froze for a brief moment. 3 years, from the first layer of Qi refining to the fourth layer. Terrifying. Of course I won't mind. With both senior brothers here, even drinking plain water would taste sweet. Yesterday, when you two came to witness the ceremony, I wasn't able to entertain you properly. Today, I'll drink to our heart's content with both of you. Damn it, there was always drinking to be done everywhere. Wang Yulo truly disliked this method of closing distances through raising cups and exchanging toasts. Since this was a private banquet for a formal visit involving a request for Wang Yaohai's help, Yulo couldn't easily refuse. Interests could rent power, but a pure relationship of interest was clearly not as useful as one with some emotional connection. Cultivators were human too. Take Wang Yaohai, for instance, he was someone who had bent his back to reality. Don't forget, Ji Yuan and Wang Yaohai used to be quite at odds, all because of that matter with the iron crocodile dragon. Yet today, the two had mixed together. One could only say it was interesting, very interesting. This behavior of Wang Yaohai, displaying such a massive shift in attitude, was sigh-inducing upon reflection. Yulo naturally wouldn't look down on this senior brother Wang. Although they shared the same surname, their cultivation experiences were worlds apart. Yulo enjoyed the leisure brought by his background, but he would not shamelessly mock and belittle others whose backgrounds were inferior to his own. For senior brother Yaohai to have a foundation establishment master now and be able to touch upon a few fragments of the chance for foundation establishment meant he was already very hardworking and fortunate. The servant served the dishes, and the spiritual wine was set out. Although Ji Yuan and Yulo had both arrived unexpectedly, Wang Yaohai's hospitality was undeniably thorough. Spirit fish, spiritual beast meat, the blue rice specialty of dripping water cave, spiritual fruits, and spiritual wine, Yulo swept his eyes over the table, feeling a slight chill in his heart. This table cost at least 20 spirit stones. Senior brother Yaohai was indeed generous. It was actually quite interesting here. Wang Yaohai had apprenticed under an external foundation establishment cultivator of the Yuan clan, while Ji Yuan had apprenticed under a direct lineage foundation establishment cultivator of the Yuan clan, yet neither of these two came from prominent clans themselves. Yulo, on the other hand, came from a family outside Dripping Water Cave. Consequently, they were able to reach a consensus when mocking the well-known, arrogant young masters of the prominent clans. This unspoken understanding was clearly noticed by all three of them. The men first chatted about nonsense, then took a turn cursing the universally hated young masters of the prominent clans within Dripping Water Cave. After drawing closer, they finally steered the conversation toward official business. However, Wang Yaohai had somehow bought bitter leaf wine. Although it was a 9th-grade spiritual wine, it tasted incredibly bitter. But under the persuasion of the two, Yulo ended up accompanying them for an unknown number of rounds until his head even felt a bit dizzy. Yet, upon hearing Ji Yuan's words, Yulo's mind cleared instantly. Brother Yaohai, my master intends to have me transfer from the position of town guardian cultivator of Whitemouth Fishing Port into the Grotto Heaven Patrol team. You served as a squad leader in the patrol team for many years. With this visit, I want to seek guidance from senior brother on how I can integrate with the other fellow disciples as quickly as possible once I arrive at the patrol team. I hope brother Yaohai will not hesitate to enlighten me. The town guardian cultivator of Whitemouth Fishing Port was like guarding a hen house waiting for golden eggs, while the Grotto Heaven Patrol team was like wandering around the chicken coop looking for stray opportunities. In other words, the position of splendid pool palace inspector that Wang Yaohai had secured after apprenticing was equal in rank to a fishing port's town guardian cultivator. Which meant Ji Yuan was being demoted. Did you offend Marshal Uncle Yuan? Wang Yaohai glanced at Yulo, seeing him smile back, before lowering his voice to ask Ji Yuan. No, I am going to serve as a deacon of the Grotto Heaven Patrol team. But you must know how easily that deacon position offends people, brother Yaohai. I'm afraid. Ji Yuan smiled bitterly. Now, Yulo finally understood, this fellow was being promoted. The ordinary members of the patrol team were like beasts of burden, they couldn't control this, they couldn't touch that, and they absolutely couldn't afford to provoke any Lin family hounds, Yuan family dogs, or Zhua family cats. But while ordinary members were beasts of burden, Ji Yuan was going in as a leader. A deacon of the patrol team belonged to the management layer of the Grotto Heaven Patrol team, assisting the Foundation establishment elders in carrying out tasks. Such a position, if executed well, could be considered highly promising. It offered leisure, abundant rewards, few troubles, and significant authority. It was safe to say it was not inferior to a deacon position in the merit hall. However, under the balanced chess match of the prominent clans, a deacon position in the merit hall could only be obtained by slowly waiting out one's seniority, whereas a promotion like Ji Yuan's could be arranged immediately as long as someone pushed hard for it. A deacon position? Wang Yaohai confirmed, his voice slightly strained. Within Dripping Water Cave, the next best positions for Azure Water Palace disciples were deacons of the Azure Water Palace Merit Hall, inspectors, assistant deacons, town guardian cultivators, and so on. Yulo's ability to secure a town guardian cultivator position right from the start due to his background as an external elite had made him quite famous. But there was another kind of position, a deacon post assisting Foundation establishment cultivators. Such positions were the exclusive domain of the prominent clans. Only the children of prominent clans could secure such roles, and once they sat in them, the benefits were simply too numerous. Yes, but I'm afraid I won't do well. Sigh. Ji Yuan smiled bitterly. Yulo suddenly remembered that the elder currently in charge of the Grotto Heaven Patrol team was Zhui Yinlan of the Zhui clan, while Ji Yuan's master was a direct lineage foundation establishment cultivator of the Yuan clan. Good, good, good. What did this count as? In contrast, the moment Wang Yaohai apprenticed under an external foundation establishment cultivator of the Yuan clan, he was immediately transferred out of the Grotto Heaven Patrol team. The disparity within this was hard to put into words. Ji Yuan's personnel arrangement practically reeked of gunpowder. He was likely being sent as the Yuan clan's vanguard. You do need to be careful. Sigh, junior brother Ji Yuan, you should have heard about martial uncle Zhui Yinlan's temperament. She always claims she cannot tolerate any sand in her eyes, but in truth, she just wants to use that as an excuse to find faults in her subordinates so she can pocket more for herself. Going there to assist her, you must be careful, extra careful. The two chatted about Ji Yuan's upcoming work, while Yulo silently listened from the side. He had thoroughly figured it out. After Yuan Daoshan and sect master Chu had generously used the sect's resources to win him over at his concubine-taking ceremony yesterday, both Wang Yaohai and Ji Yuan had begun to treat him as half an insider. This posture of straddling the fence to reap benefits from both sides was undoubtedly dangerous, but given the current situation where the two major factions of Dripping Water Cave fought without breaking ties, the benefits far outweighed the dangers for Yulo. If nothing else, simply by listening to Wang Yaohai and Ji Yuan's conversation on how to guard against Zhui Yinlan targeting Ji Yuan, it would make it much easier for Yulo to ask Wang Yaohai for help later in arranging Little Fish's town guardian cultivator post. Sharing a common secret was a secret technique for elevating a relationship. In other words, brother Ji, as long as you can endure her initial onslaught, she won't easily find trouble with you afterward. After all, a foundation establishment cultivator must place their primary energy on cultivation. If you prove difficult to handle, she will naturally lose interest. Of course, you still need to guard against her. Facing Ji Yuan's request for help, Wang Yaohai held nothing back, explaining everything thoroughly and minutely. Ji Yuan raised his cup, poured some wine, and knocked it back in one go before saying, Senior brother Yaohai, with your analysis, I finally have some confidence to take office. This junior brother thanks you deeply. To become a follower of a prominent clan meant bearing the responsibilities expected of a follower. Ji Yuan had no reason to refuse his master's arrangement, the only thing he could do was try his absolute best to protect himself. You're too polite, too polite. Once Wang Yaohai and Ji Yuan finished exchanging pleasantries, the former turned his gaze toward Yulo and said genially, Yulo, you rarely visit. If there's anything you need, just say the word. As long as it's within my power, I will definitely do my best. This attitude was significantly warmer than his attitude toward Ji Yuan. The respect he showed was not for Wang Yulo himself, but for Wang Yulo's background. A trace of melancholy flickered in Ji Yuan's eyes. He had even brought gifts with him today. Alas, the wine in the cup is only poured for the sons of high gates. Wang Yulo smiled and said, Senior brother Wang, this matter is actually something senior brother Ji knows about as well. It concerns the position of town guardian cultivator for River Bend Fishing Port. Little Fish has now broken through to Chi Refining, allowing her to enter Splendid Pool Palace as a disciple. If the position of town guardian cultivator remains vacant any longer, I fear complications may arise. Wang Yaohai's smile grew even more radiant. This junior brother Yulo was truly extraordinarily capable. First, he had eliminated Chui Dingy, then he had left old Chui's town guardian cultivator position vacant, waiting until his concubine reached Chi Refining before directly arranging her succession. Considering the way Zhang Xuewu had barked on Wang Yulo's behalf yesterday, it was hard to say whether River Bend Fishing Port would truly belong to Dripping Water Cave in the future. River Bend Fishing Port? No. It was Wang Yulo Fishing Port. If Wang Yulo wanted to eat fish, he wouldn't even need to say something like Old Zhang, I want to eat fish. He would just need to raise a finger, and the people below would deliver it straight to his throat, a direct line to his stomach. Yulo, this matter would be highly difficult for anyone else, but given our relationship, even if I have to go beg, I will get it settled cleanly for you as quickly as possible. Rest assured, even if an immortal venerable comes, they won't be able to snatch away your woman's position as town guardian cultivator. Ha ha ha. It was unclear whether Wang Yaohai was drunk or if he had only been kneeling for a few years, causing his character to not have fully transitioned yet. Though he was joking, the joke felt very cold and rather startling. Yulo and Ji Yuan both hesitated for a brief moment before laughing along in agreement. After chatting a bit longer, Yulo took his leave first. When Ji Yuan finally came out, half an hour had already passed since Yulo's departure. It was clear that Wang Yaohai had indeed been very enthusiastic. However, upon leaving the deacon's courtyard area, Ji Yuan noticed that Yulo seemed to be waiting for him. Yulo, he called out with a hint of hesitation as he stepped forward. Come to think of it, he had known Yulo for several years now, but their relationship was neither close nor distant. They were friends, ordinary friends. Let's head back together. Yulo has some questions he wishes to seek guidance on from senior brother Ji Yuan. Wang Yulo summoned his flying boat, and the two flew together toward River Bend Fishing Port. Ji Yuan was still the town guardian cultivator of Whitemouth Fishing Port since his transfer hadn't been processed yet. The two locations were not far apart, so traveling back together was perfectly natural. Yulo, drop the senior brother. I can't carry it. You are the most cultured son of a prominent clan I have ever met. Just call me Brother G. Strictly speaking, I should be older than you, but my potential falls far short of yours. Yulo knew that his cultivation base today had stunned both Wang Yaohai and Ji Yuan, but this was not because his cultivation base was exceptionally high, it was purely due to his rapid speed of cultivation. Senior brother's words are incorrect. Cultivation is about 100 boats contending to cross. As for speed, one only needs to compare themselves to their past self. Now that senior brother has secured the opportunity to serve as a deacon in the Grotto Heaven Patrol team, you will only walk faster and faster in the future. Perhaps you will achieve foundation establishment in a few years. Ji Yuan naturally wouldn't become conceited because of Yulo's words. On the contrary, his respect for Yulo deepened by another fraction. This son of the Wang clan was formidable, exceptionally formidable. Despite already being a renowned figure within Dripping Water Cave Heaven, he possessed not a single shred of arrogance. He was like still water in the mountains, his demeanor remaining extraordinarily detached. Let's drop that. I only wish to avoid making mistakes under Elder Zhuo. On the other hand, if there's anything you want to ask, just speak freely. You rose all the way from Clear Spring Palace, so you are most familiar with the problems faced by Splendid Pool Palace disciples. Zhang Xuewu and Little Fish are both my vital assistants. In the future, if I wish for them to enter Azure Water Palace, what directions should we work toward? Yulo was very candid. Old Zhang and Little Fish were both his people, Ji Yuan knew this, so there was nothing to hide. Well, there are 20 fixed quotas every year. Among them, more than half are usually reserved exclusively for cultivators from prominent clans. If you want to secure an Azure Water Palace disciple identity for your woman, it shouldn't be difficult. You can try once she reaches the middle stage of qi refining. Zhang Xuewu will be troublesome. Of the remaining 7 or 8 quotas, 4 are open to Splendid Pool Palace disciples at the late stage of qi refining. As long as they can cultivate to the late stage, they can line up to wait for these 4 quotas. When their turn comes, they will naturally get in. The remaining few quotas require some cultivation. This target of cultivation refers to the disciples of Foundation Establishment Elders. Yulo was somewhat dumbfounded. Good. He had always known that the selection systems of Red Lantern Show and Dripping Water Cave were corrupt, but he hadn't expected them to be this corrupt. Out of 20 quotas, 16 were controlled by Foundation Establishment cultivators, while the remaining 4 required queuing up to grind seniority. This meant that according to this institutional design, Dripping Water Cave had once again handed a massive gift to the Sex Foundation Establishment Elders during the process of elevating Splendid Pool Palace disciples to Azure Water Palace disciples. Clan children were prioritized, and with over half the quotas, it was enough for the less talented direct descendants of all the prominent clans to easily enter Azure Water Palace. The absolute best talents of the prominent clans had the chance to enter Azure Water Palace directly upon reaching qi refining. Lin Ying and Yulo were prime examples. At the same time, this selection model forced outstanding Splendid Pool Palace disciples to apprentice under Foundation Establishment Elders, serving as beasts of burden to do their bidding. A win-win situation, the Foundation Establishment Elders and the prominent clans of Dripping Water Cave won twice. This system was truly masterfully crafted, looking after the core base of the sect to the absolute limit. Must I find a master for Zhang Xuewu? Yulo wasn't very keen on taking this route. Was that choosing a master for his subordinate? That was surrendering his own room to maneuver between the factions. Actually, there is another path. Back then, senior brother Yaohai took this very path. Oh. What kind of path? Hunting demons in the West Sea. Every year, the Immortal Alliance requires Dripping Water Cave to send 40 disciples to the West Sea to hunt demons, but that matter is fraught with absolute danger. Speaking to this point, Ji Yuan fell silent. He thought of Wang Yaohai. The past Wang Yaohai had looked down on him, while the current Wang Yaohai treated him with great amiability. But in truth, within Ji Yuan's heart, he admired that arrogant but ambitious senior brother Wang Yaohai from before, rather than this current version who had lost his spine and knelt down. Even though Ji Yuan himself had knelt long ago, becoming a running dog under the Yuan clan early on. But the human heart was always immensely complicated, wasn't it? Watching Wang Yaohai awkwardly trying to alter his posture to become a qualified follower of a prominent clan, using clumsy jokes to curry favor with 2 peers, Ji Yuan saw reflections of his past self. Kneeling, integrating, and becoming the version those people desired. The process of screening, shaping, and alienation had destroyed the original Ji Yuan, and it was currently destroying the original Wang Yaohai. That matter is fraught with absolute danger, so the sect promised that as long as disciples are willing to go, all sorts of rewards will be arranged. Among them, Splendid Pool Palace disciples can accept this mission upon reaching the 6th layer of qi refining or the late stage of qi refining. As long as they survive in the West Sea for 20 years, upon their return, they will naturally become Azure Water Palace disciples. Naturally, other rewards will not be lacking either. When senior brother Yaohai went to the West Sea, his cultivation base was at the 7th layer of qi refining. When he returned, he was already at peak qi refining, allowing him to become an Azure Water Palace disciple and even serve as a squad leader in the patrol team. Sending Zhang Xuewu to hunt demons in the West Sea. Yulo's brows knit tightly together. Thinking of Zhang Xuewu's capabilities, he didn't believe old Zhang could survive 20 years in a place like the West Sea. Zhang Xuewu's foundation was simply too shallow. Even when Wang Yulo was at the third layer of qi refining, he had the confidence to easily crush him in a spiritual duel. Bloodlines could not be changed, the West Sea was out of the question, and queuing was even more impossible. So, was apprenticing the only option left? Is there truly no other method? Ji Yuan offered a gentle smile and said, there is. 8,000 spirit stones for an Azure Water Palace disciple position, fair prices for all. If you approach the Yuan clan, the price can probably go even lower. Wang Yulo laughed as well. Old Zhang, I truly do want to arrange an Azure Water Palace disciple position for you and have you serve as a town guardian cultivator elsewhere. But even if I dismantle you and sell your parts individually, you wouldn't be worth 8,000 spirit stones. Understood. Additionally, senior brother Ji, how did you ultimately handle Cui Yenzong? Chopped to pieces and thrown into beautiful water lake. Since he dared to cause trouble on the day of your marriage, Yulo, I naturally wouldn't show him any leniency. Ji Yuan hadn't expected Yulo to ask this, so he responded with a slightly murderous tone. It was about making a gesture, after all. What Yulo thought of, however, was that dead men tell no tales. Yuan Daoshan, oh Yuan Daoshan, why would you, with the dignity of a foundation establishment expert, kill a mere qi induction cultivator? Originally, Yulo's suspicions regarding this matter had long been dispelled. After all, Yuan Daoshan could be considered to have gifted him 2,000 merit points. The Crimson Dharma sword refined by Yuan Daoshan was worth 2,100 merit points, while the 500 spirit stones Yulo had forfeited were worth 100. Such a massive gift made it impossible for him to harbor suspicions toward Yuan Daoshan's actions under normal circumstances. But now, because of Ji Yuan's answer, Yulo's suspicions flared up once more. Good. Thank you, senior brother Ji. However, since senior brother Ji has helped Yulo so significantly. Though suspicious in his heart, Yulo naturally wouldn't let Ji Yuan see any anomaly. He praised repeatedly before steering the conversation toward another matter. You're too polite, Yulo. We are brothers, no need for such words. Haha, senior brother Ji has helped me immensely, so I am naturally grateful to you. There is a sentence I cannot say for certain whether it is right or wrong, but reflecting on it, speaking it is always better than remaining silent. Ji Yuan felt a bit puzzled. What did Wang Yulo mean by this? There is no harm in speaking, Yulo, no harm in speaking. Yulo spoke slowly, his tone exceptionally grave. The Yuan clan possesses a significant number of late-stage qi refining cultivators among its direct descendants, external surnames, and disciples. If senior brother Ji wishes to utilize the Yuan clan's assistance to achieve foundation establishment, you cannot simply seek absolute stability in the position of Grotto Heaven Patrol Team Deacon. However, as for how exactly you should act to perform what needs to be done without harming yourself, I am not in that position, so I truly dare not speak recklessly. These words come from my mouth and enter your ears. I deeply hope senior brother will not speak of them to others. Yulo does not wish to be dragged into the disputes between the Yuan clan of Dripping Water Cave and other families like the Shui clan. Seeing Ji Yuan's face full of astonishment, Yulo smiled, bowing as he said, Senior brother, River Bend Fishing Port has arrived. Yulo wishes senior brother great success in your position as a patrol team deacon. With that, Yulo turned and flew back toward River Bend Fishing Port. As for Wang Yulo's words, even if Yulo hadn't reminded him, it was impossible for him to speak of them to others. The Yuan clan was the Yuan clan, while the relationship between Yulo and Ji Yuan belonged to Ji Yuan himself. Gazing at Wang Yulo's departing back, Ji Yuan felt a sense of bewilderment. To advance was a mountain of blades and a sea of fire, to retreat was to forfeit all chance. Difficult, truly difficult. When Ancestor Jinyi finished her Dao discussion and noticed Yulo's cultivation base at the fourth layer of qi condensation, even she found it difficult to maintain her composure. A 26 or 27-year-old at the fourth layer of qi condensation, what kind of concept was that? Ancestor Jinyi had spent many years cultivating in the sect and later came under the tutelage of Xuanzhuan. She was someone who had seen the grand world. Wang Jingyi was certain that within the Red Lantern Illumination sect, the disciples of the Golden Core families barely active in the mundane world. Compared strictly to the direct lineage of those Purple Palace families, Yulo's cultivation speed was not inferior in the slightest. A Ning small grotto heaven had helped Yulo break free from the constraints of the worldly laws, allowing him to succeed in his qi gathering 8 years ahead of schedule. With the assistance of Wang Xianzhou, Yulo broke through to the fourth layer of qi condensation in just over 3 years, effectively clawing back at least another 3 years of time. It could be said that over the past 3+ years, Yulo's cultivation speed was more than triple what it would normally be. In the future, as long as Yulo could maintain this pace over the long term, he might even attempt foundation establishment earlier than Zhou Yingxi. The Zhou family had many children, but Zhou Yingxi, at the very least, had not reached Yulo's level of consumption, which amounted to 1,200 spirit stones per month. Yulo, how did you suddenly break through? Didn't we agree you wouldn't rely on pills? Wang Jingyi, Wang Rongjiang, and Wang Xianzhou, the 3 clan elders, were all incredibly startled and skeptical of Yulo's breakthrough. Just after the marriage, I suddenly felt a sense of growth, as if a lifetime had passed. While chatting with Little Fish, the bottleneck simply gave way, Yulo replied obediently under the watchful eyes of his 3 seniors. How did he break through? There was no secret to it. He had simply held his wife's small hand, his mind had cleared, and the breakthrough had followed naturally. The management of Wang Rongjiang's envious expression completely crumbled. Wang Yulo, we both possess dual spirit roots. How could the gap between us back then have been so massive? Ancestor Jingyi and Ancestor Xianzhou silently exchanged glances, their eyes filled with a mixture of pleasant surprise and bewilderment. Though Yulo's method of breaking through was within the realm of reason, it was simply too fortunate. Could it be that he truly was the most extraordinary disciple the Wang clan had produced in 1200 years? Yes, Xianzhou, your idea to arrange Yulo's marriage was excellent. Little Fish is a fine girl. Wang Jingyi first validated her younger brother's efforts before turning to explain the matter of the marriage alliance to Yulo. During today's Dao discussion, because there were too many attendees, the and Yuan families showed that they are even more divided in spirit than they appear on the surface, so we didn't gather for long. However, I have mostly finalized the contacts for your marriage alliance. Currently, for foundation establishment families within Drip Drop Cave have expressed interest. Large meetings were difficult to conduct. Yesterday, during Yulo's concubine-taking ceremony, Wang Jingyi had arranged a Dao discussion with the visiting foundation establishment cultivators of Drip Drop Cave, but in the end, she had only lightly shared her own insights on cultivation. When everyone gathered, the family and the Yuan family continued to insult each other alongside their respective allies, leading to a swift and unpleasant parting of ways. Only 4 families. Wang Xianzhou's expression darkened slightly. In the eyes of Ancestor Xianzhou, given Wang Yulo's conditions and future prospects, if he wanted to form a marriage alliance with a female cultivator from a foundation establishment family, he should have his pick of the entire lot. Yet those foundation establishment families in Drip Drop Cave lacked all discernment, treating a prime catch like Wang Yulo as ordinary. They were truly blind. No, those are the only 4 left after I did the filtering, Wang Jingyi corrected with a shake of her head. Hearing this, Ancestor Xianzhou's old face immediately split into a wide grin. I knew it. Yulo is the Qilin child of our Wang clan. Given the opportunity to form a marriage alliance, those foundation establishment families of Drip Drop Cave would naturally scramble for it. Fine, he would grant that they weren't entirely blind. A female disciple from the Yuan clan is roughly the same age as Yulo, but she is already at the first layer of qi condensation with a single water spirit root, Wang Jingyi introduced. The Yuan clan would be a strong ally. Yuan Daoshan possessed profound achievements in the artificing path. Once Yulo enters this marriage alliance, he can study the artificing path under Elder Daoshan. An Ning's artificing notes are indeed extraordinary, perhaps even superior to Yuan Daoshan, but learning from a manual versus learning under a master are 2 entirely different things, completely beyond comparison. There are also 2 women from a branch line of the clan. They are twins, one has a triple spirit root, and the other has a dual spirit root. However, if you choose the 2 of them as Dao companions to ally with the clan, the family can only provide half a portion of foundation establishment resources when the twins prepare to break through in the future. Good heavens, a pair of twin lotuses on a single stalk, and female cultivators with spirit roots at that. Yulo hadn't even achieved foundation establishment yet, but he was already enjoying a luxury that many foundation establishment cultivators would never experience. The clan of Drip Drop Cave was a cultivation family that did not lose out to the Wang clan of Anbei Kingdom. The foundation establishment cultivators of the clan frequently came under the tutelage of perfected man homely of Drip Drop Cave. Now, if Yulo allied with the clan, he could actually marry a pair of twin female cultivators. Under such immense temptation, the deficit of half a portion of foundation establishment resources seemed entirely negligible. It wasn't that Yulo was a lecherous demon, but marrying 2 Dao companions at once meant gaining 2 additional pillars of support in the future. Losing half a portion of resources was nothing. However, this was merely Wang Yulo's perspective. Wang Xianzhou muttered in dissatisfaction, why is the clan so stingy? They aren't even willing to provide an extra half portion of foundation establishment resources. What ill intentions could the old ancestor have? He merely wished for all the benefits to go to Yulo, for Yulo's cultivation to soar rapidly, and for Yulo's Dao companions to bring him greater support while bearing him more descendants. Well, I met Yinqing of the clan today, Wang Jingyi supplemented. The condition he offered is that these 2 female cultivators can obtain foundation establishment resources within Drip Drop Cave. Once they secure 1 portion from the sect, combined with the portion provided by the clan, that makes 2. If both can secure resources from the sect, it becomes 3 portions. In this matter, the clan will naturally lend their assistance. Only then did Ancestor Xianzhou nod in satisfaction. Knowing how to siphon resources from the sect's walls, the clan's methods were indeed respectable. The 3rd family, Yulo, how is your relationship with a female cultivator named Lin Ning? When Ancestor Jingyi reached the 3rd option and mentioned Lin Ning, how could Yulo fail to understand? He gave an embarrassed smile and was about to answer when Ancestor Xianzhou cut in with an amused look. Yulo has mentioned that young girl from the Lin family to me several times. She is a clever one. If chosen as a Dao companion, once she achieves foundation establishment in the future, she and Yulo will complement each other perfectly. The 2 of them will likely stir up quite a storm. Wang Rongjiang instantly grew intrigued, casting a teasing glance toward Yulo, who could only offer a helpless smile. When interacting with his peers, Yulo would always discuss and analyze their traits thoroughly with the old ancestor. This was not a case of family elders over-interfering in Wang Yulo's life, rather, the ancestor was using his abundant experience to help Yulo vet his companions. How many people begged for such treatment, yet their own elders were incapable of providing any assistance, leaving them to crash into walls and fall into massive pitfalls entirely on their own. So that's how it is. Lin Hengtai brought Lin Ning to see me today. He seems very eager to push this matter forward, and he readily agreed to the condition of 1.5 portions of Foundation establishment resources. The fourth family is similar to the Lin family, also a dual Foundation establishment clan. Their daughter also possesses a dual spirit root, though unlike Lin Ying's wood-earth attributes, hers are earth-water. The conditions they offered are roughly the same. Since Xianzhou already has some understanding of Lin Ning, we can discard the fourth family. We will choose from the Yuan and Lin families. Yulo, what are your thoughts? A choice of 1 out of 3, and a filtered 3 at that. Yulo could now be considered to be experiencing the life of choosing a consort. However, this choice was not an easy one to make. Ancestor, your divine ability, Yulo requested. Wang Jingyi smiled with deep satisfaction. Good, very good, it had to be this way. Only with sufficient caution could one walk further in the cultivation world. In an instant, the formless world expanded, enveloping the few people present inside it. Ancestor, you didn't give them any verbal promises, correct? Interesting. Wang Yulo's very first question was highly intriguing, and at the very least, both Wang Rongjiang and Wang Xianzhou understood its implication. Of course not, ha ha ha. I merely stated that Zion needs to make the final decision. After all, my authority within the clan isn't very high. These words were just a deception on Wang Jingyi's part, and those who heard them likely treated them as nothing but hot air. Everyone was an old fox, the moment the opposing side lifted their foot, one could tell exactly what they intended to do. Then we are in no hurry. Ancestor, the conflict between the family and the Yuan family is fierce. I truly do not wish to be entangled in their contradictions so early. Senior Qi brought me into the drip-drop cave heaven, and Senior Daoshan granted me immense sect rewards. I cannot afford to rashly offend either of these two individuals. Behind a marriage alliance lay a true alliance, and an alliance was the ultimate expression of one's stance. Once a stance was chosen during a conflict, it was incredibly difficult to alter. Yulo had only just stabilized his footing within the drip-drop cave heaven. Entangling himself in the struggle between the two great families too early would be disadvantageous to him. So, you lean more toward choosing Lin Ning of the Lin family? Wang Jingyi asked with a smile. However, Yulo shook his head. A marriage alliance is merely to win over allies, but currently I have no enemies within Drip-Drop Cave, so there is no rush for the marriage. Many issues must be considered as a whole. My marriage alliance can become a specific lever to solve a major problem. Ancestor, Drip-Drop Cave is destined to be merely a temporary stop for me. In the future, I intend to enter the Immortal Alliance. However, since I have initiated the path of operating the Wang clan's influence within Drip-Drop Cave, the situation at River Bend Fishing Port cannot be easily handed over to outsiders the moment I depart. These words were somewhat complex, but both Wang Rongjiang and Wang Xianzhou understood completely. Uncle Rongjiang's eyes locked straight onto Yulo. He had a premonition that given his situation of owing the clan 2.5 portions of Foundation establishment resources, he would certainly have no shortage of dealings with this master of schemes, Wang Yulo, in the future. Elaborate further, Wang Jingyi said, filled with anticipation for the kinds of changes Yulo could bring to the Wang clan. Yulo took a deep breath and voiced his ambition. Ancestor, I am not clear on the disciple promotion system of the Red Lantern Illumination sect, but within Drip-Drop Cave, our Wang clan can entirely station a branch line here for the long term. You are well aware of the environment within the Grotto Heaven, 9th grade and 8th grade spiritual items are everywhere, and the spirit fish within Beautiful Water Lake are countless. Starting with me, and using my future descendants within Drip-Drop Cave as a foundation, establishing another branch of the Wang clan is entirely feasible. In the early tribal eras of human civilization, formal laws and customs did not exist. Men and women within the tribe mated freely, resulting in children who only knew their mothers and not their fathers, thus the matriarchal system emerged. In those early periods of extreme scarcity, every prime male was a massive unit of productivity. The more children a mother possessed, the easier it was for her to become the leader of the tribe. People who grew up healthy were productivity itself. If Yulo could spread his roots and leave behind a lineage within Drip-Drop Cave, then by the time he grew powerful within the Immortal Alliance in the future, the Yuan and families would be nothing more than local thugs. At that time, the targets of Yulo's political duels within the power structure of Drip-Drop Cave would be its 3 Purple Palace cultivators. Whoever won would siphon more resources from the walls. Of course, Yulo was not fighting alone. The Wang clan of Anbei Kingdom held its own private compartment on the train to the future driven by Patriarch Mangxiang. Excellent. Yulo, magnificent. Wang Jingyi saw Wang Yulo's ambition and greed, but far from feeling any aversion, she stood up excitedly and clapped her hands repeatedly in praise. Given Ancestor Jingyi's steady disposition, such a display demonstrated just how satisfied she was with Yulo. A son should be exactly like Wang Yulo. The elders of the Wang clan did not fear a disciple having ambition, they only feared a disciple who possessed ambition but lacked a brain. Yet Yulo was clearly the most intelligent existence within the Yu generation. Supported by his intellect, his ambition would only become one of his greatest catalysts for ascending to the peak. No matter how powerful external forces or objects were, they ultimately had to rest upon the concrete individual acting as the carrier. Different people possessed different capacities. Take Wang Rongjiang, who required 2.5 portions of resources just to achieve foundation establishment. While Wang Yulo, at a mere fourth layer of qi condensation, already knew how to operate factions and pave the way for his future cultivation. How could such a person siphon 2.5 portions of resources from the clan in the future? Of course, Uncle Rongjiang was by no means a bad person, he was simply an incredibly unfortunate fellow. Furthermore, he was the first within the Rong generation to have a shot at foundation establishment, so the clan naturally had to support him with all its might. Xiao Jiang, after you return, discuss this with Zion. Allocate 4 direct lineage qi gathering cultivators and 4 external surname qi gathering cultivators to be arranged into Drip Drop Cave, too. Speaking up to this point, Wang Jingyi suddenly paused. She looked at Yulo with a smile and asked, how many people do you want? Wang Xianzhou's pupils contracted slightly as he registered the subtle shift. At this moment, Wang Jingyi was not looking down upon Yulo, nor was she asking for his opinion from the stance of an authoritative elder. Ancestor Jingyi's question was an inquiry into Yulo's attitude and thoughts. Reflecting upon the deeper meaning behind this filled Wang Xianzhou with profound gratification. It turned out that Yulo had already grown to this height. Indeed, within a brief span of time, he had managed to turn River Bend fishing port into an absolute fortress. Could it be that Yulo was a natural-born leader? For direct lineage and 4 external surnames are indeed just right. However, ancestor, we must have Elder Qinhua arrange for a direct member of the Tai family to come over. The cultivators within Drip Drop Cave enjoy using spirit boats as transport, but that does not mean they dislike spirit cranes. Yulo naturally had no need to dispute Ancestor Jingyi's arrangements. The ancestor's perspective and experience guaranteed that while she might not be entirely correct, she would absolutely never make a major blunder. Under the system of the Immortal Alliance in the Wunan cultivation world, how many cultivators who managed to stand out were fools? 8 people, when expanded outward by a single circle, could influence dozens. It was entirely sufficient for Yulo to establish his own small faction within Drip Drop Cave. Even if this faction temporarily lacked height, Yulo's cultivation speed was guaranteed to reach foundation establishment. He himself was the high mountain. Sister Jingyi, Yulo is exceptionally skilled at business management, Wang Xianzhou reminded from the side. Wang Jingyi nodded understandingly and laughed. Back then, I was the one who pulled the strings to secure that Red Lantern edict. I am naturally well aware of Yulo's management capabilities. However, Yulo, after your great goods store was taken over by the Sex Commerce Hall of Elders, its operations gradually withered. It seems many things truly can only be handled by you. Ancestor praises me too highly. Yulo dares not take the credit. Seeing Yulo act in this manner, Wang Xianzhou spoke up, though his reminder this time differed from the past. Yulo, you must remember that before us elders of the clan, you can afford to be humble because we know exactly what you have accomplished. But within the sect, and in the future within the Immortal Alliance, while you should remain reserved and low profile in your personal conduct, you must absolutely never be humble when it is time to fight for what you deserve. There are too many people snatching meat within the sect, and the situation you will face inside the Immortal Alliance is far more complex. It can be said the place is filled with individuals of wild and predatory ambition. Yulo blanked for a moment before responding, thank you for the guidance, ancestor. A low profile in behavior, a high profile in action, Yulo understands. Wang Xianzhou laughed heartily, pointing at Wang Yulo as he addressed his older sister, Sister Jingyi, this brat doesn't need my guidance at all, he understands everything perfectly on his own. I think I finally get it now. Your construction of the golden platform was precisely the manifestation of high-profile action. The moment that platform was erected, that Cui Dingy completely lost any room to maneuver against you. Wang Yulo naturally offered a bashful smile, before his 3 elders, he would always remain a fresh recruit. By the time their conversation reached this point, the critical matters had essentially been finalized. It amounted to the Wang clan arranging a few disciples whose aptitudes were not particularly outstanding to enter Drip Drop Cave first, helping Yulo secure the foundation of his influence. In the future, once these individuals spread their roots and multiplied, Yulo would easily obtain a core base centered around the sons of the Wang clan. Cultivation was a long-term journey. The success of Clear Stream Market was built upon the platform of the Wang clan. Now, Yulo was constructing his own platform. As long as it was built well and secured firmly, no matter where Yulo went in the future, his core base within Drip Drop Cave would serve as his pillar of support. Naturally, the matter of the Drip Drop Cave branch required the Patriarch's approval, but given the Patriarch's vision, he would naturally comprehend Yulo's intent. What Yulo wanted was a voice within Drip Drop Cave, not a split from the family. However, Yulo, you mentioned that there is no rush for the marriage alliance and that it should serve as a lever to solve a major issue, but there must be a rough timeline, correct? Ancestor Xianzhou asked. He actually thought very highly of a marriage between Yulo and Lin Ying. That young girl was no simple character. After Yulo became her Dao companion, he could borrow the strength of the Lin family to help his own development within Drip Drop Cave. Once he achieved foundation establishment, he could cast her aside and seek a new Dao companion. The old ancestor was no saint, being good to Yulo did not mean he harbored goodwill toward others. As for whether it would offend the Lin family, as one ascended higher, the struggle for benefits would only grow sharper. When it was time to offend, one could not afford to hesitate. Ancestor Jingyi, Uncle Rongjiang, Yulo actually has a threefold consideration, Yulo stated. Wang Jingyi's curiosity was piqued once more. This child was simply too intelligent, coming up with a threefold consideration right off the bat naturally made her incredibly curious. Which 3? Fan Zhugao, Wu Faxian, Ji Yuan, and I have joined forces to establish a special exchange conference. This involves the restructuring of Drip-Drop Cave's distribution system. Through this exchange conference, I can create a market of my own, thereby achieving the goal of selling spirit cranes and spiritual artifacts. If the conference can be smoothly promoted, the value of my marriage alliance will rise further, allowing me to renegotiate terms with the Lin family. At this moment, Ancestor Xianzhou suddenly chimed in from the side. We can also sell spiritual pills and braised donkey meat. Wang Jingyi also nodded in agreement, praising, Yulo, I am deeply gratified that you can observe the key points of commerce within the sect and the Wunan cultivation world. Back then, Patriarch Manxiang utilized the Red Lantern Illumination sect to extract resources from subordinate forces and various markets under his banner, thereby preparing resources for attaining Golden Core. This was precisely because the Red Lantern Illumination sect controlled the vast majority of commerce within its sphere of influence. The three-palace merit system designed by Drip-Drop Cave completely occupies the commercial space within the Grotto Heaven. Even if you want to sell artifacts to exchange for resources, in the absence of an open market, everything must pass through Drip-Drop Cave's hands. Your idea of creating a hidden market to nurture your own commercial space is indeed highly innovative. Wang Jingyi referred to the market as a commercial space, but it amounted to the same thing. The overall productivity of the Wang clan was not low, but many of its products could only be sold through bulk trade precisely because the Wang clan did not control a market of its own. The clash of power and influence among Drip-Drop Cave, the Red Lantern Illumination sect, and the 10 sects was, in essence, a struggle over resource distribution rights, which directly corresponded to market dominance. To harvest items using favors required a target to harvest from in the first place. To earn spirit stones by selling artifacts, spiritual pills, and spirit cranes required a purchasing demographic. A cultivator acting as a lone merchant, carrying goods physically to sell, was certainly possible, but the efficiency was far too low. Establishing a reliable distribution network required maintenance costs. If the 100 Treasures Pavilion had failed back then, the Wang clan's losses would not have been light. Under a market dominated by the Red Lantern Illumination sect or other forces big and small, no matter how hard the Wang clan worked, they would first be sheared by others before they could set up their own system. The cost was simply too high. Although the Wang clan enjoyed a degree of coattail riding due to the ancestors' pursuit of the Golden Core realm, the clan could not use its status within the Red Lantern Illumination sect to obtain some kind of special operating license. That was the authority of a Purple Palace Grand Cultivator. The Wang clan of Anbei Kingdom did not yet possess the qualifications to siphon resources from the Red Lantern Illumination sect's walls. However, the walls of Drip-Drop Cave could certainly be picked at a bit. After all, the pool of Drip-Drop Cave was somewhat shallower. Furthermore, this wasn't strictly siphoning resources. While extracting benefits from Drip-Drop Cave, the market and influence Yulo pulled together would also enhance the sect's comprehensive strength. In this dynamic, whether Drip-Drop Cave stood to gain or lose, and who exactly was losing out, remained to be seen. As for the second consideration, if the promotion of the conference encounters obstacles, bringing the Lin family or other marriage alliance families into the fold can help push this matter through, while simultaneously strengthening the bond of mutual interest between myself and this Dao companion. The third consideration involves Little Chin and Little Fish. One is my assistant in business management, and the other is my vital partner. If I were to seek a primary Dao companion immediately after marrying them, it would simply be inappropriate. Wang Jingyi nodded in deep agreement. Hearts are made of flesh. Not ignoring the thoughts and interests of others simply due to one's own status and power, Yulo, you already possess the shoulders-to-shoulder responsibility. Some said that the highest level of praise between men was, I'll grant that you're capable. In that case, the greatest praise an elder could bestow upon a junior was likely Ancestor Jingyi's final sentence. Two ancestors, Uncle Rongjiang, Yulo lost both parents at a young age. It was only through the clan's protection that I could gradually grow up. Later, the clan spent a vast sum of spirit stones to invite Hongmei to serve as my master on the artificing path. When Yuan and I first arrived at Clear Stream Market, I was only 13 years old. To grant me more time to practice the artificing path, Uncle Rong Yuan prepared a sum of spirit stones to purchase spirit rice for me to eat, saving me an immense amount of time. Following that, managing the 100 Treasures Pavilion at Clear Stream Market, the clan's support for my investment in the Yang clan's racetrack, and the establishment of the Great Goods Store. Then came the Patriarch's personal support during the Talisman Master competition, and later my entry into Drip-Drop Cave, where the Patriarch arranged the position of a Azure Water Palace disciple for me. The clan's care and cultivation of Yulo is something I have never dared to forget. I am now at the fourth layer of Qi condensation, having stepped into the middle stage of Qi condensation, and will reach the late stage and even foundation establishment in the future. Having been protected and nurtured by the clan for so long, Yulo is unwilling to forever take shelter behind it, nor can the clan protect me forever on the path ahead. How can someone who dares not face difficulties and high mountains ever grow into a true pillar? Yulo has naturally reached the point where he must shoulder the responsibilities of the clan. Ever since stepping into the cultivation world, Yulo had never suffered grievances, never encountered any true danger, never been plotted against by enemies, and had not even formed enmities with anyone. Why? Because the clan shielded him, supported him, helped him, granted him opportunities, provided him resources, and offered him a platform. Thus, Yulo's journey had been extraordinarily smooth. However, the Wang clan's protection possessed an upper limit, a definitive boundary. The Wang clan was merely a foundation establishment family without a purple palace or a golden core. The Wang clan itself was not a towering tree, Yulo could not hide behind the Wang clan forever. He was in the middle stage of chi condensation now, it was time for him to face the true slaughterhouse of interests, and time for him to truly experience the wind and rain. Seeing Yulo state his stance in this manner, the three elders were all visibly moved. What an exceptional child. Nonsense, as long as I am around, the clan can naturally shield you even further. We can shield you even after you achieve foundation establishment. With a trace of affectionate anger, Wang Jingyi pulled out 2 talismans forged from purple copper and tossed them to Wang Yulo. Here, take these 2 formless sword talismans. Killing newly ascended foundation establishment cultivators like Tai Qinhua or Wu Jinyan with these is as easy as slaughtering chickens. Even if Yuan Daoshan or Yinshin were present in person, they would not dare to meet my formless sword head-on. Receiving the ancestors' sword talismans, Yulo's hand instantly sank. 8th grade refined purple copper. These 2 sword talismans were each as large as 2 palms, with a thickness of 2 fingers. In terms of weight alone, a single talisman weighed several hundred kilograms. Upon the purple surface of the copper, gray lines were traced, meticulously outlined using 7th grade ink lead, shimmering with an extraordinary, muted spiritual light. The formless sword talismans, crafted personally by the Peak Foundation Establishment sword cultivator Wang Jingyi, were likely more valuable than many weaker spiritual artifacts. Yes, though it would ideally be better to use 7th grade yuan copper as a base material, 7th grade yuan copper is simply too rare. These 2 portions were originally intended to give one to Rongjiang for self-defense, while leaving the other within the clan for future foundation establishment cultivators of the Rong generation. However, since you wish to achieve great things within Drip Drop Cave, well, it is always better to leave yourself more fallback options. That escaped stone ancestor is merely the great demon of Drip Drop Cave that we know about, who knows if there are other great demons hiding here. It never hurts to be careful. Wang Rongjiang cast an aggrieved glance at Ancestor Jingyi, but dared not speak. He already owed 2.5 portions, what right did he have to make demands of the clan? Rongjiang, these 2 will go to Yulo first. Yours can wait, in any case, the fighting hasn't broken out yet, Wang Jingyi laughed. Is it truly going to come to blows? All 3 caught the implication within Ancestor Jingyi's words. Ancestor Jingyi nodded slightly and stated, it will definitely happen, only the timing remains uncertain. The Sky Serpent sect is not fully prepared, and the Red Lantern Illumination sect is not fully prepared either. I have already communicated these matters with Zion. You need not worry, the Wang clan will not be significantly affected. A great war was brewing, and both the Red Lantern Illumination sect and the Sky Serpent sect were making preparations, the Sky Serpent sect preparing to attack, and the Red Lantern Illumination sect preparing to defend. It could be said that before Patriarch Mangxiang's Golden Core was even formed, it had already kicked up a massive storm within the Wunan region. A few days after bidding farewell to the 2 clan foundation establishment cultivators, the matter of Bai Xiaoyu's appointment as a splendid Pool Palace disciple was finalized. The bitter leaf wine Yulo drank that day had not been for nothing. Wang Yaohai was indeed highly dependable, dispatching one of his subordinates to deliver Little Fish's splendid Pool Palace disciple robes and various other benefits directly to River Bend Fishing Port. Aside from that, there was also a letter addressed to Yulo. Senior Brother Yuk, within this letter is fellow Daoist Little Fish's appointment certificate as the Town Guardian Cultivator, the 5th layer Chi Condensation Splendid Pool Palace disciple spoke respectfully. Wang Yulo had long since made a name for himself within Drip Drop Cave. His operational name, Yuk, had been spread everywhere through Old Wu's loose tongue. Consequently, when interacting with fellow disciples, the Splendid Pool Palace disciples who were also at the Chi Condensation stage would address Yulo as Yuk, while the Azure Water Palace disciples would generally call him Yulo. Depending on the height of their cultivation, the titles of senior or junior brother would be appended. This messenger was particularly interesting, though his cultivation base was clearly a layer higher than Yulo's, he directly addressed Yulo as senior brother. It could only be said that cultivation was a pursuit where, without becoming an immortal, no one could truly transcend worldly conventions. Yulo opened the letter. Inside, alongside the appointment certificate for Bai Xiaoyu to take up the post of Town Guardian Cultivator at River Bend Fishing Port, was a small slip of paper written by Wang Yaohai. Yulo, I heard from Old Wu that you, senior brother Zhu Gao, and junior brother Ji Yuan have organized a special exchange conference. I have now also taken a foundation establishment cultivator as my master, and I have served as a Grotto Heaven Patrol captain for many years. I wonder if I might be of assistance to you. What constituted a clever person? The moment Wang Yaohai saw whom Yulo had invited, he understood Yulo's intent completely. Fan Zhugao and Ji Yuan were both disciples of foundation establishment cultivators from large clans, yet they were not of the direct lineage, belonging to the category of individuals with a background but lacking special favor. Yulo could pull them into his circle, and Wang Yaohai naturally met those exact criteria. The man had sent this application for partnership alongside Little Fish's appointment letter, making his meaning as clear as day. Yulo naturally would not refuse. Go back and tell Brother Yaohai that Yulo will always clear the couch to await his arrival. Once the messenger departed, Yulo took the appointment certificate and the robes and hurried over to Little Fish's quarters. Today, Bai Xiaoyu was focused entirely on her cultivation, neither playing with that small stone turtle nor bullying He Lao-san. Lord Town Guardian Cultivator, it is time for you to assume your post. Yulo stood at the doorway of the quiet room, holding aloft Bai Xiaoyu's Town Guardian Cultivator appointment certificate as he spoke with a smile. Ah. Little Fish leaped up, snatching the splendid Pool Palace Edict from Yulo's hand, which appeared incredibly crude and shabby compared to the Red Lantern Edict or the Drip Drop Cave Edict, and began inspecting it with excitement. Husband, there's no duration written on this. The beauty of Drip Drop Cave lay precisely in this, it took excellent care of its core base. As long as 8 spirit fish were handed over daily, River Bend Fishing Port remained loyal. Yulo was a reliable, grounded, and outstanding town guardian cultivator and Azure Water Palace disciple, his personnel suggestions would naturally be respected. In reality, Yulo had run things far better than Ji Yuan. Of course, this also involved Yulo's relationship with Wang Yaohai, as well as the influence of Yulo's background and reputation. Therefore, Bai Xiaoyu's appointment was naturally an easy matter to settle. As long as the 8 spirit fish sent up from River Bend Fishing Port did not decrease, Bai Xiaoyu could remain in the position of town guardian cultivator until she reached 180, provided she could not break through to Foundation establishment. Otherwise, why would I have accompanied old Wang to drink that bitter leaf wine? You have no idea, though that stuff is a spiritual wine, it tastes horribly bitter. Sigh. The thought of that bitter leaf wine sent a slight chill through Yulo's heart. Old Wang was generous, but Yulo simply could not get used to bitter leaf wine. This item seemed to be one of Drip Drop Cave's specialties, though it wasn't as famous as Drip Drop Grass or the marrow of the azure-blooded frog. Husband, you are so good to me. Bai Xiaoyu wrapped her arms around Yulo's face and gave him a kiss before turning her gaze back to the splendid Pool Palace disciple robes. It's just that this clothing is truly unsightly. Do I need to wear it every single day? The splendid Pool Palace robes were naturally not ugly, but compared to Bai Xiaoyu's own white robes, they were indeed worlds apart. Of course not. I'll have someone custom make 2 beautiful sets of robes for you to rotate through later. However, your husband's financial resources are currently limited, so I can only arrange for low-grade spiritual artifact quality for now. You aren't allowed to look down on them. Yulo intended to commission 4 sets, 2 for Chu Ran and 2 for Little Fish. Though it cost spirit stones, these 2 women were, respectively, the executor of his orders and his helper in controlling River Bend Fishing Port. Furthermore, both girls had married Yulo. In short, their dignity was his dignity, so a certain amount of expenditure was entirely appropriate. Even between husband and wife, when it was time to cultivate relationships, one had to do so diligently. No, Little Fish doesn't want that. This robe already comes with a self-cleaning function, so it won't get dirty even if worn constantly, and... Wang Yulo waved his hand grandly, declaring, all right, our household does not lack that small amount of spirit stones. Let's go, gather everyone so they know that River Bend Fishing Port now completely belongs to the Wang clan. From subjugating Zhang Xuewu to suppressing Cui Dingyi. Then to the completion of the Golden Platform and the water gates, moving the entirety of River Bend Fishing Port inland, utilizing the engineering construction to naturally complete a personnel reshuffle. Finally, Old Chui had sought his own demise, granting Yulo absolute control over the fishing port's authority. Now, the situation had shifted again. Previously, Wang Yulo's position as town guardian cultivator was that of a temporary official, there was no telling when he might be replaced by someone else. But with Bai Xiaoyu assuming the post with a permanent tenure, it wouldn't matter who came to River Bend Fishing Port to contest Yulo's position. Husband and wife were of one body, Bai Xiaoyu was Wang Yulo. This was precisely the significance of marrying Chu Ran and Little Fish. Hereby appoint splendid Pool Palace disciple Bai Xiaoyu as the town guardian cultivator of River Bend Fishing Port. Upon the Golden Platform, Zhang Xuewu loudly read out the splendid Pool Palace's appointment of Bai Xiaoyu. He and Bai Xiaoyu stood like guardian deities on either side of Yulo, while Yulo sat upon a chair. Before him stood 24 chi-gathering cultivators of River Bend Fishing Port, with Qin Churen standing at the very front. The sole mortal martial artist remained Li Changming. Yulo intended to support this individual all the way to the chi condensation stage. Nurturing such a minor character did not consume many resources, but once trained, they were incredibly convenient to deploy. Next, let us invite fellow Taoist Yulo to speak. Old Zhang bellowed. Li Changming took the lead in kneeling, and a massive crowd below instantly fell to their knees in unison. The sight brought an amused smile to Yulo's face. When he had first grasped this kind of authority, his thought had been that he could finally count himself a true man. Now, he merely felt that River Bend Fishing Port was too small. Too small to contain his grand ambitions. From now on, the daily operations of the fishing port will be managed by Chu Ran. Old Zhang, you may focus entirely on your cultivation. Yulo's very first sentence stripped Zhang Xuewu of his authority. Old Zhang's heart trembled, but he was well aware of what Wang Yulo's background, influence, and terrifying talent signified. Consequently, he dared not harbor a single shred of resistance, hastily kneeling as he declared, Xuewu will certainly cultivate diligently, and will not fail fellow Taoist Yulo's painstaking intentions. What those kneeling chi-gathering cultivators below were thinking, Wang Yulo did not know, though he was quite satisfied with Old Zhang's response. Fine, since you understand reverence, I shall grant you an opportunity. Wang Yaohai had knelt too late, wasting many years as a result. He was now nearly 100 years old and had only just caught sight of an opportunity for Foundation establishment. Zhang Xuewu's cleverness lay precisely in the fact that he knelt both early and fast. The rules were unfriendly, but if one wished to become the person who changed the rules, one had to first accept them. Old Zhang's behavior perfectly illustrated this point. Yulo arranged a few other personnel changes, bringing Little Fish's modest assumption ceremony to a close. No one within River Bend Fishing Port dared to oppose Yulo anymore, and by utilizing Little Fish's assumption of office to reinforce his authority once more, he naturally encountered no resistance whatsoever. As the crowd dispersed, the calm-faced old Zhang was about to head home when Qin Chuan intercepted him. "Senior Zhang, please head to the quiet room. My husband is waiting for you," Qin Chuan said with a smile. "Oh." Old Zhang's calm, almost numb face instantly turned vibrant, as if an HDR filter had been applied to it. "Little Qin, do you know what this is about?" Saying this, Zhang Xuewu slid 5 spirit stones over. Qin Chuan accepted the spirit stones without the slightest hesitation, answering, "A good thing. In truth, you should have already guessed, you have passed the test." A mundane compliance test, incredibly tedious. Ji Chan eating the flesh of Bo Yikao was a compliance test, and the physical control of 3 prostrations and 9 kowtows was also a compliance test. In the modern era, compliance tests grew even more varied, typical of which was drinking alcohol. Refusing to drink meant one did not wish to make progress or align oneself with the group. Yulo's suppression and public stripping of authority just now was an incredibly crude compliance test. As for whether it was accurate, that was rarely the focus. Just as King Zhou back then did not care whether was truly loyal or not. What they required was the form and process of loyalty, alongside the order of resource distribution behind such forms and processes. As for whether things would spiral out of control, the moon did not care, and neither did Wang Yulo. It could be said that at this moment, Yulo already possessed a presence that did not lose out to a grand cultivator. The waters of the Yellow River were turbid, while the waters of the Yangtze River were clear. One could not employ someone simply because they were clean, nor could one discard someone simply because they were dirty. It had been thus since ancient times. The clouds rested in the blue sky, while the water rested inside the bottle. Yulo stood upon the clouds. No matter what kind of water it was, it had to fit within his bottle to be utilized by him. The Tao of the Taoist sovereign Jiajing could not truly allow him to stand upon the clouds, but the Tao of this world could assist Wang Yulo in standing atop the clouds. Whether loyal or not, all had to comply. This, alone, was sufficient. "Xuewu, have you ever thought of marrying?" Yulo's very first question caught Zhang Xuewu entirely off guard. "This." "Xuewu already has 3 children, and there are several wives and concubines at home," Zhang Xuewu replied, somewhat bewildered. Yulo raised his head, looking in the direction of the drip-drop cave heaven. "I intend to introduce a woman from a foundation establishment family to be your Tao companion, thereby helping you enter the Azure Water Palace. What say you?" Although Old Wu was nothing more than a small chick before Wang Xianzhou, Wang Jingyi, and Wang Ziyan, he was still a foundation establishment cultivator. Wu Jinyan was a guest elder of Drip-Drop Cave, the supervisor of the Immortal Alliance within Drip-Drop Cave, a friend of the Wang clan, and a close friend of Yulo's master, Hongmei. Purchasing a disciple slot for the Azure Water Palace required several thousand spirit stones, and Zhang Xuewu was not worthy of Yulo spending such a sum. Therefore, Yulo decided to call upon Wu Jinyan to utilize a bit of his social capital. Xuewu. Xuewu's life will henceforth follow fellow Taoist Yulo's led blindly. Withdrawing his gaze from the drip-drop cave heaven, Yulo looked back at Zhang Xuewu, who was already weeping tears of intense gratitude. His destiny had been completely rewritten from this moment onward. Outside Droplet Heaven Grotto Heaven, within Dripping Water Cave, stood the estate of Yuan Daoshan, the clan head of the Yuan clan and the undisputed #1 foundation establishment cultivator of the region. Luo Changhe, the master of Wang Yaohai, was currently reporting to Yuan Daoshan. "My disciple, Yaohai, went to see Wang Yulo yesterday," Luo Changhe said. "The two of them share a decent relationship." After testing the waters during their conversation, Wang Yulo only mentioned that there was no rush. No rush. Humph, Wang Jingyi claims they must wait for Wang Xianmao's decision, and now Wang Yulo says there is no rush. The Wang clan calculates everything meticulously. They intend to sit squarely in the middle, reaping benefits from both sides. It seems my crimson magic sword was thrown away for nothing. Yuan Daoshan's investment to win over the Wang clan was by no means small. The crimson magic sword was a premier artifact, falling just a tier below those refined from rank 7 spiritual materials, and top tier in every other aspect. Thrown away. They never explicitly stated they wouldn't choose a daughter of our Yuan clan, Luo Changhe expressed his confusion. Yuan Daoshan smiled and merely waved his hand slightly. Sensing the cue, this foreign surnamed foundation establishment cultivator tactfully took his leave. Standing at a different height naturally afforded a vastly different perspective. While Elder Zhua Qi and Luo Changhe failed to grasp the significance of Wang Yulo reaching the 4th layer of Qi refining in a mere few years, Yuan Daoshan understood perfectly. He paced slowly to the edge of the cloud terrace that served as his cultivation chamber, lifting his gaze toward the distance. There, directly opposite, lay the Droplet Palace atop Droplet Heaven Grotto Heaven. Even the massive statue of the Immortal Venerable within the Grand Hall was clearly visible. What is that? As it happened, Wang Yulo, riding a spiritual crane, had just arrived at Droplet Heaven Grotto Heaven to seek out Wu Jinyan. Under the sharp sight of a peak foundation establishment cultivator, his figure was completely exposed. After standing silently for a long time, Yuan Daoshan reached a decision. With a cold sneer, he produced a command token of the Yuan clan, used his spiritual energy to incise the words River Bend Fishing Port onto it, and cast it directly into the sea of clouds. The token itself was an artifact. Propelled by the strength of a Foundation establishment cultivator, its speed was incredibly fierce, plunging into beautiful water lake in a matter of moments. Under the light of the artificial sun, the azure waters of beautiful water lake gleamed with white light. When the token entered the water, it happened to face upward, revealing the 4 crimson characters inscribed upon it. This. Wu Jinyan looked at Wang Yulo, his expression carrying a hint of hesitation. The disciple of an old friend, a member of the Wang clan's direct lineage. Adept Hongmei was his closest confidant, the Wang clan were his friends, and Wang Yulo was the recognized Qilin child of the Wang clan. Faced with Wang Yulo's request, Wu Jinyan genuinely found himself in a dilemma. Uncle Wu, Zhang Xuewu is barely 60 this year, and his cultivation has already reached the grand completion of the 5th layer of qi refining. He still possesses a fair chance at Foundation establishment. There is no need to arrange a daughter from the direct lineage of a noble clan, a member of a branch lineage will suffice. Please accept this small token of my appreciation. Wang Yulo's method of presenting gifts was unrefined, but confronting that rare piece of water jade, Wu Jinyan ultimately could not find a reason to refuse. Water jade could not be accepted for nothing, particularly when the giver was Wang Yulo. Wu Jinyan naturally understood that he needed to handle Zhang Xuewu's matter flawlessly. Though I am a guest elder of Dripping Water Cave, you must understand, Yulo, that compared to the elders of the direct lineage, my authority is negligible at best. That. Xuewu. Zhang Xuewu, Wang Yulo reminded with a smile. Regarding Xuewu becoming an Azure Water Palace disciple, I will do my utmost. As for whether it succeeds. Regardless of the outcome, I will not take this water jade for nothing. If it cannot be arranged, I will naturally return it to you. The gulf between different Foundation establishment cultivators was precisely this vast. While Yuan Daoshan was already strategizing and calculating for the future Purple Palace disputes, the unfortunate Wu Jinyan was still running errands for a single piece of water jade. This was the typical reality for a Foundation establishment cultivator who lacked a foundational power base. Whenever Yuan Daoshan wished to act, a host of family members, disciples, and peers stood ready to serve him. Wu Jinyan, however, was thrilled just to receive a piece of water jade, even going so far as to promise a refund if the task could not be accomplished. Yulo offers his deepest thanks to Uncle Wu. After seeing Wang Yulo off, Wu Jinyan calculated the variables and decided to directly pitch a daughter from the direct lineage of the Wu clan. The reason was simple, from Clear Stream Market to Dripping Water Cave, figures ranging from Adept Hongmei and Wang Rongyuan to Wang Xianmao, Wang Xianzhou, Wang Jingyi, and Wang Rongjiang had shielded and guided Wang Yulo along his path of cultivation. Through this, Wu Jinyan discerned the immense value the Wang clan placed on Wang Yulo. For a seasoned Foundation establishment immortal clan like the Wang clan, which consistently maintained multiple Foundation establishment cultivators, supporting Wang Yulo's future breakthrough to Foundation establishment was practically guaranteed. Furthermore, Wang Yulo himself was exceptionally capable. He was only at the 3rd layer of qi refining during his wedding a few days ago, and now he had already reached the 4th layer. Considering his earnest efforts to secure an Azure Water Palace disciple status for Zhang Xuewu, it was easy to imagine that this qi refining cultivator named Zhang Xuewu was a crucial figure Wang Yulo was recruiting to build his own faction. The Wu family had plenty of daughters, sending one to serve under Wang Yulo was perfectly fine. What if they won the gamble? A few days later, at Wang Yulo's private cultivation courtyard. An unannounced visitor arrived at the estate, and Qin Chuan received her with a less than cheerful demeanor. Senior Lin, please follow me. Do tread carefully, this formation possesses offensive capabilities. Though it was merely established to deter wild beasts, triggering it would still cause unnecessary trouble. Lin Ying offered no reply, merely nodding as she followed along. She held little regard for both Qin Chuan and Bai Xiaoyu, they were merely insignificant qi induction cultivators. Only someone whose mind was completely unfathomable like Wang Yulo would wed them. Yet, when she recalled that she was acting under strict clan orders to approach Wang Yulo, Lin Ying's mood turned thoroughly sour. The cultivation world offered no remedies for psychological distress. In the eyes of cultivators, those with fragile minds naturally lacked the qualifications to pursue the Tao, no matter how severe their symptoms, it was simply because they themselves were not strong enough. Under such universal principles of the cultivation world, even Lin Ying, who suffered as the victim, did not believe she was afflicted with any illness. Those severe traumatic flashbacks were, in her view, nothing more than a minor setback. We have arrived. My husband is currently cultivating on the meditation platform before the cliffside. You may proceed to find him there. Bringing Lin Ying inside the gates, Qin Chuan advanced no further. Watching Lin Ying's departing figure, she bit her lower lip gently, her emotions heavily conflicted. Bai Xiaoyu was already exceedingly beautiful and formidable, and now an aggressive female cultivator from a major clan had arrived. Her senior Wang truly seemed to resemble a prized piece of meat within Dripping Water Cave, coveted by everyone. Compared to these rivals, Qin Chuan possessed truly little confidence. Consequently, she did not linger, returning immediately to the fishing port to immerse herself in the daily administrative duties. To perform what she could, and to perform it to the absolute best of her ability, this was the solitary thought residing in her mind. This was precisely one of the purposes behind Wang Yulo taking Dao companions. Once their relationships transformed, both Bai Xiaoyu and Qin Chuan could serve as far more effective aides. Perhaps this arrangement appeared overly pragmatic and calculating, but pragmatism and purposefulness were not inherently shameful qualities. In Wang Yulo's view, even the acts of altruism and justice performed by so-called saints, when examined for their value in satisfying the moral emotions of the actor, were they not also manifestations of pragmatism and purpose? The path to immortality was long and arduous. Without a sufficiently unyielding heart for the Tao, how could one reach the end? Refusing to engage in internal conflict over one's actions and choices was, in itself, a vital component of a resolute Tao heart. When it was time to eliminate obstacles, one must do so. When it was time to pay any price, one must not hesitate. Otherwise, Wang Yulo would find himself becoming part of someone else's obstacle list, part of the price paid by others. In an environment of fierce confrontation and maneuvering like the cultivation world, attempting to remain passive was nothing more than a beautiful illusion. Wang Yulo possessed no right to indulge in such illusions. The resources the Wang clan invested in him forbade it, the trust of Bai Xiaoyu, Qin Chuan, and old Zhang forbade it, and his own yearning to seek the grand Tao absolutely forbade it. Rules simply did not exist in the eyes of those who wrote them. Until the day he became a rulemaker himself, Wang Yulo lacked the luxury to halt his steps. A stone bridge, flowing water, green bamboo, and a small pavilion bordering the cliff edge. You certainly know how to exert effort. The golden platform wasn't enough for you to show off, and now you're playing at being a hermit in the mountains. Lin Ying complained silently about Wang Yulo. With a smile, she stepped forward, calling out from a distance. Yulo, this private courtyard is beautifully constructed. Poor me, residing beneath the immortal mushroom cave, let alone a mountain villa, I cannot even glimpse the sunlight. These words were pure fabrication, she was merely feigning misery to evoke the man's sympathy. The Zhuo clan and the Yuan clan were major families with the backing of Purple Palace cultivators, allowing them to remain indifferent toward boarding Patriarch Mangxiang's future express train, but the Lin clan desperately desired a seat. Under the heavy pressure of her family, Lin Ying naturally had no choice but to throw herself at Wang Yulo. Senior sister Lin has indeed suffered. How about the two of us trade places? I shall go to the immortal mushroom cave to endure the darkness on your behalf, and this river bend villa shall be gifted to you. Lin Ying's cultivation surpassed Wang Yulo's, she was exceptionally beautiful, and her background was commendable. Since she had come to visit, Wang Yulo naturally stood to invite her to sit. However, his words carried a sharp edge, since Lin Ying had initiated the nonsense. Beholding the enchantress's appearance today, even Wang Yulo, who was well accustomed to various beauties, found himself momentarily stunned. Senior sister Lin had always been adept at drawing closer to people, and not without reason. Her presentation today was highly intriguing. She wore a clean face with minimal makeup, dressed entirely in male attire. Yet, her natural beauty shone through. Simply by standing there and looking toward Wang Yulo, she exuded the aura of a fair maiden gazing longingly from afar. Different from the intricate and varied robes of female cultivators, the male attire gave her a unique charm, blending a touch of heroic spirit with tenderness, offering an altogether distinct flavor. Even if I agreed, our Lin clan ancestor would never permit it. Yulo, stop teasing me. I came today for no other reason than that the ancestor commanded me to ask whether you are willing to choose me as your Tao companion. Lin Ying did not wish to marry Wang Yulo. She feared that doing so would doom her to a lifetime of living in the agony of being terrified to recall her past, such was the nature of traumatic flashbacks, lacking any viable solution. Consequently, she purposely wore male clothing, abstained from heavy adornments, and got straight to the point from the very beginning, attempting to ruin the matter entirely. However, Lin Ying's thoughts were far too simplistic. Under Wang Yulo's long-standing masquerade, how could she possibly anticipate his true intentions? To Wang Yulo, whom he married or did not marry was never a fundamental issue. He was a strict pragmatist, looking solely at his own requirements. Love was far too extravagant a luxury, the human heart was unfathomable, and Wang Yulo dared not gamble on it. I am willing. Two simple words caused the beautiful senior sister's mind to shudder violently. Wang Yulo merely spoke in a soft tone, yet achieved an effect akin to a spiritual sense attack. Lin Ying, who had just seated herself across from him, froze completely. Her hand remained suspended in the motion of reaching for the teacup filled with spiritual tea. She neither advanced to grasp the cup nor retreated to pull her hand back, remaining completely stuck, moving neither forward nor backward. The pragmatist Wang Yulo delivered an immense shock to this intelligent but otherwise unweathered female cultivator. Her mind at this moment felt as though it were filled with paste. She wished to speak or display some reaction, but because her thoughts were too chaotic, she ultimately ended up frozen in a foolish state. Senior sister Lin, to become a Tao companion with a female cultivator of your celestial grace and radiant spirit is something countless male cultivators can only dream of. How could Yulo be unwilling? Wang Yulo repeated with a smile, thoughtfully placing the teacup directly into Lin Ying's hand, which remained suspended in midair. Lin Ying cast a resentful glance at the scoundrel opposite her. Seeing that Wang Yulo was watching her with amusement in his eyes, she hastily averted her gaze toward the clouds beyond the cliff. Lifting the teacup to drink and conceal her embarrassment, Lin Ying forcibly stabilized her emotions and spoke. I was merely testing you just now. Yulo, you are far too eager. Her mission today was to invite Wang Yulo to attend the 300th birthday celebration of ancestor Lin Mengyao, not to directly ask if he would marry her. Now that Wang Yulo had actually agreed, she found herself struck with fear instead. Whether one is eager or not makes no difference. Senior sister should understand that Yulo cannot decide his own marriage, everything depends on the arrangements of my elders. Therefore, even if Yulo harbors such desires in his heart, I cannot act arbitrarily. I hope senior sister can understand. As he spoke, Wang Yulo poured another cup of tea for her. Only then did Lin Ying realize that she had unconsciously drained the entire cup in a single gulp, rendering the situation even more awkward. She could already foresee that upon her return, during the dead of night, the embarrassment of this exact moment would return to haunt her, leaving her unable to sleep. Faced with his senior sister's resentful gaze, Wang Yulo found himself somewhat bewildered. Senior sister, you spoke nonsense, and I merely deflected it. Weren't we bantering quite pleasantly? What is the meaning of this expression? Could it be that you blame me for cooperating too flawlessly, causing you to lose the pleasure and accomplishment of teasing your lifestyle? Knitting his brows, Wang Yulo assumed a serious posture and attempted once more to communicate with this female cultivator whose thoughts remained entirely enigmatic. Senior sister's visit is naturally welcomed by Yulo. However, my response just now was by no means deceitful. You and I are both cultivators born of clans. Senior sister naturally understands the principle of being elevated by one's clan and serving its interests. Lin Ying nodded. She understood it only too well. Had she not understood it so perfectly, she would not have come today while enduring such psychological pressure. Yulo, I was somewhat impetuous just now. However, coming here today, I do indeed have a request. For Ancestor Mengyao's 300th birthday, my clan has invited close fellow disciples to participate. The task of extending the invitation to you was entrusted to me. The event will take place in 6 days. I wonder if inviting Wang Yulo to the birthday feast was actually a move to draw him closer to the Lin clan. Lin Hengtai and Lin Mengyao had reasoned that the Wang clan would likely not permit Wang Yulo to form a marriage alliance with either the Yuan clan or the Zhuo clan. The factions within Dripping Water Cave were few. Wang Yulo stood isolated within the sect, aligning with a major clan embroiled in conflict would instead transform him into a vulnerability for their rivals to exploit. Thus, with sufficient effort, the Lin clan stood a strong chance of securing the position of Wang Yulo's Dao companion for Lin Ying. Wang Yulo possessed extraordinary talent, and his cultivation was advancing at tremendous speed, rendering his future breakthrough to foundation establishment highly probable. Beyond that, the Wang clan possessed immense wealth and foundations, backed by a grandmaster on the verge of attaining golden core status. He was simply the ideal catch, and the Lin clan could not easily let him slip away. Say no more, Yulo understands. Rest assured, senior sister, Yulo will definitely attend when the time comes. Seeing Wang Yulo accept the invitation, Lin Ying's heart settled slightly. She was truly pushed to her limits by Wang Yulo's unpredictable conversational tactics. The two chatted for another half hour, exchanging insights regarding their cultivation, before Lin Ying took her leave. After seeing the female cultivator off, Wang Yulo returned to the meditation platform. Looking out at the sea of clouds beyond the cliff, he merely smiled faintly and resumed his cultivation. Senior sister Lin's apparent advances might be something ordinary male cultivators dreamed of, but Wang Yulo believed there was nothing to be proud of. He understood clearly that girls like Zhou Yingxi and Lin Ying did not look upon him, Wang Yulo, but rather the Wang clan behind him, and even the patriarch Mengxiang behind the Wang clan. Ji Yuan would lament in his heart that, the wine in the cup is only poured for sons of noble houses, but Wang Yulo would never harbor foolish thoughts because of his status as a scion of a noble house. What did the Wang clan amount to as a noble house? They were merely larger ants, only one's own cultivation base was real. Reaching the 4th layer of qi refining in under 4 years, Wang Yulo relied not solely on the medicinal pills provided by Ancestor Xianzhou, but even more so upon his unwavering devotion to the Tao. He hoped that one day, when others spoke of him, they would not refer to him as Wang Yulo of the Anbei Kingdom Wang clan under Mengxiang, but rather as that formidable Wang Yulo. Therefore, a silkworm's halfway up the Immortal Mountain lay a small portal, inside of which was a deep tunnel leading straight into the mountain's interior. Transforming into a golden crow, Danri followed the trajectories of the heavenly Tao, flying to where the Immortal Mountain resided. A flash of spiritual light erupted around her body as she passed through the mountain's restrictions, arriving before the portal. Danri, what brings you here? A multicolored phantom composed of spiritual energy coalesced instantly, appearing beside the portal. It seemed to be an unknown entity responsible for receiving guests at this immortal mountain. Qi Tian, my master's Tao resonance has already been established. Just how long must we wait before a result emerges from the Gathering Immortals platform? Danri maintained the appearance of a young girl, still clad in that inconspicuous golden gauze robe. However, at this moment, her legal garment burned with golden flames, explicitly displaying the might of a magic treasure. As it turned out, on that day, whether it was Wang Yulo, Wang Yuan, or clan head Wang Xianmao, none of them even possessed the qualifications to discern the grade of Danri's garment. Mengxiang's Tao resonance is already complete. The multicolored phantom named Qi Tian instinctively looked toward the direction of the Red Lantern Illumination sect. It knew that, barring any accidents, a new golden core cultivator would soon be born within the Red Lantern Illumination sect. The established structure of 3 upper path sects and 7 left path sects within the Wunan Basin would be completely upended. Enter, enter. Qi Tian respectfully wishes Immortal Venerable Mengxiang an early attainment of the Grand Tao. Danri nodded, and in the blink of an eye, she entered the secret nexus of the Gathering Immortals platform within the Qi Tian Immortal Mountain. The Chitian Immortal Mountain was a magic treasure of the Immortal Alliance, serving as the dedicated host for the Gathering Immortals platform Nexus in the Wunan Basin. Before the Nexus constructed from 5th-grade earth vein glass, Danri executed a hand seal. Soon, an illusory, faceless ghost shadow emerged from behind her. Let us begin, quickly. The restrictions of heaven and earth upon me are growing increasingly severe. I can only remain here for 3 days, who knows how long they intend to argue, the Phantom of Manxiang spoke. Danri hastily placed her hand upon the Gathering Immortals platform Nexus, activating it. Once the Nexus flared with spiritual light, Manxiang's phantom dived inside. Meanwhile, Danri continued to stand before the Nexus. She bore the responsibility of transporting her master to attend the conference, requiring her to remain stationed here until a conclusion was reached. Of course, no one could guess whether this outcome would be favorable or disastrous. Within the boundless void beyond heaven and earth, a structure resembling a divine temple stood quietly. Manxiang's phantom flashed into existence, and the inhuman ghost shadow materialized within the temple. The temple stood in silence, yet inside, the sounds of fierce arguments rose and fell continuously. A single piece of rank 9 spiritual material is all you offer to appease me? Impossible. If you do not provide a piece of rank 3 immortal material, I shall annihilate your lineage. The Tao projection of Tianxi coiled around one of the pillars within the temple, glaring viciously at a female cultivator who lay slacking off at the apex of the structure. The female cultivator maintained a detached expression, replying indifferently. Annihilate it if you wish. The Moon Splendor sect has already rotted to such an extent, this venerable one doesn't care for it anyway. Manxiang's arrival interrupted the dispute between the two immortal venerables. With a swift movement, Tianxi slithered directly before Manxiang's ghostly shadow. Flicking its serpent tongue, it stared at Manxiang, its saliva nearly dripping. Manxiang, you truly do not fear death. Manxiang ignored it entirely, choosing instead to converse with his own allies. The Red Lantern Illumination sect possessed 2 immortal venerables, and Great Sky Mountain possessed 4. Manxiang's faction boasted many allies, and Immortal Venerable Yuehua was one of them. Once the connections were sufficiently solidified, voting commenced upon the Gathering Immortals platform. Such was the system of high-level cultivator democracy championed by the Immortal Alliance. Everyone should refrain from fighting, vote on matters together, allow the minority to submit to the majority, and harvest the heaven and earth collectively, ensuring no one suffered an immense loss. Manxiang, it is futile. At best, you will achieve a tie with us. Shen Guang stands on our side. Tianxi mocked mercilessly. However, regarding this disruptive figure among the immortal venerables, the other fellows, including its own allies, wished to ignore it entirely. Let it clamor, everyone would vote precisely as they intended. Before long, the artifact spirit of the Gathering Immortals platform delivered the result. 1,871 against 1,852. Manxiang's third motion to attain Golden Core, denied. The moment the result emerged, Manxiang's expression shifted drastically, and Tianxi's expression changed as well. Manxiang was shocked because a mysterious immortal venerable had switched sides to the opposition, while Tianxi was alarmed because Manxiang's side had gained an additional Purple Palace cultivator. Who attained Purple Palace? Who attained Purple Palace? Tianxi demanded loudly, such was the nature of this disruptive figure among the immortal venerables. Fool, it is Li Haiping of Wondrous Peak Mountain. You are a true fool, Tianxi. If you possessed even a shred of intellect, Li Haiping would never have achieved Purple Palace. The Whitebeard general of Hidden Dragon Abbey began cursing over the channel. Tianxi was truly a disgrace to monsterkind, and he could not bear to watch. The Valley Spirit sect operated under Tianxi's command, tasked with preventing the former sect master of Wondrous Peak Mountain, Li Haiping, from opening his Purple Palace. The two sects had warred for 10 years, yet Li Haiping succeeded regardless. If Tianxi wasn't a fool, who was? A pure fool, no wonder Yuehua used rank 9 spiritual materials to tease it like a toy. Instantly, Tianxi and the Whitebeard general engaged in a fierce shouting match. High-level cultivators would also engage in vulgar disputes, and because they could rarely inflict true harm upon one another, they shouted with absolute lack of restraint. While that side engaged in a shouting match, Manxiang began intense communications with his allies. Their calculations had been highly precise, there should not have been any errors. Now that a one-over immortal venerable had defected, the situation grew troublesome. Manxiang's next round of favor distribution within the Red Lantern Illumination sect was already imminent. The distance between the Gathering Immortals platform and Wang Yulo was still rather vast, roughly 10 times 180,000 li away. For the current Wang Yulo, the notion of standing upon the Gathering Immortals platform and shouting down Tianxi was something he dared not even imagine. His primary focus lay in ensuring that the first exchange conference achieved a resounding initial success. Outside the Azure Water Palace, within Wu Faxian's residence, Ji Yuan, Wang Yulo, Wang Yaohai, Fan Zhugao, and Wu Faxian gathered together, having finalized the ultimate details. Then it shall be set for the day after tomorrow. In terms of scale, we can guarantee at least 30-odd attendees. If all goes smoothly, 40 is not out of the question. Does anyone else harbor alternative suggestions? Wu Faxian's eyes gleamed as he scanned the group. Seeing that no one spoke, he continued. The location shall be set at Pine Grove Hill, 200 li east of Azure Water Palace. That area is relatively deserted, which can provide a sense of security from discovery for the fellow disciples attending for the first time. Right, this was actually senior brother Yao Hai's suggestion. Yulo, what do you think? Wang Yao Hai looked toward Wang Yulo with a hint of nervousness. This was his first time participating in such an underground organization outside the sect structure, and his heart inevitably wavered. However, precisely because Wang Yulo was present, he wasn't overly worried. If the sky fell, Wang Yulo would be the tall one to shoulder it. So long as the sect's punishment toward Wang Yulo remained mild, the penalties levied against the rest of them would naturally not be severe. As for the scenario where Wang Yulo slipped away smoothly and left them to take the blame, well, perhaps only old Wu needed to worry about that. An excellent location. However, Brother Zhugao, I recall your earth elemental methods are quite profound. Wang Yulo first affirmed Wang Yaohai's choice of location, then turned his gaze toward Fan Zhugao. Old Fan was not only skilled in earth methods, but also highly proficient in the path of spiritual vegetation. Participating in this exchange conference, which used the guise of a discussion to operate an underground market, was aimed at finding a market for his own spiritual plants. I merely understand a thing or two, it can hardly be called profound. Yulo praises me too highly, Fan Zhugao replied politely. He had long known that Wang Yulo was no simple character, and after witnessing the events of Wang Yulo's grand wedding, he dared not look down on him in the slightest. Even so, the fact that Wang Yulo could recruit both Ji Yuan and Wang Yaohai still came as a shock to Fan Zhugao. Gathering the disciples of the Yuan clan and the Zhuo clan together to harvest spirit stones showed that Wang Yulo possessed incredible vision. However, in Wang Yulo's view, this was no grand matter. No matter how fiercely the factions fought internally, everyone remained fellow disciples of the same sect. Gathering to discuss the Tao and exchange cultivation insights, what wrong could there possibly be? Could the masters of Fan Zhugao and Ji Yuan truly expel them from the lineage simply because they exchanged a few words with individuals from opposing factions? Impossible. Servants were still human, and just as Wang Yulo knew to care for Qin Churan and Old Zhang, the foundation establishment cultivators of major clans understood the necessity of managing their disciples. The notion that a master's word would instantly command absolute obedience from a disciple was merely an illusion born of hierarchical authority, not reality. Yulo has an idea. Senior brother Zhugao, we could establish the location of the exchange conference underground. I wonder if I might trouble you to make a trip to Pine Grove Hill to see if there are any natural underground caverns that can be slightly modified for our use. A trivial matter, I shall depart immediately. Fan Zhugao slapped his chest, ready to set out. Cultivators were excellent in this regard, using spiritual energy to excavate earth rendered them akin to human excavation tools. Then I shall trouble senior brother Fan. This is our very first exchange conference, we must prepare every single detail within our power. Though success or failure may not hinge entirely upon details, preparing thoroughly always grants a few more measures of victory, Wang Yulo nodded with a smile. The essence of the exchange conference was to establish a scaled underground market of his own, thereby gaining a commercial venue. To this end, Wang Yulo was absolutely determined. In this manner, he could sell the artifacts he refined without suffering the exploitation of the Three Palaces merit system. Yet, this was still not the true purpose behind Wang Yulo organizing the exchange conference. What Wang Yulo desired was to build his own influence. Through the act of rallying people to venture together, he could forge his own team, filtering out fellow disciples who were willing to lean toward him and become his friends. If the exchange conference proved successful, Wang Yulo's future development within Dripping Water Cave would be entirely secure. In the world of cultivators, strength was undeniably paramount. Correspondingly, power within the cultivation world was mostly top-down, such as the followers of the Mangxiang lineage, including the Wang clan, who relied on their backer. However, the sect also operated under its own micro-rules. So long as Wang Yulo possessed enough friends at the grassroots level, his position at the forefront would remain unshakable. This was a bottom-up logic of power unique to structured systems. With his own influence established, Wang Yulo's future cultivation would become far easier. River Bend Fishing Port was an existing example, but River Bend Fishing Port was ultimately too small to satisfy Wang Yulo's ambitions. As for the compliance risks of the exchange conference. Regarding this venture, Wang Yulo had introduced many innovations to the model, rendering the final presentation entirely new. Because the exchange conference was so novel, the sect's regulations lacked any specific clauses to restrict it. If the sect rules did not forbid it, then it was naturally permissible. With the final details polished, the group dispersed one after another. Wang Yulo was the last to leave, but Wu Faxian called him back. Yulo, the matter of the exchange conference is largely settled. However, looking at the core figures you've invited, they span across both the Zhuo clan and the Yuan clan. What exactly are your intentions? Wu Faxian harbored modest ambitions, he merely wished to utilize the exchange conference to earn some spirit stones. Yet Wang Yulo was expanding it to a massive scale. Now, members from both major factions within Dripping Water Cave were involved. As the original initiator, Wu Faxian found his own authority significantly diluted. Though Old Wu had no desire to contest for authority with the disciples of major clans, he feared Wang Yulo would be unable to manage the consequences. No matter how grand the Wang clan's background, they remained a family from outside Dripping Water Cave. This is a positive development. Having more people to share the risk is excellent. Old Wu, put your heart at ease, I have a thorough plan. Ji Yuan and Wang Yaohai may appear to belong to the Yuan clan, but they are peripheral figures, matching the target audience we established initially. The solitary change now is that Sect Master is enforcing a strict crackdown, preventing disciples of major clans from easily taking the Grotto Heaven's resources outside to sell. I venture that your estimate of 40 attendees is still far too conservative. Previously, clan disciples possessed backgrounds that allowed them to engage in illicit trade, so Wang Yulo had never intended to invite them to the exchange conference. 40 people is still conservative. How many disciples does the Azure Water Palace even have? Forget it, I shall trust you this once, risking my life to accompany a hero. Wu Faxian actually harbored thoughts of backing out at this stage, but the development of the exchange conference had reached a point where his deep involvement created a substantial sunk cost. It won't come to that. There is another saying, many offenders go unpunished. Setting aside whether the exchange conference violates sect rules, even if it does, with so many participants, could they possibly exile everyone to the West Sea? Wang Yulo patted Wu Faxian's shoulder, then mounted his spiritual crane to return to River Bend fishing port. Summoning Qin Churen with a transmission talisman, Wang Yulo spoke. Little Qin, how many spirit fish have we accumulated currently? Qin Churen hastily replied. 73 fish, husband. Do you intend to consume them? River Bend fishing port now maintained a baseline daily production of over 20 spirit fish. The sect claimed only 8, leaving the remainder to be distributed entirely at Wang Yulo's discretion. Thus, they were able to accumulate so many. Wang Yulo smiled, he wasn't a glutton capable of devouring 73 fish in a single sitting. No. Didn't I arrange for people to construct several large vats previously? Transfer all the spirit fish into them, I have a use for them. With the matter of the spirit fish arranged, Wang Yulo commenced artifact refining. He needed to prepare more merchandise for the exchange conference. After all, while Beautiful Water Lake produced a high yield of spirit fish, there were many other villages similar to White Thatch Fishing Port and River Bend Fishing Port. Wang Yulo lacked absolute confidence in the market demand for spirit fish at the exchange conference. As an artificer trained since youth, Wang Yulo possessed far greater confidence in his artifact refining skills. However, he did not refine a single low-grade artifact today. The primary audience for the exchange conference consisted of Azure Water Palace disciples, who had long outgrown the phase of making do with low-grade artifacts. High-quality functional mid-grade artifacts, superior offensive mid-grade artifacts, and various high-grade artifacts were the true focus of Wang Yulo's refining efforts. He had been preparing for a considerable period, investing costs that practically emptied his reserves. If the exchange conference failed to achieve success, Wang Yulo would have to consider making a trip to Clearstream Market. Selling at Clearstream Market required paying taxes to the Red Lantern Illumination sect, yielding lower profits than operating his own market, but it remained a viable fallback and served as the source of his confidence. If the sect master's crackdown truly blocked him from taking goods outside to sell, he still had ancestor Xianzhou. Dripping Water Cave could restrict the Azure Water Palace disciple Wang Yulo, but could they possibly restrict Wang Xianzhou, who had once again assumed the mantle of an Immortal Alliance emissary? Absolutely impossible. Yulo, you still haven't finished refining those spiritual materials? Ancestor Wang Xianzhou entered the quiet chamber and was slightly surprised to find Wang Yulo still refining artifacts. He knew that Wang Yulo had been refining for a significant duration to prepare for the exchange conference. I dismantled the alligator dragon iron armor, ancestor. Wang Yulo replied while manipulating the spirit fire. Combining the alligator dragon iron armor with rank 9 white elm would yielded a lightweight and practical mid-grade defensive artifact. The white elm would manage control, while the alligator dragon iron armor handled defense, a perfect combination. After dismantling the armor plates from that alligator dragon tail, there were a total of over 20 usable pieces. Combining 4 pieces to refine a small shield would yield at least 6 items. Even if 3 attempts failed, the remaining 3 would guarantee a profit of 2,000 spirit stones. However, Wang Yulo had already refined 4 pieces. Aside from the second attempt, which failed when he tried to elevate the restrictions from 14 layers to 16 layers, the subsequent 2 attempts proceeded flawlessly, successfully embedding 16 layers of restrictions. Thus, with 1 14-layer practice piece and 2 high-quality 16-layer mid-grade defensive artifacts, selling these 3 items would sustain Wang Yulo's cultivation for 2 months, equivalent to 7 or 8 years of cultivation for Zhang Xuewu. The benefit of demon hunting lay precisely in this: so long as one survived, it represented a venture of pure profit. Mu Chuanza, relying on demon hunting, had advanced step by step from a rogue cultivator to achieve foundation establishment and marry into the Zhou clan, serving as the prime example. Zhang Xuewu needed to rely on Wang Yulo to alter his destiny, whereas Mu Chuanza had directly altered his destiny through demon hunting. Why did you dismantle the alligator dragon armor? That is excellent material, it could have been worn directly as armor plates. Hearing Wang Yulo's words, the ancestor grew somewhat anxious. Though it appeared Wang Yulo severed the alligator dragon effortlessly, he had utilized a specialized offensive artifact constructed from corundum, a tool capable of slicing directly through high-grade artifacts. Under normal circumstances, the defensive power of alligator dragon armor was exceptionally useful during the chi refining stage. After all, the alligator dragon possessed draconic traits, rendering its armor plates extraordinary. Yet now Wang Yulo had dismantled the iron armor, dividing it to forged shield artifacts, which the ancestor felt was somewhat wasteful. Ancestor, Yulo currently cultivates within the Grotto Heaven, and you are guarding my path by my side. What danger could possibly arise that would require me to rely on the close-fitting alligator dragon iron armor to save my life? Furthermore, whenever I travel, I always keep escape talismans readily gripped in my hands. A 100ly escape talisman in my left hand, and a golden eagle plunge in my right. Rest assured, ha ha ha. Wang Yulo comforted the ancestor. He reasoned clearly, he had already completed the integration of River Bend Fishing Port, and the exchange conference was gradually entering its trial phase. These two ventures served different functions, with River Bend Fishing Port providing guaranteed revenue and the exchange conference offering incremental growth. In the future, Wang Yulo's primary task would be cultivation. Many spiritual materials and artifacts within his storage bag that could not be utilized in the short term or converted into cultivation resources should be liquidated promptly to acquire assets to support his cultivation needs. Wang Yulo disliked draining the resources of his elders. The ancestor had dedicated his entire life to the family, to bleed him dry in his twilight years was something Wang Yulo could never bring himself to do. That, very well. However, I still possess a vast quantity of spiritual pills. Do you suppose they could also be liquidated through that exchange conference of yours? Ancestor Xianzhou's old injuries were difficult to cure, which drove him to master alchemy to the absolute limit attainable by a qi refining cultivator, even enabling him to compound pills without a recipe simply by utilizing the unique traits of different spiritual medicines, materials, and herbs. He naturally held many spiritual pills in his possession. However, Wang Yulo reminded him with a stern expression. Ah, ancestor, we do not call it liquidating. You ought to ask whether they can be exchanged. The nature of the phrasing was vital. Though Wang Yulo and Wu Faxian understood perfectly what was occurring, they could not afford to be too ostentatious, leading them to devise a highly intriguing term, exchange. Wang Xianzhou was initially startled, then laughed heartily upon realizing the nuance. You rascal, ha ha ha. Dripping Water Cave can be considered blessed to have recruited you. Under the ancestors' protection, Wang Yulo continued refining artifacts deep into the night, converting all the remaining alligator dragon iron armor plates into artifacts. With the final 3 pieces left over, he chose to add some purple copper and cold refined iron, cobbling them together to refine 2 entry-level mid-grade offensive artifacts with 9 layers of restrictions, though one attempt failed. Aided by the Jade Rui, Wang Yulo was naturally capable of replicating the artifact refining technique Adept Hongmei used to carve scriptures onto a mosquito's leg. Impressive. To embed 9 layers of restrictions upon an alligator dragon armor plate the size of a palm, if you were provided with a few more pieces of spiritual materials, would refining high-grade artifacts also be within your grasp? Ancestor Xianzhou was knowledgeable in the craft, recognizing that Wang Yulo's artifact refining attainment had elevated once more. Well, a few days ago, I attempted to refine Hongmei's gold thread mirror silver shield again. This time, I followed his design completely, ultimately embedding 22 layers of restrictions into the finished product. I estimate that upon reaching the late stage of qi refining, I should be able to attempt Hongmei's original design, which featured nearly 30 layers of restrictions. While the grandfather and grandson conversed warmly, on the other side, beneath the sluice gates of River Bend Fishing Port, several dark shadows slithered slowly into the great crimson stream. Following Wang Yulo's restructuring, martial artists were permanently stationed at the sluice gates to conduct patrols, never ceasing even during the dead of night. However, those dark shadows blended perfectly with the darkness of the great crimson stream, ensuring that even though the martial artists crossed over them multiple times, they noticed nothing. Under the moonlight, the dark shadows gradually penetrated deeper into the great crimson stream. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 9 shadows. A total of 9 dark shadows. A demonic beast attack of such scale could easily execute a slaughter anywhere within Dripping Water Cave guarded by an Azure Water Palace disciple. Those stationed cultivators possessed absolutely no means to withstand it. The creature leading the attack was, naturally, an iron crocodile dragon. Anyone with even a sliver of backing inside Drip Drop Cave knew that these beasts were raised by the Yuan clan. The only issue was that no one could secure direct evidence of the Yuan clan controlling them. Otherwise, the Yuan clan would have been dragged down from their high horse long ago, or at the very least, have a massive chunk bitten out of them. But no one could have anticipated that the iron crocodile dragons raised by the Yuan clan numbered 9 instead of 3. When it came to abandoning one's humanity, a cultivator's moral baseline only plummeted lower as their cultivation base rose. When choices and decisions regarding profit were made under the weight of massive sunk costs, the outcomes could become incredibly bizarre and extreme. As a cultivator's power grew, they became far more unable to afford a loss, and their methods grew increasingly ruthless. For instance, raising 9 iron crocodile dragons meant that if even one managed to become a great demon, they would secure a powerful, hidden assistant in the shadows, allowing them to tear into the dogs of the Shua family whenever they pleased. As the iron crocodile dragons breached the water gate and gradually drew near the fishing port, which had already relocated deeper into the great crimson stream, the patrol team of River Bend Fishing Port finally spotted them. The patrolling martial artists beat their warning gongs with earth-shattering force, and the demon beast attack response system established by Wang Yulo instantly sprang into motion. Wang Xianzhou caught the distant sound of the gongs. Wang Yulo, however, paid it little mind. Demon beast attacks at River Bend Fishing Port were a frequent occurrence. Every once in a while, a new batch of beasts would inevitably appear. He had become somewhat desensitized to the warning gongs. Ancestor, go take a look. This artifact is just a few steps from completion. It would be a crying shame to stop now, Wang Yulo urged. Under normal circumstances, he would have been the very first to respond, but right now, the artifact inside the refining furnace was halfway through the process. Leaving immediately would be far too heavy a loss. Take your time refining it. No rush. Wang Xianzhou offered Yulo a smiling word of reassurance before heading out to deal with the invading beasts. As long as no Foundation establishment cultivators showed up, hunting these demon beasts was as easy as slaughtering chickens to him. However, the moment Wang Xianzhou hovered in the air above the estate and caught sight of the swarm of beasts along the distant riverbank, his heart froze for a split second. 9 iron crocodile dragons, 3 at the peak of the small demon realm, 4 at the high stage of the small demon realm, and 2 at the mid stage of the small demon realm. Right now, these iron crocodile dragons were engaging in a frenzied, all-you-can-eat buffet. They smashed through houses and rampaged through the streets. In the dead of night, the villagers couldn't run fast enough, leaving them to fall prey as food for the beasts. Without a single shred of hesitation, Wang Xianzhou immediately sent a divine sense voice transmission to Yulo, who was still locked in artifact refining. He couldn't shout out loud, he had to let Yulo escape first. Yulo, get out of here first. Standing before the refining furnace, Wang Yulo blanked for an instant. He immediately cranked up the flames to abruptly conclude the process, deliberately causing the half-finished artifact to explode, then swept up the refining furnace and dashed out of the estate. Staring at the terrifying horde of demon beasts in the distance, Yulo's expression turned incredibly grim. Zhang Xuewu, eager to demonstrate his loyalty, had already rushed forward. But halfway there, he skidded to a halt. No matter how loyal he was, he couldn't bring himself to charge straight into a living hell. Take Little Qin and Little Fish, and escape on the Crimson Sparrow. Yulo, since the Yuan clan has gone this far, they must give us an accounting no matter what. As the iron crocodile dragons wreaked havoc in the distance, Wang Xianzhou spoke to Wang Yulo, his voice crackling with uncontrollable rage. Yet, Wang Yulo forced a few words out of his chest, equally consumed by fury. I can't leave, Ancestor. The Yuan clan is doing this precisely to force me to run. Ancestor, I went through immense hardship just to establish a firm foothold in Drip Drop Cave. If I flee now, everything I built goes up in smoke. That dog Yuan Daoshan absolutely had a problem. Yulo didn't know exactly how many strings the man had pulled behind the scenes, but looking at it now, old Yuan's decisiveness in executing Cui Yenzong back then was nothing more than eradicating future trouble. Given the background of the Anbei Kingdom Wang clan and the Manxiang lineage, even if Yulo violated the sect rules of Drip Drop Cave, the outcome would be nothing more than a symbolic slap on the wrist. But if he ran, he would never be able to hold the position of a town guardian cultivator again. The basic foundation he had spent so much blood and sweat cultivating would naturally fall apart and be carved up by others. 9 iron crocodile dragons couldn't trap a Wang Yulo who was determined to flee, but they could utterly ruin his entire future within Drip Drop Cave. A gentleman does not stand beneath a collapsing wall. Once you return and finish exchanging for the mnemonics of the source vein Gui Water Qi, practicing back within the clan yields the exact same results. Ancestor Xianzhou was frantic. It wasn't the demon beasts he feared, 9 iron crocodile dragons were nothing to be terrified of. At the end of the day, they were waterbound beasts that couldn't do a thing to a cultivator intent on taking flight and escaping. What he truly worried about was whether the Yuan clan, having already reached such a pitch of madness, had placed other hidden traps in the dark. Ancestor, we cannot leave. This is the sword talisman Ancestor Jinyi bestowed upon me. You and I will take one each. We'll use the sword talismans to make sure these crocodile dragons stay right here. Let's go. Have you forgotten the core principles of the Wang clan's magical combat? As he spoke, Wang Xianzhou stepped forward, intending to physically haul Yulo away with him, clearly planning to abandon Little Fish and Little Qin entirely. In the elder's eyes, the combined value of those two multiplied by 100 wouldn't even match a tenth of Yulo's significance. It was perfectly fine to maintain a pleasant, warm demeanor during peaceful times, but when disaster struck, safeguarding Yulo was the absolute priority. Ancestor, take the talisman. However, Yulo simply hurled the sword talisman toward Wang Xianzhou, then steered his flying boat, charging straight toward the ravenous horde of crocodile dragons. He could not retreat, River Bend fishing port was simply too vital. Wang Yulo had poured endless toil into making this place as unassailable as an iron bucket, and he had even arranged for Little Fish to claim the position of town guardian cultivator. Under these circumstances, River Bend fishing port provided Yulo with a steady stream of cultivation resources every single day. If he abandoned the port, what would he rely on to practice? Was he supposed to drain Wang Xianzhou's personal savings? Returning to the clan to cultivate was undoubtedly safe, but where would the resources come from? If he wished to maintain his current pace of cultivation, he had to defend River Bend fishing port, the basic foundation he had just perfected. There was no running away. Wang Yulo had actually guessed correctly. Yuan Daoshan was using the iron crocodile dragons to force him to flee. Abandoning his post while demon beasts assaulted the guarded territory would completely destroy his future in Drip Drop Cave. Faced with Yulo's stubbornness, Wang Xianzhou felt an intense surge of frustration. To him, Yulo was gambling with his life when he could clearly retreat into the protective embrace of the family. When it came down to it, cultivators often had to risk their lives to seize benefits, but in the ancestors' eyes, Yulo hadn't been backed into that corner just yet. Sigh. Little Qin, go oversee the lighting of the beacon fires. Do not press forward. Summoning the Crimson Sparrow, Ancestor Xianzhou gripped his long halberd and bolted toward the mass of beasts, not forgetting to warn Qin Chuan against stepping up to seek her own death. Wang Xianzhou, this time it's 9 massive crocodiles. I told you there would be no good days ahead if I followed you. Just a second ago, the Crimson Sparrow had been inside the Spirit Beast bag, engaging in grown-up avian games with its multiple beloved wives. It hadn't even pulled its pants up before this bastard Wang Xianzhou dragged it out into the open. How could it not be furious? These little crocodile dragons only look terrifying. Sigh, go watch over Yulo. He Lao San deserves to hang. The spirit crane had vanished to who knows where. At such a critical juncture of a demon beast strike, it was nowhere to be found. Wang Xianzhou practically wanted to stew the bird alive. Yet, Tai Qinhua was his dearest friend, and he Lao San had been raised by old Tai. Wang Xianzhou couldn't actually bring himself to cook it. The Yuan clan, who had dispatched 9 iron crocodile dragons to sever Yulo's path of the Dao in Drip Drop Cave, was detestable, but he Lao San, who had gone missing right before a battle, was even more infuriating. Wang Xianzhou had no way to vent his frustration on them, so he could only unleash his hatred onto the demon beasts. Before his body even reached the fray, he whipped his arm back and launched the long halberd through the air, aiming dead at the largest iron crocodile dragon at the peak of the small demon realm. Wang Yulo surged forward on his flying boat, simultaneously drawing the corundum blade into his hand as he barked a loud command at Zhang Xuewu. Old Zhang, go stop those Qi induction cultivators from drawing close. They're nothing but fodder if they come here. The low-level cultivators at the Qi induction stage were the backbone of River Bend Fishing Port, responsible for maintaining the stability of Yulo's foundation. They could not be recklessly thrown away. Hearing Wang Yulo's words, Zhang Xuewu was instantly overjoyed. Fellow Daoist Yulo, you truly know how to care for your people. But he still offered a thoughtful warning. Yulo, wait for the other guarding cultivators to reinforce us. Do not, under any circumstances. However, a long halberd gleaming with a greenish-gold light ripped through the night sky, which had grown tumultuous from the demon beast raid, like a bolt of lightning, forcing the words Zhang Xuewu hadn't finished back down his throat. Wang Rongzhou, no, Wang Xianzhou, rode upon that peak small demon realm spiritual bird he had never previously revealed to the world, descending upon the battlefield like a god of war. This. Staring at the iron crocodile dragon whose skull had been transfixed by the long halberd and pinned solidly to the ground, Zhang Xuewu instinctively swallowed a mouthful of saliva. The peak small demon realm iron crocodile dragon, its head nailed down, was already beyond saving. Its torso and limbs still thrashed in an instinctual death throe, but it was utterly futile. Wang Xianzhou had never feared these crocodile dragon demon beasts. The simultaneous attack of 9 crocodile dragons on River Bend Fishing Port couldn't even threaten Wang Yulo's life, they were merely here to tear down Yulo's enterprise. What Wang Xianzhou truly worried about was a member of the Yuan clan lurking in the shadows, potentially launching a direct, dishonorable sneak attack. That was precisely why he had wanted to take Wang Yulo and flee together. As for anyone else, abandoning them was of no consequence. The Yuan clan had staked 9 crocodile dragons just to ruin Wang Yulo's foundation. Placing such a heavy wager would completely hijack the Yuan clan's subsequent decisions. Even if Yuan Daoshan had started out perfectly rational, by the end of it, he might very well become blinded by greed and make a reckless move. As for why he chose to kill the strongest one first. In the secret combat legacy of the Wang clan, running away when outnumbered 1-3 was a rule taught to low-level qi refining cultivators like Wang Rongyuan. For ancestor Xianzhou, his combat experience and raw power had long since transcended basic textbook patterns. With his true power hidden, the very first strike possessed an earth-shattering effect that left an opponent virtually incapable of defending. Ancestor Xianzhou had played the pig for so long precisely to devour the tiger. By executing the strongest target, he could fully exploit the devastating element of surprise, maximizing his immediate returns. This was the very first time Wang Yulo's protector, Wang Xianzhou, displayed his genuine strength before the assembled cultivators of Drip Drop Cave. His cultivation at the peak of the qi refining stage gave Zhang Xuewu the terrifying sensation of witnessing a grand illusion unfold right before his eyes. Old master, you mean to tell me you spent 3 whole years pretending to be a nobody in front of us? Yulo, I will hold the front line. Your only job is to eliminate the interference from the Iron Crocodile Dragon's Mist Wave Art and Alligator Dragon Water Whip. After delivering those brief instructions, Wang Xianzhou unleashed a second long halberd from his treasury. Having undergone 3 years of spiritual nurturing, the moment the long halberd was pulled free, its inherent spiritual light actually manifested a beautiful, swirling aura, despite being a mere upper-grade artifact. Wang Yulo offered no verbal reply, silently floating the wind-swallowing gourd into the air to begin stripping away the interference of the Mist Wave Art for the ancestor. One alligator dragon water whip after another whipped out from that dense, white fog. Each strike carried immense destructive force. If Wu Faxian were placed beneath one of those whips, a single touch would mean instant death. But Wang Xianzhou didn't even bother to dodge. The Crimson Sparrow effortlessly veered through the air, evading them with ease. The ancestor simply kept his eyes locked onto the white mist, which was gradually thinning under the vacuuming force of the wind-swallowing gourd, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. 8 left, he calculated silently in his mind. In truth, if there were no Yuan clan cultivators waiting in the shadows to eliminate any loose ends, taking this gamble was incredibly worthwhile. Every single inch of an iron crocodile dragon was a certified treasure. Their teeth could be utilized to refine offensive artifacts, and their eyes could be used to craft functional utilities. Furthermore, since the iron crocodile dragons evolved from iron-armored crocodiles after awakening their dragon nature, the alligator dragon iron armor covering their bodies was an exquisite material. Do not be fooled by how easily Wang Xianzhou's long halberd had punctured that peak small demon realm iron crocodile dragon as if it were mere tofu. One had to understand that the absolute tip of Ancestor Xianzhou's long halberd was forged from 7th grade mother-of-pearl beads, specifically designed to shatter the spiritual aura and defenses of spiritual artifacts. If a long halberd like that still couldn't pierce the alligator dragon iron armor, there would be only one explanation: the iron crocodile dragons tonight were also playing the pig to eat the tiger. But judging by the outcome, there was no need to worry about that now. Under the drawing power of the wind-swallowing gourd controlled by Yulo, a sudden gap opened up in the crocodile dragon's mist wave art. A certain iron crocodile dragon with a severed tail exposed its rear end. Die, vile beast. In a flash, Wang Xianzhou plunged his long halberd downward once more. In the eyes of the gathered cultivators of River Bend Fishing Port, Ancestor Xianzhou currently resembled a deity descending from the heavens, wielding greenish-gold lightning to chastise the rampaging monsters. The iron crocodile dragon whose tail had been lopped off by Yulo had actually been quite cautious. Even though the mist wave art had largely dissipated, it had only shown its backside. However, Ancestor Xianzhou used the orientation of its rear end to calculate exactly where its skull ought to be. Just as it and its companions were unleashing the mist wave art, competing with Yulo to see who could summon water faster than it could be drained, the lightning crashed down upon its head. Even in death, its carcass continued to flail wildly. But by the same token, if a peak small demon realm crocodile dragon couldn't break free, how could this one possibly manage? Roar! 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 Furious bellows echoed from the dense fog. From their enraged roars, Yulo understood that only 7 remained. Yet, he did not allow the slightest hint of complacency to enter his mind. The escape talismans and sword talismans in his hands were primed to be triggered at a moment's notice. He had no choice but to remain hypervigilant, fearing the Yuan clan might still have a hidden trump card to ambush him. On this particular point, grandfather and grandson hadn't spoken a word to each other, yet both had arrived at the exact same conclusion: anyone incapable of anticipating this didn't deserve to be called a prodigy of the Wang clan. However, Ancestor Xianzhou quickly picked up on something unusual. These iron crocodile dragons couldn't touch him in the sky, and having lost 2 of their companions, they were actually showing signs of wanting to flee. As the dense fog began to slowly drift away, Wang Xianzhou immediately bellowed. They're trying to run. Zhang Xuewu, the water gate. Quick. When Wang Yulo had first assumed office, he had initiated a few reforms at River Bend Fishing Port, and the river water gate was one of those projects. The water gate was beautifully constructed, but its defensive capabilities were ordinary, made of nothing more than common large stones. Whether it could actually hold back an iron crocodile dragon was something even Wang Yulo lacked confidence in. Having received the ancestor's direct order, Zhang Xuewu didn't dare disobey and hurriedly dashed toward the water gate. Meanwhile, the ancestor steered the Crimson Sparrow lower, taking up a defensive position right along the riverbank. Go watch over Yulo. He leaped off the Crimson Sparrow, donning his armor as he slung the combat talisman chest onto his back, grabbing 2 more long halberds into his hands. Wang Xianzhou, have you lost your mind? Jumping down from the air to fight 7 water attribute demon beasts right by the riverbank? You're going to get yourself killed, the Crimson Sparrow squawked in a panic. I've lived long enough. Go, Crimson Sparrow, go. There was no melodramatic exchange of final words in the heat of battle. The Crimson Sparrow hurled a few more curses at Wang Xianzhou before winging its way toward Yulo's location. Ancestor, there's no need to force them to stay. Let them leave. Wang Yulo shouted at the top of his lungs. Use the sword talisman, Ancestor. We can't afford to be stingy now. Ancestor Jingyi's sword talisman can completely cut down these iron crocodile dragons. Their bodies are stuffed with treasures. In reality, Yulo had already coordinated with the ancestor via hidden voice transmissions. The whole display of the ancestor leaving parting words to his spiritual pet was nothing more than a ruse to deceive those high-stage and peak small demon realm crocodile dragons. Do not use yours. It would be an absolute waste for you to use Sister Jingyi's sword talisman at your current level. I still have other Foundation establishment talismans on me. There is no need to worry. Wang Xianzhou layered protective talismans over himself while staring into the dense fog with an expression of absolute resolve, all while secretly hashing out the finer details with Yulo through voice transmission. My spiritual belt can also easily withstand the water whips. You must absolutely fight while retreating. I will go guard the water gate. At the very least, the water gate can delay them for a short moment. We can chip away at them along the riverbank, then fall back to the water gate and strike them again. Even if a few manage to slip away, it won't matter. The water gate was bound to be destroyed by the crocodile dragons, but as long as it held them up for a brief span, it would provide another opportunity for Wang Yulo and the ancestor to unleash their full power. The raid of these iron crocodile dragons on River Bend Fishing Port was directed by Yuan Daoshan, but Yuan Daoshan was entirely unaware of Wang Xianzhou's existence. He genuinely believed that the so-called Wang Rongzhou was a non-factor unworthy of concern. Now, with Wang Xianzhou and Wang Yulo joining forces, one handling the primary assault while the other provided flawless support, and both equipped with spiritual artifacts for protection, these iron crocodile dragons not only lacked any effective countermeasure but were reduced to fish on a chopping block. They won't get away. That girl from the Lin family is coming to reinforce. Wait, damn it, it's the Yuan clan's Ji Yuan. In the distance, just outside River Bend Fishing Port, a streak of light was flying at maximum velocity, rushing over to assist. At first glance, Wang Xianzhou had assumed it was Lin Ying, but as the streak of light drew closer, he realized it was actually Ji Yuan. This was problematic. Yulo, I'm here to help. Wait, Iron Crocodile Dragons. The moment Ji Yuan stepped close, his initial shout of offering aid died in his throat. His entire mind went blank the second he laid eyes on the two Iron Crocodile Dragons pinned to the earth. The Iron Crocodile Dragons raised by the Yuan clan had raided River Bend, and Yulo had somehow managed to slaughter and keep two of them. He found himself caught in an incredibly awkward position, a fact Ji Yuan himself realized instantly. However, within the span of a single heartbeat, he completely cleared his thoughts. The people of the Yuan clan had never breathed a word to him about the Iron Crocodile Dragons anyway, so he would simply play dumb. Fellow Daoist Yulo had invited him to establish the Exchange Dao gathering together. They were allies who earned spirit stones side by side. That bond wasn't any weaker than the master-disciple relationship he shared with the Yuan clan. Particularly when taking into account that the Yuan clan's attitude toward him was mediocre at best, and they had even shoved him into the role of a frontline vanguard. Yulo, Uncle Rongzhou, and I. Huh. Ji Yuan had noticed Wang Xianzhou early on. He had intended to suggest that he and Wang Xianzhou handle the main assault while Yulo provided support. But when he took a closer look at Wang Xianzhou, his entire reality shattered for a third time. Hold on a second, Uncle Rongzhou. I've been following Wang Yulo and calling you uncle for so long, and today you suddenly break through 4 layers back to back, revealing yourself to be at the peak of the qi refining stage. Senior brother Ji, why are you the only one who came? Yulo asked calmly, his voice projecting across the distance. Ji Yuan was about to answer when he suddenly realized the underlying implication of Wang Yulo's question. He forced a wide, unbothered laugh as he bellowed back. Yulo, you and I are brothers. The moment I saw the wolf smoke rising from your side, I naturally busted my gut to rush over. I even popped 2 awakening pills along the way. But right now isn't the time for idle chatter. Fellow Daoist Rongzhou, let me lend you a hand. With that, Ji Yuan ignited several fire attribute talismans and threw them straight into the churning, thick mist. Seeing his actions, the vigilance in Wang Yulo's heart eased slightly. He had no way of knowing that within senior brother Ji's mind, a definitive choice had already been made to pick Yulo over the Yuan clan. Ji Yuan's choice might have seemed driven purely by immediate profit, but in reality, it was far more profound than that. The economic base determines the superstructure, and the forces of production determine the relations of production. This logic held true within any organized social framework. Of course, the Supreme Immortal Alliance was far too distant and had absolutely nothing to do with Ji Yuan's immediate dilemma. The true deciding factor behind his choice just now was the personal organizational relationship he and Yulo had forged between themselves. It completely overrode the traditional master-disciple resource distribution relationship he was expected to uphold for the Yuan clan. Superstructures and relations of production were highly abstract, metaphysical concepts. The Exchange Dao gathering co-founded by Ji Yuan and Yulo was the concrete manifestation of such a concept, while the master-disciple/patron relationship between Ji Yuan and the Yuan clan represented another. By seizing control of River Bend Fishing Port, Wang Yulo was essentially taking the initial steps to construct a set of production and organizational relations centered around himself. The Exchange Dao gathering, however, possessed no singular center, it operated on a decentralized model. The initial handful of founders, along with the future mobile founders across different regions, could all be considered partners of the Exchange Dao gathering. This particular partner pie smelled far sweeter to Ji Yuan than the ethereal, distant, and heavily taxed promises offered by the Yuan clan. Consequently, he resolutely chose to pretend he had no idea these Iron Crocodile Dragons belonged to the Yuan clan. Times had changed. Tonight, Ji Yuan had absolutely no intention of pulling his punches. Do not come down. Stay in the sky. Wang Xianzhou threw out a quick warning to Ji Yuan before immediately launching the long halberd from his hand. As it turned out, the remaining crocodile dragons had already spent the last few moments inside the dense fog channeling the activation phase of the alligator dragon water escape. A massive torrent of water suddenly erupted from the thick mist, surging directly toward Wang Xianzhou, but he didn't even attempt to dodge. After hurling 2 long halberds, Wang Xianzhou drew forth a long thorn crafted from the teeth of an unidentified demon beast. He dropped into a half-squat, pressing the blunt end of the thorn firmly against the earth. Boom! The alligator dragon water escape was exceptionally potent. While granting incredible speed, it carried the full, crushing momentum of the Iron Crocodile Dragon. Once it built up enough speed, it could execute a drifting tail swipe, translating that momentum into a devastating alligator dragon water whip. However, Wang Xianzhou was simply too adept at evading the water whips. Therefore, when that peak small demon realm Iron Crocodile Dragon attempted a sneak attack using the alligator dragon water escape, its sole intention was to pin Wang Xianzhou down with its talons and jaws before ripping him to shreds. A demon beast naturally didn't possess any foolish notions about avenging its fallen kin. Its only thought was that this human cultivator possessed extraordinary strength, consuming his flesh would yield immense benefits. Regrettably, it had no idea that what awaited it was the Earth Elephant Rhinoceros Horn, a weapon that was both exceptionally sharp and inherently capable of shattering magical techniques. The Earth Elephant Rhinoceros was an Earth attribute demon beast, belonging to the elite tier endowed with superior natural talent. Compared to an iron crocodile dragon with its awakened dragon nature, the rhinoceros horn it relied upon most heavily was far more formidable. With the Earth Elephant Rhinoceros horn thorn in hand, if the incoming attack were an alligator dragon water whip, Wang Xianzhou could utilize the horn's magic shattering property to neutralize it. If the iron crocodile dragon intended to rely on its overwhelmingly powerful physical height to crush Wang Xianzhou, that became even more amusing. Before the spiritual aura of his multiple defensive spiritual artifacts was completely drained, Wang Xianzhou wouldn't lose a single drop of blood. As consumable resources, the spiritual aura itself was incredibly expensive, but when measured against the value of the materials harvested from a crocodile dragon, it wasn't all that exorbitant. Seeing that the creature charging straight at him was the very last peak small demon realm specimen, Wang Xianzhou's eyes lit up instantly. The pitch-black iron armor reflected a faint sheen beneath the artificial moon. Every single shard of that alligator dragon iron armor possessed the potential to be refined into a mid-grade artifact. The four claws, carrying a distinct metallic texture, were incomparably sharp. Each stride they took gouged out a basin-sized crater in the earth. They surely held the potential to be crafted into upper-grade artifacts, didn't they? The pair of fist-sized eyes gleamed with an eerie blue light, superb raw materials for bead-type artifacts. He just wasn't sure if they could be refined to the upper-grade level. Judging by the size, it might be slightly difficult. A mouthful of razor-sharp teeth was packed in dense, interlocking rows. Wang Xianzhou stared at them until his palms practically itched with anticipation. There had to be at least 20 or 30 teeth in that mouth. This massive crocodile dragon had to be kept alive so Yulo could have a grand old time refining it. Thinking about it this way, the Yuan clan wasn't entirely bad after all. Yuan Daoshan, I screw your grandmother. You changed your name, altered your appearance, and squatted in River Bend fishing port for 3 whole years pretending to be a 6th-layer chi refining nobody. Is that fun? I'm asking you, is that fun? A branding iron golden fire art flew out from the combat talisman chest, streaking directly toward the large crocodile dragon's head. The massive beast instinctively tucked its skull back, and the Earth Elephant Rhinoceros horn thorn instantly thrust before its eyes. It dodged, the thorn pursued, it rolled, and the thorn pinned its tail flat against the earth. The large crocodile dragon thrashed violently. On one hand, because it wasn't dead yet, it could still mobilize its full, raw power during its struggles. On the other hand, the effect of an artifact pinning a tail to the ground was actually quite poor. Compared to the crocodile dragon's monstrous strength, the mud of the riverbank was as soft as tofu and couldn't hold it down at all. It looked as though the large crocodile dragon was on the verge of breaking free. Ignoring the attacks launched by the other crocodile dragons against him, Wang Xianzhou directly used the immortal binding rope to snare the tail-pinned iron crocodile dragon. He then manipulated the immortal binding rope, hurling the massive beast over 15 meters away from the riverbank. All done. He recalled a long halberd and continued his chaotic melee against the remaining crocodile dragons. Staring down at Wang Xianzhou as he battled the horde of crocodile dragons, Ji Yuan hovered in the sky, sinking into deep contemplation for a third time. Who am I? Where am I? This shouldn't be right, should it? On what basis can a human cultivator engage in close-quarters physical combat with a pack of demon beasts possessing awakened dragon nature? Of course it wasn't right. The only reason Ancestor Xianzhou could trade blows with the crocodile dragons in physical combat was due to the damage immunity effect of the spiritual aura. He was using the spiritual artifacts that Foundation Establishment cultivators reserved for defense during high-level duels to fight these crocodile dragons. Every single time a crocodile dragon struck him, the spiritual aura of his defensive artifacts would deplete. It was precisely because of this that he could barely sustain his position under the combined assault of the swarm. 800 spirit stones evaporated every second. The longer the fight dragged on, the higher the consumption became. But in reality, it wasn't that heavy a loss. Wang Xianzhou was powerful enough to ensure the crocodile dragon stayed, so it was well worth it. 6 left, 5 left, 4 left. As the battle progressed, the crocodile dragons finally realized something was fundamentally wrong. The cultivator in the sky didn't possess much offensive power, but why was the one on the ground, who should have been stomped to death by them ages ago, so ridiculously powerful? Furthermore, how had another 2 of their pack died? They wanted to flee, but it was already far too late. When there were 9 crocodile dragons, Wang Xianzhou had to weigh whether to deploy Foundation Establishment talismans, and consider how to coordinate with Yulo and the Crimson Sparrow to feign a desperate struggle to expose a weakness. Now that only 4 remained, weren't they just ingredients waiting to be tossed into the cooking pot? After effortlessly ensuring one more stayed behind, Wang Xianzhou noticed that the crocodile dragons had initiated another water escape within the Great Crimson Stream. He let out a cold sneer, immediately activating a 100ly Wanderer escape talisman to intercept them at the water gate first. Yulo, look. Not a single sword talisman was used, and only 3 are left. They really are nothing but a pack of brainless brutes. Seeing me standing right there to fight them, they actually forgot to run. Ha ha ha. Wang Xianzhou laughed uproariously, thoroughly delighted. During his days hunting demons in the West Sea, the demon beasts always traveled in massive swarms, with great demons lurking in the shadows. No matter how powerful an individual cultivator was, they had to take things slow and steady. Drip Drop Cave was entirely different, and these domestic beasts raised by a clan were even more pathetic, sluggish and dim-witted. They were practically delivering crafting materials right to his doorstep. Ancestor, you and I will take one each. Let's strive to keep another two behind. The massive boulder weighing down Wang Yulo's heart finally shattered into dust. Within the great crimson stream, the three remaining crocodile dragons were utilizing their water escape, hurtling toward the water gate at breakneck speed. Wang Xianzhou held a long halberd in each hand, thinking to himself that he definitely had a shot at keeping two behind. If he secured two, and Yulo managed to pin down one, the Yuan clan's 9 iron crocodile dragons would completely snap their twigs at River Bend fishing port tonight. He was deeply looking forward to seeing the look on Yuan Daoshan's face. The fact that no one had launched a hidden strike even after the battle had reached this stage proved that the Yuan clan genuinely believed 9 iron crocodile dragons would be more than enough to achieve their goal. Regrettably, they had miscalculated. They had no idea that I, Wang Xianzhou, am Yulo's protector. Get ready. Wang Xianzhou kept his eyes glued to the 3 water-escaping crocodile dragons, immediately issuing a loud warning to Yulo as they drew close. As for Ji Yuan, his flight speed was simply too slow, he wouldn't make it in time for the main course. Yulo stood atop the water gate. Aside from a few talismans meant to boost his defenses, he left the entire burden of protection to his spiritual aura. He concentrated every shred of his spiritual energy and divine sense, launching that upper-grade corundum blade artifact into the air. Back when he had first entered the chi refining stage, he could sever a crocodile dragon's tail with a triple strike of the blade. Now, he was entirely confident that as long as his aim was true, this corundum blade was more than enough to shatter a crocodile dragon's skull in a single hit. However, just as the two of them were completely focused on confronting the 3 crocodile dragons inside the water gate, a colossal, dark silhouette shifted its tail beneath the surface of the beautiful Showwater Lake just outside the gate. An alligator dragon water whip, but the one executing it was a crocodile dragon at the level of a great demon. The Yuan clan didn't possess 9 crocodile dragons, they possessed 10. That great demon had bided its time until now, finally catching the perfect opening to achieve its goal. It couldn't gauge the true depth of Wang Xianzhou's power, so the water whip cleaved straight toward Yulo instead. By the time the ancestor realized a great demon was lurking in ambush, it was already too late. The alligator dragon water whip was barely a dozen meters away from Yulo. Yulo snapped his head to the side in astonishment as a short water whip radiating a sharp spiritual light tore through the air toward him at extreme speed. For a spell cast by a great demon, a distance of several dozen meters was crossed in the blink of an eye. Husband, watch out. White Carp had ridden Hilao San out for a joyride tonight, but the very instant she spotted the wolf smoke billowing from River Bend fishing port, she had immediately whipped Hilao San around to sprint back. Now, she had arrived at the exact moment the great demon crocodile dragon launched its sneak attack on Wang Yulo. Because Yulo and the ancestor assumed the Yuan clan wouldn't act, they figured no hidden pieces had been deployed. Compounded by the fact that just a moment ago, grandfather and grandson had been entirely focused on ensuring the last 3 crocodile dragons didn't escape, they had failed to notice the concealed great demon. They had similarly failed to notice White Carp hurtling toward them atop Hilao San. Before Yulo's incredulous gaze, White Carp and Hilao San threw themselves directly into the path of that incoming water whip. Just as he thought he was about to lose this girl forever, Little Fish managed to throw out a massive cluster of fire shot spells at the absolute final second. Among them were 2 golden fire arts Yulo had given her for self-defense. The water whip collided with the fire shot spells and golden fire arts in midair, its power shearing away by nearly half. It then smashed straight into Hilao San. Wait, had Hilao San broken through to the small demon realm? Yet, it was still futile. Faced with the alligator dragon water whip of a great demon, even if its power had been heavily diminished, Hilao San, who had only just broken through to the small demon realm, was still instantly blown apart, half its body erupting into a mist of blood. Nevertheless, Old 3 used its own demise to buy a sliver of survival for Little Fish. The water whip, having been filtered through 2 layers of defense, slammed into Little Fish, who had barely managed to apply a stone skin art to herself. But everything had unfolded far too quickly, her stone skin art hadn't even had the time to properly envelop her entire body. The water gate was violently breached by the 3 crocodile dragons, but Yulo no longer had any spare thoughts to care. He mobilized the flying boat with everything he had, catching Little Fish as she plunged downward like a tattered rag doll. Under the strike of the great demon crocodile dragon's water whip, the left side of Little Fish's torso was mangled beyond recognition. Yulo held her tightly against his chest with one arm, while his other hand frantically dug through his pouches for spiritual pills. You're going to be fine, Little Fish. Here, take this one first, and then this one. Only when the 2 spiritual pills were slid into Little Fish's mouth did Yulo's trembling hand steady slightly. The life-preserving and stabilizing pill, the patriarch had left 2 of them with Yulo when he escorted him to Drip Drop Cave. Its effect was incredibly straightforward, to protect and preserve a failing life. The moment the domineering medicinal strength surged downwards, Little Fish's rapidly fading aura instantly stabilized. Her life force had been actively draining away, but the pill's efficacy rushed upward to meet it. With the 2 forces colliding and neutralizing each other, there was temporarily no longer any concern over a fatal collapse. The second item was described as a pill, but it was actually a medicinal syrup known as the Yin-Yang Life Vein Elixir, which Wang Xianzhou had given to Yulo. Ancestor Xianzhou had become a master of alchemy solely to heal his own damaged meridians. The Yin-Yang Life Vein Elixir was one of the most formidable medicines he was capable of brewing. The Yin-Yang Life Vein Elixir was designed specifically to reconstruct flesh wounds and shattered meridians. Back when Wang Rongyuan had his entire shoulder sheared off in the West Sea, it was this exact elixir that allowed him to recover the vast majority of his functions. Hee hee. Husband, I actually saved your life once too, you know, White Carp wheezed. The pain was excruciating, but this was the very first thought that entered her mind. You save me once, I save you once. I'm incredibly amazing too. You absolute fool, my belt is a spiritual artifact. The moment that Crocodile Dragon's water whip lashed over, the spiritual aura would have automatically triggered to block it. You're far too foolish. Yulo cradled little fish closer, steering the flying boat to gently touch down along the riverbank. Ah. So, I actually didn't end up saving you. Catching the sudden look of dejection playing across little fish's features, Yulo instantly regretted his big mouth. No, spiritual aura is incredibly expensive. You helped me save a massive fortune of spirit stones. Little fish, you were incredibly amazing. White Carp understood that Yulo was merely comforting her, but that alone was enough. Only, she suddenly remembered He Lao San, who had died without leaving a whole corpse behind. It's just that old three is gone. Husband, it's all my fault. At the mention of He Lao San, Yulo fell somewhat silent. That bird was usually as unorthodox as they came, yet at the absolute final moment, it had actually protected its master with its very life. I never expected old three to shield me with its life, Yulo murmured, deeply moved. The girl's eyes blinked repeatedly as she lowered her head, leaning against Yulo's shoulder, whispering softly. Neither you nor the ancestor liked old three very much, but it wasn't a bad bird. It was just a simple creature, and its mind never really grew up. It didn't know how to meet the expectations you two set for it. Yulo found himself at a loss for words. He turned his gaze toward the lakeshore, where Ancestor Xianzhou had already triggered the formless sword talisman, unleashing 2 consecutive strikes. A high-grade talisman forged from such expensive base materials naturally wouldn't be ruined after a single deployment. Once ignited, the formless sword talisman could unleash a multitude of sword strikes. Of course, the absolute first strike remained the most devastating. That opening strike unleashed the raw magical power Wang Jingyi had sealed inside the talisman. Its destructive capacity was only a fraction weaker than if Wang Jingyi had personally intervened. Slicing through Wu Jinyan with it would be as effortless as butchering a chicken. Every subsequent sword strike, however, relied entirely on the magical power of the cultivator wielding the talisman. Wang Xianzhou had clearly entered a state of absolute, unbridled fury, his hair and beard flaring wildly as he coordinated with the Crimson Sparrow to pursue and butcher the great demon Crocodile Dragon. Just a moment ago, when that Crocodile Dragon saw its initial strike fail to yield results, it had greedily attempted to unleash another water whip. In response, half its torso was completely sheared away by Ancestor Jingyi's formless sword. It was entirely due to the fact that a great demon's vital force was far more resilient than that of a human Foundation establishment cultivator that the creature, now possessing only its front half and 2 legs, was somehow still capable of fleeing. Ancestor Xianzhou was utterly consumed by wrath, naturally refusing to let it escape. He gave chase, unleashing a second sword strike that sliced directly into the great demon Crocodile Dragon's back. But that second strike was fueled by his own raw magical power, carrying barely half the devastating potency of the opening strike. Consequently, it merely scored a deep, horrific gash across the great demon Crocodile Dragon's back without severing its torso completely. Otherwise, given the unerring accuracy with which Ancestor Xianzhou directed the formless sword, the great demon Crocodile Dragon would have been a guaranteed corpse. The relative disparity in power among Foundation establishment cultivators was the widest of any realm, a rule that similarly applied between great demons and Foundation establishment entities, and the formless sword reflected this exact dynamic. The initial formless sword talisman strike unleashed at maximum capacity could effortlessly bisect a great demon Crocodile Dragon. But the second strike, even if it maintained half the potency of the first, yielded a drastically inferior actual result. The subtle mystery lay in the fact that every tiny discrepancy in power could lead to a radically different outcome in execution. Ancestor Xianzhou pursued while the half-shredded Crocodile Dragon fled, continuing until the ancestor had drained nearly half his magical power and the mangled beast had dove into the deep water zone of Showwater Lake. Only then did he reluctantly halt his pursuit. Riding the Crimson Sparrow back, he landed beside Little Fish with an expression of deep concern, immediately examining the extent of her injuries. Ancestor, I'm fine. It's just your cultivation base. Little Fish asked weakly. Anyone who discovered that Wang Rongzhou, whom they had spent 3 years living alongside, was actually a terrifying peak chi refining cultivator would lose their composure entirely. The ancestor had hidden himself for 3 whole years, hiding until he completely crushed Yuan Daoshan's calculations, hiding until his revelation as a tiger thoroughly shocked every last soul who presumed themselves familiar with him. Ancestor Xianzhou offered no verbal reply, silently conducting a prolonged inspection before finally letting out a long sigh of relief, straightening his back as he spoke. Nothing fatal. It's far lighter than the injuries I sustained back in the day. You still retain your shot at Foundation establishment. He then whipped a harsh glare over toward Zhang Xuewu. What are you standing there like a brainless idiot for? Why haven't you scrambled off to organize the chaos in the fishing port? Old Zhang had personally witnessed the terrifying majesty of the ancestor pursuing a great demon to butcher it. Faced with the ancestor's sharp reprimand, he behaved as meekly as a submissive grandson, hurriedly scrambling away to get to work. On the other side, Ji Yuan fished the trailing half of the great demon Crocodile Dragon's carcass out of the water, respectfully carrying it over to present it to them. Senior Rongzhou, you. Wang Xianzhou waved his hand dismissively, declaring coldly. My name is Wang Xianzhou, a disciple of the Red Lantern Illumination sect, and an Immortal Alliance emissary of Drip Drop Cave, operating directly under the Immortal Alliance Drip Drop Cave Oversight Deacon, Wu Jinyan. Ji Yuan, go. Deliver a letter to Yuan Daoshan on my behalf. He drew forth a sheet of the Immortal Alliance's spirit silk silver thread paper from his storage bag, utilizing the blood of the great demon crocodile dragon as ink. He rapidly penned a clear, precise account detailing the assault of the crocodile dragon swarm on River Bend fishing port. At the absolute end of the letter, he demanded to know exactly how Yuan Daoshan intended to resolve the matter. Once he finished writing, Ancestor Xianzhou produced his personal seal as an Immortal Alliance emissary, pressing it firmly into the great demon crocodile dragon's blood to leave a solid, unmistakable stamp on the document. Go. You are a of the Yuan clan, so you should have no trouble gaining an audience with Yuan Daoshan. If he chooses to ignore this, I will report this matter directly to Lotus Immortal City. Ji Yuan glanced at Yulo, then at the ancestor, offering a bitter smile as he accepted the letter. In this wretched world where the heavyweights engaged in magical combat, how could a minor figure like him dare to involve himself? But now that circumstances had backed him into this corner, how could he possibly refuse? Barely after Ji Yuan took flight from River Bend port, he crossed paths with Lin Ying, who was leading a contingent of reinforcements. Seeing that he looked as though he had just emerged from the port, Lin Ying asked in confusion. Everything is already resolved. She had assumed the dust had completely settled. In reality, the exact opposite was true, the genuine tempest was likely only just beginning. Hard to say. The demon beasts were driven away, at least, Ji Yuan continued to smile bitterly. Having been stunned 3 times and reduced to bitter smiles twice, what else could Ji Yuan do? Destiny hadn't shown much tenderness to this particular disciple of the Yuan clan. What kind of demon beasts? Learning that the beasts had already fled made Lin Ying even less frantic. She brought her flying boat to a complete halt, striking up a conversation with Ji Yuan. Iron crocodile dragons. Huh. You'll understand once you get there. I have business to attend to. Watching Ji Yuan fly off in the direction of the Droplet Heaven Palace, Lin Ying felt a surge of confusion. Why is he sneaking off to the Droplet Heaven Palace in the dead of night? What was Ji Yuan doing going to the Droplet Heaven Palace? Delivering a declaration of war? A final ultimatum? A list of demands? It was difficult to say. Ji Yuan only knew that even when he had been reassigned to work under Zhuyin Lan, his heart hadn't pounded with nearly as much trepidation as it did right now. Ancestor Daoshan, it looks like you've completely botched your play this time, and botched it catastrophically. By the time Lin Ying arrived at River Bend fishing port, the residents had already begun rebuilding in the wake of the assault. Demon beast strikes were an inevitability, the people of Droplet Cave Heaven had long since grown accustomed to it. They perished in silence, they struggled in silence, and tomorrow would inevitably drag them forward. However, the moment her eyes fell upon those colossal iron crocodile dragon carcasses, Lin Ying and the 2 guarding cultivators of Immortal Mushroom Cave she had brought along felt their hearts tremble violently. Qin Churin led her people to drag the crocodile dragon carcasses onto the golden platform, arranging them right before the entrance of Yulo's estate. I see. I have learned something new. Witnessing this, Lin Ying understood that she had just asked a thoroughly foolish question. Little fish's injuries take priority. I will return to pay a proper visit another day. Yulo rose to his feet, facing Lin Ying as he spoke. Safe travels, fellow Daoist Lin. I genuinely cannot pull myself away right now, so please forgive me for not seeing you out. I will absolutely attend Ancestor Mengyao's birthday banquet. Perhaps because Yulo's reverence toward the Immortal Venerable was simply too earnest, that familiar, serene voice echoed through the air once more at that exact moment. Azure Water Palace disciple Wang Yulo is hereby awarded 50. Wang Xianzhou, Lin Ying, and Yulo all froze instantly. The Immortal Venerable's blessing had unexpectedly stalled right at the phase of calculating the specific merit points. This twist was highly intriguing. Could it be that Yulo's existing contribution points carried far too many fractional remainders, causing the algorithmic calculations of the Immortal Venerable's blessing to freeze up entirely? Catching the startled expressions flashing across the trio's faces, White Carp seemed to realize something as well. She cast a slightly worried glance toward Yulo, before shifting her gaze to the ancestor. The individual who had contributed the absolute lion's share of the effort tonight was undeniably Ancestor Xianzhou. However, he wasn't a disciple of Drip Drop Cave, which made bestowing a blessing exceptionally awkward. Azure Water Palace disciple Wang Yulo is hereby awarded 5,600 merit points. Lin Ying cast a long, complicated look at the man, nodding silently before turning to depart, her silhouette appearing distinctly melancholy. Wang Yulo, it seems a thick, unyielding barrier has already formed between the two of us. Sigh. This must have calculated the ancestor's military merit directly onto your head, husband. Hee, the Immortal Venerable is actually incredibly kind. White Carp declared excitedly. That was a grand total of 5,600 Azure Water Palace merit points. When converted, it represented enough resources to sustain Yulo's cultivation for at least a dozen years. Even if his future resource consumption spiked alongside his rising cultivation base, this massive fortune of merit points would easily see him through several years. Consequently, White Carp was naturally overjoyed. Ha, indeed. I pay respects to the Immortal Venerable every single day after all. While you're recovering this time, you'll stay directly inside the quiet room. Let the Immortal Venerable properly watch over you. How does that sound? Everything will be as husband says. You two can cut out the sweet talk now. Here, little fish, take this spiritual pill first. Though you're currently clear of any immediate mortal peril, the efficacy of the life-preserving and stabilizing pill must be continuously maintained. Only then can we guarantee absolute safety. Droplet Heaven Palace, Yuan Daoshan's private estate. Griping Wang Xianzhou's letter in his hand, Yuan Daoshan scanned the contents twice over. He then thoroughly questioned Ji Yuan regarding his relationship with Yulo, as well as everything he had witnessed tonight. Only after that did he offer a smile, seeing Ji Yuan out while instructing him to inform Wang Xianzhou that as the premier foundation establishment cultivator of Drip Drop Cave, he, Yuan Daoshan, would absolutely cooperate with the work of the Immortal Alliance. But the absolute instant Ji Yuan crossed the threshold, the old man could no longer maintain his composure. He snatched up that letter penned in the blood of a great demon crocodile dragon once more, tearing it into shreds in a fit of absolute rage. Yet that failed to fully vent his fury, prompting him to launch into a direct, venomous curse. Wang Xianzhou, Wang Xianzhou, Wang Xianzhou. After all these years of plotting and scheming, how are you still not dead? Yuan Daoshan would never forget that day. 116 years ago, in the Red Lantern Illumination sect. Decades earlier, Yuan Daoshan had arranged for Yuan Jingju, the most naturally gifted scion across several generations of the Yuan clan, to join the Red Lantern Illumination sect as an inner disciple. This was solely for the spell combat selection for the Immortal Alliance emissary position. Within the system of the 10 sects represented by the Red Lantern Illumination sect, there existed a hidden, immortal cultivator version of the 9-rank system. Every path leading upward was secretly packed with fiercely competing rivals watching like hawks. The higher a cultivator's cultivation base, the better they understood this reality, and the foundation establishment families knew it best of all. If the Yuan clan of Dripping Water Grotto Heaven wanted to break through the constraints of their status and foundation, the best path was to have a disciple win the Immortal Alliance emissary selection, granting them direct entry into the Immortal Alliance system towering over the 10 sects. Yuan Jingju was the one the Yuan clan pinned their hopes on to break this deadlock. 50 years ago, at less than 60 years of age, he had successfully broken into the top 10 of the Immortal Alliance selection. Over a 50-year wait, Yuan Jingju had accumulated his power at the peak Qi condensation realm. He abandoned his chances of reaching the Purple Palace realm just to help his family shatter the ceiling limiting their growth. However, Yuan Jingju ran into Wang Xianzhou of the Wang clan. In the penultimate match before the championship, Wang Xianzhou utterly defeated him using a borrowed, specialized artifact. That artifact was a jade buckle refined by true person Xuanzhuan from the scraps of a 6th-grade spiritual material, ethereal orchid jade. Armed with this ethereal orchid jade buckle, Wang Xianzhou successively shattered 5 of Yuan Jingju's peak high-grade artifacts, cruising easily into the finals. Having lost 5 of his artifacts, Yuan Jingju failed to secure even 3rd place. Relegated to 4th, he could only watch helplessly as the position of Immortal Alliance emissary slipped through his fingers. In truth, Yuan Daoshan had never blamed Wang Xianzhou, because the top 3 contestants in that selection respectively hailed from the lineages of Candlelight Immortal Venerable, True Person Mangxiang, and True Person Fujiao of the Red Lantern Illumination sect. In other words, it was not Wang Xianzhou who had eliminated Yuan Jingju. Rather, the protector behind the Yuan clan, True Person Zhouxing of Dripping Water Grotto Heaven, simply could not compete with the numerous grand cultivators of the Red Lantern Illumination sect's direct lineage. Thus, Yuan Daoshan and Yuan Jingju could not genuinely direct their hatred toward Wang Xianzhou. But now, Wang Xianzhou had leaped out once more and directly decapitated the great demon crocodile dragon that Yuan Daoshan had meticulously nurtured. This made it incredibly difficult for him to maintain his composure. How could old Yuan not feel hatred in his heart? Yet, despite his curses, he still possessed a brain. Fight without breaking ties. This strategy was naturally full of compromises, but it could ultimately ease conflicts and opposition, leaving room for the Yuan clan to maneuver. Yuan Daoshan knew full well that the current Yuan clan lacked the qualifications to flip the table. They could only fight without breaking ties. He dispatched an order talisman, and before long, Yuan Jingju arrived at his estate. What instructions does Uncle Ancestor have for calling Jingju here? Yuan Jingju possessed the appearance of an effeminate young man. His most distinctive feature was his hair, which was completely azure blue, seemingly the manifestation of a divine ability. Do you still remember Wang Xianzhou? The azure-haired foundation establishment cultivator was caught off guard by his Uncle Ancestor's question. He had long since put Wang Xianzhou out of his mind. His defeat back then was not because he was weak, but because True Person Zhouxing could not possibly stand up for a Yuan clan wishing to break free from his control. As his cultivation base grew, Yuan Jingju became certain that no matter how strong he had been back then, it would have been impossible for him to truly win. The only difference was whether Wang Xianzhou blocked him, or some hidden high-level cultivator stepped in to stop him. Jingju naturally remembers. But from what I know, his Dao foundation was ruined due to injuries sustained in spell combat. Now that 120 years have passed, shouldn't he be on the verge of passing away? Yuan Daoshan spoke in a sinister tone. Passing away. He knows he's about to die, which is exactly why he rushed over to cause trouble for us. Noticing Yuan Daoshan's deep animosity, Yuan Jingju hastily asked. Wang Jingyi of the Wang clan visited just a short while ago, and isn't our Yuan family currently trying to win them over? Why would Wang Xianzhou choose this moment to cause trouble for us? Yuan Daoshan was stumped. He could hardly say, Jingju, since you have no chance of opening a purple palace, I must plan for the next generation of the Yuan clan. Now that a problem has arisen, I need you to go clean up the mess. Such words would wound the feelings of his own clansmen. I raised a great demon crocodile dragon. For some reason, it suddenly led its subordinate crocodile dragons to assault the fishing port where that Wang clan disciple resides. But it didn't know that dog Wang Xianzhou was hiding in the shadows, acting as a Dao protector for that Wang clan kid. The situation is very troublesome now. Wang Xianzhou sent me a letter. He is currently an Immortal Alliance emissary of Dripping Water Grotto Heaven, serving under Wu Jinyan. If I go to negotiate, there will be no room to maneuver. You also know Wang Xianzhou, which is why I summoned you here. This was a massive amount of information. Yuan Jingju pondered for a moment before asking. 2 questions. A position like the Immortal Alliance emissary of Dripping Water Grotto Heaven has never existed before. Is it true or false? Wang Xianzhou was cunning, the ancestor could not blindly trust his nonsense. It's true. Wu Jinyan has good relations with the Wang clan. When he accepted his post-foundation establishment mission, he used the Wang clan's connections to secure the position of monitoring steward of Dripping Water Grotto Heaven. When Wang Xianzhou served as an Immortal Alliance emissary in the past, he possessed a heroic personality and was highly skilled at winning people over. He made several close friends, a few of whom have already taken up key positions within the Immortal Alliance today. Combining these factors with the fact that Wang Xianzhou is already nearing the end of his lifespan, if he is thick-skinned enough to ask for an office, someone will naturally arrange it for him. Yuan Jingju fell into a brief silence. His loss to Wang Xianzhou back then was certainly not just due to that ethereal orchid jade buckle refined from magic treasure materials, but also because Wang Xianzhou himself was terrifyingly strong. At that time, he was over 100 years old, while Wang Xianzhou was not even 60. Now that a century had passed, Wang Xianzhou was actually facing death. Uncle Ancestor, the other question is regarding our Yuan clan's attitude toward the Wang family. How exactly should Jingju manage it? Ancestor Daoshan, stop trying to fool me. Outsiders might not know what's going on with that crocodile dragon, but could I possibly be ignorant? Some nonsense about a great demon crocodile dragon losing its mind and leading a pack to attack the fishing port of a Wang clan scion is fine for tricking outsiders, but there's no need to lie to me. They must not be offended. Wang Jingyi is nearly a century younger than me, yet she has already begun cultivating her second divine ability. Furthermore, Patriarch Mengxiang is using his golden core status to command the various factions. A few days ago, Senior Martial Sister Jingyi arrived here to hold a Dao discussion with us, primarily regarding the marriage of that Wang clan youth. It is evident that the Wang clan intends to cultivate their own people within Dripping Water Grotto Heaven. However, the Grotto Heaven is only so large. If the Wang clan takes an extra bite and the Zhuo family takes 2, our Yuan family will go hungry. I originally intended to use the crocodile dragon's attack to force that Wang clan scion to flee from battle, thereby ruining the foundation of the Wang clan's development within Dripping Water Grotto Heaven. Looking at it now, I failed to hunt the tiger and ended up injuring myself instead. When you go to meet Wang Xianzhou, maintain a proper sense of propriety. Do not promise too much. The crocodile dragon is a beast after all, it can simply be dealt with in the form of a sect reward for meritorious deeds. Yuan Daoshan possessed audacious daring. Believing Wang Yulo to be a chess piece placed by Patriarch Mengxiang to interfere in Dripping Water Grotto Heaven, he had sent 10 crocodile dragons with his full strength to conduct the assault. But now, he did not dare declare to the outside world that he was obstructing Patriarch Mengxiang's strategic placement. He could only claim it was to prevent the Wang clan from growing too powerful within Dripping Water Grotto Heaven. 6 iron crocodile dragons were dead, and the great demon crocodile dragon was mostly crippled. Suffering such a massive loss, he had to swallow his broken teeth and stomach the grievance, even having to placate the main culprit, Wang Xianzhou. And Yuan Daoshan truly swallowed it down, immediately bringing in a special figure like Yuan Jingju to handle it without the slightest hesitation. This proved he was indeed a formidable figure. Yuan Daoshan was naturally a formidable figure. Were it not so, he could not have led the Yuan clan to prosperity for so many years, stepping upward bit by bit to become the #1 foundation establishment family within Dripping Water Grotto Heaven. Uncle Ancestor, the matter of Patriarch Mengxiang attaining Golden Core has been rumored for many years, yet he has never been seen to truly achieve it. Why must we remain so deeply wary? Could it be that he can simply attain it whenever he wishes, and completely ignore the heavenly Golden Core lightning tribulation? Before departing, Yuan Jingju finally voiced the greatest doubt weighing on his heart. Mengxiang attaining Golden Core, and the Wang clan rising in status as a result, that wasn't right. Hadn't Mengxiang still failed to achieve it? Hearing Jingju's question, Yuan Daoshan pondered before replying. He naturally cannot bypass the lightning tribulation, nor does he possess absolute certainty of success. However, for the ancestor to act in such a high-profile manner, leveraging a grand vow to coerce the sect, everyone throughout the Red Lantern Illumination sect can only obey his commands. Should the ancestor fail at the final hurdle, someone will naturally demand what is owed to us on our behalf. Of course, we won't be able to obtain it either. But as long as the ancestor has not yet failed, he remains a quasi-immortal venerable. We must not stick our necks out. No matter how Wang Xianzhou humiliates us, we absolutely must not stick our necks out. The way Mengxiang continuously issued favors round after round made him look incredibly powerful, didn't it? It came with a price. He was gambling with his own destiny. If he lost, he would become the price itself. Issuing a military pledge, gambling his own future, and forcing everyone to cooperate with him, this was exactly what Mengxiang was currently doing. Therefore, Mengxiang could only win. Thus, no one within the Red Lantern Illumination sect dared block his issuance of favors. Even Zhou Fujiao, who was likewise in the Purple Palace realm, could only tremble under the pressure exerted by Mengxiang. Flying away from Yuan Daoshan's residence, Yuan Jingzhu stood in midair. He first bowed 3 times toward the statue of the Immortal Venerable inside the Droplet Heaven Palace, then directed a complex gaze toward the River Bend fishing port. Wang Xianzhou, we haven't met for a century. On the other side, within the River Bend fishing port, Yulo, having urgently treated Little Fish's injuries, and the old ancestor finally found the time to sit down and discuss how to face the future. They had killed 6 of the Yuan clan's crocodile dragons and hacked the great demon crocodile dragon in half. Under such circumstances, even if Wang Yulo and Wang Xianzhou had reason on their side, they still had to worry about the Yuan family acting out in a fit of rage. Of course, the probability of them directly launching a covert assault was relatively low, since Wang Xianzhou had already revealed his identity. If Wang Yulo and Wang Xianzhou died mysterious deaths within Dripping Water Grotto Heaven, Ancestor Jingyi and the Patriarch would undoubtedly come to investigate. Some overly clever individuals might think that the Yuan clan was much stronger than the Wang clan, while their grandmaster was too far away and the Wang clan too weak. Moreover, Dripping Water Grotto Heaven was the Yuan clan's home turf. How could anyone investigate the Yuan clan, the #1 foundation establishment immortal clan in Dripping Water Grotto Heaven? Zhua Yinxing and Zhua Qi, excitedly and in unison, fellow Daoist Wang, where do you wish to investigate? How do you want to look into it? Let us join you. We won't rest until we break the Yuan family. If Wang Yulo died an unexplained death, escalating the intensity of the struggle would be far too simple. It merely depended on whether the Wang clan possessed the resolve. Call upon a true person, call upon the Immortal Alliance, call upon the Red Lantern Illumination sect, let's fight. Any large organization was full of internal factions, and the intensity of internal strife could be even more ruthless than fighting external enemies. An external war merely required determining a victor. Internally, even total extermination was insufficient. One had to shake the yolks out of the opponent's eggs, thoroughly denounce them, and prevent any chance of a reversal. Otherwise, there were simply too many historical examples. Old Ancestor, there are 3 urgent matters at hand. First, we must promptly inform Senior Wu to prevent the Yuan family from acting out of desperation. The moment Yulo stated the first point of focus, the Old Ancestor immediately realized that even if they could not let Old Wu know every single detail, they should at least notify him. After all, he had appeared in Dripping Water Grotto Heaven under the identity of an Immortal Alliance emissary, serving beneath Wu Jinyan, the monitoring steward. In the future, if things turn troublesome, Wu Jinyan would become highly critical. I'll go right away. Tell me the second matter first. Let Zhang Xuewu go. Old Zhang is about to become a son-in-law of the Wu family, so he should meet with Senior Wu more often. As he spoke, Zhang Xuewu, who had been summoned by Yulo, rushed over in a frantic hurry. The Old Ancestor took one look and instantly understood that Yulo had already formulated a plan. Very well. Furthermore, this way the two of us won't have to separate, making things safer. Yulo, your current growth is almost comparable to how I was back then. The Old Ancestor's words actually contained a bit of exaggeration. When he was 27, he was nowhere near as clear-sighted as Yulo. Receiving Wang Xianzhou's letter, Zhang Xuewu set off with an anxious heart to meet his future father-in-law. Had the Old Ancestor's cultivation base been at the Foundation establishment stage, a single transmission talisman would have sufficed. A chi-refining cultivator's transmission talisman could only cover a distance of dozens of kilometers at most, far inferior to a Foundation establishment cultivator's. The second matter concerns the disposal of the 6 crocodile dragons. Old Ancestor, we must hurry. Who knows if the Yuan family will discard all shame. The crocodile dragons were raised by the Yuan family, but because they were sent by Yuan Daoshan to assault Yulo and died as a result, the Yuan family logically had no right to claim the corpses. However, face was something earned by oneself, not granted by others. There was simply no fixed standard for how high or low a cultivator's bottom line would drop when faced with profit. If the Yuan family chose to be thick-skinned enough, Yulo could truly only endure it. Make a scene. Would the Wang clan and the Zhua family definitely win if a conflict erupted? The Wang clan did not fear a fight, but if Yuan Daoshan adopted a firm stance while simultaneously offering room for Yulo and the Wang clan to develop within Dripping Water Grotto Heaven, how could the Wang clan easily resolve to go to war with the Yuan family? It was full of trouble. It was better to cut the knot quickly and turn it into an established fact early on. Hearing Wang Yulo's words, Old Ancestor Xianzhou instantly realized that if the Yuan family was determined to be shameless to the very end, they might truly not be able to preserve all the crocodile dragon materials they had gained. Correct. This old man will open the furnace tonight. All the meat will be refined into essence blood pills and flesh essence, while the other materials will be carried by Crimson Sparrow to be hidden away first. The Old Ancestor gritted his teeth, speaking with deep resentment. The third point concerns our posture. Old Ancestor, yes, you currently possess the backing of an Immortal Alliance emissary identity, and we have Senior Wu Jinyan supporting us from above. But you also know Senior Wu's situation, it's very awkward. Wu Jinyan belonged to the lucky few who managed to succeed at Foundation establishment on their first attempt through pure dumb luck. The family and forces behind him could be completely ignored, and after becoming the monitoring steward of Dripping Water Grotto Heaven, he was directly absorbed as a guest elder. No matter how one looked at it, he was not particularly reliable. What sort of posture do you mean? Begging for mercy like a dog before the Yuan family? Wang Xianzhou looked at Yulo with great dissatisfaction. In reality, his heart was filled with immense satisfaction. Yes, this was exactly how it should be. Staying humble in victory and never letting down one's guard, this was a truly precious trait. Those shallow people who became arrogant upon succeeding would lose heart just as quickly when encountering difficulties. As for Wang Xianzhou's look of dissatisfaction, it was purely the old ancestor applying pressure to help hone Yulo's edge. Playing the opponent, playing the enemy, smoothly putting on an act before Wang Yulo when the time came was entirely a display of the old ancestor's skill and experience. This was a side manifestation of the significance of a family heritage. If you were someone like Wu Jinyan, who would bother putting on an act with you? Gao Jian's whip would lash straight across your face. If it didn't beat you to death, you would still have to endure it and say, fellow Daoist Gao, you truly possess great strength. In this wretched world, people like Yuan Daoshan and Gao Jian possess terrifyingly low bottom lines. If he didn't introduce some intensity, old ancestor Xianzhou feared Yulo might not be able to hold out. True, Wang Yulo had performed exceptionally well in the past, from his Dao heart in cultivation, to his wisdom in business management, to his interpersonal dealings with others, everything was handled beautifully. But standing from the old ancestor's perspective, he naturally and greedily hoped to steady Yulo a bit more and elevate him a step further. Consequently, he deliberately put on a show of dissatisfaction when Yulo suggested a compromise. Old ancestor, you must be well aware that fighting the Yuan clan over this iron crocodile dragon matter yields absolutely no meaning. Moreover, once it involves too much, our Wang clan of Anbei Kingdom does have Patriarch Mangxiang backing us up, but the ancestors' favors cost as much as they are used, and they even come with interest. In the end, even if the Yuan clan is pushed to the point of collapse, it will still be the Zhuo family who wins, and I will still have to develop under the Zhuo family's shadow in the future. Ultimately, no matter how much we invest, our foundation within Dripping Water Grotto Heaven is only this small. The amount we can win in the end is simply too little. Therefore, we cannot act recklessly. This matter must be met with two distinct postures. To the outside world, that is, to the other people within Dripping Water Grotto Heaven who remain ignorant of the truth, we shall claim it was a normal defensive response, entirely reliant on the protection of the immortal venerable, treating the crocodile dragons as mere beasts. Toward the Yuan clan, we shall appropriately display firmness, but we must clearly define the boundaries. We must absolutely not escalate the situation easily. However, after Yulo finished speaking, the old ancestor merely stared at him silently without uttering a word. The old ancestor's gaze was somewhat complex. Yulo thought he had been too cowardly and spoken incorrectly, causing his heart to beat unsteadily. Yet, very quickly, the old ancestor stood up and said, I will go handle the crocodile dragon materials. We will proceed exactly as you said. Yulo, you have grown up. Old ancestor Xianzhou was not well versed in praising people. The phrase, Yulo, you have grown up, was his ultimate affirmation of Wang Yulo. Yulo, you have grown up, and you can now shoulder the immense weight of the family's rise and fall. A true warrior was not merely someone who could slay generals and seize banners, or squarely face a bleak life. Yulo was likewise a true warrior. He could master his own heart and wisdom, using the best method to respond to external changes and challenges. If such a cultivator could not achieve a grand career, what kind of cultivator could ever walk toward longevity? The reason Wang Xianzhou departed was merely because he felt a bit too overwhelmed with emotion. Talents emerged from the Wang clan generation after generation, a new prodigy had risen, one even more outstanding than he had been back then. Old ancestor Xianzhou felt gratified, but he also felt a sense of loss. Thus, he wanted to use intense work to numb himself. However, Yuan Jingju would not grant Wang Xianzhou any time to adjust his mentality. This foundation establishment cultivator of the Yuan clan silently landed outside the River Bend fishing port. He walked slowly, stepping into this small fishing port by the beautiful water lake that had just experienced the crocodile dragon attack. The mortals of Dripping Water Grotto Heaven had long grown accustomed to demon beast attacks. It was just that the crocodile dragons this time were far too fierce. 9 of them had made landfall, devouring over 300 people in a brief span of time. Some were weeping bitterly, some were silently shedding tears, some were collecting the corpses of their relatives, and some were clearing debris from the roads under the organization of martial artists. Uncle Ancestor went too far this time. Yuan Jingju shook his head, directing his steps toward Yulo's golden platform. Even as a foundation establishment elder of Dripping Water Grotto Heaven, he had heard of the Wang clan youth constructing a golden platform. Seeing it now, it was indeed quite beautiful. Despite people continuously passing by Yuan Jingju, not a single person noticed the presence of this foundation establishment cultivator. Divine abilities, divine abilities. Every foundation establishment cultivator who mastered a divine ability was an extraordinary entity. As a seasoned foundation establishment cultivator with profound mastery over water arts, Yuan Jingju could easily use the abundant water-attributed spiritual energy inside Dripping Water Grotto Heaven to conceal his figure. Although Jiang Baobian's hidden form in stillness did not require magical power to execute, it ultimately had limitations. One had to remain completely stationary when using it. Yuan Daoshan's divine ability, cloud-walking mist strolling, could help him maintain a special water escape state at all times, precisely like the one he was displaying now. It was only when he walked outside Yulo's estate and saw the crocodile dragon corpses strewn across the ground that he halted his steps. 1, 2, 6, along with the half-body of the great demon. Facing such a result, Yuan Jingju of the Yuan family actually felt a trace of absurdity. To lose so spectacularly and then send me to negotiate. Uncle Ancestor, you truly place enough trust in me. Sigh. No matter how difficult, he still had to negotiate. Just as Yuan Jingju was pondering how to deal with Wang Xianzhou rushed out of the estate gates in a frantic hurry. He walked over to the half-body of that great demon crocodile dragon, dragging it along as he prepared to walk back inside the estate. The old ancestor calculated meticulously, deal with the most expensive parts first. Even if the Yuan family turned out to be thick-skinned, obstinate, completely shameless, or worse. As long as he held the half-body of the great demon crocodile dragon in his hands, the spiritual resonance consumed today would not be considered a total loss. When Wang Xianzhou engaged in close-quarters combat with the crocodile dragon, the spiritual resonance consumed every single instant was worth 800 spirit stones, and that did not even include what Yulo had expended. Combined, the two of them had burned through spiritual resonance worth roughly 20,000 spirit stones tonight, which was how they managed to keep 6.5 crocodile dragons behind. If one factored in Wang Jingyi's formless sword talisman, it would be even more expensive. Ancestor Jingyi's formless sword talisman possessed extraordinary might, people would buy one even if it were priced at 20,000. How was this massive deficit to be filled? Could it not only be recouped from the crocodile dragon materials? Xianzhou, it has been many years since we last met. Yuan Jingju suddenly materialized beside old ancestor Xianzhou, startling him to the point where he almost stabbed forward directly with his halberd. Seeing that it was actually Yuan Jingju, he stared blankly for a moment before speaking in a cold voice. You actually have the nerve to come see me, old Yuan. Your Yuan family went too far this time. Yes, you are at Foundation establishment while I am at Qi refining, there is a gap in our cultivation bases. But back then, he was nothing more than a defeated opponent. Wang Xianzhou would certainly not show fear. You failed to report to the sect, secretly pretending to have a level 6 cultivation base to enter Dripping Water Grotto Heaven for 3 years. You came for 3 years and hid for 3 years, is that not also going too far? Yuan Jingju feigned ignorance of Wang Xianzhou's words, instead bringing up Wang Xianzhou's concealed cultivation base and how his behavior lacked respect for Dripping Water Grotto Heaven. If external Foundation establishment or veteran Qi refining cultivators could simply hide their cultivation bases and enter Dripping Water Grotto Heaven to stir up trouble, how could the interests of the numerous Foundation establishment families within Dripping Water Grotto Heaven be guaranteed? If you think it's going too far, go report it to the Immortal Alliance. I am an emissary of the Immortal Alliance, only the Immortal Alliance has the right to manage me. Wang Xianzhou offered a lukewarm retort, effectively admitting that there might be an issue with his conduct, but he believed that such a problem would at most warrant a light penalty. Yuan Jingju was purely bringing up these meaningless matters because he knew the Yuan family was in the wrong. Xianzhou, you made a name for yourself using the title of Immortal Alliance emissary in your youth, and now you are over 100 years old. Why are you still chanting this phrase? Wang Yulo acts as a disciple within Dripping Water Grotto Heaven, he must ultimately submit to the management of the sect and accept the corresponding tempering. For the Wang family to call someone like you, who is nearing death, to his side for protection, how can such a disciple ever stand on his own once he grows up? He doesn't need to stand on his own, being able to overturn your Yuan family's ancestral graves is quite enough. You. What about me? Yuan Jingju, you are incredibly sanctimonious, yet utterly weak at your core. Otherwise, why did you lose to me back then? You mock me for never reaching Foundation establishment in my entire life, but haven't you also failed to achieve the Purple Palace realm in yours? We're all ants, yet you're putting on airs. How laughable. Wang Xianzhou, didn't you just win by borrowing Xuanzhuan's ethereal orchid jade buckle? To think you're actually bragging about it. The top spot went to Candlelight True Person's lineage. I am under the Grandmaster's lineage, ranked 2nd, and the one under True Person Fujiao's lineage ranked 3rd. We had already agreed upon the placements, what right did you have to come over and snatch a spot? You were too cowardly. You didn't dare resist the rankings established by the True Persons, which is why you sat back and watched your own artifacts get smashed to pieces by the ethereal orchid jade buckle. Even if it wasn't me, it would have been the same if you faced anyone else. Whether you acknowledge this matter or not, I owe you nothing. Do you mean to say you're refusing a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit? What are you yelling for? Keep it up and I'll send you down to have a drink with your ancestors. Damn it, to be so thoroughly humiliated by a Qi refining cultivator, Yuan Jingju truly could not hold back any longer. He raised his hand, preparing to slap Wang Xianzhou first to clear his head. Yet the moment he merely raised his hand, Wang Xianzhou directly cast aside the half-body of the great demon crocodile dragon and threw himself onto the ground. Clutching Yuan Jingju's shin, he wept and begged. Old Yuan, I'm kneeling to you. I beg your Yuan family to let Yulo go. Yuan Jingju looked at Wang Xianzhou pulling at his shin, then looked at his own hand that he had just raised. He was bewildered. If I remember correctly, I should have only just raised my hand, right? That's not right, I didn't even strike. Smack. 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 Wang Xianzhou delivered 3 heavy slaps to his own face using his full strength, striking his old face so hard it looked like a dye workshop had opened up, drawing blood instantly. A white-haired old man, sporting a face that had been beaten out of shape, was hugging Yuan Jingju's leg while wailing loudly. When Wu Jinyan arrived, this was exactly the scene that met his eyes. Even with his composure developed over several years at the Foundation establishment stage, he was still tremendously shocked. Why must it come to this? Why must it come to this? Yulo, you said we need to adopt a posture to prevent the Yuan clan from shamelessly oppressing us. But you worry too much. As long as we lower our posture first and pin the Yuan clan down within the rules of Dripping Water Grotto Heaven and the 10-sex Immortal Alliance system, many things will become easy to negotiate. However, Yulo had ultimately only just begun his rise and would have to stand alone in the future. Such a face-losing matter was unsuited for him to perform. It just so happened that Wang Xianzhou knew he was about to kick the bucket, so his so-called face was no longer that important. Playing the victim meant that even if the matter escalated to the Red Lantern Illumination sect or the Immortal Alliance in the future, his conduct would allow him to snatch a few chances of victory from his former colleagues and high-level cultivators within the sect. It was worth it. Inside the quiet chamber, Yulo had already resumed his cultivation. His artifact refining was mostly complete. As for those newly acquired crocodile dragon materials, the old ancestor needed to process them first before they could further examine how to refine them. While Yulo was cultivating, Little Fish, who was recovering from her injuries, lay upon the bed, silently watching him. This man was truly strange. With a beautiful woman lying right beside him, he showed no signs of being affected at all, closing his eyes to immediately begin his breathing exercises. Suddenly, Little Fish looked toward the direction outside the estate where Wang Xianzhou and Yuan Jingju were facing off, hurriedly calling out to wake Yulo from his meditation. Husband, something has happened outside. Someone from the Yuan family has arrived and is currently confronting the old ancestor. Go take a look quickly. Yulo did not dare delay, rushing out immediately only to see the old ancestor's face beaten out of shape. He was sprawled on the ground, hugging Yuan Jingju's leg while wiping tears and snot onto Yuan Jingju's clothes. Instantly, Yulo's eyes threatened to split from rage. Yuan clan, how dare you bully people to such an extent? In front of the Yuan clan's Foundation establishment cultivator, he forcefully suppressed that immense fury, squeezing out a somewhat calm expression. Under extreme physical control, Yulo's calmness actually appeared slightly rigid. Today, I, Wang Yulo, will endure your hand. In the future, even if I cannot achieve it, the later sons of the Wang clan will sooner or later exterminate your entire Yuan clan of Dripping Water Grotto Heaven. This was the first time Yulo had felt such a desire to compile a kill list. Old ancestor Xianzhou had protected him, loved him, and sponsored his cultivation for many years. The phrase, the candle burns to ash before its tears dry, was vividly illustrated in the old ancestor's path of protecting Yulo. The old ancestor and Yulo shared no blood relation, yet they were already far closer than ordinary grandfathers and grandsons. With the Yuan clan's Foundation establishment cultivator humiliating the old ancestor in such a manner, how could Yulo not give rise to killing intent? The only thing stopping him from drawing his sword was his rationality. Yulo's rationality made him understand that drawing his sword now would merely be throwing his life away. He had to wait for the right opportunity. Only by striking when the timing was perfect could he slaughter the Yuan clan pigs and dogs all at once. Fellow Taoist, please stay your hand. Stay your hand. The one who spoke before Yulo was Wu Jinyan, wearing the official robes of an Immortal Alliance steward. Seeing Wang Xianzhou being bullied to such an extent, Wu Jinyan felt incredibly anxious. He merely wanted to slack off within Dripping Water Grotto Heaven, yet trouble had found its way to his doorstep. Sigh. For some reason, when Yulo saw this Foundation establishment gatekeeper arrive, a sense of security actually emerged in his heart. It was not provided by Wu Jinyan himself, but rather by the Immortal Alliance robes upon his body. Even if the Immortal Alliance possessed 10,000 flaws, it had at least established rules that all cultivators above the Foundation establishment stage across the world had to respect. While these rules might fail to bind grand cultivators of the Purple Palace realm and above, they were undoubtedly highly effective against Foundation establishment cultivators. Granted, the starting point of these rules was for the grand cultivators to protect the chives from being recklessly harvested by Foundation establishment entities. But at this moment, it exerted a massive effect, at least invisibly suppressing Yuan Jingju's fury. I didn't strike him. He's the one playing foul. Yuan Jingju replied, exasperated. Yuan Jingju shook his leg, wanting to fling away Wang Xianzhou who was continuously wiping snot onto his official robes. Unfortunately, old ancestor Xianzhou's grip was incredibly tight. In terms of cultivation base, Yuan Jingju was higher than him, but old ancestor Xianzhou had consumed far too many nourishing pills to repair his Dao foundation, making his physical body exceptionally strong and his body refining level much higher than Yuan Jingju's. If the two of them cast aside their cultivation bases, artifacts, spiritual energy, talismans, and spells to engage in a face-to-face, flesh-to-flesh duel between men, Wang Xianzhou could likely beat Yuan Jingju to the point where he would need to wear adult diapers. 10,000 spirit stones if you follow my script, old Wu. Just feign ignorance, I don't ask for much. Don't hesitate. Offending the Yuan clan earns you 10,000 spirit stones. Offend the Wang clan, and not only will you not receive a single spirit stone, but I will also contact rogue cultivators to slaughter your entire family. With a single sentence from old ancestor Xianzhou, Wu Jinyan instantly realized that he was the true ant, the true idiot. Did Wang Xianzhou, who was sprawling on the ground and wailing, look miserable? No, the most miserable one was Wu Jinyan, who had been passively dragged into the dispute and directly threatened with the slaughter of his entire family. Wang Xianzhou's unscrupulous methods and ruthlessness were vividly displayed in his act of playing weak to seize benefits, and directly threatening the entire family of Wu Jinyan who had kindly spoken up to help. Yulo's patient restraint and deep heart were a grand disposition, and Wang Xianzhou's unscrupulous methods and ruthlessness were likewise a grand disposition. There was no distinction of high or low between the two, they were merely methods, and they would never rely on them permanently. If one wished to walk further, there was nothing that could be relied upon for long. The only thing to depend on was oneself. Old ancestor Xianzhou could no longer walk further, which was why he was conversely more ruthless than in the past. My Dao has reached its end, but Yulo's Dao is still very far away. In that case, I will support Yulo as he walks down it. That is all. The previous generation's Wang clan prodigy Wang Xianzhou, and the new generation's Wang clan prodigy Wang Yulo, to be served by two generations of the Wang clan's Qilin children, could Yuan Jingju's fortune possibly be considered small? In almost an instant, Wu Jinyan quickly shouted. Release the Immortal Alliance Dripping Water Grotto Heaven emissary Wang Xianzhou immediately. To think you would first strike an Immortal Alliance emissary, then slander him with some nonsense about playing foul, how utterly arrogant. Damn it, these two dogs of the Immortal Alliance are clearly bullying me because they know I don't dare take action. Yuan Jingju was furious to the extreme. Thinking about how he clearly hadn't struck yet was being slapped with the accusation of beating someone made his blood boil. Wang Xianzhou's previous taunts about overturning ancestral graves and going down to accompany ancestors still echoed in his ears, causing a wicked fire to burn fiercely in Yuan Jingju's heart. In his extreme rage, he figured that since he had already been framed anyway, he might as well deliver a few fierce slaps to satisfy himself. Thus, amidst Wang Xianzhou's delighted gaze, Yuan Jingju's palm closed in on his face. Yulo lunged forward intending to intercept it, but it was already too late. But few cultivators who could reach foundation establishment, achieve seniority, and master divine abilities were fools. When his palm was a mere inch away from Wang Xianzhou's face, Yuan Jingju ultimately stopped. I can't truly strike. This Wang Xianzhou is someone who is about to die, why bother bickering with him? Yet, what caught the lunging Wang Yulo and the standing Wu Jinyan completely by surprise was. If the mountain will not come to the man can go to the mountain. If the palm will not come, the face can go toward the palm. A face could actively lean into it. Sometimes it was using a warm face to press against a cold backside, and sometimes it was using a warm face to lean into a heavy slap. Thus, Wang Xianzhou's face pursued while Yuan Jingju's hand retracted. He pursued. He retracted. Old ancestor Xianzhou even used an escape art. Good heavens, this instantly scared Yuan Jingju to the point where his soul almost flew away. You're using an escape art to pursue me at a time like this? Wang Xianzhou, you are truly something else. Terrified by Wang Xianzhou's maneuver of pursuing a slap with his face, the seasoned Foundation Establishment cultivator directly executed his cloud-walking mist-strolling divine ability. In an instant, Wang Xianzhou pursued for dozens of meters, chasing right to the edge of the golden platform. But a Foundation Establishment cultivator's divine ability was more potent, and Yuan Jingju directly flew out over several hundred meters. Halting his figure while still shaken, Yuan Jingju roared in anger. Enough. Stop making a groundless scene. The cultivators of River Bend Fishing Port had also noticed the dripping water Grotto Heaven Foundation Establishment elder in the sky. Under everyone's gaze, Wang Xianzhou shed his previous disheveled appearance. He stood there silently, looking at Yuan Jingju with a calm and somewhat cold expression. As for who is making a groundless scene here, you have already spoken it yourself. If the Yuan family offers an explanation, then we shall resolve it at Droplet Heaven Palace. If the Yuan family refuses to offer an explanation, then we shall resolve it through the Immortal Alliance. If the Yuan family chooses to exterminate us as an explanation, then we shall resolve it through the Red Lantern Illumination sect. Wang Xianzhou possessed immense confidence, and he had once again taught Yulo a lesson through his words and actions. What should one do when fearing an opponent's groundless accusations? Under circumstances where one was fully prepared, one could take the initiative to make a groundless scene first, forcing the opponent to either tear off all pretense and fight openly, or return to the framework of order to negotiate, use with caution. Offering an explanation to be resolved at Droplet Heaven Palace meant handling it internally within Dripping Water Grotto Heaven, resulting in the smallest loss for the Yuan family. Refusing to offer an explanation to be resolved through the Immortal Alliance meant using the Immortal Alliance's strength to handle it, resulting in a larger loss for the Yuan family. If they dared to pull any underhanded tricks and resolve it within the Red Lantern Illumination sect system, then the outcome would be uncertain, and it would become a battle unto death. Yuan Jingju directed a deep look at old ancestor Xianzhou, then glared furiously at Wu Jinyan, saying, by acting in such a manner, are you not afraid of the Yuan clan's wrath? Wang Yulo stepped forward, taking his place beside the old ancestor as he questioned in a loud voice. Wrath? Why should the Yuan clan feel wrath? Is it your wrath, or the wrath of Elder Yuan Daoshan? Our River Bend Fishing Port exerted every effort to defend against the crocodile dragon attack. How exactly did we provoke your wrath? Seeing a mere mid-stage chi condensation cultivator dare speak to him in such a manner, Yuan Jingju laughed out of extreme anger. Stop twisting words. I am referring to his act of putting on a show to throw mud at me. He did not dare discuss the crocodile dragons, so he could only focus on the issue regarding Wang Xianzhou's act of framing him. Evidently, Yuan Jingzhu had not truly lost his head. This foundation establishment cultivator remained clear-headed. Very well. Elder, you humiliated old ancestor Xianzhou, yet you claim he is throwing mud. In that case, let us invite a true person to distinguish loyalty from treachery. True person Zhouxing is present, and true person Hongli is likewise here. There are still reasonable true persons within Dripping Water Grotto Heaven, let us invite them to judge who is right. Wang Yulo spoke word by word, his voice ringing loud. Invite a true person to distinguish loyalty from treachery, checkmate. Yuan Jingzhu fell silent. He understood that he had been completely outcalculated by Wang Xianzhou today. As someone who was nearing death, even if Wang Xianzhou truly threw mud at him, it would at most be compensated with his life. If it reached the point of inviting a true person to distinguish loyalty from treachery, it would be using Wang Xianzhou's single life to trade for many lives of a Yuan family. Right now, Wang Xianzhou wanted to solidify the pretext of being humiliated by him, thereby forcing the Yuan clan to offer more compensation regarding the crocodile dragon attack on River Bend Port. Uncle Ancestor, why didn't you investigate beforehand? With the corpses of these 6 crocodile dragons displayed right here, anyone who isn't brain-dead understands what's going on. Sigh. Elder Jingzhu, how about this, you come down to negotiate. We must be mindful of the big picture is of paramount importance. Old Wu had played a massive role today. The one stoking the fires from the sidelines earlier was him, and the one currently feigning neutrality while pulling a biased mediation was likewise him. The label of the paramount importance of the big picture was slapped right onto Yuan Jingzhu's head. If he didn't descend, it would seem as though he were destroying the big picture. How wretched. Yuan Jingzhu knew that he absolutely could not negotiate with Wang Xianzhou today. Negotiating now would only result in a total loss, there could be no other outcome. Consequently, Yuan Jingzhu left behind a final harsh threat before immediately driving his escape light to depart. Wang Xianzhou, for you to pull a groundless scene to such a degree, formidable. I shall return once more within 5 days. In the end, Wang Xianzhou had once again achieved victory in the gaming of interests. He had spent his entire life winning, yet he had ultimately walked onto a dead end today. This particular victory was won by using his old life to trade for the lives of the Yuan clan's numerous cultivators. Thinking up to this point, Wang Xianzhou smiled with a sense of release, turning his head to instruct Yulo. Yulo, do not step to the forefront next time. I can still shield you for a few more years, you merely need to focus on your cultivation. My Dao has reached its end, but Yulo's Dao has only just begun. I must protect him well, that way, he can witness the higher and further scenery on my behalf. Yulo understands all the principles, but Yulo could not bear to watch passively, Wang Yulo replied with a bitter smile. He naturally understood the old ancestor's meaning, and he also understood that he should hide in the rear, as his stepping forward now would not introduce any fundamental difference. But, if every immortal cultivator were an absolutely rational individual, there would not be so many disputes beneath the heavens. Whether for profit, due to foolishness, or stemming from emotion, immortal cultivators would always make seemingly blind decisions from time to time. Wang Yulo did not regret it. Old ancestor Xianzhou let out a long response, then tossed a jade pendant to Wu Jinyan. Rewarding you with a spiritual artifact. Go on, cultivate well, your Wu family relies entirely on you. Receiving the spiritual artifact jade pendant rewarded by the Qi refining stage Wang Xianzhou, the foundation establishment stage Wu Jinyan beamed with joy as he bowed in return. Seeing this scene, Zhang Xuewu almost watched while kneeling. This isn't just a thick thigh, this is a super thick thigh. This is a top-tier thigh that directly forced the Yuan family's foundation establishment cultivator to retreat. I must absolutely hug it tightly. End of chapter. Preparations for the exchange conference had been underway for a long time. The initial initiator was Wang Yulo, who, in order to avoid drawing too much attention to himself, had enlisted the veteran Azure Water Palace disciple Wu Faxian to serve as his auxiliary. His goal was simple, to push old Wu to the forefront while he remained hidden behind the scenes. If anything went wrong in the future, old Wu's frail frame could at least serve as a bit of a buffer. However, before the first exchange conference could be held, Wang Yulo hastily got married, delaying the launch date until after his wedding. As it turned out, on the day of Yulo's wedding, 13 foundation establishment cultivators stood in the hall to bear witness. 11 of them were elders from Drip Drop Cave, while the other 2 were the ancestors of the Wang clan. Facts proved that the decision to delay the event was entirely correct. The world of cultivators had no system interfaces or numerical comparisons. Potential influence and power often required more concrete forms of expression to be revealed, and Yulo's wedding was a reflection of such an expression. Therefore, even though it was Wang Yulo's wedding day, Wu Faxian was even happier than Wang Yulo himself. With such solid backing from his partner's forces, the exchange conference would be much easier to manage. The subsequent developments aligned closely with Wu Faxian's expectations. With the addition of Wang Yaohai, who brought along the network he had accumulated over his long years of mingling in Drip Drop Cave, the potential customer base for the first exchange conference expanded significantly. The upper limit of this potential market, personally unearthed by Wang Yulo, had been raised considerably. Yet, this was still not the greatest harvest brought about by pushing back the date. On the morning of the exchange conference, Wu Faxian brought a few of his friends and rushed to the inaugural venue at Pine Grove Hill early. Old Wu, apart from the name, everything about this exchange conference feels off. Is this going to cause trouble? Is there any rule in the sect that forbids disciples from exchanging cultivation experiences? Wu Faxian immediately shot back. Well, no, but you and I both know we aren't going to Pine Grove Hill to exchange cultivation experiences. Under the Immortal Alliance's system, the closed-off systems built by various grand cultivators on their own had seen tremendous development. Drip Drop Cave, acting as a grotto heaven isolated from the outside, had pushed this exclusivity to its limits. The sect utilized the merit point system of the three palaces to harvest the low-level cultivators within its gates. Those without backing were harvested so severely that they dared to be angry but not speak out. Their only two ways out were either to take the most dangerous missions outside the grotto heaven, risking their lives for Drip Drop Cave under the Immortal Alliance, or to sell themselves into the tutelage of the sect's Foundation establishment elders. The concept of the Exchange Conference, proposed by Wang Yulo who hailed from outside the Grotto Heaven, introduced a decentralized organizational model, constructing a fragile possibility on the fringes of Drip Drop Cave sect rules. This possibility attracted Wu Faxian, it attracted Wang Yaohai, and it equally attracted their other fellow disciples. Is there any rule in the sect that forbids disciples from trading with one another? Wu Faxian continued to press. Of course not, but old Wu, what if something happens? People were like this. When consumed by greed, they were filled with courage, believing that fate would favor them, thereby accepting dangerous invitations. But when the matter hadn't even befallen them and was merely just beginning, they would start beating a retreat. Such people suffered terribly from worrying about personal gains and losses. Although it seemed abstract, they actually made up the vast majority. Compared to breaking free from the shackles around their necks, they valued staying alive safely far more. Hope, as they say, is only born in the greatest of despairs. Unless pushed to their absolute limits, no one was willing to gamble with their lives. There was still an upward path in Drip Drop Cave. Although pitifully narrow, as long as it existed, most people would not voluntarily choose that seemingly dangerous path of hope. The law does not punish the masses. Let me let you in on a secret, among the fellow disciples participating in the exchange conference this time, many are disciples of the elders. The news Wu Faxian revealed cast a silencing spell on his friends. What they thought about wasn't that many offenders go unpunished, but rather, the disciples of Foundation establishment elders also needed to attend the exchange conference. Ji Yuan and Fan Zhugao had the most right to speak on this matter. Becoming a disciple of a Foundation establishment cultivator didn't mean a bright future. As a disciple of the Yuan clan, Ji Yuan had been designated by the Yuan family elders as a pawn crossing the river. He had to go alone into the tutelage of an elder of the Zhuo clan, acting as a tool for charging forward and demolition. Fan Zhugao's master, Elder Zhuo Qi, had 3 disciples, but the tasks he undertook alone were several times more than those of his other 2 martial brothers combined. Every day he opened his eyes, he had to work like a horse or an ox, yet still be deeply grateful, doing the most saturated amount of work while receiving the least amount of care from his master. How could this not be considered a form of tempering? Pine Grove Hill, true to its name, was a ridge covered in pine trees. The fact that Wang Yaohai chose this place as the venue for the first exchange conference was all thanks to his years of experience in the Grotto Heaven Patrol team. This place was severely desolate. The desolation didn't mean that trees couldn't grow here, but rather that there was hardly any spiritual vitality, nor were there any spiritual materials present. The most unique aspect was that Pine Grove Hill was very far from any nearby Drip Drop Cave strongholds. Remote was its biggest characteristic. Even though Wang Yulo and Wu Faxian had repeatedly emphasized that the exchange conference did not violate sect rules, when it actually came time to hold it, they still tacitly followed senior brother Yaohai's suggestion. Remote was good. It might not help the cultivators participating in the exchange conference evade the sect's surveillance, but at the very least, it gave the attendees a psychological sense of security, in a place so isolated, in the middle of nowhere, who would think they were doing bad things here. Bad things were relative to the established hierarchy of interests in Drip Drop Cave. The exchange conference was ultimately undermining the sect's foundation. Isn't this too conspicuous? The friends Wu Faxian brought asked as they looked at the newly constructed small pavilion at the peak of Pine Grove Hill. This is what you don't understand. This Dao discussion pavilion was prepared to serve as a smokescreen. Once the exchange conference begins, many people will sit in this pavilion, pretending to discuss the Dao while keeping watch for us. Saying this, Wu Faxian recalled the speech Daoist Yulo had given during the preparatory meeting for the exchange conference. Reliable and serious, these were the 2 focal points regarding the work of the exchange conference that Daoist Yulo had repeatedly emphasized. If fellow Daoists had concerns, they needed to dispel those concerns as much as possible in every aspect. As for whether they could truly dispel them, that wasn't important. What mattered was giving them an excuse, allowing them to convince themselves that participating in the exchange conference was not something worth worrying about. So that's how it is. Faxian, you guys have prepared quite well. Now that we are at Pine Grove Hill, can you introduce the other fellow Daoists participating in the exchange conference to us? As it turned out, Wu Faxian was tight-lipped. He had never revealed to these friends who the organizers or participants of the exchange conference were. No rush, no rush. Let me first send a voice transmission to the Daoist in charge of reception. The exchange conference is going to be held in a special place. Once you arrive, you will know who is participating. A voice transmission talisman was sent out, heading straight underground, only to blankly crash into a large rock, making Wu Faxian feel slightly embarrassed. This. Just as he was feeling awkward, Wang Yaohai flew out from who knows where and greeted them. Brother Faxian, oh, you've brought so many Daoist friends with you. Come, I'll take you all inside right now. Old Wang was a man with a mind of his own. He knew that he had joined Daoist Yulo's small group relatively late, so he snatched the job of receiving fellow disciples for this conference, all just to make a bit more contribution. His thoughts weren't complicated. A new generation replaces the old. After Daoist Yulo achieved foundation establishment in the future, the status of the Yuan clan within Drip Drop Cave would be up in the air. With Wang Yulo's current ability to stir things up and the backing of the Manxiang lineage behind him, his future prospects were limitless. Anything could happen. Our first exchange conference is being held underground not because it's something shameful, but because the midday sun in Drip Drop Cave is too fierce, and we were afraid fellow Daoists might get sunburned. Come, just follow this entrance down. Many fellow Daoists are already waiting below. Wang Yaohai spouted a nonsensical reason that no one believed while leading the group into the entrance, then continued his reception duties. Under Old Wu's guidance, the few of them nervously entered the tunnel. After walking for a full dozen zhang, they finally arrived at an underground cavern. Fan Zhugao had used a natural underground cavern that already existed in Pine Grove Hill to create a special subterranean space. The space was about a dozen zhang long and 6 or 7 zhang wide. It was quite spacious, even if a few hundred people came, it would be able to accommodate them. Many eternal bright lamps were lit on the 4 walls of the cavern, illuminating the inside brightly, though naturally, it was still a bit dim. However, this dimness actually provided a special sense of security for those attending such an event, falling into the realm of the human subconscious. After settling his friends down, Wu Faxian found Fan Zhugao and Ji Yuan, who were surrounded by a crowd. He interjected and exchanged a few pleasantries before returning to his friends, completely satisfied. How about it? I told you there would be disciples from major clans. Ji Yuan from the Yuan clan and Fan Zhugao from the Zhuo clan are both here. What are you still worried about? A person's struggle in life depended on both their own efforts and the opportunities of their era. It was hard to distinguish which of the two was more important. But apart from these two models of struggle, there was actually a special model, clinging to the coattails of the great. Those who could soar upwards amidst the churning tides of the era often found that the dust kicked up by their feet, or the wind stirred by their feathers, could easily change the fates of their followers, dependents, and enemies. When Wang Yulo discovered multiple talents in River Bend Fishing Port, it wasn't because he had good luck, but because this world inherently possessed too many pieces of fine jade buried in the mud. Grand cultivators locked down Qi induction cultivation precisely to prevent more people from changing their fates, thereby maintaining their lineage's supremacy for thousands of generations. Yulo had changed Qin Churen's fate, changed Bai Xiaoyu's fate, and changed Zhang Xuewu's fate, and this was only the beginning. With Yulo's rise, perhaps more people's destinies would be altered. As for whether it would be for better or worse, that didn't depend on Yulo, but on themselves and the heartless heavens and earth. The slightly excited Wu Faxian was exactly a cultivator whose established trajectory of fate had been changed by following Yulo. Not worried at all. It's just that this place is slightly, sketchy, said the friend Wu Faxian had brought. How could it not be sketchy? Within the massive cavern, only a wooden platform had been constructed. Some chairs were placed on the platform, and there was nothing else around. Yet Ji Yuan and Fan Zhugao, these two peripheral figures of the major clans, were the most eye-catching ones in the crowd here. If they didn't sit, how could anyone else dare to sit casually? Those without brains wouldn't receive an invitation to the exchange conference. The exchange conference was, of course, open and inclusive, but there was one singular rule: it detested stupidity. Considering the number of disciples in Azure Water Palace, who was stupid and who wasn't was hardly a secret. Therefore, everyone attending today was sharp-witted. Thus, the situation became such that the attendees came with enthusiasm, only to find they didn't even have a place to sit. Wu Faxian frowned, thinking to himself that Old Fan had been too careless. Later, he would have to complain about him to Daoist Yulo. Old Fan was actually helpless as well. He had worked day and night, yet didn't dare casually invite others over to help. Throwing this together in such a rush had almost made him cough up blood from exhaustion. After all, it's the first time. Things will gradually improve in the future, Wu Faxian tried to smooth things over. Then, he noticed exclamations coming from the cavern entrance. Several people cast their gazes over, only to see Lin Ying, dressed in grass-green Dharma robes, walking in. Lin Ying, the first direct lineage descendant of a foundation establishment family to arrive today. How could the crowd of cultivators not exclaim when such a person came to the exchange conference? It could be said that with Lin Ying's arrival, the remaining worries in everyone's hearts were mostly dispelled. Scanning the people inside the cave, Lin Ying was somewhat amazed. Although she had only come out of consideration for Yulo's invitation and to save face, she had never expected that Yulo had already pulled together a small group of over 30 people. Thinking of this, Lin Ying's impression of Wang Yulo grew even more complex. She steadied herself and chose to walk toward where Ji Yuan and Fan Zhugao were. Circles existed everywhere, even among the disciples of Azure Water Palace, there were disparities. As it drew closer to noon, the number of people in the cavern gradually increased. Under the expectant gazes of Old Fan, Ji Yuan, Wu Faxian, and others, the numbers went from just over 20 to 30, 60, 70. 70 people, a full double of their initially expected minimum. Many invited fellow disciples would often bring along familiar peers. Among the 70 people, there were even over 20 disciples from Splendid Pool Palace, which was completely beyond their expectations. It looks like today is going to be a success. But why hasn't Daoist Yulo arrived yet? Ji Yuan asked. Old Fan smiled ambiguously and answered in a low voice. This is what you don't understand. The important figure must definitely make his appearance last. Daoist Yulo worked so hard to pull together such a grand scene, for what? Don't forget the matters at River Bend Fishing Port. From the looks of it, Daoist Yulo doesn't seem to have the personality of an errand boy. Fan Zhugao understood how things worked. He saw Wang Yulo's ambition. He wanted the market, wanted to gather momentum, wanted prestige, and wanted to earn more merit points and spirit stones. Wang Yulo wanted a lot, so naturally, he had to put on an act and perform some formalistic operations. This wasn't shameful. The fact that formalism had evolved from rituals in the tribal era to numerous modern forms in human society and had never become obsolete, proved its vital importance in the process of organizational construction. Even when transplanted into the cultivation world, as long as the main body of the organization was human, this vitality would continue to exist. On the other hand, daring to act and to do was in itself an extremely excellent quality. Modesty was divided into appropriate humility and deceptive humility. The classical chicken soup of a gentleman not contending for anything was merely a Bible for fooling idiots. How many things, how many people, rose to power through that one trembling burst of action? Once the ambition was there, what remained was action. If it didn't work once, do it twice, if not this time, adjust and wait for the next. This was what it meant to dare to act. Cultivation was divided into two types. Improvement in cultivation base was, of course, the foundation, but cultivation required resources. What others gave was never as solid and reliable as what one took for themselves. This demanded that every ambitious cultivator must know how to manage their own forces well. This was also a form of cultivation. Yulo's cultivation base had already reached peak speed. Reaching the 4th layer of Qi refining in less than 4 years even forced Yuan Daoshan to directly dispatch 10 iron crocodile dragons to destroy his foundation. The current exchange conference was Wang Yulo's cultivation in management. Just as the crowds waiting became slightly noisy, Wang Yulo finally entered the cavern. He strode forward confidently, with Wang Yaohai and Bai Xiaoyu following on either side. Almost instantly upon entering, Yulo saw the problem with the dozen empty chairs. Whether Old Fan lacked energy or hadn't expected so many people to show up, he had ultimately made things a bit awkward. Fellow Taoists, Yulo has arrived late. Please forgive me. Saying this, he first nodded to Ji Yuan and Lin Ying, then grabbed Old Fan by the shoulder and patted him. Finally, he unhesitatingly sat right in the very center of that row of chairs. Since Senior Marshal Sister Lin is here, how about we have Senior Marshal Sister start off today's exchange conference? Lin Ying was always well versed in maintaining relationships with fellow Taoists. She knew exactly what to do to give Wang Yulo face and immediately replied. Since Junior Marshal Brother Yulo has invited me, I naturally have no reason to refuse. However, if there are any inaccuracies, I hope fellow Marshal brothers and sisters will not hesitate to correct me. First, exchange cultivation experiences, then slightly trade for what each other lacked. Everyone understood the process. But what many cultivators didn't understand was how this Junior Marshal brother at the 4th layer of Qi refining dared to sit in the seat of honor. And he even acted as if he was ordering Lin Ying to start the exchange. The strangest part was that Lin Ying of the Lin clan actually agreed. Hiss, this is getting interesting. Of course, those in the know had already started exchanging information about Wang Yulo with their close friends beside them. Upon learning Yulo's identity, everyone became solemn. Wang clan of Anbei Kingdom, chickens and dogs of the Manxiang lineage, 13 foundation establishment cultivators attending a concubine-taking ceremony, brought into the sect by Zhuo Qi of the Zhuo clan. Such a person indeed had the qualifications to sit right in the middle. The significance of delaying the exchange conference until after the wedding was undoubtedly revealed at this moment. Seeing Yulo sit down, Old Fan also walked toward the chairs, wanting to sit on the edge. He figured he was at least qualified to sit while exchanging. Setting aside the fact that he was Zhuo Qi's disciple, just in terms of contribution to the conference, he had worked hard digging the cave and had shed sweat. However, Old Fan was an alert person. Having stood next to Ji Yuan for so long today, he had long grown accustomed to adjusting his own actions by watching Ji Yuan's. As he was about to reach the chair, he noticed that Ji Yuan hadn't moved. He just smiled at Lin Ying, nodding frequently as if he were gaining a great deal. Thus, Old Fan quietly shifted his steps away from the chairs. Wang Yulo was someone who valued face and authority. He built the golden platform, invited foundation establishment cultivators to witness his grand wedding, and reached the 4th layer of Qi refining at a young age. Although he seemed amiable and had always treated him well, why not play it safe? Would there be any loss in playing it safe? No. So, when Old Fan and Ji Yuan chose to stand, the other cultivators today who thought they were qualified to sit also smartly halted their movements. By the time Old Wu noticed something was wrong, he realized that in this row of chairs, apart from himself, only 3 people were sitting. One was Lin Ying of the Lin clan, sitting to Wang Yulo's right, explaining her insights into wood attribute cultivation. The other was Wang Yulo's concubine, Bai Xiaoyu, sitting to his left. Wang Yaohai had come with Wang Yulo, but this turtle grandson had ducked into the crowd as soon as he entered, showing absolutely no intention of approaching the chairs. Blood rushed to his head. Old Wu could no longer hear what Lin Ning was saying. He looked at Old Fan and Ji Yuan, only to find that these two bastards were standing to the side, acting completely engrossed in listening to Lin Ying's exchange. Gulp! Old Wu swallowed a mouthful of saliva, immediately exerted force in his glutes, and sprang up from the chair. God damn it, you guys really screwed me over. Wang Yulo noticed Wu Faxian's action. He looked at Old Wu and gave him a smiling nod. Why did he smile at me? Did it mean, we'll settle this later? Or did it mean, at least you know what's good for you? Old Wu stood there, cold sweat pouring down his face. He had long known Wang Yulo's sensitivity to authority, but only today did he fully realize that he had already been reduced to a special kind of vassal in front of Wang Yulo. The exchange conference was proposed by Wang Yulo, but it was organized by Wu Faxian. Wang Yulo didn't steal all the credit, the initial organizers equally shared all the profits. But the leadership lay in Wang Yulo's hands, while the right to take the blame rested in Wu Faxian's. Otherwise, with his foundation, he wouldn't have the right to split the admission fees equally with the other organizers. This was something everyone tacitly understood. It was only today's seating arrangement that made Wu Faxian understand that he didn't just receive the right to take the blame, but also the obligation to submit. He couldn't understand why things had developed to this stage. This was the alienation of human beings by organizational relationships. The exchange conference was an informal, fringe organization, but its participants were not fringe figures. Wang Yulo, Lin Ning, Wang Yaohai, Ji Yuan, Fan Zhugao. The power dynamic in a strength-oriented system meant the higher a cultivator's cultivation base, the greater their power. But that didn't mean a bottom-up power dynamic didn't exist. At this moment, Yulo, at the fourth layer of Qi refining in 4 years, was no different from Mang Xiang using the promise of attaining Golden Core to command Red Lantern Illumination sect. I, Wang Yulo, have the aptitude for foundation establishment. Follow me, and in the future, I promise you. As long as the high probability of achieving his grand future remained, he could use his future achievements to win over people in the present. After Lin Ning, other cultivators participating in the exchange conference continuously began to share their cultivation insights or problems. Although the venue was terribly unpresentable and the format terribly informal, overall, everything proceeded very smoothly. There was a special point here. People's expectations weren't actually that high. When they handed over that one spirit stone as an admission fee, they knew the scale of this event wouldn't be very grand. Having figures like Lin Ning and Fan Zhugao appear was already an unexpected pleasant surprise. Senior Brother Yao Hai spoke very well. Fellow Taoists might not know of Senior Brother Yao Hai's experiences. He came from a humble background, cultivated little by little from Clear Spring Palace to Splendid Pool Palace, went to the West Sea for demon hunting for 20 years, and only after returning did he become an Azure Water Palace disciple. Now he has finally tasted the sweetness after the bitterness and has been taken under Elder Luo's tutelage. His cultivation insights are worth everyone's careful attention. I noticed that there are also junior martial brothers and sisters from Splendid Pool Palace here today. If you have thoughts about going demon hunting in the West Sea, you can ask Senior Brother Yao Hai thoroughly. He has quite a bit of experience in magical combat with demon beasts. Having been in the West Sea for many years, he also knows many people and can be of help to you. After Wang Yaohai finished speaking, Yulo summarized, leaving Wang Yaohai's heart burning with passion. The event was set up by Wang Yulo. He was the one who brought everyone together, yet Wang Yulo gave Wang Yaohai a boost. He clearly knew this wasn't because they shared the same surname, but because Wang Yulo had seen his hard work and attentiveness. In terms of cultivation base, Wang Yulo was his junior martial brother. But right now, it was undoubtedly Wang Yulo who was lifting him up. Setting aside everything else, if people consulted him about demon hunting in the West Sea and he explained the relevant knowledge, wouldn't those people at least show a little appreciation? Additionally, Wang Yaohai had mixed around in the West Sea for 20 years. Could he make another sum of money through referrals using the people he knew and the connections he left behind there? It could be said that just these few words from Yulo might bring Wang Yaohai an income of several hundred spirit stones. The significance of acting as a platform became incredibly concrete at this moment. Yulo praises me too highly. However, I, Wang Yaohai, do indeed know quite a few people in the West Sea. If any fellow disciples need help, you can look for me in Splendid Pool Palace after the conference ends. Speaking of which, Brother Yaohai also happens to be an inspector of Splendid Pool Palace. Wang Yulo simply echoed a brief remark, then stood up, took out a long table from his storage bag, and placed it in front of himself. He looked up, sweeping his gaze across the crowd. Under the illumination of the eternal bright lamps, faces, both bright and dim, entered his sight one after another. But these faces, regardless of whether they were beautiful or ugly, old or young, shared one thing in common: a fire burned in their eyes that did not belong to Drip Drop Cave. The sect has never restricted us from trading what we have for what we need. Everyone knows this. Even merit points can be traded. With a simple preamble, Yulo took out his storage bag and started pouring things out. First came a pile of spiritual pill bottles. Wang Yulo poured them out, and Bai Xiaoyu arranged them. In just a brief moment, over a dozen bottles were laid out. And this was only the result of Yulo holding back, fearing he might dump too much and leave his fellow disciples with nothing to exchange. Wu Faxian's eyes went wide as he watched. Wang Yulo, your Wang clan really is rich, pouring out over a dozen bottles of spiritual pills like they were cabbages. But it didn't end there. After the spiritual pills came the spirit fish. A large vat of spirit fish was brought out by Yulo, making the other cultivators in the cavern go red with envy. Daoist Yulo, you really know how to rake it in. Ji Yuan was no exception, he was the most envious of all. Both were town guardian cultivators of fishing ports. Yulo bringing out dozens to 100 spirit fish at a time to sell proved he had skimmed quite a bit normally. Yet Ji Yuan only got a dozen or so a week. Ji Yuan felt a bit awful inside, but upon seeing the artifacts Yulo brought out next, he no longer felt awful, instead, he grew greedy. Artifacts, the items Yulo was best at refining. Having studied the path of artifact refining since he was 13, Wang Yulo now possessed the ability to refine upper-grade artifacts. Today, he brought 3 upper-grade artifacts and several middle-grade ones. A 19 restriction black steel mirror silver shield. Because the restrictions were engraved exceptionally well, it was both easy to repair and highly effective, making it a premium item among entry-level upper-grade artifacts. A 20 restriction gold thread mirror silver shield. An incomplete version based on Hongmei's exclusive secret recipe, possessing a certain degree of self-repair ability. It was considered an excellent piece among upper-grade artifacts. An 18 restriction water jade bright heart pendant. An auxiliary artifact. When worn by a cultivator practicing water methods, it slightly enhanced their sensitivity to water attribute spiritual chi. This not only improved cultivation speed in terms of efficiency but also boosted a water method cultivator's strength during magical combat. Although the enhancement wasn't high, how to put it? After Yulo finished his introduction, the air in the cavern grew a few degrees hotter. Selling a water jade bright heart pendant in Drip Drop Cave was roughly equivalent to selling water in a desert, or selling heaters on a snowy mountain. Even though this water jade bright heart pendant was a defective product Yulo had made while practicing, there was absolutely no need to worry about selling it. There are 3 types of spiritual pills: water attribute chi cultivation pills, alligator dragon essence blood pills, and Rehmannia nourishing body powder. The prices. The water attribute chi cultivation pills were refined by ancestor Xianzhou from gathering wild spiritual materials. On one hand, they were for Xiaoyu to use, and on the other, they could be brought out to earn spirit stones. The Rehmannia nourishing body powder was the most abundant effective product resulting from ancestor Xianzhou refining body tempering pills for Yulo. If they could be sold, it would recoup a good sum of money. 5 middle-grade artifacts, sold at a fixed price. 3 upper-grade artifacts will be sold in the form of an auction before the conference ends. Note that there is no forced buying or selling in our exchange conference. If an offer doesn't meet the seller's expectations, the seller has the right to refuse the sale. This point isn't to protect me, but to protect everyone. As for the exchange rate between spirit stones and merit points, it will be 11-2. Small transactions will be measured in blue spirit rice, with a minimum of 1 tael. Placing the upper-grade artifacts to be sold last was Yulo intentionally restraining his dumping efforts, leaving a chance for the other fellow disciples to exchange. If the exchange conference was to flow steadily like a long river, Yulo couldn't put on a one-man show. After Yulo finished speaking, the venue fell into silence. People were just like this, even now, they were unwilling to stick their necks out first. Ultimately, it was Ji Yuan who helped Yulo out of his predicament. I'll take 3 bottles of alligator dragon essence blood pills. Ji Yuan knew exactly what the alligator dragon essence blood pills were. Once you passed this village, you wouldn't find this shop again. My apologies, Brother Yuan, it's 1 bottle per person. You also know how the alligator dragon essence blood pills came to be. These items are limited in number, so I can't sell them all to you. Wang Yulo indicated that he simply wanted to hand out benefits to his family members to build up the exchange conference's reputation. On another note, if the Yuan clan's iron crocodile dragons were distributed among everyone in the form of essence blood pills, how could the Yuan clan continue to cause trouble? It was all in the details. Then I'll take 2 bottles. 1 for me, 1 for my wife. Here, this is 80 merit points. Ji Yuan immediately declared. You impose a purchase limit? Then I'll bring my wife along to buy. You're only selling alligator dragon essence blood pills, not houses. You can't possibly limit the purchase quota per household, right? Watching Ji Yuan pull a female cultivator over to transfer merit points, Yulo realized this old sly fox already had a family and had secretly brought his wife along to listen to their fellow disciples exchange cultivation insights. Not bad, old Ji. You're quite sneaky. I'll take a bottle too. Lin Ning stated. She understood the value of the alligator dragon essence blood pill far too well. To put it briefly, the iron crocodile dragons raised by the Yuan family possessed dragon nature. Each bottle of pills corresponded to the flesh and blood essence of a 100-kilogram iron crocodile dragon. If used properly, who knew how strong the effects could be? Seeing Ji Yuan and Lin Ning start buying, Wang Yaohai hurriedly followed suit. It was unclear whether it was to repay Yulo for lifting him up or if he had also discerned the value of the alligator dragon essence blood pills. This instantly ignited a purchasing frenzy. Yulo had only brought 6 bottles of alligator dragon essence blood pills, and they had been refined by the ancestor working overtime. In an instant, they were completely snatched up by the Azure Water Palace cultivators. Daoist Jade Palace, I wonder if your water attribute chi cultivation pills can be sold individually instead of as a whole bottle. A 6th layer chi refining disciple of Splendid Pool Palace spoke up. This form of address was extremely fascinating. Jade Palace, this name showed respect toward Wang Yulo. Not calling him senior brother was because his cultivation base was higher than Yulo's. A single, Taoist jade palace contained numerous subtle details. These minor cultivators of Drip-Drop Cave had been polished by reality into knowing exactly how to behave. However, the most crucial detail in his words wasn't the form of address, but rather the revelation of the insufficient spending power of the splendid Pool Palace disciples. Before the grand issuance of Manxiang's grace, a Qi transformation pill cost 3 spirit stones. Wang Rongyuan had reached late Qi condensation by consuming Qi transformation pills that cost 3 spirit stones each. 10 years ago in Clear Stream Market, a Qi transformation pill cost 5 spirit stones. Many clan cultivators had to carefully budget when taking them. Now, one Qi transformation pill cost 8 spirit stones. Water attribute Qi cultivation pills were slightly more expensive, costing 98 spirit stones per bottle, which came out to 10 spirit stones a pill. And yet, a splendid Pool Palace disciple of Drip-Drop Cave couldn't even afford to buy an entire bottle for 98 spirit stones and had to buy them individually. The meaning behind this could only be described as the sect calculating too precisely, and the Grand Master's grace overflowing too much, spilling all over into Drip-Drop Cave heaven. Yes, 1 pill for 10 spirit stones. How many pills would this fellow Taoist like? Yulo replied with a smile. Joy immediately appeared on the splendid Pool Palace 6th layer Qi refining disciple's face. As he pulled out spirit stones, he said, 3 pills will do. Taoist Yulo, could you tell us about the medicinal strength of that Riemannian nourishing body powder? Otherwise, we wouldn't know whether we should buy it or not. Reminded by him, Wang Yulo suddenly realized that in his busy state, he had overlooked the fact that spiritual powders varied in medicinal strength. After all, since he started cultivating, he had never used spiritual powder even once. Senior brother Ji, I'm truly completely ignorant about pill refining. Could you help me appraise for our fellow Taoists how potent the medicinal strength of this Riemannian nourishing body spiritual powder is? Yulo hurriedly asked Ji Yuan for help. Old Ji's pill refining skills were just so, but he definitely understood it. Ji Yuan quickly stepped forward, picked up the Riemannian nourishing body powder Yulo had prepared, and examined it carefully. Soon, he sighed in admiration. The medicinal strength of this item should be considered top grade among spiritual powders. It can reach 60% of a spiritual pill's efficacy. Wang Xianzhou's skill level was still very high. If these Riemannian nourishing body powders were 2/10 stronger in medicinal strength, they would barely be able to form a pill. Then how many spirit stones should it sell for? Yulo asked, worried that his pricing of 32 spirit stones per portion of spiritual powder earlier might have been too high. Ji Yuan pondered and calculated, then said after a moment, a Riemannian nourishing body pill is a top-grade body-tempering spiritual pill for the Qi refining stage. A fair price is around 90 spirit stones a bottle. A spiritual powder with 60% medicinal strength would be an 80% discount, and then a 60% discount, which equals 43 spirit stones. 43 spirit stones for a portion. The numerous cultivators in the cavern immediately started slapping their thighs. If they had bought it just now, they could have earned 10 spirit stones by reselling it. What a pity it was too late to say anything now. Haha, thank you, senior brother Ji. Fellow Taoists, don't regret it. This spiritual powder will continue to be sold at 32 spirit stones a portion. However, there are only 4 portions left. Fellow Taoists who are interested can come and buy. Watching everyone scrambling to buy, Yulo felt some regret in his heart, though naturally not because he had sacrificed a tiny bit of spirit stone profit. Ancestor Xianzhou had custom-refined spiritual pills for him, producing a pile of spiritual powders that weren't suitable for others. Even if he wanted to sell them, it was hard to get a high price. Sigh. Riemannian nourishing body powder was already one of the most widely applicable spiritual powders among them. What was he going to do with those leftover spiritual powders? Wang Yulo had set a good precedent. Ji Yuan, Lin Ning, and others hurriedly followed suit, bringing out the goods they had prepared for exchange. The atmosphere in the cavern never cooled down. Thousands of miles away, in Hidden Dragon Abbey. Beside the Dragon Jade Pond in the Purple-Beard General's Manor, Wang Yuan was currently haggling with the attendant dragon of the Dragon Jade Pond. Purple-Beard General's Manor was roughly equivalent to Azure Water Palace, Dragon Jade Pond was roughly equivalent to the Merit Hall of Azure Water Palace, and the attendant dragon was roughly equivalent to a deacon like Wu Faxian. After all, it is an upper-grade artifact. 95 Dragon Jades is simply too little. How about 198? Yuan wore the purple Dharma robes of a Purple-Beard disciple. As he spoke, the green stubble above his lip bobbed up and down. Having left Clear Stream Market, left Red Lantern Illumination Sect, and left his older brother, he had now grown into the form an independent Qi refining cultivator should possess. When it came to haggling, he was a professional. Directly doubling the price, letting you chop it down as you please. Junior Marshal Brother Yuan, you know better than I do whether this Bintai Purple Copper Axe is middle grade or upper grade. It is certainly an excellent piece among middle grade artifacts, but you can't try to sell it at the price of an upper grade artifact just because you engraved 18 layers of restrictions onto it. Even if you dared to sell it at that price, I wouldn't dare accept it. The attendant dragon cultivator smiled bitterly as he punctured Wang Yuan's scheme. This kid was very slippery. He had used half a piece of cold refined iron and a piece of purple copper, refined 18 layers of restrictions, and then wanted to sell it for the price of an upper-grade artifact. Where was the logic in that? If it didn't use rank 8 spiritual materials, it didn't count as upper grade. Alright, then we'll sell it as a middle grade artifact. Senior brother, you know the power of cold refined iron. With a purple copper handle and a refined iron blade, you know better than anyone how well this axe handles. 95 dragon jades is only 950 spirit stones. The cost of materials alone is more than 950. It has to be at least 130 dragon jades. 130 is impossible. The Purple-Beard General's manor only accepts middle-grade artifacts to support its disciples' cultivation in the artificing path, but the price is strictly this price. The attendant dragon still shook his head, offering Yuan no room to take advantage. Yuan rolled his eyes and put on a magnanimous act, saying, how about this, senior brother, we each take a step back. 129 dragon jades. How about it? The attendant dragon's nose was bent out of shape from anger. Fine. Each take a step back. You really took back one piece, but you want me to step back 34 pieces. Do you think I'm a fool? But thinking about the mysterious background of the person in front of him, who had been assigned as a disciple of Purple-Beard General's manor right after stepping into chi refining, the attendant dragon ultimately relented. Like this, 98 pieces. Even if you haggle until dark, or haggle for another week, I can only give 98 pieces. Yuan made a prompt decision and shoved the Bintai purple copper axe right into the attendant dragon's arms. Done. Sold. The look in the attendant dragon's eyes instantly changed as he looked at Yuan. Well. So this is how you haggle. I'll remember this. The next time you come to Dragon Jade Pond to sell artifacts, just see how I deal with you. He didn't know that Yuan possessed metal and earth spirit roots, and had even mastered the spirit stripping material sorting method from a Ning's artifact refining notes. This Bintai purple copper axe was forged by Wang Yuan using the spirit stripping material sorting method on scrap materials that had exploded during refinement. Even if it only sold for 60 dragon jades, Yuan could guarantee he wouldn't make a loss, thereby maintaining the balance of income and expenditure for his artifact refining studies. Now that it was sold for over 90 dragon jades, the surplus was pure profit for Yuan. It could be said that from now on, Yuan would never have to pinch pennies to cultivate again. Senior brother, there's no need to be angry. We're each just fulfilling our duties. Junior martial brother here would also like to exchange for a Dharma robe. A lower grade Dharma robe for female cultivators. I wonder if senior brother has any recommendations. Holding the attendant dragon's hand, Yuan immediately slipped him 10 spirit stones. The attendant dragon instantly beamed with joy. The sect's dragon jades belonged to the sect, but these 10 spirit stones belonged to him. Female cultivators' Dharma robes. I know all about those. Do you want one with less fabric or one with more fabric? Less fabric. Yuan was a bit confused. The attendant dragon promptly pulled a picture booklet from his storage bag, stuffed it into Yuan's hands, and said, I have a sworn brother who opened a Dharma robe shop called the Mortal Realm in Aura Viewing Market outside Hidden Dragon Abbey. This is his Dharma robe catalog, take a look. Upon opening the catalog, Yuan's eyes went straight. But very quickly, he thought of Senior Martial Sister Ningyao, so he stuffed the booklet back to the attendant dragon and said, I'd rather choose from the Dharma robes that can be exchanged for in Dragon Jade Pond. The attendant dragon was somewhat disappointed, but out of respect for the 10 spirit stones, he still eagerly recommended, Junior Martial Brother Yuan, you don't understand. Female cultivators don't look at a Dharma robe's value, they only look at its appearance. Right now, Dragon Jade Pond has 7 new styles of Dharma robes from this year. Although they are all lower grade, they look no worse than ordinary middle grade Dharma robes. Come, look at this. This golden silk hanging crimson is the most beautiful, though it's a bit pricey, 60 dragon jades apiece. 60 dragon jades. Spending 600 spirit stones to buy a Dharma robe. Yuan looked at the appearance of the golden silk hanging crimson but still shook his head. It was too expensive. No matter how much he liked Senior Martial Sister Ningyao, he couldn't buy it. Otherwise, if his big brother, Uncle Rong Yuan, or his father, forget it, if anyone in the clan found out, they would beat him senselessly. Lover boy though he was, Yuan still had a sense of proportion in his heart. Then it's the red cloud azure trimmed Dharma robe. This one is equally beautiful, costs 50 dragon jades, and has the ability to ward off fire. I'll take it. Yuan said through gritted teeth. The ability to ward off fire, this special function moved Yuan. His original budget was around 40 dragon jades. Spending an extra 10 dragon jades to buy the fire warding ability was worth it. Here you go. I wish Junior Martial Brother Yuan an early success in winning the beauty's heart, ahaha. Having obtained the Dharma robe and the dragon jades, Yuan stepped lightly out of the Purple Beard Manor. He activated an upper-grade flying chariot artifact with 28 layers of restrictions and flew straight toward Aura Viewing Market. Cultivating in Drip-Drop Cave Heaven was practically like being in prison for its disciples, moving in and out required approval. Hidden Dragon Abbey, however, wasn't a grotto heaven, so one naturally came and went freely. Hongmei had now opened another Forge Peak residence in Aura Viewing Market outside Hidden Dragon Abbey. Although business wasn't as brisk as the old Forge Peak residence in Clear Stream Market, he hadn't skimped on earning spirit stones. He was, after all, a master of the artificing path capable of forging upper-grade artifacts with 32 layers of restrictions. Even outside Hidden Dragon Abbey, he had room to survive. Yuan's upper-grade flying chariot artifact was a gift from Hongmei. The old guy had finally grasped the situation, his opportunity for foundation establishment lay entirely with Yuan. Arriving at Forge Peak residence, Yuan quietly made his way to his senior martial sister's door and knocked. Senior martial sister. Ningyao opened the door, looking somewhat surprised at Yuan, and let him inside. You didn't sneak out, did you? Also, don't call me senior martial sister anymore. Your cultivation base is higher than mine now. Ningyao had only just broken through into Qi refining the year before last, and was currently at the first layer of Qi refining, whereas Yuan had already reached the second layer. Although she didn't know Yuan had relied on a Ning's grotto heaven to reach Qi refining, she guessed the disciples of the Wang clan probably had some secret method for rapid cultivation, and thus never doubted his cultivation base. After all, she and Yuan had grown up together. Even if she truly doubted him, she wouldn't do anything about it. Senior martial sister, you'll always be my senior martial sister. Yuan sat down, called her senior martial sister again, and then asked, where did master go? Ningyao poured Yuan a cup of Tai Bai spirit wine and said somewhat helplessly, he held an artifact refining competition. Today happens to be the finals. He said he wanted to suppress the disciples of Hidden Dragon Abbey with his artifact refining strength and spread the name of Forge Peak residence. Hongmei had still drawn his inspiration from Yulo, unfortunately. Ah, then why didn't you go support him? Yuan asked in surprise. He lost. He got second place and is currently dejectedly presenting the award to the first place winner. I also just got back. But what about you? Hurry up and tell me, did you sneak out? You are a disciple of the Purple Beard Manor, you need to properly carry out the tasks the sect gives you. You can't just loiter in Aura Viewing Market all day like I do. Even though she didn't let Yuan call her senior martial sister, Ningyao still maintained the demeanor of one. The two were very accustomed to interacting this way. Ningyao was merely an outer sect disciple of Hidden Dragon Abbey now. Her daily tasks were incredibly simple, leaving her with ample time to stay in Aura Viewing Market to cultivate. Senior martial sister, I've told you multiple times. Guarding the scripture pavilion is barely a task. I found a senior martial brother and swapped guard duty shifts. He covers me for 5 days, and I'll cover him for 5 days when he needs it. The inner sect disciple slots the Wang clan bought came with bundled services. But Yuan was, after all, in Hidden Dragon Abbey, one of the 10 sects. Guarding the scripture pavilion might not be as lucrative a task as Yulo's town guardian cultivator duty, but thankfully, it was quite leisurely. So that's how it is, but why did you suddenly come back? Your birthday is almost here. Senior martial sister, did you forget? Isn't my birthday in early February? Ningyao suddenly remembered something, her face flushing slightly. She had genuinely forgotten that her own birthday was approaching. Yuan originally wanted to hold on to the Dharma robe until senior martial sister Ningyao's actual birthday to give it to her, but he really wasn't the type who could keep a secret, he had been this way since childhood. So, he immediately brought out the red cloud azure-trimmed robe. Senior martial sister, this is the Dharma robe I bought for you using the dragon jades I earned from artifact refining. You are a Qi refining cultivator now, it won't do to not have a Dharma robe. Covering her lips with her hand to hide her surprise, Ningyao said with a mix of shyness and exasperation, your artifact refining skills aren't even as good as mine. Why would I need you to buy me a Dharma robe? If Wang Yulo's upper limit in artifact refining under the aid of Rui Golden Radiance could reach 70% of Hongmei's prowess, then Ningyao's current attainment in the artificing path was about 60% of Hongmei's. She had, after all, practiced the artificing path with Hongmei since childhood. As for Yuan, he might possess 55% of Hongmei's ability when it came to metal and stone artifacts, and around 50% for other artifacts. My brother said, the gift is light, but the affection is heavy. Senior martial sister, Yuan's artifact refining skills aren't good right now, so I can only buy you a lower grade Dharma robe. Rest assured, once I achieve foundation establishment in the future, I will definitely buy you a spiritual artifact Dharma robe. Wang Yulo leading the kid astray wasn't necessarily a bad thing. Although the promise Wang Yuan painted was flimsy, Ningyao was still intensely moved. Stroking the red cloud azure-trimmed robe, Ningyao suddenly pointed at the door and said to Yuan, get out. Ah. Senior martial sister, there's no need to kick me out. I haven't even drunk this Tai Bai spirit wine yet. Are you stupid? I want to change into it to see if it fits. Ningyao, puffed up with annoyance, pushed Wang Yuan out of the room, then carefully changed into the heartfelt gift Yuan had given her. That's not right. Don't all Dharma robes have the ability to auto-fit? Standing outside his senior martial sister's door, the foolish Yuan pondered and pondered, yet still couldn't make sense of it. Compared to Wang Yulo, he still had a lot of growing up to do. In Drip Drop Cave Heaven, the exchange conference was also drawing to a close. Alright, all fellow Taoists have exchanged once over. Now, we will begin auctioning these 4 upper-grade artifacts. 4 pieces, aside from Yulo's 3, another Azure Water Palace disciple had contributed 1. Yulo first brought out the 18 Restriction Water Jade Bright Heart Pendant as the first auction item. Actually, it should have been the most expensive one and logically should have been the finale. But Yulo was genuinely worried about the purchasing power of his fellow disciples, fearing this Water Jade Bright Heart Pendant might end up stuck in his own hands, so he put it first. As for whether the other cultivator who provided an upper-grade artifact would have complaints, if they had complaints, they could go pull together their own platform and market to sell it. After working so hard for so long to provide an exchange conference platform for his fellow disciples, couldn't Wang Yulo take a little advantage? Starting price is 2,000 spirit stones or equivalent merit points. Fellow Taoists, you may begin. As soon as Yulo spoke, someone immediately shouted, 2,500. This was an impatient one. 2,500 plus one tael of blue rice. This was someone trying to mess with people's minds. However, Yulo was actually very satisfied. His psychological expectation was 2,400, which was the cost price. 2,400 was roughly the price of 1.5 pieces of water jade, making it the break-even line to avoid a loss. I bid 2,500 plus one bottle of chi transformation pills. A bottle of chi transformation pills is 80 spirit stones. Taoist Yulo, is that acceptable? Yulo nodded, offering no objection, but merely sighed faintly in his heart. Under circumstances of insufficient purchasing power, people had started using highly liquid physical goods as general equivalents. The sect served those in power within the sect. The sect's system managed to heavily mobilize disciples to serve those in higher positions while paying out relatively little, which resulted in such a consequence. 2,600. 2,600 plus one tael of blue rice. In the end, the water jade bright heart pendant was sold for 2,900 spirit stones and one tael of blue rice. As for the other 3 upper-grade artifacts, 2 were sold. The only exception was the black steel mirror silver shield, which Yulo was quite fond of. It did not sell. Although it was a practice piece for Yulo, the restrictions upon it were perfectly engraved. Apart from the low number of restriction layers and a defense that wasn't overly outstanding, it could be said to have 0 flaws. Compared to its starting price of 2,200 spirit stones, its true value far exceeded that. However, there really were many people who couldn't recognize good goods.
Hello, everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500-plus novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.